1089 and 1053 medium wave. On your mobile and on your smart speaker. TalkSport. TalkSport.
With the latest sport headlines at midday, I'm Matt Hutchinson. We're going to look ahead to this afternoon's League Cup final, where Eddie Howe says his side have matured since the same occasion 2 years ago.
I think we've just gone about our business in a really calm, controlled way, professional way. We've had a really tough run of fixtures in the Carabao Cup, and of course you're in the midst of a busy campaign, Premier League, FA Cup. We've sort of just gone from round to round, and now we've ended up in the final, but there's been a lot less emotion.
Well, Newcastle lost 2-0 to Man United in their last League Cup outing at Wembley. You can hear today's final against Liverpool live right here, of course, on TalkSport. Elsewhere, Barry Ferguson will be in a dugout for an old firm clash for the first time this lunchtime.
It's hostile. They're the sort of environments I like to go to, and I want my players to go and kind of embrace these stadiums. But I'm sure I'll get a nice reception when I'm standing at the touchline.
Well, the interim Rangers boss is taking his side to Celtic. They're currently 16 points behind in the Scottish Premiership. Ruben Amorim still feels Man United are in survival mode until the summer. That's despite reaching the quarter-finals of the Europa League. And he says his messaging will remain consistent regardless of results.
My idea continue. We have to survive, but our idea is to improve the team, to be prepared, fresh, and not focus a lot and changing our mind because we'll win or lose.
Well, Amorim will face his predecessor, Ruud van Nistelrooy, at 7 tonight. And two Brits have finished on the podium in the opening race of the F1 season in Melbourne. Lando Norris won with George Russell third and Lewis Hamilton down in 10th.
TalkSport News.
The government is reportedly preparing to make a U-turn on a plan to freeze disability payments following a backlash from Labour MPs. It comes as Health Secretary Wes Streeting says the current welfare system is unsustainable. And fireworks are believed to be behind a huge fire at a nightclub in North Macedonia, killing 51 people.
TalkSport weather with QuickFit. At QuickFit, we're all about keeping you safe on the road. With our comprehensive motor insurance, we're here for every journey. Search QuickFit Motor Insurance to find out more.
Well, a mix of sunny spells and cloud are expected across the UK this afternoon, with the far south having the best of the sunshine. Northern and eastern areas may see the odd shower.
Spring has finally sprung. The flowers are starting to bloom. The sun is almost out. And at Waitrose, our 25% wine offer is back. Get 25% off 6 or more bottles of wine or fizz over £6 at Waitrose. Like an aromatic Tiki Ridge Sauvignon Blanc, a smooth, full-bodied Terra de Faiano Primitivo, and a crisp San Leo Prosecco. Selected stores online, subject to availability. Exclude Scotland, box wines and bottles priced £100 and over.
On DAB, on the TalkSport app, and now on your smart TV. TalkSport. Sunday's essential destination for incomparable big game comment and criticism. Sharp shooting, ball booting radio. From the touchline to the terraces. The warm-up on TalkSport.
Good afternoon and welcome to a very, very lively box park here on Wembley Way, or should I say Toon Park, because for the next few hours this place will be, and already has been, taken over by the Geordie faithful, hoping that their team, Newcastle United, can end the drought and beat the record holders of this competition, Liverpool, and last year's winners as well, who are running away with the Premier League, hoping to secure their first piece of silverware under Arne Slot. I'm Adi Ladipa alongside a couple of Steves and former Newcastle winger, or should I say Newcastle sub, Darren Ambrose, as we build up to the Carabao Cup final between Liverpool and Newcastle.
The cross comes in from the left-hand side. The header from Van Dijk. This time it is in, and he is going to win the Carabao Cup final for Liverpool. Van Dijk with an angled header, and Liverpool are going to win the Carabao Cup.
We cannot be satisfied at this club by reaching a final.
Swinging delivery, and it's another goal. So simple.
This club should aim for more than only reaching it.
Will it be Liverpool retaining the competition, winning it for an 11th time?
It's more Wembley heartbreak for Newcastle, who have now lost 9 games in a row at this stadium.
A feeling of defeat in the final, which is never nice, and we're desperately disappointed, but you look to the future and you're desperate to get back here and win a trophy.
Oh, they he's won it back again inside the area, and Gordon can finish it here. He does.
If they can put a performance on like we've seen over these 2 legs, they've got every opportunity.
They'll give Liverpool a game on Sunday, that's for sure.
And Newcastle United are going to Wembley.
That was my personal dream, to try and bring some silverware to this unbelievable club.
Here we go. It's a big one, isn't it? League Cup final's always a big one, but between these two teams, we have, I think, two of the best fan bases up and down the country. I think this is going to be a bit special. Adi Oladipo, Darren Ambrose, Steve Harmison, Steve Watson as well. Before we speak to everyone, let me kind of set the scene for you here. So we're in Box Park, Wembley, which has been the home of TalkSport now for a few years as we lead up to all the big finals. This place is packed. And it's crazy because kickoff is 4.5 hours away. And I've been here since 10 o'clock. And to be fair, the Geordies are in. They're in noise, they're in colours, and I think they're going to drink this place dry as well. Outside is busy as well. Hot dog stands are doing good business. Everyone's making their way up Wembley Way. It's nice, it's peaceful, carnival atmosphere, but you know it's going to get a bit tasty as well. Darren, this is exciting. We've done a few of these together.
We have.
They're always good.
And we done Newcastle, Manchester United a couple of years ago, and it was exactly the same. The Geordies take over, didn't they? And as you said, I arrived at 9:30. I thought, let's get down here, soak in the atmosphere, and it's just a sea of black and white everywhere you look. Like Liverpool have another side of Wembley.
They'll be here as well.
They'll be here, but it's, as you said, all peaceful at the moment. But in a few hours, it's not going to be.
Yeah, it's going to be hot. Steve Watson, here we go. You know, it's funny, actually, both Steves here were supposed to come on at 1 o'clock.
Yep.
They're like, we need to come on now, so they want to go and handle their business.
Have a little bit of enjoyment.
Enjoy the day. Can we come on now at 12 o'clock? Steve, how are you feeling? Nerves, excitement for your old team? What's the feelings?
I'm excited this time. I thought last time was a little bit of a novelty. I think this time it seems a little bit more workmanlike. I think the way the manager has been speaking, some of the performances we put in against the big teams, you know, the big games, Liverpool at home, you know, we probably give them one of their hardest games of the season outside Europe, and obviously the 2 Arsenal games. You know, we've stood up in the big games, and it doesn't get any bigger than this.
Yeah, a lot of people, Harmy, will talk about the main man, and rightly so. I think the best striker in the world, in Alexander Isak, but a couple of big injuries as well for key players.
Yeah, there is, and the left back. I think the distribution that Lewis Hall would give Newcastle, but I think Tino Livramento will probably play there today, who is probably a better defender than Lewis, and I think against someone like Mo Salah, Livramento's more of a man marker, and I think that's not a bad little matchup. Trippier gives you the quality on the other side, because I think that's where if Isak creates some space, I think Newcastle will, if they get their goals from open play, I think it'll come down more the right-hand side than it will the left-hand side. So I'm pleased for Harvey Barnes. He's going to get his chance. Yep. It's unfortunate about Anthony Gordon, but having obviously seen Newcastle closely at home this year in most of their games, doing the job we do, when they play against the big sides and the energy levels is up, that midfield 3 are at it, I think they'll beat anybody. They can beat anybody. And hopefully, like what I said, 2 years ago it was a reward for the takeover, the end of Mike Ashley, and we haven't won anything for a while. This feels like it could be the start of business and the business going forward. And fingers crossed for Newcastle, because I think our both sets of supporters. I think I think both sets of supporters are very, very close in like from the northwest. I think it's like the coal mining industry brought a lot of people together. So a lot of the Liverpool fans and the Newcastle fans very similar and passionate about their club. So it's going to be an amazing atmosphere, an amazing day.
You've both said this. I'll ask you, Watto. You said it was a bit of a novelty the first time around. Yeah, of course it was. But I don't think the players will be thinking that. There's numerous players out there. Kieran Trippier, Dan Burn, Fabian Schär, Jacob Murphy was on the bench 2 years ago. How will that affect them? They don't want to lose again today.
Yeah, look, I mean, I've played at Wembley in an FA Cup final where we didn't really turn up, or we were playing an really excellent Arsenal side. It would have been a dream for me to have gone back 2 years later to go again. So very much the case for some of these players today. You know that they've, because it wasn't a fantastic Man United side 2 years ago, arguably a better chance than it is today. But you know, people like Dan and Jacob, people like that, you know, they'll be wanting to they'll be wanting to put on a performance that represents themselves better today, and that's why I think everything's kind of fallen towards a much better performance and a much better outcome.
So many battles, one-on-one battles, but that battle in the midfield, and Harmy, you spoke about it. You look at that Newcastle midfield, and it's an engine room, isn't it, really? I mean, tonight, look, he's smiling, Guimaraes and Joe Linton against what will probably be McAllister, Soboslai as well, and Gravenberch. That's where the battle is.
It is. It's going to be a great battle. Some might say the selection that Eddie's got, the dilemma he's got, if he goes a bit more negative and try and control, he then plays Willock in there and plays Big Joe on the left.
Yeah.
I don't want to see that. I want to see Joe Linton in the middle of the field, because when he's on, he's like a wrecking bomb. He is, isn't he? He's like a wrecking bomb. Yeah. And I think because of that, I think that's why Eddie will play him in the midfield, because he stops the game. So if Liverpool get a flow, Joe Linton's brilliant at breaking the game up, stopping it just by running into people, and he's going to be massive for Newcastle today. If Newcastle win today, you'd think it's a goal going to come from Isaac. But it's going to be a special performance. I mean, a colossal performance by either the Brazilians or in Guimaraes in Joe Linton.
I mean, myself, Watto a lot more than me, played for the football club. But talk to us, Harmy, what it's like as a supporter. You've covered them many times on TalkSport. What's it like for a supporter? What will this mean if they can finally end this curse of 70 years?
It would mean everything. And you say, as a fan, as a supporter, the likes of Watto and Chops, Michael Chop was here, and Stephen Taylor's just been on the stage behind us. Yeah, they're Geordies. They're Newcastle lads living their dream. You look at someone like Dan Burn just being picked for England. I mean, Dan Burn for me I think is a great example for any footballer who gets rejected, because his career path
it's incredible,
is unbelievable. Yeah. So football is brutal sometimes, and you get rejected, and clubs. And you lose your way a little bit. And for that lad to go and win a cap at 33, potentially win a cap, it's amazing. So these are the guys that you think that's what it's going to mean. So you see, I mean, I was in King's Cross yesterday, Camden on Friday night. I've been awake since Thursday. I mean, this is what the Geordies are. I mean,
stamina.
They drank. Two pubs in Covent Garden run out of beer at 6 o'clock yesterday afternoon. And I mean, who on earth was the manager of them pubs? No, the Geordies are on the way down. So this is what it means. It's a carnival atmosphere, carnival-like. But
that makes me proud.
It does, and it does. And I think Watto you could answer that as well, because you're here as a fan.
Yeah.
That's your football club. You played for it. You had the dream. I always end. I played cricket for England. Walking out at Lord's was unbelievable. When I hear local hero, I think of Alan Shearer and how lucky Alan Shearer was to walk up them stairs at St James's Park, hearing that and when you walk up and you see your eyes open for the first time and see St James's Park, when it's like that, I think that's what it means to these supporters if we could win.
You need to give that speech to the owners who want to move away from St James's Park and go to this nice, shiny stadium with an extra 13,000 seats. Stephen, look, you're a manager now, so speak to us about Eddie Howe, the job he's done, the pressure he's been under with new ownership, right, where it's almost like you've got to deliver something. Champions League, a couple of finals now. If he doesn't win, and it's a big if, right, because I think they go into this as, I wouldn't say favourites, but they've got a good chance. If he doesn't win, is there pressure from the owners that you've got to get over the line?
I think Eddie's probably got, and I don't know this, but I think Eddie's probably got quite a lot in the bank from the minute he walked through the door. I think what I admire most about Eddie is he spent a relative long time outside of football, and he didn't obviously just put his feet up. He's been all over the world trying to learn, trying to visit different sports, different ways of doing things, and the impact he made when he came that season, and it's just kept going on an upward trajectory. And this is, as I say, this is probably the perfect moment to unleash what he's put upon the team. As Harmy says, I think it'll be an absolute midfield war zone in there. And I think the good thing about having Isak is he's not only a phenomenal finisher, but he can actually produce something from nowhere. Yeah. He's just got that little bit of magic which not all strikers have got. They're either good finishers or they're very skillful, but they don't put up the goals. I think Isak can do both. So and just the man management job he's done. I mean, I think Harmy would agree. I don't think any of us saw that player in Joe Linton before the manager came. I don't think any of us saw the talent and the quality of Jacob Murphy before the manager came. So I just think his man management skills being phenomenal as well.
And that's a great point, because when Newcastle took over, it was about, we're the richest club in the world, we're going to buy Mbappe and we're going to buy this and we're going to buy that and the other. And if you look at the players that have done well for Newcastle, their recruitment's been fantastic. You know, the likes of Botman came in, got injured, but the likes of Isaac made him a better player. Guimaraes made him a better player. But if you look at the ones he had and inherited, Fabian Schär is a fantastic player now. Yeah. I mean, there was something in there, but Eddie's got the best out of him. Joe Linton himself. There's countless others that were at the football club when Eddie came in, who were bottom of the league, and they've become a better player under Eddie Howe. So his man management is great. I want them to win for him, because you mentioned the job we do, Darren. You go in at the end of each game, whether they've won or they've lost, and you have to interview. Yeah. And he's a great man. Yeah. He's a really, really good man. And if there's anybody, I've said for ages, you played for Sir Bobby. So did I'm not sure about. Did you play for Sir Bobby as well?
No, I'd gone by then.
I still think Eddie Howe's the best thing that's happened to Newcastle United Football Club since Sir Bobby Robson left.
Agreed.
And that, for me, that's as high praise I can give to Eddie Howe, because I think he's a good man.
All right, Harmy, thank you very much.
Brilliant.
Steve Watson, thank you very much. You guys can go and have a drink now.
Enjoy yourselves.
We'll stay on the waters, Darren.
Why not?
We'll build up to the League Cup final coming up, and we'll build up to some big games in the Premier League as well. Stick with us.
The warm-up on TalkSport with Travis Perkins. Join the club and get low trade prices. Find out more at travisperkins.co.uk or download the app.
All together now, we're on our way to Wembley. It's the League Cup final, and TalkSport Bet is offering you a brilliant broadcast super boost that's available right now. Liverpool versus Newcastle. Mo Salah to score in 90 minutes. Latest price 4-6. Super boosted price 6-4. For this and other top trophy lifting offers, visit TalkSportBet.com. Bang it in, broadcaster. Bring it on, bookie. Stake limits and terms and conditions apply. 18+. Gambleaware.org.
It's even bigger than that full house decorating job you've got on. Oh, that 30-foot high ceiling you've got to paint. It's the Johnston's Decorating Centre Big Sale event with huge savings and multi-buy deals like Colour Plus Vinyl Matte, 10 litre Brilliant White and 5 litre colours, any two for £55, and 10 litre John Matte Premium Contract Matte, 2 for £40. So get to your local Johnston's Decorating Centre now or visit johnstonsdc.com. T's and C's apply. Prices exclude VAT at 20%.
I'm Jane Mulkerrins, Associate Editor of The Times Magazine. This weekend, you can read The Times and Sunday Times for free and discover the best of our journalism. We've got an interview with the iconic artist Grayson Perry, an exclusive extract about John and Paul's relationship before the Beatles. We reveal who made it onto our first ever Beauty Rich list. And don't miss our Formula One coverage, including Lewis Hamilton's debut race for Ferrari. Read The Times and Sunday Times for free this weekend at thetimes.com.
From all the drama to a world of wonders and bingeable box sets. It's adventure, it's excitement, it's bewilderment and awe. It's detectives, it's chases, it's even Geordie Shore. It's Yorkshire Vets and Peppa Pig, all creatures great and small. It's Michael Palin, James May sailing, discovering a world to explore. It's real lives, it's saving lives, it's all this and more. Watch it, stream it. It's all on 5.
Like to save on Aldi's Super 6 fresh fruit and veg this March? Then march on down to Aldi. From just 49p, carrots, mini apples and salad potatoes, all British. Plus spring onions, kiwi and oranges. All with freshness guaranteed. In store now. Aldi, which cheapest supermarket 2024. Products and prices may vary, subject to availability.
With a Travis Perkins trade account, you open the door to big trade deals every single month. This month, we've gone big on landscaping. Right through March, get a 20-kilogram bag of Postcrete for as little as £5.35 each. Join the club and get this and other big landscaping trade deals this March with your trade account. Travis Perkins, doing what matters for the trade. All prices exclude VAT at 20%.
You know all about Total Football. Now, LiveScore Bet brings you Total Betting.
It's everything you love about LifeScore. Scores and stats play alongside great odds, offers, free-to-play games, and a slick bet builder. Everything in one place. And to top it off, new customers can enjoy £30 in free bets when they bet £10 on sports. LifeScore Bet. Total betting.
1.5 minimum odds, settle in first 14 days, free bets valid 7 days, £10 for bet builder only. T's and C's and deposit exclusions apply. Bet responsibly, 18 plus gambleaware.org.
Wednesday night. Live Women's Champions League football.
On TalkSport 2.
What a goal!
Manchester City versus Chelsea.
What a strike!
Kick off at 8 p.m.
They've taken the lead against the run of play.
Feel the full force of football. Wednesday night.
On TalkSport 2.
Kick it.
Welcome back to Box Park on Wembley Way. Welcome to warm up as we count down to the big one, the League Cup final between Liverpool and Newcastle. Adi Oladipo alongside former Newcastle midfielder Darren Ambrose. Do you say League Cup final or Carabao Cup final?
League Cup final.
I say that as well. Yeah.
Because it's been sponsored by so many different things.
I remember when it was the Coca-Cola.
Worthington. Yeah. They're the ones.
By the way, we have the best vantage point here because we can see everyone making their way up Wembley Way to the stadium, which is a stone's throw. We can smell the burgers. No one's given us them. Starving. By the way, do we have a runner? Can we get a burger here, please? But the Geordies have taken this place over. You guys have got a vantage point as well, because you can probably see behind us if you're watching on the YouTube or Facebook. They've absolutely packed this place out.
Yep, as usual.
I do want to know what the limit is here, because I think we're approaching
Probably over it. Probably over it. Oh, you mean capacity or
capacity?
Drink?
Both, to be fair. All right, a couple of big Premier League games this afternoon as well. Arsenal versus Chelsea.
Huge.
It's funny because that's almost now become a must-win. I think Liverpool have won the league anyway.
Yeah, I do.
But if Arsenal don't get anything from this game, it's done, isn't it?
I think it's done anyway, as you said. I think today Liverpool are going for the double because they've won the league already. But if Arsenal can just creep, Liverpool lose a few, who knows what can happen. Football's crazy, so it's a huge game for them. It's also huge for Chelsea as well, because Champions League is ready, and if they can, even top 5, if they can beat Arsenal, they put a marker down.
Well, what do you make of the talks surrounding Arsenal and Mikel Arteta as well? Everyone's saying if they did get a striker in the January transfer window, it would have been a lot closer. Do you think it's as simple as that? They got a number 9, they're right there with Liverpool.
I think it's as simple as that. I think if you look when they bought Declan Rice was probably the best in that position currently at the time, and they went all out and they went and got Declan Rice, best in class in that position, went and got him. If they'd done the same as a centre forward and they got the centre forward, I'm not saying they would have won the league. It would have been certainly a lot closer, because you need a forward that's going to score you. Look at Mo Salah. Score you 25, 30 goals a season.
Look at Haaland, look at Isak. I mean, even look at the likes of Ollie Watkins, someone that's going to get you the goals.
Exactly. So I'm not saying they're not in it for the next few seasons, but they really need to sort that position out, because even without the injuries, they're not good enough to push them over the line, those players that are up there. Kai Havertz is not a centre forward for me.
Jesus,
so if they sort that position out, then they can go again next year.
All right, I think we have the team news. Alfie Reynolds is watching for TalkSport. Arsenal versus Chelsea. Alfie, what's the team news?
Yeah, good afternoon, Addy. Both sides played in European competition midweek, so there's no surprise that they rotate as they return to Premier League action. Both of them make 6 changes from their matches midweek. For Arsenal, out go White, Kivior, Zinchenko, Jorginho, Tierney and Sterling. It's Timber, Saliba, Odegaard, Partey, Martinelli and Trossard that come in. So it's Raya in goal, a back 4 of Timber, Saliba, Gabriel and Lewis Skelly. Odegaard, Partey and Rice are in midfield, with Martinelli and Trossard either side of Marino up top. For Chelsea, it's Jorgensen, Chalobah, Adarabioyo, Achampong, Dewsbury Hall and George who drop out. So Reece James makes his first Premier League appearance since the 2nd of February, with Sanchez, Fofana, Colwill, Cucurella and Nkunku also coming in. So Sanchez in goal, Fofana, Colwill, Badiashile and Cucurella at the back. James possibly playing further forward, but Enzo Fernandez and Caicedo are both still there. Sanchez, Nkunku and Neto will lead the Chelsea attack. 1:30 kickoff as Arsenal host Chelsea.
By the way, I could barely hear Alfie Reynolds. Nothing to do with Alfie or our technical staff. It's because it's got louder in here. It's like the volume's gone up every minute.
Honestly, the atmosphere is crazy in here, as I'm sure it is on the Liverpool side of things.
Yeah, we got to be fair. Liverpool will be loud as well.
Fair, but we are in the Geordie end, and it's tremendous, as it was a couple of years ago.
Yeah, another big game in the Premier League today, Fulham versus Tottenham. I say big because I almost feel like Ange Postecoglou always seems to be one defeat away from getting his P45.
Yeah.
That course of conversation has gone away in recent times, but he needs to start getting some wins.
Yeah, he does. But saying that, I think the Premier League this season is done. They're not going to make Europe, Spurs. Obviously, you know I support Spurs. I forgot. Not going to make Europe. So it's all eggs in one basket, and that's the Europa League.
Okay.
All of that.
Does that mean you don't care about the Premier League results?
I don't care what happens today.
Okay, fair.
Obviously, I never want to lose.
The priority now.
The priority is everything geared towards Frankfurt. That's it.
Yeah.
Every single
big
thing.
Game as well.
You don't want to lose players towards that. Everything is geared towards Frankfurt. And look, on the flip side, Fulham having a remarkable season. They're looking potentially to creep into Europe, depending on how many European spots there are, along with a lot of the Bournemouths, Brentford's, clubs like that. Nottingham Forest, obviously, that's a different story. They're all having a good season. So it's going to be a tough game today. With all the players back for Spurs, just get minutes under your belt and prepare for Frankfurt. That's it.
Let's get the team news. Jake Robson's there for TalkSport. This is Fulham versus Tottenham.
It's one change by Marco Silva from Fulham's defeat at Brighton last weekend. That was their second defeat in a row. Willian starts in place of Issa Diop, so it means a formation change. It's Leno in goal. It's this time a back four as opposed to the five they played last week. Castagne, Anderson, Bassi and Robinson, Berger and Pereira in front of them. Then Iwobi right, Willian left and Smith Rowe behind Jimenez up top. For Tottenham, and Ange Postecoglou makes 7 changes from the Europa League win at home to AZ Alkmaar on Thursday. Only Vicario, Romero, Spence and Solanke remain. So it's Vicario in goal, Spence, Romero, Davies and Udogie the back four. Archie Gray, it looks like, is going to start in the 6 with Bissouma and Bentancur as well. Johnson right, Matisse Tell left and Dominic Solanke up top. A win for 10th place Fulham will send them 8th. 13th place Spurs need 3 points just to get within 2 of 12th place Crystal Palace. Bit of a disaster Premier League season it's been for them. At Craven Cottage, it's Fulham v Tottenham.
I remember reaction to those games throughout the show this afternoon as well. It's almost like Ange Postecoglou's heard you because he's, as you say, rung the changes in that one. All right, it's now time to look at this week's EFL action in partnership with McDonald's.
EFL Roundup on TalkSport with McDonald's. There's nothing quite like a McDelivery. You in? 18 plus participating restaurants. Delivery fees and terms apply. See mcdonalds.com.
Yeah, it's the big Steel City derby in the Championship. Sheffield Wednesday versus Sheffield United. Alan Biggs watching for TalkSport.
Yeah, good afternoon. It is from Hillsborough. Both teams are out on the pitch. A packed crowd, over 30,000 in here. Talking to supporters of both sides, I think many would take a draw right now and move on, but I'm not sure the managers can afford to take that approach. While the greater likelihood might be a stalemate, whatever, that's for 3 of the last 4 derbies. Both sides have reasons why only a win will do. Sheffield Wednesday to maintain an outside chance of the playoffs. Sheffield United to recover second place. There are 26 points between the sides currently, but I think this will be very close. The Blades are struggling for goals, while far superior defensively. The Owls have just hit 6 in a week in back-to-back away wins. 3 changes on both sides. Dominic Iorfa is back for Sheffield Wednesday, as is Michael Smith, and there's also a start for the Japanese fullback Ryo Hatsuse. Sheffield United welcome back Gus Harmer, he's a big player. So is Anel Ahmed-Hodzic, he's in the team as well. And Rian Brewster is preferred to Callum O'Hare, he's on the bench. There's live commentary on this over on TalkSport 2. About to kick off at 12:30. The Steel City derby is Sheffield Wednesday versus Sheffield United.
Get loads of football up and down the country, and TalkSport is the place. We'll keep you covered. All the goals as they go in. Immediate reaction from myself and Darren Ambrose as well. All right, when we come back, more build-up to the big one. It is Liverpool versus Newcastle in the Carabao Cup final.
EFL Roundup on TalkSport with McDonald's. Enjoy a tasty night in delivered to your door with McDelivery. 18 plus participating restaurants. Delivery fees and terms apply. See mcdonalds.com.
The warm-up on TalkSport with Travis Perkins. Go big on landscaping with Travis Perkins. Find everything you need at travisperkins.co.uk.
One man, one car, one offer that would change everything forever. £240 per month plus initial rental. Starring the all-electric Mini Cooper.
Dan, why are you talking like that?
It's just such a blockbuster deal. Order by 30th of June 2025. Visit mini.co.uk/Cooper offer. T's and C's apply. £4,500 initial rental required. Mini UK is a credit broker. 48-month PCH from Mini Financial Services. Guarantees may be required.
Dan, seriously.
At Morrison's, more card prices save you money on your shop. With Surf Powder 80 washes, regular price £10. More card price £7. That's less than 9p per wash. And 1.25 litres of Diet Coke and Coke Zero, regular price £2. More card price 90p. That's better than half price. Pay less with More Card.
Morrison's to shop at Morrison's.
Majority of supermarkets online varies. Selected Morrison's daily stores. More Card at required 16 plus. Serve 4 kilos.
CEF. Ever wondered who we are? Well, we have over 400 branches across the UK and Ireland. We're online, in-app, and our CEF catalogue is your go-to for everything electrical. We have over 3,500 experts to help with any electrical queries, and we stock over 44,000 electrical products, from power tools and cables to renewables. So, if you didn't know who we are, you do now. CEF. Your electrical experts.
Welcome back to another spectacular match day, but what's this? Looks like the fans are playing Coral's free reward shaker. The half and half scarfers shaking decisively for once. They bagged a super boost. Next to them, the Prawn Sandwich Brigade. Oh, they've shaken up a free bet after that free lunch. Play Coral's free reward shaker to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers this season. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK max one reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Gambleaware.org.
I literally would wake up one eye open and then need the cigarette. I was so addicted.
Sue was diagnosed with throat cancer, aged 48.
To tell your family you've got cancer through smoking was hard.
Up to 2 in 3 smokers die from smoking.
Smoking tried to take my life, but now I've got my life back. You've got to keep trying to quit. It's worth it.
For help to quit, download the free NHS Quit Smoking app today.
I'm Jane Mulkerrins, Associate Editor of The Times Magazine. This weekend, you can read The Times and Sunday Times for free and discover the best of our journalism. We've got an interview with the iconic artist Grayson Perry, an exclusive extract about John and Paul's relationship before the Beatles. We reveal who made it onto our first ever Beauty Rich list. And don't miss our Formula One coverage, including Lewis Hamilton's debut race for Ferrari. Read The Times and Sunday Times for free this weekend at thetimes.com.
TalkSport News.
With your latest headlines at 12:30, I'm Matt Hutchinson. Fireworks are believed to have caused a major blaze at a nightclub in North Macedonia, killing 51 people. Around 100 others are injured following the fire early this morning. The Pope has warned he's facing a period of trial as he continues to be treated in hospital for double pneumonia. The Health Secretary has refused to rule out a U-turn on plans to cut some welfare benefits, but the Tories claim the reforms are too late. And a mission to rescue 2 US astronauts stranded in space for 9 months has successfully docked. Butch Wilmore and Sunai Williams had only planned to spend 8 days at the International Space Station.
Talk Sport with Bostik. If you're looking for a professional grade sealant that offers technologically advanced performance, choose Bostik Pro Sealants.
Eddie Howe says Newcastle have matured since their last League Cup final defeat 2 years ago, looking ahead to his side's latest Wembley showpiece this afternoon. And Steve Borthwick has backed Maro Itoje to captain the Lions this summer.
Previously on White and Jordan.
It is going to be enormous.
But what's it got to do with you? 100% engagement.
People who are stupid get told they were stupid.
Yeah, well, who wants to tolerate fools gladly?
Comments, conflict and confrontation.
I just think Chelsea are going to recalibrate their thinking.
Yeah, never buy teeth from a catalogue. There you go. Disagree to disagree.
It is what it is, isn't it?
It is what it is.
Jim White and Simon Jordan continues tomorrow morning from 10 on TalkSport.
Fashionable, fast and first for football. It's the warm-up.
Welcome to the warm-up on TalkSport. Adi Oladipo alongside Darren Ambrose. By the way, what a vantage point. We're seeing a lot of Liverpool fans
I know. They're all heading out, though. They don't look confident. They're heading out. Wembley's that way.
It is. So many games, as I said, up and down the country, including the big one in Scotland. It is the Old Firm derby as well. Celtic versus Rangers. We have team news now as well. David Tanner.
Well, Rangers are ahead in this one after just 4 minutes. Nico Raskan has just headed the ball past Kasper Schmeichel into the back of the net. It's been all Rangers in the first 4 minutes. Raskan had a shot pushed away by Schmeichel for a corner kick. From the corner, Tavernier threw it in from the left. Raskan headed it in from the near post. So a big shock for Celtic right at the beginning. It's Celtic 0, Rangers 1.
Yeah, a bit too late. Too little, too late for Rangers.
Yeah, too early this goal as well.
Yeah,
too early that goal.
It certainly is. All right, let's get the latest odds of today's action with William Hill.
In the Zone on TalkSport with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
All right, and let's welcome Lee Phelps to the show. Lee, happy to have you on as always. Let's start with the big one, Liverpool versus Newcastle. Give us a nice bet builder.
Yeah, really looking forward to this one. It should be an absolutely cracking game. Brilliant build-up as well, guys. Really been enjoying it. Look, I think Liverpool probably will get this done because they're obviously a better team. They've got a bit of a sign over Newcastle. I've got 4 90-minute bet builder picks. It's crucial you remember that. Mo Salah to score or assist. Szoboszlai at least one shot on target. Isak the same, and Joe Linton to be carded. Here are my reasons why. Salah's got 18 goal involvements in 16 games against Newcastle, including 4 goals and 7 assists in his last 6. Szoboszlai have been so impressive in this season, averaging 2 shots on target in the League Cup. Isak averages 1 a game in all competitions, and Joe Linton's been carded 11 times this season and was booked in the Cup final a couple of years ago. You get a 25% bet builder winnings boost. That takes it over 10-1 for the picks I've just outlined. You need 3-1 or bigger, 3 or more picks, and it's a £20 max stake to get involved in the bet builder winnings boost. And also you get impact sub as well. So if the player that you back goes off, like Casemiro did the other night for Manchester United, but the sub who came on was still booked, then you still get paid out on your bet. So all those players that I've just mentioned are involved in impact sub this afternoon. Cracking game. We've got loads of price boosts as well. If you're a Newcastle fan listening to this, you don't like my bet builder necessarily, you've got Alexander Isak to score, Newcastle to win, and both teams to score. That's been enhanced from 17-2 right out to 10-1. Van Dijk to score a header. That's been enhanced from 14-1 out to 15s. You've got Szoboszlai to score or assist. 5-2 the price of that price boost as well. So loads to get involved in, but I think it's a cracking game for a bet builder.
Yeah, it certainly is. And there's 3 Premier League games today, Lee. 2 London derbies, Arsenal, Chelsea, Fulham v Tottenham, and later on Leicester v Manchester United, which is live on TalkSport. You got an acca for those games?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Look, I think these games are set up for an acca because I think they're actually decent prices. In times gone by, you wouldn't have been getting Man United at the sort of price they are today. I'm actually going to go for Arsenal to win. I think they've just got the edge over Chelsea. Obviously, this game could end in anything, but I think Arsenal, they'll control the game better than Chelsea will. So Arsenal to win. I'm going Fulham to beat Tottenham. I mean, people might be shaking their heads or scratching their heads listening to this, but I just don't think you can rely on Tottenham. And I think Fulham have shown this season that they are a better side than Tottenham at home. I'm going to trust Fulham to get the job done, and I'm going for Man United to beat Leicester. Obviously, Leicester have had a torrid season, and I like Manchester United away from home more than I do at home. That one's been enhanced from 5-1 out to 11-2 as well. Just a quick update, by the way. I heard you do the score flash on the Rangers game. Rangers going 1-up. They're 13-8 to win that game still, but you can get Celtic at 7-5. You said maybe they've scored a little bit too early there. Celtic are now 7-5 to win that game, trailing by a goal. The draw live in play on the app with William Hill is 5-2, and the other derby, the Steel City derby, 0-0 at the moment, 13-10 for Wednesday to win that one, 2-1 the draw, and the away win for the Blades is 21-10. Can't wait to listen to all the build-up for the cup final, guys. Really looking forward to it.
Top man Lee, thank you very much. That was the latest odds with William Hill's top price guarantee against UK bookmakers listed on Odds Checker online only, based in English and Scottish Football League 90-minute match results, markets, excludes boost, terms and conditions apply, 18 plus, begambleaware.org. All right, let's introduce you to another member of our team. Anil Kandola is on Wembley Way somewhere with a Liverpool fan. Anil.
Addy, thank you very much. You joined me live on Wembley Way, and I think I've managed the impossible. I've not only found a Liverpool fan, I've found a Mancunian Liverpool fan, Chris. Before we get into the game and how you're feeling for that, how on earth are you from Manchester and you support Liverpool?
Bolton. It's very much
Bolton,
much a family thing. Dates back to my grandma, bless her. She instilled it in my uncle and my dad. He instilled it in me, and it's all I've ever known. So I can't go against your dad's team. So yeah. That's exactly how.
Okay, we'll let you off then in that case.
You,
it's family heritage,
absolutely,
isn't it?
Absolutely.
Right, so look, it's the big one. It's the Carabao Cup final. It's the first chance of silverware for any team, and Liverpool have been the best side in the country by probably a country mile. But how are you feeling for the game today? Because look, as we know, a cup final at Wembley, anything can happen. Liverpool, I think it's fair to say, are heavy favourites. But how do you feel about this one?
I'd say a mixture of excitement and nerves, to be honest. I think a cup final throws form out the window. We saw that in 2012 against Cardiff. Everyone had us heavy set favourites. It went to penalties. Chelsea, we went to extra time with the kids. Everyone had Chelsea as favourites, so we won it then. I mean, yeah, Newcastle, it's their first time in 70 years. You can't take that emotion away from it. You can't really dismiss that, but also we are a great side. We're doing really well. We won here last year with no Wembley, so hopefully take the emotion out of the game, treat it for what it is, and get a similar result to Anfield a few weeks before.
Yeah, for sure. And look, bear with me when I say this, but if Liverpool don't manage to win the Carabao Cup, of course it will be only, and I say only, the Premier League. Of course, a massive achievement nevertheless. But will there be a sense of not disappointment, but what could be potentially, considering how many trophies you were in the hat for?
Well, we're in the same hat as everyone else, and it seems to only be Liverpool that held to scrutiny for not winning the quadruple. I think if we were to win the league, you won't see me for a month. I'll be it'd be no one even predicted us to get top four, never mind the league. This would be a great way to start the celebrations, but yeah, take what happens today, hopefully win, but then full steam ahead for the league, hopefully.
Exactly that. So take us through what you think about the game today then. As we've already said, it will be a difficult one because it is a final, but who will be the star man for Liverpool today? Is it as obvious as we may think it is?
No, I think McAllister, Szoboszlai, Gravenberch. I think as much as everyone focuses on Salah, I think if those three are on it, they work better in unison as any one player can. I feel at the moment they're so important to our side. Yeah, obviously I think we'll have a moment in the game. But yeah, to be honest, I think I don't know, McAllister, Szoboszlai. I'm feeling something from one of them two today.
Well, there you go. So, and just a quick word before we get a score prediction from you. Arne Slot, incredible job he's done. No one would have ever thought he would be so successful already. No. Just put into words for us how amazing it has been for a manager to take over from Jurgen Klopp and to take it by storm.
Well, it's incredible. I don't think I felt sorry for whoever came after Klopp. To be honest, I wasn't even willing. I was excited to get behind him, but I thought, well, he's never going to live up to the expectations that Klopp had instilled in us. Unbelievable, no words, to be honest. I was honestly hoping for top four on a Wembley trip. So to be in the position we're in, it's incredible. You can see his imprint on the team, his philosophy. I love his level-headedness. I think it's fantastic.
Quick score prediction?
3-1 the Reds.
3-1 the Reds. There we go. Some confident Liverpool fans. But the question is, will it be the Geordie dream that comes alive, or will the Arne Slot machine pay the first big jackpot of the season? We're about to find out on TalkSport.
Come on, Anil. I mean, I've got Warren Barton and John Beresford here. I mean, what's
taking over the show?
I mean, I was like, come on, can you throw back to me, please? Gents, don't go anywhere. What we're going to do instead, we're going to have a little break, come back, then we got you for the full 15 minutes. And by the way, we're clearly underdressed for this, like with those two. I feel bad. Can someone get me a blazer during the break, please? We'll be back with both of these Newcastle legends when we come back.
In the Zone on TalkSport with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org. The warm-up on TalkSport with Travis Perkins. All your landscaping needs covered with Travis Perkins. From fence panels to decking or paving backs to topsoil.
What makes a good bet? At Virgin Bet, we think it's a simple bet, a responsible bet, a last-minute winner when you're down to 10 men kind of bet, with generous offers. A bet that puts sport first. Sound like your kind of bet? Then you're ready to get started. Sign up and get £20 in free bets when you bet £10 on sports. Virgin Bet, a good bet. New members. Min bet settled in first 14 days. Min odds 1.5. Free bets valid 7 days on sports. T's and C's and deposit exclusions apply. Bet responsibly. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
At At Morrison's, more card prices save you money on your shop. With Surf Powder 80 washes, regular price £10. More card price. £7. That's less than 9p per wash. And 1.25 litres of Diet Coke and Coke Zero, regular price £2. More card price. 90p. That's better than half price. Pay less with more card.
Morrison's to shop at Morrison's.
Majority of supermarkets online varies. Selected Morrison's daily stores. More card at required 16 plus. Serve 4 kilos.
Choice on point. Quality on point. Price on Motorpoint. Over 1,000 new cars every week. Fiat 500s, Qashqais, Ford Pumas, BMW 1 Series and more. Fully inspected cars with warranty. Find thousands of cars at motorpoints.co.uk. There's no car like a Motorpoint car. Test drive one at Motorpoint stores nationwide.
Welcome back to another massive game on TNT Sports. Here's Ali with the teams.
OK, thanks, Fletch. We've got Carlos Alcaraz. In front of him, Coco Gauff and Man Mountain, Nick Kyrgios. Naomi Osaka owns Jabeur, Novak Djokovic and Arina Sabalenka in a diamond. And the big lad, Jannik Sinner, up top. What a lineup.
TNT Sports just got bigger. With tennis, cycling, snooker, motorsport and more, new obsessions await.
Magnum Classic radio spot, take one. Matt, bite the Magnum Classic at my signal. Remember to emphasise the perfect cracking chocolate. And then wait for my signal.
Sorry, couldn't resist. Nothing cracks like Magnum. Magnum, true to pleasure.
Football is full of big moments.
Penalty!
The near misses.
Oh!
The last minute winners.
It's an absolute screamer!
Put yourself at the heart of the action with Betfred. Check out our huge range of football markets, daily offers and price boosts in shops and online. Love football? Betfred. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
Sunday afternoon.
The League Cup final.
Live on TalkSport.
Uninterrupted full match commentary of Liverpool's showdown with Newcastle.
A cracking volley off the crossbar and in.
Kick-off 4:30.
Sunday afternoon.
The League Cup final. Liverpool versus Newcastle. Live on TalkSport.
Welcome to the warm-up on TalkSport. We're at Box Park, Wembley, Way, as we build up to the big cup final. Newcastle versus... Is it Newcastle, Liverpool? Liverpool, Newcastle?
Newcastle, Liverpool.
Newcastle, Liverpool.
Yeah.
Now, look, you made sure to correct me on that one. Didn't you? There's been so much happening this week in the world of football, including Thomas Tuchel announcing his first England side. Ahead of Thomas Tuchel's first game as England manager, Adrian Durham has tracked his journey from being a youth coach in rural Bavaria to becoming a master tactician and a Free Lions boss in an exclusive TalkSport documentary. Make sure to join Adrian and a host of excellent guests in Tuchel's Revolution, which will air at 8 p.m. on Tuesday night right here on TalkSport. All right, let's get that out of the way. And let's get these boys into the show.
Newcastle
Warren Barton.
royalty.
All right.
Newcastle royalty.
All right, Warren Barton, John
man, thank you.
Dressed like royalty, both of them as well.
I'm trying to figure out how many people that pulled out for us to be on.
he did just say that to Steve Watson as well, so don't believe him. John, I'll start with yourself, John. What's the feeling as you walk up Wembley Way, as you look at what Newcastle have done this season under Eddie Howe? What's the feeling going into this big one?
We'll cruise it. I came down yesterday and I've been out with them. I think we've only supposedly got 30,000 tickets. I've seen 50,000 already here. Yeah. It is unbelievable. They caught up in the atmosphere of it. You can feel it walking up. You just hope that they turn up. A couple of years ago, we didn't perform and we let ourselves down a bit. But I think Eddie Howe will have a little sort of trick up his sleeve to thing. I think he'll tweak it a little bit, play a little bit different. We have to play on the front foot. We have to play with high tempo. We have to make it physical. Because if we let Liverpool dictate, we're in trouble. But I'm really, really confident. And it's usually me. I'm usually a little bit half empty. Not today.
Yeah. Warren, I mean, we've had Steve Harmison on. We've had Steve Watson on. John just said it there. A couple of years ago, I felt a little bit, it was a novelty. It's come probably ahead of schedule. Does it feel different this time?
Yeah, definitely. I remember when I played here in 98 against Arsenal, went on to win the double. It was like, you're pleased to be here. It's been so long, it's been like 30, 40 years in that time, and then obviously it's been 70 years since we've actually won it.
but it has a different feeling. So coming back again, and I think that will suit the players. You know, coming in, it's a bit of a routine. You know where you are, you know where you're going to be staying, and we've got obviously Big Dan Burns just got in the Thomas Tuchel's squad, so that's a big lift for everybody. And I agree with John. I think if we're aggressive enough, you know, Liverpool's fullbacks like to push forward. You leave Isaac one-on-one. I know Van Dijk is probably arguably one of the best centre-halves in the world at the moment, but he might give you a chance, you know, in his day. So we just keep our fingers crossed. But echoing what John said, I mean, the Newcastle fans have come down. They're mixing in with the Liverpool fans. There's a real good atmosphere. But going back to your question, there's a real belief. You know, I won't say a quiet confidence, because we know arguably Liverpool are the best team in the land at the moment, although PSG just showed how good they was in midweek. But off of beating West Ham away from home, and I agree with John, I think Trippier may go against Mo Salah and just say, do your job on him, and then Livramento maybe on that right-hand side, because I think it suits him naturally to go forward as a full-back. But we've got a chance. I think last time it was like, oh, it's great, it's here, it's exciting, let's go to London. Now they want to take it back, and, you know, it'll be a day off on Monday if they do win out in Newcastle.
A day off the whole month, I think is better. John, is your confidence a bit more buoyed by the fact that you saw Liverpool play 120 minutes against PSG?
No, it's because he went out last night.
He went out. He went out this morning. 120
I'm
minutes
on radio. They can't see me minces.
No, we can't.
Got sunglasses next time.
But no, honestly, 120 minutes against PSG. The legs looked a bit tired in the midfield. I don't think you can say the same about Newcastle versus West Ham. They looked a bit more free-flowing. Are you looking at this Liverpool side and starting to think the batteries might be running empty a little bit?
Yeah, because I went to Newcastle, Liverpool at Anfield in the league game, and Liverpool dominated. We didn't even put a glove on. Don't get me wrong, Isaac didn't play, which is sort of like limited his attacking issues. But then what happened was we got the result against West Ham. Great result away. You could see the camaraderie, the way they were celebrating with the fans after the game. It was right, okay, put that to bed now. Here we go, we build up. And what you've got as well is, like I did, I'm watching it intently, you know, against PSG, and I'm going to go to extra time. I don't like to wish injuries on any player, but I was thinking, please Salah get injured. Please Van Dijk get injured.
You're a bad man.
I know, it's horrible, but you know, you just think we're that desperate for it. Again, when it went to penalties, psychologically, they didn't get beat, but they did get beat. And they knocked out. And we've played in the Champions League, and it does put a lot more stress and strain on your mentality as well as physicality. They'll find it today. That's why we have to play as high a tempo as possible, and I think that's where we'll make the difference.
Talk to us about Eddie Howe's job at the football club. Steve Armisen again earlier said he's the best thing to happen to Newcastle since Sir Bobby Robson. When I played under Sir Bobby Robson, best thing to happen. Could be the first English manager, I believe, since 2008, Harry Redknapp, to win a major trophy in the country.
Did you check that stat earlier?
It's on my notepad. It's on there. Talk to us, how good has he been for the football club?
Well, Darren, you know, and Bez, you have to get the football club, and Kevin Keegan did it when I was there, and obviously Sir Bobby Robson when I was there as well with him. What really stood out for me the first day, he got in at 6:30 in the morning, got his team prepared, trained with him, and he was leaving at 11 o'clock at night, and he could have quite easily made out, and he was on his phone, and the fans being the fans, they're outside waiting for him, and he stopped the car at 11 o'clock at night, got out, signed some autographs, and to me, I'm living in California, a million miles away, and he gets it. He gets the football club. He knows how important the fans are. The fans are the football club, the heart of the city and everything else. So he gets it. I think he's done a wonderful job. I think tactically, he's excellent as well. He showed that against Arsenal when he changed it around. I agree with John earlier that he said he will have a little tweak, something up his sleeve. Not to complicate it too much, but he'll have something that he believes on. He's articulate, he comes across well. We're lucky to have him. But also, and we all know, he's lucky to play for the club at Newcastle, be the manager. We was like that for the 8 years I was there. He's a top-class person. He understands the club, and he's a very, very good coach as well.
John, from a Liverpool perspective, is it stop Mo Salah, stop Liverpool, or do you look at the likes of Luis Diaz, Cody Gakpo, Jota? Are there more threats than just what's coming down the right-hand side?
Absolutely. You know, you concentrate on one avenue and then they'll let you down another. For me, Eddie Howe will be different, and I think he will. I think he might play Trippier down the left, and I do, and I think he's wise, and he'll we call it dirty tricks, you know. It's one of them. As a fullback, there's many ways to stop a winger. You could say tackling, but you can say getting his ear, anything to just get him off.
Have a little niggle.
And I think Trippier's got it in his locker to actually go. I think he wants to go and say, I'll prove a point today. Yes, you've got to be concerned about Liverpool in there, but I think it's about us. I think sometimes, you know, you can worry too much, put too many things in a player's head. I like it when a manager goes, you know what, fancy us today. If you perform to me and you perform, we win this game. I want him to go out with so full of confidence And I think that you have to go that way. And I think that's why I think what shocked me with Liverpool was PSG went, no, we're not going to sit back, we're going at you. And you can then see that you get chances. I mean, in the first leg, they got million and one chances. Even in the second half, and as in, extra time was looming, they were getting stronger and stronger. And I'm thinking, I can see weaknesses here. I know Eddie Howe's watching that, and he's going to go, how can I capitalise on that kind of performance?
Yeah, talk to us about the morning, the day of a cup final. You've both been involved in one. What do you, when you wake up? I've been involved in big games, but never a cup final. Is it a different feeling?
It's nerves and everything, but you want that. You want to feel them butterflies. You want to feel as though, the excitement and build up to it. What you've got to do is not overcooking it, though, because, as I say, you get too excited and everything, and then it drains you. So it's just getting that balance. People sort of like, when you warm up, people like to do a different, you've got different routines. I mean, like now, it's 1,000,001 cones, isn't it? It's like an airfield now. I mean, we used to just run out, rub his legs, have a little couple of shots, and that was it. It is totally different now. But yeah, I think mentally, they're a lot more educated now. I think, for us, somebody, if somebody got a little bit nervous.
You speak for yourself. Some of us had half a brain.
Did you? No, what about that? I think that's why I didn't get worried too much.
I was lucky enough. I shared with Stuart Pearce, and I want to wish him all the best because I know he does a lot for the company and everything else. And I was a room partner with Stuart, and he'd been there, seen it, done it, like you said, in the cup final. First time I played at Wimbledon, and had the chance, obviously, to go and play for it. And what he just said, Wally, just calm down and enjoy the day. Try and be as normal as you can. And people like that are going to be important. That's why I think from being here 2 years ago, the experienced players to some of the ones that haven't been here, and how you're going, it's going to make sure that you're calm, you go forward, and like John said, really make us proud. Go out there and make us proud.
Who are the voices, final one, who are the voices on that pitch? Is it Trips? Is it Dan Burn? Who are the vocal leaders?
I don't think you're going to have too many. Yeah. And I think you're right with them type of players, and I think it comes from the goalkeeper as well. But you can't have too many vocal players. But I'm hoping it's Isaac up front. I think he's the leader. He's the main point of this. And like John said, you go for it. But that three in midfield, whoever wins that battle, and I think we've got a hell of a midfield as well. I think it took him about 7 or 8 games to work it out who's the holding, and now Bruno's a little bit further up the field, so it can hurt teams and that. So I think there'll be one on there. Whoever wins that three is going to win the game, and give Isaac half a chance and he'll put it away.
Gents, appreciate you stopping by. Thank you very much. Go and have a drink.
Give him a water.
We've got water. Can we get more water for Beresford, please?
I want to double up though. How's Sheffield United going on?
We're going to find out right now, actually. Let's go to that. Sheffield Wednesday versus United. Alan Biggs.
Yeah, it's Sheffield Wednesday 0, Sheffield United 0, although as I speak, the home team's having some defending to do from a Sheffield United corner, which they finally cleared. The Blades are edging their way back into this game after a torrid spell early on when it was all Sheffield Wednesday, very much playing direct, a long ball to Michael Smith, and often having 2 men up as well in Patterson, which is a rare tactic these days. It's very difficult to call. Michael Smith, though, has, with a header from close range, has provided the one serious save so far. It was a really good one, tipped over at close range by Michael Cooper. The header coming from a great cross from Ryo Hatsuse, the Japanese left back for Sheffield Wednesday. There's one flare up after a foul by Barry Bannon. Quite a number of players, both sides involved in that. There was a yellow card apiece to follow. Brereton Diaz of Sheffield United, Callum Patterson of Sheffield Wednesday. It's lively. It's one of the better derbies that I've seen in recent years, which isn't saying too much, but it is exciting, and it's live on TalkSport 2. Sheffield Wednesday 0, Sheffield United 0.
We like that, a lively derby, as they should be, as is this one up in Scotland. It is Celtic versus Rangers. When we left David Tanner, it was 1-0 Rangers. Any changes, David?
28 minutes gone, it's still Celtic 0, Rangers 1. Celtic 16 points in front in the league, but they are all over the place at home today. Nico Raskan's 4th minute goal still separates the two clubs, but Kasper Schmeichel's just put a pass back out to Vaclav Černý, who rounded Schmeichel, and somehow his hesitation allowed Mac Navrosky to clear off his line. Jack Butland's had a super save from Rio Hatate as well. Terrific Old Firm game, but Celtic are at 6s and 7s by their own high standards. Celtic 0, Rangers 1.
It's like musical chairs in here, by the way. We have no idea who's going to be on these two chairs. We're waiting for the guests. We've got Adam Rowe there, you've got Michael Chopra, a lot more Newcastle contingent, obviously, in here than Liverpool fans. Adam Rose wearing a red hat as well. More build up to the Carabao Cup final when we come back.
The warm-up on TalkSport with Travis Perkins. Join the club and get low trade prices. Find out more at travisperkins.co.uk or download the app.
Discover the world of TrustFord, the largest Ford dedicated dealer group. Explore our extensive range of hybrid and electric models. And don't miss out. Order a Ford Ranger double cab before the 6th of April to lock in lower van taxable benefit rates. Plus, with over 15,000 5-star reviews on Trustpilot, you'll see why we call ourselves TrustFord.
Visit TrustFord now.
Terms and conditions apply. Visit trustford.co.uk for more information.
At Morrison's, more card prices save you money on your shop. With Surf Powder 80 washes, regular price £10. More card price £7. That's less than 9p per wash. And 1.25 litres of Diet Coke and Coke Zero, regular price £2. More card price 90p. That's better than half price. Pay less with More Card.
More reasons to shop at Morrison's.
Majority of supermarkets online varies. Selected Morrison's daily stores. More Card at required 16 plus. Serve 4 kilos.
CEF. Ever wondered who we are? Well, we have over 400 branches across the UK and Ireland. We're online, in-app, and our CEF catalogue is your go-to for everything electrical. We have over 3,500 experts to help with any electrical queries, and we stock over 44,000 electrical products, from power tools and cables to renewables. So, if you didn't know who we are, you do now. CEF. Your electrical experts.
Total Football is about teamwork. It's built on trust, support, and responsibility. LiveScoreBet sees responsible gambling in the same way. So if you're under the cosh, it's time to slow the tempo down. We've got tips and advice on how to stay in total control of your betting. Visit the safer gambling section of livescorebet.com to learn more. LiveScoreBet. Total betting. Bet responsibly. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
It's almost Mother's Day, Moonpigs, so show off her favourite photos, videos, your handwritten messages. Yes, and stickers.
For the UK's most personalised Mother's Day card, nothing beats her.
Moonpig.com.
Use code MUM20 to get 20% off cards. To verify, see www.moonpig.com/personalised.
I'm Jane Mulkerrins, Associate Editor of The Times magazine. This weekend, you can read The Times and Sunday Times for free and discover the best of our journalism. We've got an interview with the iconic artist Grayson Perry, an exclusive extract about John and Paul's relationship before the Beatles. We reveal who made it onto our first ever Beauty Rich list. And don't miss our Formula One coverage, including Lewis Hamilton's debut race for Ferrari. Read The Times and Sunday Times for free this weekend at thetimes.com.
Talk Sport.
With your latest sport headlines at 1, I'm Matt Hutchinson. We're going to start with Arne Slot, who's hoping to win the first trophy available to him as Liverpool boss.
We're really looking forward to it, to playing a final again, because you cannot take a final for granted, especially not in this country with so many good teams involved in every cup competition.
Well, you can hear live coverage of his side's League Cup final against Newcastle right here on TalkSport. Elsewhere, Big Ange thinks managers are unfairly criticised by people thinking they know better, but never before matches.
Yeah, Mr. Hindsight is the guy who, when the outcome's there, he's got all the answers with the greatest of certainty that was so obvious, and he's never wrong. There is such a massive Mr. Hindsight. I mean, the Killer should do a song about him. I'd definitely buy it.
Cheer up, Ange, it can't get much worse. Spurs go to Fulham this afternoon with Arsenal hosting Chelsea and Man United playing at Leicester. Steve Borthwick has backed England to have a strong contingent on this summer's Lions tour down under.
I think the players have probably created some good headaches for Andy. The kind of headaches as a coach you want to have. Lots of players putting their hands up and showing a case of if they should be on that plane.
His side finished second in the Six Nations after winning 4 of their 5 matches. And Lando Norris says his McLaren team have learned their lessons from last season after he won the opening Grand Prix of the year in Melbourne.
Talk Sport News.
At least 59 people are now known to have died after a major fire at a nightclub in North Macedonia, and dozens of children have gathered outside a hospital in Rome hoping to catch a glimpse of Pope Francis. The 88-year-old says he's facing a period of trial as he's treated for double pneumonia.
TalkSport weather with QuickFit. Get up to 15% off Bridgestone Turanza All Season 6 tyres and claim your free Bridgestone all-weather robe. Visit your local centre or quickfit.com and book today. Conditions apply.
We're expecting the rest of this afternoon to be a mix of sunny spells and cloud across the UK, with the far south having the best of that sunshine. Northern and eastern areas may see the odd shower.
On DAB, on the TalkSport app, and now on your smart TV. TalkSport. Sunday's essential destination for incomparable big game comment and criticism. Sharp shooting, ball booting radio. From the touchline to the terraces. The warm-up on TalkSport.
Welcome to the warm-up on TalkSport. We are live from Box Park on Wembley Way, a stone's throw away from, well, I say a stone, it'll be Steve Backley throwing the stone, wouldn't it, to be fair to you?
That's some throw.
Adil Ladipo, Darren Ambrose. And yes, it has got louder in here because more Newcastle fans are in the building. Liverpool fans are making their way up Wembley Way as well. Fantastic atmosphere, it really is. All right, let's hear from EFL Chief Executive Rick Parry, who spoke to our Chief Football Correspondent Alex Crook about Liverpool and about Newcastle and this big first domestic trophy final.
Thanks, Addy. Delighted to say I'm pitch side with the EFL Chief Executive Rick Parry. Rick, ahead of your big showpiece occasion this season, two juggernauts of a football club. It's going to be quite some afternoon.
It's going to be massive. Ask any of the 88,000 fans walking down Wembley Way whether the Carabao Cup matters, and I think you'll get a very simple answer. Newcastle seem to have been here all week. Covent Garden's been full of them, so it couldn't be bigger, couldn't be more exciting. So it's going to be a fabulous day for the Carabao Cup.
There's a lot of supporters now who actually see the EFL Cup maybe even more significant a tournament than the FA Cup. That's a mark of how far it's come in the last few years.
It offers that early season trophy. It's not cluttered. It's a midweek competition. It doesn't interfere with weekend fixtures. And that you look at the way that the big teams treat it. They like to win it. It's always been big teams in the final, and this season is no exception.
We're at the National Stadium. The sun is sort of shining, but it's a fantastic day for a cup final. There's been a lot of talk this week about a possible Wembley of the North being built at Old Trafford. Do you envisage a situation whereby cup finals involving northern teams could be played away from Wembley in the future if that ground gets built?
Well, it's always nice to have an alternative, and very exciting for the North. So exciting news, positive news, and again from the EFL's point of view, the more that our biggest clubs grow and thrive, the stronger the game will be. So we always look on with interest, but that's a few years away yet. But as I said, having alternatives is never a bad thing.
Thanks for joining us on TalkSport. Enjoy the day.
Wait, what did I hear there? Cup finals at Old Trafford or the New Trafford? Absolutely not.
No chance.
Banish the idea
Never
immediately.
Imagine Liverpool there every year.
At New Trafford. Wouldn't have it, would he? Comedian Adam Rose with us, Liverpool fan Jermaine Pennant's with us as well. Let's look ahead to some of this afternoon's Premier League action with Sky Sports.
Stay ahead of the game on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream Sky Sports Big Weekend, including Leicester versus Manchester United live today. Available with no contract on Now. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
All right, let's quickly go back to the Old Firm derby. A goal there. Has it gone Celtic's way? Has it gone Rangers' way again? David Tanner.
Celtic 0, Rangers 2, 38 minutes gone. I told you Celtic were at 6s and 7s. I was absolutely right. It's Mohamed Diomande who scores a cracking goal. James Tavernier chipped it into the box from the right, headed on by Nico Raskan, who scored the first goal. And there was Diomande 8 yards out to put the ball between Schmeichel and the post. Incredibly, it's Celtic 0, Rangers 2.
Very quickly, there is a big game, obviously, in the Premier League as well. It's almost like everyone's forgot there's Premier League action today. Arsenal versus Chelsea, former Arsenal
man. Is it
a
big game, though?
Is it a big... Well, it's a must-win game for Arsenal.
Get within 12 points.
Yeah.
It's not that big,
game
is it?
in hand, 9 points. You know,
it's bigger for Chelsea.
They'll try and take the small points from it.
Yeah.
He's doing my digs for me here, by the way.
No. He's been waiting for you to come, Adam. He's waiting for you to come. Any chance your other former club can close the gap?
Yeah, they can close the gap, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Yeah.
They can close the gap to 12 to 9. Either way, Liverpool are still going to go on and win the league. I think they'll beat Chelsea today, so that will take it down to 12. But with 9 games to go, claw that back. Liverpool are going to have to go on a losing streak of 5 games, and they've only lost 1 all season. So I can't see that happening, in the last 5 games. So and I think the last 7 or 6 of the games are at home as well. So yeah, unfortunately, a little bit too late.
That's the funny thing, isn't it? The narrative is that if Arsenal had a striker, they would maybe win the league. And I'm like, well, Liverpool have only lost 1 game all season. So you can have a striker, but if Liverpool don't lose, you're not going to win.
I think it had got closer. Ade asked me earlier, Jam, that if they had a striker, would they win? And I said, well, no, they got closer. I still think Liverpool have won the title this season. I mean, we're talking like they have, but they have. We can just say they have. It's over. But do you think it's solely down to the lack of forwards at Arsenal?
I think it does play a part, of course. If you have not got a main target man who can put, 15, 20 goals a season, you're relying on, like you said, your wide men, your Sakas, your Martinellis, and Havertz has not been that guy throughout his tenure in the Premier League to score a bundle of goals. So they are struggling on that front. Yes, they create a lot of goals, and yes, they've got multiple players who always chip in. But when that's not happening, you need someone who you can rely on and a striking force. And when you see the chances sometimes they get, they may score 3s and 4s, but when the game's difficult and you get that one chance that you need to put away, you haven't got someone to do that.
Yeah, they haven't. A quick word on Chelsea, Enzo Maresca. Look, I feel like Chelsea fans are looking at this 2 ways. There was a time when if they won against Everton, I remember this, they could have gone above Liverpool. Now they're 4th, but surely at the start of the season the aim would have been to make Champions League football, and they're going to do that.
Yeah, I think that's a successful season. I do think they've fallen off a cliff, to be honest, because I was saying they could be title challengers if
what's wrong with you?
About 6 weeks ago when they were flying high. But look, when Enzo Maresca left Leicester, there was no Leicester supporters crying over it. They were saying, well, the football's poor. Yes, they won the championship, but they wasn't setting the championship alight in terms of the style of play. And it seems that when Cole Palmer's been off form, Chelsea are off form, and the support ain't liking that anymore.
Yeah. All right, let's bring in Adam Rowe, who I absolutely adore.
Brilliant.
And he's come in with a red hat into Newcastle territory as well.
Amazing.
You just got to applaud him for it. Got to applaud him.
I was told I wasn't allowed any official Liverpool stuff on, so I've worn my mate's shirt, like a Le Rouge. My mate runs a Le Rouge. He runs he does merch for the cup finals and stuff, but it's never official. And I've got my red Yankees cap on because I'm like, hey, this isn't a Liverpool hat, is it?
And by the way, he tried to bring a scarf in and they stopped that at the door as well, didn't they?
I'm with my missus. She's never obviously been down to cup final. My mate dropped out yesterday. She was down here with me, so I was like, right, you ended up with a Wembley ticket. And on the way in, obviously it's a big day for her. She might as well be a Newcastle fan. And on the way in, I was like, do you want a scarf? And I got her a scarf, and the fella on the door was like, you can't come in with that, it's going to kick off. I was like, who's going to kick off against the 5'2" girl? Just got a red scarf around her.
Probably another 5'2" girl.
Probably. You never know. Look, as a Liverpool supporter, how are you nervous about today? Are you confident?
Do you know what, Jay? I'm really confident, and that could always come back to bite us. I think Liverpool's biggest enemy this season really has been complacency. And we were talking about the Premier League there, and whether Arsenal, if they had the right players and whatever. I think what people, what you really need to focus on with Arsenal is they play with 2 wide strikers really. When their squad's fully fit, their centre forward is there to play almost a Firmino role from our front 3. They're not there to score goals. They're there to allow the 2 wide players to do that for them. And when Arsenal had their full squad last year and the year before, at this stage of the season, they were on 60-odd points. Liverpool are on 70 already. Arsenal's system, if you bring a striker in, it's a completely different way to play. Liverpool have been brilliant all year. I was at the PSG game on Tuesday night, obviously gutting to go out, but walking away from that, I wasn't devastated like I normally would be, because I think the way most Liverpool fans feel at the minute is we're going to win the league. We're going to win the league, and it's going to be the first time in my lifetime. I'm 33. It's going to be the first time in my lifetime that we've been allowed to celebrate that and enjoy it. So today, don't get me wrong, I want us to grab the Carabao Cup, throw it in the cupboard with the rest of the stuff we've got. But if we do lose today, I'll walk away from this going, do you know what, let's go and have a pint, let Newcastle have the day, and let's go and win the Football League again. Like, as far as I'm concerned, we've got that. Yeah, we'd love to add another European Cup. We'd love to add the Carabao Cup today. If you'd offered Liverpool at the start of this year a saunter to the league title from March onwards.
Yeah, it's true.
On Slot, and you mentioned the PSG game, and I think the only critique some might label at Slot is that it's the same 14-15 players all season. And 120 minutes against PSG, did you see sort of tired legs, especially in that sort of engine room of the midfield?
A little bit. I also think, I'd love to see PSG go and win it now, because watching them, they were such a great team. Their midfield three, the technical ability of them is as good as anything I've ever seen at Anfield. And I'm talking when Barcelona and Real Madrid have come to play at Anfield, those midfield three for PSG, Vitinha, you could chop any limb off me to get him at Liverpool. I think he's absolutely brilliant. I understand the criticism there, because he has used like a very short squad.
Yeah.
But what people have got to remember with that is these aren't his players. He's come in and being told, hey, don't sign anyone this summer, have a look at them for a year and see and he's had a look and gone, I don't mind these 13 lads. Like, he doesn't fancy Nunes really. I think Chiesa was sort of thrown at him, and he's like, all right, well, he can.
Harvey's had to kind of win his heart, hasn't he? Because he didn't
he's
really
the one that breaks my heart, because I love Harvey Elliott.
Yeah.
I think he's brilliant. I hope he never leaves. I hope, but also I imagine he's got the ambition to want to go and be somewhere where he's going to play 38 Premier League games a year, or But for me, I want to see him at the club. He's a Liverpool fan. People think because he talks with a southern accent, he's not like. But he's as much a Liverpool fan as Curtis Jones and Trent is, and people don't realise that. He's a die-hard Red, and he wants to be in that team. And not that that's the be-all and end-all, but it does matter. And you want people like that, especially on crunch games where it's like today. If this is 0-0 on 70 minutes, get him on, because you're going to want him to you want a fan on the pitch, and Trent's not playing. So
very quickly, Jermaine. No Conor Bradley, no Trent Alexander-Arnold. Looks like Jarrell Quansah is going to be put at right back. How much of a blow is that for Liverpool?
Of course, it's a massive blow. Losing Trent, you know what he gives you, and to not have that creativity behind Mo is a big blow. And then on the defensive frailties of Conor Bradley, how good he is at defending the game, that's going to be another blow. But I think Jarrell could do a good job there. Sometimes when you're playing in the centre, there's a lot of weight weighing on your shoulders, to manage and deal with the strikers. Where on the right back situation, he's got Konate sometimes coming across to cover as well, so he's got a lot more help there. But he came on against PSG. I thought he did well when he came on. He was also getting forward as well. So I think, in a nutshell, yes, it's a blow, but having him there, giving us a bit more defensive, because like the wingers of Barnes is good, it might help Liverpool in this game.
This would be in front of Isak and Mo Salah. Whoever turns up is going to win the game. But is that a little bit unfair? Cody Gakpo, 9-11 League Cup since he's arrived, 5 this season, most since Robbie Fowler. I mean, is he an unsung hero in this competition?
Oh, I absolutely adore him. I think him and Salah, if he signs a contract, are the only two players in Liverpool's forward line that you will guarantee will still be at the club next year. And with the question marks over Salah, you could say he's the only one. I think he's brilliant. I think he's been sort of reborn under Slot, because I think Klopp, as much as we love him, and you don't want to ever blaspheme Jurgen Klopp, but I think he was misusing him, and I think Slot's got the best out of him. I absolutely love him. And like you say, with Salah and Isak, it is one of them, but I'd back Van Dijk and Konate, assuming Konate's fit enough to start, to look after Isak. And if they don't, that means they've had an off day, because they're the best centre-back pairing in Europe for me. Salah, I don't know whether Newcastle, if Salah's on it, I don't think anyone's got the players to contain Mo Salah, whereas I think Liverpool have.
They've just heard you talk.
It's weird being here, because I walked in and I was like, I didn't realise it was a Newcastle bit, and I'm kind of happy for them. You know what I mean? It's nice to see people who haven't got a lot have a nice day. You know what I mean? We'll be back next year.
I do want to say one thing on the
quickly, Jermaine, quickly. Go on.
That we're talking about Trent and Connor, but I think Lewis Hall is no one's not really talking about that, but Lewis Hall is a huge risk, because I thought when he played at Anfield against Salah, he kind of kept him under wraps a little bit until towards the end of the game when he got tired. So not having him now, Matip, Trippier there, who's not got the legs to be able to keep up with Mo.
Yeah,
so
agreed.
It's going to be a tough one.
I like it. Finally, we've got Liverpool voices on. It was all Newcastle for the first hour and a half of the show. Jermaine Pennant, Adam Rowe, thank you very much. All right, that was a look at this afternoon's Premier League action with Sky Sports. Don't forget you can stream the biggest Premier League games available with no contract at Now, like Arsenal versus Chelsea and obviously the Carabao Cup final live today. Just search Now Sports.
Stay ahead of the game on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream Sky Sports Big Weekend, including Leicester versus Manchester United live today. Available with no contract on Now. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
All right, this is the warm-up on TalkSport with Travis Perkins. Find everything you need for your landscaping project in stock and available for delivery. Terms and conditions apply. Stick with us.
The warm-up on TalkSport with Travis Perkins. Join the club and get low trade prices. Find out more at travisperkins.co.uk or download the app.
Welcome back to another spectacular match day, but what's this? Looks like the fans are playing Coral's free reward shaker. The half and half scarfers shaking decisively for once. They bagged a super boost. Next to them, the Prawn Sandwich Brigade. Oh, they've shaken up a free bet after that free lunch. Play Coral's free reward shaker to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers this season. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK max one reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Gambleaware.org.
I'm Jane Mulkerrins, Associate Editor of The Times magazine. This weekend, you can read The Times and Sunday Times for free and discover the best of our journalism. We've got an interview with the iconic artist Grayson Perry, an exclusive extract about John and Paul's relationship before the Beatles. We reveal who made it onto our first ever Beauty Rich list. And don't miss our Formula One coverage, including Lewis Hamilton's debut race for Ferrari. Read The Times and Sunday Times for free this weekend at thetimes.com.
Rewards Week is now on at Arnold Clark. From BMW to MG, Seat to Citroën, and Vauxhall to Volvo, we've discounted more than 30 deals by up to £1,000. Plus, buy a car from the 10th to the 17th of March and get a reward. Choose from a night away for two, a Road Angel dashcam, or a £50 Love to Shop e-gift card. See arnoldclark.com.
Since time began, humans have one greatness. The Romans built empires. As for Andy,
I've won a holiday.
knights conquered dragons. As for Lucy,
I won a TV.
greatness happens when you have a go. At GoGoVox.com, register and enter today's free draw to win amazing prizes. GoGoVox.com.
Click, play, hooray!
That's GoGoVox.com. 18 plus. Conditions apply.
Contestant number 2, get your buzzer at the ready. Tell me, when does a Greg's lunch deal hit just right?
I often spice up my break with southern fried chicken goujons, and I love to add wedges as a pick-me-up.
Nailed it! Whatever you get up to, enjoy goujons, wedges and any drink from just £5. Greg's, bag some joy! Prices may vary, see and shop for details, subject to availability.
At Vodafone, get the amazing Google Pixel 9 Pro XL and save a huge £864. Plus, with Gemini, your AI assistant, you can go live, get hands-free help and talk things out. Go online or in-store today. Hurry, enter 18th of March. Vodafone.
Save £576 on 5GB airtime over 36 months and £288 on phone. Phone cost £806. Eligibility, credit checks and terms apply. Finance Vodafone.
Football. It has its ups and downs. There's the players who kiss the badge and kiss the club goodbye, right after you've splashed out £100 to get their name on your kit. And the A-list striker who always sticks it in row Z. The good news is the Ladbrokes ACCA gives you auto insurance, free bets back and big odds boosts. So whatever else lets you down, it won't be your ACCA. It's a gaffer of an ACCA from Ladbrokes.
18 plus, online and mobile. Minimum odds apply. Maximum 1 to 3 £10 free bets per customer per day. Up to £50 of boosted odds. Restrictions and T&Cs apply. BeGambleAware.org. Take time to think.
TalkSport Drive.
Tomorrow afternoon from 4.
Next up, Soccer City.
Sports stacked commuter communication.
Hot wheelings across the nation.
In a fast lane of its own. Quad-wheeled dialogue delivered at the speed of sport.
Here we come! Tomorrow afternoon from 4.
TalkSport Drive.
Good afternoon, it's the warm-up on TalkSport. We're on Box Park, Wembley Way, as we build up to the big one, Newcastle versus Liverpool. It is half-time, though, and it's still City derby. Remember, Sheffield Wednesday versus Sheffield United. Alan Biggs,
Yeah, it's Sheffield Wednesday 0, Sheffield United 0. It's highly charged, as you'd expect. There's plenty of intent, particularly from the home team at the start, but few sightings of goal. Michael Smith with a header early on for Wednesday, brilliantly saved by Michael Cooper in the Sheffield United goal. And the closest blades have come. Harrison Burrows shooting across the face of the goal, just wide of the far post, and it just simply lacked a finishing touch from Tyrese Campbell closing in. At half-time, Sheffield Wednesday 0, Sheffield United 0.
And it's also half-time in the Old Firm derby as well. The last time we left David Town, it was 2-0 to Rangers. David.
And at half-time, it's Celtic 0, Rangers 2. Celtic without their captain Callum McGregor in an Old Firm game for the first time in 9 years have looked leaderless, and they've been bettered by a Rangers side who had a gruelling extra time and penalty shift on Thursday in Europe. Rangers took the lead in just 4 minutes when Nico Raskan, the Belgian, named in the Belgian squad in the week, headed home from a corner. The second goal came after a number of Rangers chances, Mohamed Diamandi passing the ball into the net from 10 yards on 37 minutes. Celtic came to life in the final few minutes of the first half. Rangers defender Dujon Sterling cleared a Dijsselmeyer header off the line with an overhead kick, and from the corner, Mike Narovski's header was superbly saved by Jack Butland. Rangers have not won at Parkhead since 2020. They're 45 minutes away from breaking that record. It's Celtic 0, Rangers 2 at the interval.
All right, a couple of big games in the Premier League as well. We'll start with Arsenal versus Chelsea. Alfie Reynolds watching for TalkSport. Alfie, look, I've said must-win game. I think the lads, and I agree with them, the league's over, but it is a must-win game, isn't it? Especially when you think of Real Madrid on the horizon. You want that momentum.
Yeah, definitely, Addy, and I don't think Arsenal will necessarily admit it, but I think these next couple of games are, or is, about getting them in shape for that match against Real Madrid. The league title is gone. Forest are breathing down their necks in terms of the table. A win for Arsenal today and they go 4 points above Forest, and likewise for Chelsea, who currently occupy 4th spot. A win for them takes them 4 points above Man City. Admittedly, top 5 this season looks like it will get them Champions League football. So, big game for both clubs, and as you say, absolutely for Arsenal with the Champions League on the horizon, absolutely massive to try and maintain some sort of form.
But what's the feeling around the Emirates? Obviously, the Arsenal fans disappointed more, I think, towards the owners than the manager for not backing him in the January transfer window. What's the noise around the club?
Yeah, it's kind of been steady. I mean, naturally, when you've got an earlier kick-off on a Sunday, the pubs aren't busy quite as early because they're shut, and you don't quite have the same ferocity and atmosphere that you do for maybe a 3 o'clock kick-off or a 4:30 kick-off on a Sunday. I also think there's sometimes a different feel when it's a League Cup final on the same day as well. I remember doing a game a few years ago, and you really felt like the Premier League fixtures that day were a bit of a warm-up act, really, for the League Cup final. Let's hope this isn't that. I mean, Arsenal-Chelsea on paper doesn't need any extra billing. We'll see how it develops, but it hasn't been I don't know, it hasn't been an absolutely jumping Emirates, put it that way, Addy.
Number 6,
Jermaine, again, look, it was looking to be a good season for Arsenal. It did tail off, obviously. Look, when you lose your best player in Saka, you lose Martinelli, Havertz, Jesus, it's always going to be difficult. Anyone in the league, I don't care who you are, you move your top 4 strikers from your team, you're going to struggle.
Yeah, of course. You know, you look at the like I said, the top 4 teams. If they lost any of their key players, we've seen it with Liverpool when they lost Van Dijk, how much of their season slipped. So if you say you put Mo Salah out of Liverpool, you take Gakpo, you take Diaz out, they will struggle to find the goals.
Simple.
They're the guys who score the goals. So any team that loses their main star players will find it hard some way in shape or form.
It's simple unless you're Spurs. Because when Spurs lose it, it's like, get on with it. Everyone has injuries.
All right. We've heard that all season. Talking of Spurs, obviously big game for them. They take on Fulham. Jake Robson is watching that one. Jake, look, I think Marcus Silva's done a fantastic job this season. Probably needs a bit more praise. Not so for the big man, Big Ange. Just not been the best of seasons for him.
Absolutely not. Well, for Fulham, you'd say they're really at the business end of the season. They need points to keep them in the European mix. 3 here today sends them 8 ahead of Aston Villa on goal difference, and that could very well be a Europa Conference spot for next season. So that gives you an idea of the season that they're having. As you said, for Tottenham, their business really in the Europa League. Many feel that their Premier League season is over. 13th. 5 points from 12th place Crystal Palace, more or less says it all. There's also 7 changes by Ange today from Thursday's win against Alkmaar. More or less makes that thought of the Premier League being over case closed. Just to give you an update on the team, it's only Vicario, Romero, Spence and Solanke that remain from that game against Alkmaar. It's 1 change for Fulham. Willian starts in place of Issa Diop.
You know, I asked you, I said, if Arsenal had their forward line, how close would they be to Liverpool? And I think we can all agree they'll be close. Whether or not they'd be winning is another question, but they'll be close. Spurs.
Yeah.
If you chuck in all those players that have been injured, big players as well. I mean, Van der Ven's the key one, but there's been big players, big injuries all season. Where would Spurs be if they had everyone fit?
Top 6. Top 6, I think. If everyone's fit. Look, the argument when you talk about the injuries is we didn't have injuries against Ipswich or Palace. Yeah, but those results happen during a season, but then it coincided with the injuries that Spurs had that ended up on a ridiculous poor run of form. But as Jam said earlier, that when you take your best players out the squad, it's going to affect you. But it's not 2, 3 or 4. This has been 10 or 11 for 3 months. Yeah, there's an argument of
just want to go to Arsenal though. We're talking about the injuries. After 13 games, Arsenal had a fully strength team, and they were 9 points behind Liverpool after 13 games with a fully strength team. So that's a big gap to a team that's on Liverpool's kind of form and the way they play. So say that, and they're only, if they win this game now, they'll be 12. So we can't really use the excuse of injuries, because they got themselves in the start of the season fully fresh and didn't capitalise on a fully strength team and wasn't closing the gap early doors.
Yeah. So far we've had Newcastle, Liverpool. We're going to make things up. It's going to get spicy. Put the boxing gloves on, because Michael Chopra's going to join us. So we're going to have a bit of Liverpool and Newcastle when we come back. Stick with us.
The warm-up on TalkSport with Travis Perkins. Join the club and get low trade prices. Find out more at travisperkins.co.uk or download the app.
Football is full of big moments.
Penalty!
The near misses.
Oh!
The last-minute winners.
It's an absolute screamer!
Put yourself at the heart of the action with Betfred. Check out our huge range of football markets, daily offers and price boosts in shops and online. Love football? Betfred. 18+ gambleaware.org.
At AJ Bell, we've made setting up your ISA easy. So easy, a baby could do it. Though babies can't invest. They certainly wouldn't have any use for our low-cost investment platform, or the coordination to use it, even though it's really, really easy. They also don't listen to radio ads. Unlike you clever sausage. Now, set yourself up with an ISA as a reward. You can even set one up for your baby. Open one in under 15 minutes and start investing today. AJ Bell. Feel good investing. The value of your investments can go down as well as up.
I'm Jane Mulkerrins, Associate Editor of The Times magazine. This weekend, you can read The Times and Sunday Times for free and discover the best of our journalism. We've got an interview with the iconic artist Grayson Perry, an exclusive extract about John and Paul's relationship before the Beatles. We reveal who made it onto our first ever Beauty Rich list. And don't miss our Formula One coverage, including Lewis Hamilton's debut race for Ferrari. Read The Times and Sunday Times for free this weekend at thetimes.com.
Gather round, Moonpigs, and let's get ready for Mother's Day. So show off her favourite photos, your handwritten messages, and those beautiful designs just for Mum. Huh? Yes, and the fun stickers too. Tulips. Janet's going to love those. Bless you. For the UK's most personalised Mother's Day card, nothing beats a Moonpig.com. Use code MUM20 to get 20% off cards. To verify, see www.moonpig.com/personalised.
With a Travis Perkins trade account, you open the door to big trade deals every single month. This month, we've gone big on landscaping. Right through March, get a 6x5 super lap fence panel for just £28, or a 6x6 panel for only £30. Join the club and get this and other big landscaping trade deals this March with your trade account. Travis Perkins, doing what matters for the trade. All prices exclude VAT at 20%.
Whether you're screaming from the stands or the sofa, Virgin Bet has even more for you to shout about this season, because we're giving you a totally free bet builder on a selected football match every week this season. So get ready to make some noise. Join us and claim your Bet Builder free bet every week. Virgin Bet, a good bet. Use Bet Builder free bet on selected match by kickoff. Min odds evens. Max 1 free bet £1 to £20. Except via pop-up. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Bet responsibly. Gambleaware.org.
The League Cup final, Liverpool versus Newcastle, live on TalkSport.
In space, over the goalkeeper and in!
This afternoon from 3, two giants of English football clash. Hear all the in-stadium build-up ahead of uninterrupted full-match commentary of Liverpool's showdown with Newcastle in the League Cup final, live from Wembley.
They are back in front!
Followed by fierce fan reaction on the final word phone-in after the final whistle. The League Cup final live, Liverpool versus Newcastle, this afternoon from 3 on TalkSport. High octane after-burning football. Blimey, it's the warm-up.
You know, not to be a fancy pantsy or anything anymore, but being here, right on Wembley Way, you don't smell the burger vans like you used to.
Every now and then.
Every now and again, it kind of gets you, doesn't it?
Then you get hungry.
Hint again to our runner. If he could get a burger for me, I'll be very, very happy. Jermaine Bennett joins Michael Chopra, who's been here for ages, by the way.
He has.
Darren Ambrose, like, when are we going to get Chops on?
Get Chops on.
We've got him on now. Michael, how are you feeling?
Do you know what? I'm feeling confident. You speak to a lot of fans, and everyone's feeling really positive going into the game. I think, obviously, 2 years ago we won the Carabao Cup final against United. We were well ahead of schedule then. And I think now we're in a place where Newcastle should be. I think everyone's, even the team, the way they're playing now, I think they come off of the back of a good result at West Ham and kept a clean sheet. And I just think with the best striker in the Premier League now, you just never know what can happen.
Is the confidence also because of how Liverpool performed against PSG? Look, PSG looked fantastic, but Liverpool did, and I said it to Beresford when he was here, Liverpool looked a little leggy.
Well, I think it helps, do you know what I mean? Obviously, as a fan now, you're hoping the game goes to extra time, and it went to extra time, and then obviously unlucky for Liverpool, Trent got injured, but it's a good time for Newcastle.
You talk about Alexander Isak being the best in the Premier League, well, probably one of the best in world football as a number 9 striker, former striker yourself. What makes him so good at what he does?
Do you know what I like about Isak? And the way football's played now, everything's played in front of the back 4, the back 5. Isak likes to get in behind, and not many defenders like to turn and run towards their own goal. And I think that's what you see with Isak. He can come short, he can go in behind, and I think, look, Isak against Van Dijk's going to be the major standout tonight.
How good is he, Jermaine? You're a forward as well. How good, when you're watching an Alexander Isak, obviously look, the comparison is to Haaland, two different type of strikers, but that's the duel, isn't it? Who is the best number 9 in the Premier League? Is it Isak for you, or is it Haaland?
For me, it's Isak. I think it gives you, as an overall player, is better. You can see Isak, hold the ball up and then skip past a few players, create his own goals.
Deceptively quick, isn't he?
Oh, he's very
quick, but
he's very quick. And his skillfulness. Where you see Haaland, you don't really see him create his own goals. It's all of it, in the box, the poachers, balls pulled back, he's running onto it. But with Isak, you see him create a goal out of nowhere, and you see him skip past players better. So for me, I would go Isak, and there's rumours Liverpool are in for him. Fantastic.
I was waiting for someone to say
have some of that, Chops. You're going to lose your star, man.
It's an audition today, isn't it?
Honestly, with Isak, what I love about him, I watched him at Portman Road, and unless you're watching him live and you're watching him on the TV, you don't see the movement, the bravery, the availability. Every time anyone had the ball, he was available. And when you talk about a forward, you don't normally have that. They're either going in behind or they're coming short. He was doing both. He lost the ball a couple of times, but he never hid, never shirked responsibility. And we spoke earlier, Warren Barton, John Beresford, and they said, we asked who's the voices out there, and they want it to be Alexander Isak. And I think he can be the voice, because he is. Do you think he knows he's the very best player?
I think so. That's what's good about it now. He knows he's the main man. He knows he's at the top of his game now. And the link-up play between Isak and Bruno, obviously trips up. If he plays right back, he'll play the ball into Bruno, and Bruno will whip it around the corner. And then the link-up between Isak and Bruno, it makes a massive difference. Yeah. But I think it's going to be an exciting game. Do you know what I mean? And obviously it'll all come down. I think it comes down to how well Isak does on the day.
Yep.
Hold your horses, gents. I think there's been another goal in the game, the Old Firm derby between Celtic and Rangers. Surely Celtic have got one back. David Tanner.
Celtic 1, Rangers 2, 48 minutes gone, and Dyson Maeda gets Celtic back in this game. It was a Jota cross from the right, and at the back post, Dyson Maeda was above Dujon Sterling to head the ball past Jack Butland, who scored, and Maeda scores in his 5th consecutive game. Celtic back in it, Celtic 1, Rangers 2.
Jermaine, I want to focus on Liverpool and that midfield. A lot of people have spoken about Newcastle's midfield, and rightly so. Tonali, Bruno Guimaraes and Joe Linton's. It's a fierce midfield. I think Liverpool's quite different, but also very good. I mean, I think Szoboszlai's been fantastic since he's come in. McAllister's the unsung hero, and Gravenberch is pushing Salah to be player of the season. Is that where the battle is, midfield versus midfield, do you think?
I think that's one of the key battles. Yes, for sure. We've seen throughout the season how dominant Liverpool have been in that midfield area. You've got Szoboszlai, who just runs all day long.
Him versus Joe Linton's going to be incredible, that little battle, isn't it?
Yeah, like I said, he's got an engine on him, and he's found his forward now in front of goal as well, chipping in. And McAllister, I think when he gets on the ball, like you said, unsung hero, he makes it tick. He keeps it running. He finds them little passes in the key areas, finds the pockets, and it makes the Liverpool break out on the counter attack. And I think Gravenberch, who would have thought at one stage he was probably looking to one of the men you leave on the bench, but now he's probably first on the team sheet in that number 6 role. I think he's the best at the moment in the league at receiving the ball back to goal as a number 6, and that is vital. When you've got a player who can receive the ball back to goal and in an instant turn it into an attack, it's formidable. That's why you see PSG was so adamant to make sure that Gravenberch could not get the ball from Alisson, from Van Dijk, to stop that, the way Liverpool play and that attack.
I mean, just listen to this atmosphere, by the way. It's tremendous.
All right.
But look, we spoke about the Liverpool end's going to be exactly the same, but we're not really part of that at the moment. We're in the Geordie end.
Two very similar fan bases.
Of course, the atmosphere is going to be incredible. Chops, you've lived every local boy's dream, every Geordie's dream. You played for the football club. You're now a fan of the football club. You came down yesterday. Talk to us about the atmosphere at Covent Garden and today.
Yeah, it was unbelievable, the atmosphere. Obviously, I flew into Heathrow, and getting off the plane into the airport, you could see all the Geordies building up to the game. They obviously flew down from Newcastle, and then I got to Covent Garden at about 1 o'clock yesterday, and it was rammed. It was jam packed.
The question is, what time did you get home?
He's not home yet. He's not got home yet.
That's what's great about Newcastle is they'll come down for the game in the numbers. There'll be 10,000 fans that haven't got a ticket, but they'll support the team, and that's what's great. Look, Newcastle are not a team well renowned for playing in loads of cup finals, so when we do get in one, we really make it worthwhile.
Well, that's what I mean, Jamal. Liverpool here every year, so even Adam Rowe earlier said if they lose it, they'll be happy for Newcastle. Don't have your moment.
That surprised me.
Well, I don't know if they'll be happy about it, but they would want to win a final. It doesn't matter how many finals you've been in. When you're in that final, you want to win it. You want to go back to Anfield. You want to go back to Liverpool, celebrating the first bit of silverware. Just to, I won't say kickstart this season, but just to get the feel with Slot of winning a major trophy, the first one of the season, and that will stand well for him.
Someone just waved, and my arrogance. We've got Michael Chopra, Darren Ambrose, Jermaine Pennant, and I'm thinking they're waving at Ade.
They were waving at you.
I don't know.
They were waving at you.
I probably don't think he was. Quick word on Sandro Tonali. I think Joe Linton and Guimaraes get a lot of the talk, and rightly so. Obviously, Tonali we know was out for a while. Now that he's back into the fold, how have you seen him settled in?
I think we found a position for him. I think last season he was playing more as a number 8. He was pushing on a bit more. But I think Eddie Howe's kind of changed Bruno and Tonali. Tonali sits, Bruno gets forward a bit more. But Tonali dictates the game. When he gets on the ball, he can find the pass. He's brilliant. And I think when you've got Joe Linton, who I hope will play centre mid instead of left wing, look, he does all the doggy work. Do you know what I mean? He'll get his foot in and break the play up and stuff like that. And he'll let the players that can play football and do their jobs. Tonali's, in a way, probably too good for Newcastle at this moment in time. Do you know what I mean? He's that good of a player.
Yeah, he is very good. Obviously, in the Italian side as well, key member of that team. A key member of our team is outside there somewhere, Anil Kendola, who is going to talk for about 20 minutes. Anil.
Thanks, Addy. Wembley Way is packing up with both sets of supporters, and I think I've found the best dressed in a Newcastle suit. It's the lovely Sandra. Sandra, take us through how you're feeling for the game today. It's a big one, isn't it?
Very excited, yes.
Very excited. So you were telling me a little story about your ticket. What's happened to it?
What happened was my son trailed along and he's got his lip on, and I thought, well, go on. So I've given my ticket to him.
So you've given your ticket away for the big game?
I have, yes.
But for a good cause though, right?
Yes.
Hopefully. So take us through the outfit. You've got a Newcastle inspired striped black and white suit.
Yes.
How long did that take to make?
Oh, I bought it. I made that.
Lovely stuff. A nice Newcastle badge as well on the middle of it. Right, before I let you go, you've got to give us a score prediction. What will the score today be for Newcastle versus Liverpool?
2-1 to Newcastle.
2-1 to Newcastle. There we go. Some confident and very well dressed Newcastle fans. But have they got a reason to be confident? We'll find out live on TalkSport.
I feel really bad now. I thought he was going to go on for about 20 minutes. He only did a minute there. Sorry, my apologies. Enil Condola. All right, it's kicked off in the game between Arsenal and Chelsea. Any goals yet, Alfie Reynolds?
Well, 15 minutes in, Arsenal 0, Chelsea 0. Early chances for the home side, though. Trossard on the edge of the box, shooting narrowly wide of the top corner. We've seen Martinelli intercepting a poor pass from Sanchez, but then only shot straight at the Chelsea keeper. And then a comical moment not long ago where Cucurella thought he was fouled by the byline. Timber won the ball back. Chaos ensued in the area once he played it across, and it ended with Rice blazing it over the bar. No goals to speak of yet. 15 minutes played. Arsenal 0, Chelsea 0.
Before we do more about Around the Grounds, Michael, thank you very much for joining us as well. Jermaine, thank you very much. Very quickly, score predictions from both.
I'm going to say 2-1 Newcastle.
Of course you are. Jermaine?
2-0 Liverpool.
Oh, okay. They don't even get a goal. Isak doesn't even get on the score sheet. How cheeky. All right, let's go to Jake Robson, who's watching the game, Fulham versus Tottenham. Jake.
15 minutes played. It's still Fulham 0, Tottenham 0, and a couple of chances. A chance really at either end. Bentancur giving the ball away for Tottenham. Goodness me, just to the Fulham third on the edge of the Fulham area. Pereira picked up the ball. He ran more or less the length of the pitch, and instead of being able to pick a pass or hit the target, he did neither. A sort of cross shot, just blazed it past the far post. Really poor. Berger then had a cross well headed away by Davis out on the right hand side. And a couple of minutes ago, Tottenham with the high press that we saw employed on Thursday night, Johnson nicking the ball off Robinson. He couldn't quite get the ball to Solanke, because if he had, Solanke would have been through. Between him and Bentancur, one of them would have finished it off. So it's been a nervy start really, I'd say, from Tottenham. They're looking solid enough at the back. Up top is where they're really lacking any kind of creativity and cut and thrust. Fulham looking comfortable. 16 played. It's Fulham 0, Tottenham 0.
All right, let's get an update as to what's going on in the Still City derby, Sheffield Wednesday versus Sheffield United. Alan Biggs.
Yeah, 11 minutes into the second half. It's still Sheffield Wednesday 0, Sheffield United 0. Very even, nothing in it, lots of tension. The old cliche applies. It's either going to be settled by a mistake or a moment of brilliance. Oh, it's all live here on TalkSport 2 if you just swipe across to that. At Hillsborough, latest score remains Sheffield Wednesday 0, Sheffield United 0.
And Celtic had got one back the last time we went to Davidton. It was Celtic 1, Rangers 2. Any changes, David?
It's still Celtic 1, Rangers 2, 58 minutes gone. Dyson Maida's goal 3 minutes after the restart, bringing Celtic back into this game. They've had great energy in the second half. They were completely lacking of that in the first half, and Rangers are not pressing in the way they did in that first half. I can tell you Celtic made a change at the interval. Adam Ida came on for Nicholas Kuhn. Rangers have just made a change. Leon Balogun showing signs of cramp. Remember, Rangers played 120 minutes and had penalties against Fenerbahce on Thursday night. He's been replaced by Robin Proper. It's Celtic 1, Rangers 2.
1:45. We started the show at 12 o'clock. I've been talking about a burger since 12 o'clock. 1:45. Coming to 2 o'clock. Still ain't got my burger. All right, this is the warm-up on TalkSport with Travis Perkins. Join the club and get low trade prices. Find out more at travisperkins.co.uk or download the app. More from us here at Box Park when we come back.
The warm-up on TalkSport with Travis Perkins. From excavators to skips or cement mixers to pressure washers, Travis Perkins Hire has all your landscaping needs covered.
Football is full of big moments.
Penalty!
The near misses.
Oh!
The last-minute winners.
It's an absolute screamer!
Put yourself at the heart of the action with Betfred. Check out our huge range of football markets, daily offers and price boosts in shops and online. Love football? Betfred. 18plusgambleaware.org.
At Morrison's, more card prices save you money on your shop. With Surf Powder 80 washes, regular price £10.
More card price.
£7. That's less than 9p per wash. And 1.25 litres of Diet Coke and Coke Zero, regular price £2.
More card price.
90p. That's better than half price. Pay less with more card.
Morrison's to shop at Morrison's.
Majority of supermarkets online varies. Selected Morrison's daily stores. More card at required 16 plus. Serve 4 kilos.
Gimme some of the McDonald's McCrispy. Chicken perfection. It's crispy, juicy, and oh, so tender. And you can't forget the delicious, creamy mayo. And the... Oh, what was I saying? Right, the McCrispy. Too good to ignore. Served after 11 a.m, subject to availability.
At NFU Mutual, we treat our customers fairly. That's why our business insurance has no admin fees, no charges for cancellation or making changes to your policy. And if you want to pay monthly by direct debit, that won't cost you extra either. It's no wonder over 95% of our business customers renew each year. For business insurance you can rely on, search NFU Mutual Business Insurance. NFU Mutual, closer to your business and closer to what matters.
The Sky Vegas prize machine is free to play daily. And on each Friday until the end of March, your free spin is guaranteed to win. Simply opt in to win cash, free spins, or bonus rounds. Up to 2 days later, our standard prize template will kick in, and each prize comes with its own terms and expiry dates. Enjoy guaranteed win days each Friday on the Sky Vegas prize machine. Minigame must be played for bonus rounds feature. Eligibility restrictions and T's and C's apply. 18plusgambleaware.org.
They're the ultimate playmakers.
That was outstanding.
The unstoppable game changers.
Absolutely extraordinary.
The icons, talisman and stone cold legends who have earned their place in Nissan's all-star lineup.
What we've just seen is exceptional.
Tomorrow afternoon from 1, join Hawksby and Jacobs as they rate and debate the weekend's greatest performers.
And it's sensational.
The all-star lineup on TalkSport with Nissan Vans. Accelerate your business with Nissan's all-star van lineup.
Tomorrow afternoon from 1 with Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport.
An interestingly assembled packed lunch of
Cheese and pickle, hammer and sickle.
Still crispy.
After 25 years.
A whole grain recipe for lunchtime laughs and legends.
It's Hawksby and Jacobs. Tomorrow afternoon from 1 on TalkSport.
Welcome back to warm up as we build up to the big one, Newcastle versus Liverpool in the Carabao Cup final. We have the best vantage point here. We're on the walkway here at Box Park. Wembley Way is right in front of us, leading up to Wembley Stadium. We are now seeing Liverpool fans make their way up as well. For the first 2 hours, I was like, are Liverpool here or not? They are here. They're here in force as well. Big game in the Premier League today, Arsenal versus Chelsea, and there has been an early goal. Which way has it gone, Alfie?
22 minutes played, Arsenal 1, Chelsea 0. It's been coming, and it comes from a corner for Arsenal, and a superb header by Mikel Merino who gives them the lead. He guides it across goal almost with the back of his head. A diving Sanchez unable to get to it. A much deserved lead for the home side. 22 minutes played, Arsenal 1, Chelsea 0.
Yep, maybe a little too late for Arsenal, but still got to do it until it's mathematically impossible.
Playing for pride now.
A couple of new guests with us as well. Tony Evans, a journalist and big Liverpool fan, and we have Craig Hope as well from the Daily Mail. Hello, gents. How are we? How you doing, Craig?
Very good. No, looking forward to it. I've got my 2 little boys in the black and white on my shoulder there, looking into lots of excitement.
So how good is that to have your family here, to have your little boys all dressed in the Newcastle kits, heading to Wembley? It must be amazing.
It's wonderful now. Ask me in 3 hours' time. 2 years ago, they were crying on my shoulder in the hotel after the game. So yeah, for now it's wonderful, but everything will be determined by the result. But it does feel different. 2 years ago was a 2 years ago was a stag do. This feels more like a heavy weekend. It's it's the second marriage. It's a little bit more understated. It feels as if they belong. Talking to supporters last night, there is a quiet confidence. I bumped into Eddie Howe on Friday night. He was just sat in the coffee shop there with his coaching staff. There isn't all of that emotion around it. Yes, there's still the 70 years of hurt and all of the narrative, but there's a little bit more of a feeling that they belong, and that's what comes from cup finals. So yeah, a quiet confidence.
It doesn't get any easier though for them, does it, Tony? I mean, 2 years ago, Manchester United, a team used to winning trophies. Now a Liverpool side, again, are used to winning trophies.
Yeah, but I mean,
they've probably got us at a good time in the final, because there's a little bit of doubt creeping in, there's a little bit of tiredness, and if I was from Newcastle, I'd be feeling relatively optimistic. Of course, we're going to win Liverpool.
Quietly optimistic.
yeah, quietly optimistic. There's been a goal, by the way, in the Still City derby. Alan Biggs watching for Sheffield Wednesday versus Sheffield United. Who's got it, Alan?
It's gone to Sheffield United. Sheffield Wednesday 0, Sheffield United 1. Rhian Brewster is the scorer. A very rare goal for him, only third of the season, but it could scarcely be a more important or dramatic one. He couldn't miss, really, because all the hard work was done by Tyrese Campbell, who turned the defence on the right hand side, got to the byline, slipped it across. The goalkeeper of Sheffield Wednesday, James Beadle, wrong-footed, and there was Brewster with the final touch. At Hillsborough in the 65th minute, it's Sheffield Wednesday 0, Sheffield United 1.
Interesting, thank you very much, Alan. Craig, I do want to talk to you. Matters off-field, but will reflect on-field. Your fantastic piece in the Daily Mail talking about this new stadium that the owners want to build, moving away from St James's Park, which I absolutely detest, because I think the stadium holds so much history, and it's just, I think, a fantastic football stadium. But we are now seeing these new stadiums being developed, which all kind of look like each other. You broke the story about this new 65,000 seater stadium. Tell us a bit more.
Yeah, so the big decision, it's the Geordie referendum to stay or to go to the State St James's Park or to the move to a new build. But all roads now are leading to move towards the new build, and I think that's the right decision. I say that, I come back to my two sons on my shoulder, that's the next generation. They're locked out at the moment, like thousands of others. They need more seats. Okay. There is such interest in the team, and to take it from 52 to 65 gets 13,000 more in there. But not just that, it allows them to put a zero on the end of those commercial deals, the revenue to push back on PSR. Newcastle haven't signed a first team player for 3 windows. That is because of the financial restrictions. It's a harsh reality, and it's a sad one if you leave them behind somewhere as wonderful as St James's, but you do now need a super stadium.
Is there and I guess Liverpool is the perfect example of a team that again needed to add more numbers, and they rebuilt Anfield, increased capacity. Was there no discussion about adding seats or trying to rebuild St James's Park?
Yeah, there was option A and option B. And option A, the renovation of St James's Park, would have taken it to closer to 60,000. The extra 5 in a super stadium, but everything it offers around that as well, the ability to host concerts and other events. It's what they need to do. I think it's the right decision, even if it is with a 51-49 conviction rate.
Yeah. Tony, from the outside looking in, again, we are seeing so many new stadiums. And look, some I think are fantastic. I think Tottenham Hotspur Stadium's incredible, one of the best in Europe. But there is this push away from old school football stadiums that we're seeing now, and I don't know what it is. I just prefer the old school looking football stadiums, which all look so different.
Yeah, I mean, my favourite stadium probably in the country is Fulham, Craven Cottage, but we've moved beyond that now. It's the reality is it's no longer just merely sport or football, it's the whole entertainment thing. I mean, more than decades ago, someone connected with Fenway Sports Group said to me, Liverpool are no longer a football club, what they are in the business of content creation, and that's where we are. And
YouTubers and Instagrammers.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, you see where Newcastle are heading, coming up to the ground. Every Newcastle fan I saw seemed to be a Geordie. Very few Scousers at this stage in the Liverpool fan base. They'll all turn up later, but it's a much more global support, and that's what Newcastle are looking for.
Yeah, and it's what they're getting as well.
Yeah, there's a little negative towards Liverpool, Tom. I just want to get your take on Trent Alexander-Arnold, Van Dijk, Mo Salah. Is there a fear that the Premier League's done and that's the last thing, and then they're going to make way and go to pastures new, or you think you're confident you get it done?
I'm not confident at all. I think particularly with Salah and Van Dijk, there was the age-wage ratio is what the analytics guys are working on, and Trent has been gone for a long time. So no, they're going to win the league, but I'm not confident we'll have the backbone of the team next year.
And Craig, in terms of what Eddie Howe's done to this new Newcastle team, again, new owners that want and expect trophies, want and expect success, Champions League football, how would you weigh up how good a job Eddie's done to control expectations as well?
Trust me, the best part of our job is that privilege when you go behind the curtain and you sit opposite a manager 2 or 3 times a week. You really get a feel for him. Eddie is the real deal. He's genuine, he's hard-working, he's intelligent, he's erudite, he's a wonderful, wonderful ambassador. And there's a temptation to look at what Newcastle have done. The Saudi takeover, they went from 19th to 4th within 18 months. There's a temptation to think that is because of the arrival of a new super club and money. It wasn't. It was Eddie's coaching which accelerated the journey. Yep. Look at the players he's inherited. There's 3 or 4 going to take to the pitch there today. We're at the club under Mike Ashley. That is because of the job Eddie's done.
Right, final one from both of you. Tony, your key man to Liverpool getting victory. Craig, your key man to Newcastle. I'll start with you first, Tony. Go on.
Well, I think Salah, after a bit of a flat period, will step up today.
Yeah, it's been a bit quiet in the last couple of games, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Doesn't stay quiet for long.
No, not long at all.
And I think I know who you're going to go for.
Well, the obvious answer is Alexander Isak, and I've just spent a week in Sweden talking to his former coaches, teammates, wonderful real insight into him. They say he turns up for the big occasions, but I'm going to go with Nick Pope. And why do I say that? This one's going all the way. It's going to penalties, and Nick Pope's going to be the hero.
Maybe Liverpool get Queven Kelleher on for the penalties. He saves a few. Tony, thank you very much. Craig, thank you very much as well. Stick with us. More build up to the League Cup final when we come back.
The warm-up on TalkSport with Travis Perkins. Go big on landscaping with Travis Perkins. Find everything you need at travisperkins.co.uk.
When it comes to sports betting, it's important to cool off and play safe. Set deposit limits to control your spending. Set timeouts when you need a break. And set reality checks to know how long you've been playing. Showtime ain't always go time. Stay safe, players, at BetMGM.
18 plus, please gamble responsibly.
I'm Jane Mulkerrins, Associate Editor of The Times Magazine. This weekend, you can read The Times and Sunday Times for free and discover the best of our journalism. We've got an interview with the iconic artist Grayson Perry, an exclusive extract about John and Paul's relationship before the Beatles. We reveal who made it onto our first ever Beauty Rich list. And don't miss our Formula One coverage, including Lewis Hamilton's debut race for Ferrari. Read The Times and Sunday Times for free this weekend at thetimes.com.
At Morrison's, more card prices save you money on your shop. With Surf Powder 80 washes, regular price £10. More card price £7. That's less than 9p per wash. And 1.25 litres of Diet Coke and Coke Zero, regular price £2. More card price 90p. That's better than half price. Pay less with More Card.
More reasons to shop at Morrison's.
Majority of supermarkets. Online varies. Selected Morrison's daily stores. More Card app required. 16 plus. Serve 4 kilos.
Welcome back to another spectacular match day. But what's this? Looks like the fans are playing Coral's free reward shaker. The half and half scarfers shaking decisively for once. They bagged a super boost. Next to them, the prawn sandwich brigade. Oh, they've shaken up a free bet after that free lunch. Play Coral's free reward shaker to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers this season. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK max 1 reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Gambleaware.org.
At AJ Bell, we've made setting up your ISA easy. So easy, a baby could do it. Though babies can't invest. They certainly wouldn't have any use for our low-cost investment platform, or the coordination to use it, even though it's really, really easy. They also don't listen to radio ads. Unlike you clever sausage. Now, set yourself up with an ISA as a reward. You can even set one up for your baby. Open one in under 15 minutes and start investing today. AJ Bell. Feel good investing. The value of your investments can go down as well as up.
We're proud to announce that the Kia EV3 is UK Car of the Year 2025. It's the second year running that a Kia EV has won this award. With a spacious modern interior and class-leading electric range of up to 375 miles, it's no surprise. Order before March 31st to get 3.9% APR representative and 1 year free Kia Charge Plus. Book your test drive today. Search Kia EV3. Kia. Movement that inspires. Range based on test conditions and may vary. T's and C's apply. Kia Finance. Verified kia.com/UK/EV3 range.
Total Football is about teamwork. It's built on trust, support, and responsibility. LiveScore Bet sees responsible gambling in the same way. So if you're under the cosh, it's time to slow the tempo down. We've got tips and advice on how to stay in total control of your betting. Visit the safer gambling section of livescorebet.com to learn more. LiveScore Bet. Total betting. Bet responsibly. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
On DAB, on the TalkSport app, and now on your smart TV. TalkSport.
Sunday's essential destination for incomparable big game comment and criticism, sharp shooting, ball booting radio. From the touchline to the terraces, the warm-up on TalkSport.
Welcome to the warm-up on TalkSport. Adi Oladipo alongside Darren Ambrose. A couple of special guests as well. We're going to introduce them very shortly. But there has been a goal in the Old Firm derby. Has it gone the way of Celtic to make it 2 apiece, or Rangers now fly in? David Tanner.
74 minutes gone. It's Celtic 2, Rangers 2. A goal scored by Rio Hatate from the edge of the 6-yard box. A beautiful angle pass through from Luke McCowan. And there was Hatate to pick his spot between the goalkeeper, Jack Butland, and the post. It's been all Celtic in the second half. They've not really tested the goalkeeper until that point there. It's Celtic 2, Rangers, who were 2 up, 2.
All right, on this edition of Musical Chairs, we have Paul Dummett, former Newcastle defender. We've got Ryan Taylor, former Newcastle defender as well. Gents, Paul, start with you. Excited, nervous, how you feeling?
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm actually not that nervous this time. I'm not sure if it's because of the second time or what I'm expecting, but I'm quite confident going into the game. We've got a good squad now, and I think better equipped from the last 2 years when we came here, so I'm pretty confident, but I'm not actually nervous.
That's what it is as well, isn't it? Yeah.
Everyone said that. Everyone that we've had on in the Newcastle contingency has said...
A bit of overconfidence?
No, not really.
Okay,
I think a couple of years ago, like we said, it was a novelty. Like they were ahead of schedule. They, yes, deserved to get there, but now it feels different. Ryan, it feels different. It feels like they could really go out and turn Liverpool over today.
Yeah, because the firepower Newcastle have possessed, especially in the midfield, where Joe Linton wasn't at Anfield a couple of weeks ago, neither was Alexander Isak. So you can't really take that result and go, oh, it's going to be a walk in the park for Liverpool, because we didn't have that power, and Anfield's a different animal. Wembley's a 50-50 pitch, albeit Liverpool have been here a bit more than Newcastle, but the signs are now starting to tell that Newcastle belong here. And like Paul said, we've got a better strength to the team as well. You know, we've got a settled team. Okay, we lost our left-hand side, but we've recovered it because we played West Ham and we got a result, and we've seen how the left-hand side can work. And I believe that team that played and beat West Ham is the team that we'll see today.
I like the way Ryan described the midfield as powerful, and it is, isn't it? Joe Linton's maybe arguably the powerfulest midfielder in the Premier League, but so many good players there as well. Tonali's fantastic, and Bruno Guimaraes is he likes to put a kick in, doesn't he, as well? So it's almost a perfect balance in that midfield for Newcastle.
Yeah, I think, like you say, our midfield is such a powerful midfield in the Premier League, and a lot of people have been saying that it's the strongest three in the Premier League, so
could be.
We've got to be going in the game with confidence that we've got three of the best in the Premier League. So, like I say, since Joe Linton's moved into that position, he's been such a powerful player for Newcastle, and when he plays, we seem to play better. What
a revelation Joe Linton is. I think all the other players, you can kind of know what you're going to get from them. I think Joe Linton, let's be honest, a couple of years ago, everyone's thinking maybe not good enough.
Yeah.
Maybe find something new for him, pastures new. All of a sudden, he's turned into this midfielder, like a 6 or an 8 that can do a bit of everything.
Well, I went to Goodison Park a few years ago with my dad when he got bought for 40 million, and we walked out thinking it's the worst 40 million I think I've ever seen, because he played as a lone 9, and all of a sudden he drops back into that midfield role, and he's played wide left as well. But when he drops back in, he's so powerful, and he does all the sort of naughty work that he lets Bruno get on the ball, and he's got a goal in him as well, which as a midfielder you need. But we missed him at Anfield, and you miss him when he doesn't play, that's for sure. But the best player for me is Sandro Tonali. He is. You watch him today and he could boss this midfield, because if I'm on that Liverpool midfield today, I wouldn't like to be against that three, because they've got everything like you've just said. So I think that's where the game's won and lost today, and I believe Newcastle go on and win today.
I mean, we talk about, Ryan said it, about Newcastle lost the left-hand side. I think Lewis Hall is a really big miss. I think he would do well. He handled Salah particularly well at Anfield. But Anthony Gordon, obviously suspended today. Paul, I'm going to ask you, Harvey Barnes, that when someone's suspended, an opportunity arises for someone else. How important, how confident do you think he should be going into this game?
Well, I think it's an opportunity for him. He will be disappointed all season that he hasn't had the minutes he'll probably want. He's signed to play, and he hasn't had that, so He'll be desperate to make his mark on the team with obviously Anthony's absence. And the thing with Harvey is he's got a goal, so especially with Trent being injured, I believe Harvey can be a difference for Newcastle today as well. And like I said, he's got a goal in him, so he'll be looking to make his mark on the game and try and keep his place even when Anthony's back from his suspension.
Paul, you were in and around the squad a couple of years ago when they got to the cup final against Manchester United. Everyone said it came a bit too early. A lot of those squad players are still here. What type of experience will they take from that defeat into this one?
Well, yeah, like I say, the experience of being here last time can only help the team. And since Eddie Howe's been here, one of his things he first said was, "I want to win a trophy." And every season we've started with Newcastle, he's been saying the same things every time, that we want to win a trophy, we want to do something special here. And he's been desperate to do it. And I think the past few years, like I say, 2 years ago we got the final. We got the final again today, and I think that shows the ambition Eddie has shown in wanting to win a trophy. And if he can do that, he'll be a hero forever in Newcastle's history.
I mean, when you look at Paul, I'll come to you, Ryan, because I wasn't a local lad when I was at Newcastle. Paul is, and there are certain local lads in the squad now. How important is it for the non-local players to really buy into the club? Bruno Guimaraes seems to have, Isak seems to have, and be a real voice as opposed to just the Geordies.
Do you know what it is, Dan? It's when you walk in the door and it doesn't take long at all to understand, but it's coping with 52,000 on a weekly basis. I've seen people hide, and not that they don't get it, it's just too much sometimes because expectations are high, albeit not 1-0. There's an expectation there, but there's an expectation there now because we've got to Wembley twice in 3 years. So can we be a little bit more consistent in getting to these finals? And you have to win at some point. So for me, it's when they walk through the door and see people like Dan Burn, even as young as Lewis Miley, who's come up right through. Even when Paul was there, there's players who you can even ask them anything, but they get it within weeks. And as soon as you get in, you're bedded in and you get it. You just do. It's just that type of club.
You both played against a lot of these Liverpool players. Paul, you more recently. Is it just Salah? Do you look at Gakpo and Diaz and think, okay, that Liverpool forward line is going to be the toughest part for Newcastle to stop? There's quite a few of those that can get on the score sheet.
Well, yeah, definitely. I went to watch the Newcastle-Liverpool game the other week, and I thought Luis Diaz was really impressive, and he caused a lot of problems that game. So there's not only Salah, but for me the biggest threat obviously is Salah. The goals he scores, the assists he gets, he's the biggest threat for Liverpool going forward. And it's up to, obviously, I haven't seen the team yet or when it gets announced, but Livramento to do a job on him. And I'm confident that he will do that, even though he plays right back mostly. He's capable of doing the job on left back, and Kevin will, the season pro he is, the quality he shows on the pitch every week. I believe they will both deal with them two wingers very well.
More of a Liverpool question. I'm going to ask you, Daz, actually. More of a Liverpool question, but Arne Slot's got a decision. Is it Luis Diaz or is it Cody Gakpo?
I think
that
Cody
seems
Gakpo.
To be the one, right?
I think Cody Gakpo. He's got a ridiculous record in this competition. I think, like I said, 9 in 11 since he's arrived. 5 this season. It's only Robbie Fowler that scored more in a single
He's
campaign.
done his homework for once.
He scored 6 and his 6th goal was in the final. Okay. So Cody Gakpo could equal that if he plays and scores today. But with these two here, it's not about Liverpool. We're not talking Liverpool.
Right. We're trying to sneak it in.
Exactly.
The only worry for me was I was at the Palace game on Tuesday. Cody Gakpo looked miles off it. Whether he's trying to rush back to get back fit for these big games, he looked miles off it. Diogo Jota looked not himself. So they haven't got a focal point right now in Liverpool because Darwin Núñez is so hit and miss. So it's look after the wide boys in Diaz and Salah. And it might work in Tino's because he's going to be a bit awkward for Mo because he's going to keep coming in onto a stronger foot, and it might just work. I don't know.
You think it's going to be Tino or
no, I do. No, I do. I think
it's
Tino.
Paul, as a local, sorry, Addy, as a local boy, I'm certain I'm going to know the answer to this. What's more important, winning today or the Premier League, getting into the top 4?
I didn't hear what you said. I heard you on the back.
So, what's more important, winning today, picking up that trophy, 70-year curse and all that, or getting in the top 4 in the Premier League?
It's such a difficult question, and I think every Newcastle fan would say we want to win a trophy. It's been such a long time to win a trophy, so they would all say win a trophy for 100%. The players that play, the manager will all become heroes forever. Even though the club, have been taken over, they're going to be on the upward spiral over the future. They're going to win trophies, but to win the first one is going to be the biggest one. So I think everyone will be desperate for a trophy. The only thing is, if they don't get Champions League, does that affect finances, who they can sign, who will want to leave? So that's my only concern with that. But I think
we're just going to get both. Just have both.
Hopefully,
don't be greedy. Have both.
Look at you. Final one, gents. Look, Newcastle have had so many fantastic number 9, so many fantastic forwards over the last couple of decades. I mean, Alexander Isak, I think we already know, is one of them. How good is he? I mean, there will be clubs sniffing. There always will be for top talent. Just how good is Alexander Isak?
Well, Alex's numbers aren't Haaland's numbers, but Alex is actually a better player than Erling Haaland. He's just in a team full of superstars when City are strong. But if you watch every one of his goals, everyone's different. He doesn't just score from in the box. He bangs them from everywhere. He can score with his head, left foot, right foot. Obviously can score a pen too, but he's an all-round number 9, and he's one, if the football club want to move forward and keep progressing, you can't let him go. There can't be a price tag out there that takes him away, because you're the richest club in the world. You don't need to sell.
Yeah, I guess it's his own ambition, right? Hence why Newcastle have got a match that Ryan, top man Paul was nervous about coming on. Look at him.
Brilliant.
Look at him. He's going to nick our broadcast job. Look at him. Confident man. All right, Anil Kandola is somewhere again on Wembley Way. Anil, who are you with?
Thank you, Addy. Wembley Way has been an absolute pleasure to be on today. I spoke to Newcastle fans and Liverpool fans. I'm joined now actually with 2 Liverpool fans. What are your names?
My name's Kirsty. Jade.
Right then, how are we feeling about the big game today? A cup final, anything can happen, but Liverpool have been brilliant this season, haven't they?
100% confident. We're going to win the 3-1.
3-1?
3-1, definitely.
Right, 3-1, amazing. So just a quick word on the players. Look, Mohamed Salah, his future's in a bit of doubt because he hasn't signed a contract. But just over the last few years, there's talk of him being one of the greatest Premier League players of all time. How do you feel about having a player like Mo Salah at your club?
I think the passion he brings is undeniably, he's a true Scouser to us now, and we absolutely love him. I think he needs a Ballon d'Or 100%.
Yeah, there we go. And you, Sav, do you echo the same thoughts?
100%, yeah.
There we go. So look, some very confident Liverpool fans. Do they have a right to be confident? There's only one way to find out, and that is live on TalkSport.
Someone has clearly had a word in Anil's here and said, all right, keep him short.
30 seconds max.
Yeah, that's all you get. 30 seconds, 45 seconds at a push, and that is it. All right, look, more reaction from so many new... Steve Harmison, by the way, is acting like a runner. He's bringing all these Newcastle players to us, which is fantastic. We're going to go around the grounds as well. A few more goals to tell you about when we come back.
The warm-up on TalkSport with Travis Perkins. Join the club and get low trade prices. Find out more at travisperkins.co.uk or download the app.
Football is full of big moments.
Penalty!
The near misses.
Goal!
The last-minute winners.
It's an absolute screamer!
Put yourself at the heart of the action with Betfred. Check out our huge range of football markets, daily offers and price boosts in shops and online. Love football? Betfred. 18+gambleaware.org.
At Vodafone, get the amazing Google Pixel 9 Pro XL and save a huge £864. Plus, with Gemini, your AI assistant, you can go live, get hands-free help and talk things out. Go online or in-store today. Hurry, enter 18th of March. Vodafone.
Save £576 on 5GB airtime over 36 months and £288 on phone. Phone cost £806. Eligibility, credit checks and terms apply. Finance Vodafone.
Want a day off deciding what to eat? Sit back, relax and let us do the thinking for you. And the cooking and the cleaning. From salmon fillet Mondays to fish and chips Fridays. IKEA family members can try a different £3 dish of the day every weekday in store. IKEA, the wonderful everyday. T's and C's and exclusions apply. Find out more at ikea.co.uk.
Yo, UK, listen up. At BetMGM, we give our players sports betting entertainment like nobody's business. Football, horse racing, darts, boxing, tennis, golf, NFL, NBA. Offers? Oh, you know we got offers. Like bet £10 and get £40 in free bets. BetMGM, it's showtime.
New customers only. Wagering requirements and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
Gather round, Moonpigs, and let's get ready for Mother's Day. So show off her favourite photos, your handwritten messages, and those beautiful designs just for Mum. Huh? Yes, and the fun stickers too. Tulips. Janet's going to love those. Bless you. For the UK's most personalised Mother's Day card, nothing beats a Moonpig.com. Use code MUM20 to get 20% off cards. To verify, see www.moonpig.com/personalised.
Ooh, who's that? She's automating invoices on the go.
QuickBooks can save you up to 8 hours a week, so you can bring your vision to life. Business differently with the #1 recommended cloud accounting software. Now up to 90% off for new customers. Intuit QuickBooks. Based on a survey 506 UK accounting professionals. Verify at quickbooks.co.uk/verify. T's and C's apply. See website for details.
All together now, we're on our way to Wembley. It's the League Cup final, and TalkSport Bet is offering you a brilliant broadcast super boost that's available right now. Liverpool versus Newcastle. Mo Salah to score in 90 minutes. Latest price 4-6. Super boosted price 6-4. For this and other top trophy lifting offers, visit TalkSportBet.com. Bang it in, broadcaster. Bring it on, bookie. Stake limits and terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. GambleAware.org.
Sunday afternoon.
The League Cup final.
Live on TalkSport.
Uninterrupted full match commentary of Liverpool's showdown with Newcastle.
A cracking volley off the crossbar and in.
Kick-off 4:30.
Sunday afternoon.
The League Cup final. Liverpool versus Newcastle. Live on TalkSport.
Welcome back to Box Park here on Wembley Way. We are building up to the big one. We are talking Newcastle versus Liverpool in the Carabao Cup final. I've got my clock here. We're just over 2 hours away. You'd think kickoff is in about 5 minutes.
I thought that at 9:30 this morning, the amount of people that were here. And by the way, it's getting busy. We're now seeing the Liverpool supporters coming across, and it's all friendly at the moment. And you know what? When Adam Rowe was on, and I do agree with that, even the Liverpool supporters know that Newcastle, it's been so long for a trophy, and if there's ever a club that can win it without them or the big teams, the bigger teams like in Manchester City, the ones that win the trophies, it's Newcastle United.
It is, it maybe is. All right, I did say there's been more goals, and there's been another goal in the Old Firm derby between Celtic and Rangers. No idea which way it's gone. David Tennant, let us know.
And it came in the 88th minute. It's Celtic 2, Rangers 3, and if ever a goal came against the run of play, it was this one. And it was young Hamza Igeman, the Moroccan striker, who'd only been in the pitch for 5 minutes, who scored from 18 yards out after Cameron Carter-Vickers went to sleep. A tremendous finish and a tremendous climax to this game. We're now 2 minutes into 5 added on in stoppage time. I'm sorry to report that the police and stewards have waded into the Celtic supporters beside the Rangers dugout. Clearly something happened with the Celtic supporters when Rangers got that goal. But it's Celtic 2, Rangers 3, and we're in stoppage time now.
Proper derby game, that one. Again, it won't mean anything come the title race. Celtic have got that one, but Rangers get a little something from the season winning that one away as well at Celtic. All right, let's get an update as to the game between Arsenal and Chelsea. Alfie Reynolds watching the game for us. We last left it 1-0 to Arsenal. Any changes, Alfie?
No, half-time, Addy. Arsenal 1, Chelsea 0. Arsenal deservedly lead at the break. Their goal came midway through the first half. Rice, Martinelli and Trossard had all gone close up to that point, but it was Marino who put them in front. From a corner, he headed it from the front post, almost with the back of his head across goal. Superb finish. As for Chelsea, they've had very little in the way of bright moments, but they were unfortunate to not equalise when Cucurella's volley squirmed through the legs of Raya. Somehow it spun away from goal and behind. Other than that, it's been a drab opening 45 minutes for Enzo Maresca's side. The half-time score, Arsenal 1, Chelsea 0.
And let's get an update to the game between Fulham and Spurs. Jake Robson watching for TalkSport. Jake.
Fulham 0, Tottenham 0. Not an opening 45 to write home about, particularly as far as Tottenham are concerned, who've had just one shot so far, a header wide by Bentancur. It's been all Fulham capitalising on Tottenham errors, most notably when Pereira blazed wide after Bentancur gave the ball away. Jimenez also had a header he couldn't direct towards goal from an Iwobi cross. A shove in the back by Spence didn't help the Mexican. And later on in the half, Robinson with a cross that Romero did well to flick away. The main thing Ange Postecoglou's men will take away is that they haven't conceded. Son has been out warming up at the break, so you imagine it won't be long before he's introduced. Half-time by the River, Fulham 0, Tottenham 0.
Right, we've heard from a few Newcastle legends so far this afternoon. Let's add to that. Let's hear from another one. Our chief football correspondent, Alex Crook, is alongside Rob Lee.
Thanks, Addy. I'm pitchside at Wembley with Newcastle legend Rob Lee, the last man to score for Newcastle at this famous venue. Can you believe that's 25 years ago?
Yeah, I can. It seems such a long time ago. It's one of those records that it's great to have records for your club. It's one of those records I really don't want anymore. I hope it gets broken today, and I hope somebody breaks it. Isak, Joe Linton, Bruno, anybody, and Newcastle win.
You mentioned Bruno there. The current squad are aware of your place in Newcastle folklore because there's that famous image of him rubbing your boots. So maybe a bit of motivation for one of them to end that 25-year wait.
It would be great, yeah. Listen, Isak, I think at the moment he's the best striker in the world. Bruno, Tonelli, and Big Joe. I think we've got a midfield three to match anybody. So yeah, it's up to us to get chances to Isak. If we do, I'm sure that he'll score.
If they do win today, Newcastle, is that Eddie Howe guaranteed a statue outside St James's or the new stadium?
Listen, you would have thought so. It's 70 years since we've won a trophy. I mean, they still, they go on about the entertainers and what a great team we were, but we didn't win anything. You imagine if you're playing for a team that wins something at Newcastle, there'd be statues everywhere. And
is there a sense, bearing in mind that Liverpool had a tough game physically and mentally midweek, lost to PSG in the Champions League, that maybe this is a good time to play them, or could it go the other way?
Is there ever a good time to play Liverpool? I don't know. Listen, they've won trophies. They've got players that play in the world stage. I don't think they'll be too bold, but it might tire them out a little bit. We hope. It's just up to us to go out there and match them on the day. On our day, we can match anybody. We hope our big players turn up, produce performances, and as I say, I think this is our year. What Eddie's done since he's been here, get us in the Champions League, get us to a cup final 2 years ago, get us back again this time. I think he's done an amazing job, and not for Eddie, not for the players, just for the fans. I would just love it. I'd love it if we beat these today.
There you go. I think we all know where that quote came from. Back to you guys at the Box Park.
Always great to hear from Rob Lee. Again, so many Newcastle legends here. Rob Lee certainly ticks that box as well. All right, have Rangers managed to hold on in their game against Celtic? Old Firm derby. We left it at 3-2 to Rangers with a couple of seconds left. It is now full-time. David Tanner.
And it's all over now, and Rangers have done it. It's Celtic 2, Rangers 3. Rangers win at Celtic Park for the first time since 2020. Back-to-back Old Firm wins for the first time since 2021, and breaking a run of 5 Celtic wins at Parkhead in this fixture. Barry Ferguson knocked out Jose Mourinho's Fenerbahce from the Europa League on Thursday, and now he's beaten the league leaders at Celtic Park. Rangers bravely pressed Celtic from kick-off, and they took the lead just 4 minutes into the game through Nicolas Raskin. A second came before half-time through Mohamed Diomande. Around the same time, Rangers interim manager Barry Ferguson was booked for protesting a free kick before the break, after which Celtic dominated. They pulled a goal back to Dyson Maeda on 49 minutes, and then Rio Hatate got the equaliser on 74. Rangers were being battered at this time, but against the run of play, Hamza Egeman, 5 minutes after being introduced as a substitute, cracked home the winner from 18 yards out. Celtic could have levelled again in stoppage time. The ball landed at the feet of Alistair Johnston, and it seemed to take a bounce just before he got his shin onto it, and the ball flew high over the bar. Incredibly, even though Celtic have got did have a 16-point lead, it's been cut to 13. This Rangers team that has so often flopped in smaller games in the SPFL have done it for the second time in a row against Celtic. It finished Celtic 2, Rangers 3.
Yeah, good week for Rangers. Big win for them as well against Celtic. It is Full time as well in the Still City derby, Sheffield Wednesday versus Sheffield United. Alan Biggs.
Yes, at full time is Sheffield Wednesday 0, Sheffield United 1. The Blades have edged the derby for the second time this season, both of those wins by a single goal, and this victory reclaims second place in the Championship for Chris Wilder's side, above Burnley now and just behind Leeds on goal difference. It's so close, and this result couldn't have been narrower either. Sheffield Wednesday, to be fair, offered the greater threat near goal, and it all turned early in the second half on a chance at one end for Josh Windass, which was brilliantly blocked by Hamza Chowdhury, and that swiftly followed by a steal at the other end as Sidney Peck and Tyrese Campbell contrived to punish poor defending and set up a tap-in for Rhian Brewster. Rare goal for him, first time he scored in the city of Sheffield for 3 years. Later, Marvin Johnson forced a good save from Michael Cooper. Svante Ingolson failed to net on the rebound from that. Cooper also saved brilliantly from Michael Smith in the opening half. Bit of a smash and grab by Sheffield United, but they sure know how to win. Nearly 34,000 at Hillsborough have seen Sheffield Wednesday 0, Sheffield United 1.
All right, we've given you the view from Wembley Way. We've given you the view from right here inside Box Park. When we come back, we're going to give you the view from inside Wembley Stadium. We're going to be joined by Adrian Durham and Darren Bent. Stick with us.
The warm-up on TalkSport with Travis Perkins. All your landscaping needs covered with Travis Perkins. From fence panels to decking or paving backs to topsoil.
When it comes to sports betting, it's important to cool off and play safe. Set deposit limits to control your spending. Set timeouts when you need a break. And set reality checks to know how long you've been playing. Showtime ain't always go time. Stay safe, players, at BetMGM.
18 plus, please gamble responsibly.
Listeners, we interrupt the airwaves to share an incredible discovery. The reason why Britain hasn't been so great of late is because the country hasn't been eating enough Weetabix. We must get to work in rebuilding Great Britain, Bix by Bix. By delivering Weetabix to whoever plans the traffic diversions, to delivery drivers who can't seem to find your house, and people who don't stack the dishwasher properly. To Britain, we must say, have you had your Weetabix?
You know all about total football. Now, LiveScore Bet brings you total betting. It's everything you love about LiveScore. Scores and stats play alongside great odds, offers, free-to-play games, and a slick bet builder. Everything in one place. And to top it off, new customers can enjoy £30 in free bets when they bet £10 on sports. LiveScore Bet. Total betting.
1.5 minimum odds, settle in first 14 days, free bets valid 7 days, £10 for bet builder only. T's and C's and deposit exclusions apply. Bet responsibly, 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Right, brace yourself. Co-op members get 2 pizzas and a tub of Ben & Jerry's and a chance to win Co-op Live tickets for a £5. Yep, a £5. It's kind of a big deal, eh?
You're unbelievable.
Co-op, owned by you, right by you.
Ends 25th of March, subject to availability. 100 pairs of tickets to be won. Co-op group members only. See co-op.co.uk/win tickets.
With a Travis Perkins trade account, you open the door to big trade deals every single month. This month, we've gone big on landscaping. Right through March, get 18mm Indian sandstone paving from as little as £19 per square metre, with various pack sizes and colours available. Join the club and get this and other big landscaping trade deals this March with your trade account. Travis Perkins, doing what matters for the trade. All prices exclude VAT at 20%.
What makes a good bet? At Virgin Bet, we think it's a simple bet, a responsible bet, a last-minute winner when you're down to 10 men kind of bet, with generous offers. A bet that puts sport first. Sound like your kind of bet? Then you're ready to get started. Sign up and get £20 in free bets when you bet £10 on sports. Virgin Bet, a good bet. New members. Min bet settled in first 14 days. Min odds 1.5. Free bets valid 7 days on sports. T's and C's and deposit exclusions apply. Bet responsibly. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
Where can you get the latest breaking sports news delivered with the laser-like accuracy of Michael Van Gerwen? 1 hour and 80. And hear passionate opinions debated with the confident dexterity of Virgil van Dijk.
The Liverpool fans say
celebrate?
Answer on the radio show that's got the nation's sports fans buzzing like a Van de Graaff generator. Early breakfast with Shabana Hearn. Weekday mornings from 5 on TalkSport with Adrian Flux Van Insurance. Insurance for the individual. Search Adrian Flux Van Insurance to find out more. The stars come out to talk on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
Please welcome Rob Grive on TalkSport, a station that I'm always surprised at how much I enjoy it. And I go, this is great, isn't it? Look, he's got to sort out his back, isn't he? He's got to sort out the back row.
The biggest voices in world football.
We are joined by Tottenham manager Ange Postecoglou.
Yeah, and you've got to believe in something more than just the victory.
Blue chip, gilt-edged, AAA rated opinion.
It's none other than Ronnie O'Sullivan who is here in the studio with us.
When you read stuff about it, you think, did I really say that?
Massive games, massive names on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
Fashionable, fast and first for football. It's the warm-up.
Welcome to the warm-up on TalkSport as we build up to the League Cup final between Newcastle and Liverpool. We're just under 2 hours away until kick-off. You can hear the noise behind us. By the way, that's not a speaker, that's just them.
It's been incredible.
That's been them. They've been this loud, and I say them as the Newcastle fans. They've been this loud since doors opened here at 9:30.
Look, like we talk about, Newcastle haven't won a trophy for a long, long time. I think the last 9 games at Wembley they've lost. It's the longest run by any team, and they know it. But I think the difference is we've had the guests on, haven't we? We've had supporters, we've seen them, we've spoken to them, and the difference is that they feel they deserve to be here now. The confidence between
they've got
both
a squad
sets
that
of
deserves
supporters
to be here as well.
The confidence between both sets of supporters, they both think they should win. Sometimes you get it, don't you, where it's like, oh, we've had a good run, but we're coming up against this team or that team. They both think they'll win today.
I like? And fans should make their way down to Wembley to see this. Like those people that say these trophies don't mean anything, right? It's only the Champions League and the Premier League. Come down here and speak to the fans and ask if it means something.
100%.
It means so much. All right, we've got the view, as we say, from guests that have been with us in Box Park. We've heard from Anil Condola on Wembley Way. Let's go to the lucky guys inside Wembley Stadium. Adrian Durham and Darren Bent. Gents, are fans inside there as well? They've already started to make their way into Wembley.
Well, first of all, good afternoon, guys. The viewing is lovely. Unfortunately, you lot are in Box Park, but listen, it's unfortunate for you lot. But no, the fans are in here at the minute. I mean, the atmosphere is building really nicely. Luckily for myself, the former Sunderland player, we're in the Liverpool end as well. So yeah, I'm absolutely buzzing to be here.
It must be nice, Benty, as well. And there's been so much conversations about both sets of squads. Liverpool maybe being a little tired, looking a little laboured in those final few minutes against Paris Saint-Germain. Newcastle flying, right? I mean, I thought it was almost a smash and grab job against West Ham. Who does have the fittest squad going into this one, do you think, Benty?
Well, of course, you can't hide the fact. I think probably Newcastle would be a little bit fresher. But you can't also hide the fact about Liverpool's quality. I mean, yes, they played a lot of minutes against PSG. I fully understand that, 120 minutes. But these guys have been here before. I mean, Liverpool were here last season. They're battle tested. They've been here. They beat Chelsea with a really depleted squad, if you can remember. I mean, there's a number of youngsters finished the game last year before Virgil van Dijk scored that header to beat Chelsea. So I still would give the edge to Liverpool. I just think when you look throughout the team that they've got, Salah's still there, Van Dijk, Gravenberch has been fantastic, Diaz, Gakpo, who's been brilliant this tournament. I still give them the edge, and it's whether Newcastle can handle the occasion. We've seen it before, and Daz just said there about their record at Wembley. I know it has to change at some point. Unfortunately, I just don't think that's going to be today.
Daz, as a forward going into games like this, huge games, you're the goal scorer, you're the main man. Look, we look at Isak and we look at Mo Salah. It's earmarked for whoever one of those turns up the best is going to win this game. Does that put a lot of confidence on you when you're waking up in the morning and you're going to the game and you think, they're relying on me to get the goals today?
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the biggest things I loved about being a centre forward, is that you go into certain games knowing that people are looking at me and expecting me to deliver the goods. And if you could do it, certainly on an occasion like this, I mean, what an occasion it is to be the hero. And we've seen Salah do it before. He's played in Champions League finals, he's played in League Cup finals, he's played in FA Cup finals, so he has very much been in this spotlight. This is all brand new to Alexander Isak, who has been sensational since he got to the Premier League, but it's a different level of pressure. And also, you look at what Salah's coming up against. You've got Isak coming up against arguably the greatest centre-half in the world football, so that means to be a fantastic battle.
We talk about the pressure that the players are under. The pressure of the managers as well is something that needs to be discussed, right? Arne Slot, people are expecting him to win this one, expecting him to win the Premier League. Eddie Howe, I guess the new owners want to get something for their investment and want to show that they can kick on to be a top club. Who's under most pressure as a manager here?
I actually think that Arne Slot is under more pressure. It's his first season in charge. He was going for a quadruple. That's been whittled down to a sort of double. And if it becomes, listen, I'll say just the Premier League, but that's still an achievement in his first season. But if it, from the quadruple to suddenly go down to just the Premier League, I think that's a big blow for a number of Liverpool fans. Listen, by the end of the season, they'll have reconciled themselves with it. They'll be absolutely fine with just winning the Premier League title. But on the day today, I think Arne Slot is feeling the pressure to actually get over what happened in midweek and win this trophy. Bearing in mind as well the Newcastle injuries that they've got. Listen, for Eddie Howe, he sees it as a challenge. He doesn't see it as pressure, the fact that they haven't won anything for about a million years. Didn't win anything when Darren Ambrose was at Newcastle. Do you know what I mean? I'm just saying, well, they did they? I mean,
no need from it. We haven't heard from Adrian Dunn. I didn't even know he was there. We haven't heard from him.
I've gone with the whole show without mentioning FA Cup semi-final, UEFA Cup semi-final.
He does that, cheeky. Adrian, I want to stick with you.
Mate.
Adrian, I want to stick with you on the midfield battle. A lot of the Newcastle boys that have sat with us assume that the Newcastle midfield is better, and I think they use the word stronger than the Liverpool midfield. Do you see that as well? I mean, Gravenberch had a fantastic season, Szoboszlai, McAllister. Who has the better midfield?
I agree. Newcastle's midfield is better when fully fit and firing. It's absolutely better. I don't think there's a better midfield three in the Premier League than their three. Liverpool fans will argue differently, but I still don't think it's quite complete. Gravenberch has been unbelievable this season, but I think he's now running on empty. Why he played against Southampton last week, I do not know. I think he looked really shattered against PSG after the first leg, never mind the second leg. So there's a tiredness creeping in. I'm a big fan of Curtis Jones. I think he should have been used more this season. I know he's had injuries, but I'm a huge fan of his. So it surprised me he hasn't had more game time under Arne Slot. But listen, they can play brilliantly, the Liverpool midfield. I get that. But I just think Newcastle's is stronger. And I think that's where this game might be won this afternoon. I know Newcastle have got their problems with Anthony Gordon out, Lewis Hall out. I get that. But I think they've got some replacements that can fill in with those positions. Had one of the three midfielders been out, I think that would have been a problem for Newcastle. Big problem. I think Newcastle are going to do it.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that, Daz, actually. The injuries that Newcastle have, the depleted left-hand side that they'll call it. And you look at Lewis Hall, I think is a really big miss for Newcastle. I think he does particularly well in those big games against Mohamed Salah. But with Anthony Gordon out, and Aid just said it there, Harvey Barnes can step in. And I don't think he's had a fair crack yet, probably because of Anthony Gordon. But how important do you think he is going to be at the game if he's the one to step in?
Do you know, I'm a big fan of Harvey Barnes, and I think he's shown moments this season, certainly coming off that left-hand side. When he cuts in, he seems to find that far corner with quite regularity as well. I mean, he's fantastic, he's powerful, he's quick, he's strong, he can create opportunities, and I'm quite surprised that they haven't managed to convince one of them, i.e. Anthony Gordon or Harvey Barnes, to play on that right-hand side, because if you've got Harvey Barnes, Gordon and Isak as a front three, I mean, that will give most back fours nightmares, because they're all quick, they can all score, and all technically very good. But it's a big opportunity for Harvey Barnes. As I said, I'm a big fan of his, and he's got his work cut out today. We don't know who's going to play right back for Liverpool as well. There's no Conor Bradley, I don't think. Obviously, Trent's out as well. It could be Jarell Quansah. Now, I don't care what you're going to tell me. Jarell Quansah by trade is a centre-back. When you're asked to play in a different position in the back line as a right-back, you're uncomfortable. Regardless whether you're a good defender or not, there's going to be moments where you're going to find yourself isolated and you can't quite get your bearings. I just think Harvey Barnes might get a bit of joy there, but it's a big opportunity for him.
Yeah.
Gents, enjoy it. What a team we've got for you this afternoon as well. Adrian Durham alongside Sam Matterface, Darren Bent, you heard him there, and Lee Clark as well. Should be good, should be fun. Sound like Adrian Durham was going to Liverpool. That's kind of what...
Sounds like Adrian Durham was on me, by the way. Yeah. Straight away. Yeah,
on
he's going Liverpool.
On me.
He's going Liverpool.
No, I mean going against Liverpool.
Oh, really?
I think that's what he said. I think it's the midfield that wins, and I think he picks Newcastle's midfield. That's the way I heard. That's what I heard.
I miss it. I was getting battered off Adrian Durham, so I switched off a little bit.
Don't worry, join the club. There's quite a few of us getting battered off Adrian Durham. All right, Anil Condola is somewhere. Again, I say somewhere because it's absolutely packed on Wembley Way. Anil, who are you with?
Thank you, Addy. You joined me live on Wembley Way. It's absolutely packed with both sets of supporters. I'm here now with two Liverpool fans, Jay and Gemma. Jay, how are we feeling firstly for the big game today?
I'm feeling quite nervous, but I'm apprehensive. I think we'll get there. I think we'll do it. I think we will.
And Gemma, same feeling?
Yeah, we'll win.
We'll win. Okay, score prediction then. Go on then. What are Liverpool going to win by today?
I think we'll do this 3-0 Liverpool. Confident.
I think 3-1.
3-0 and 3-1. And just one quick final word on Arne Slot. Look, he's come in after Jurgen Klopp. No one could have ever thought he would do as well as he has. The Premier League looks wrapped up. How amazing has it been to get a new manager in and for him to storm the way he has?
I think it's been outstanding, but that's credit to Jurgen, what he's left behind as well. And I think Arne's just come in, smooth transition, and he's just absolutely smashed it. Really happy with him. He's been an absolute credit to the club.
And there we go. As I've said already, some confident Liverpool fans. We've had some confident Newcastle fans. But which one will have a right to be confident? We'll find out live on TalkSport.
Look at Anil there. It's a little nice one, isn't it? Confident, confident, confident. Everyone seems confident. We're going to find out who's lying in about an hour and 45 minutes. All right, let's go to the Arsenal game. Remember, they're taking on Chelsea. Alfie Reynolds watching for TalkSport. Alfie.
10 minutes gone in the second half. It remains Arsenal 1, Chelsea 0. Mikel Merino's goal midway through the first half is what separates the sides. His header from the front post at a corner, sending it across goal and into the net. Chelsea's best chance in that first half fell to Cucurella as a volley went through Raya's legs but spun behind rather than into the net. A bit of fortune for Arsenal, but overall they've bossed this game. They've been the better team so far. 55 minutes played, Arsenal 1, Chelsea 0.
And there's also Fulham versus Tottenham. Jake Robson watching for TalkSport. Jake.
We've had 11 minutes in the second half. It's still Fulham 0, Tottenham 0. Tottenham started this second half the better, no doubt about it. Bergvall and Son have come on at half-time. Johnson and Bissouma went off. Matisse Teller's moved to the right and Son is out on this left-hand side, and he's had some joy. The best that Fulham have come was Smith Rowe blazing over from a corner after the ball was headed away. Then it's been all Tottenham. Solanke with a header wide from a Bergvall cross. Then he glanced one wide from a free kick a couple of minutes later, and a doggy a couple of seconds ago just flashed across a ball across the goal that no one was there to get on the end of. Solanke he hadn't really committed and made the run, but Tottenham have got a free kick now that Son has just whipped into the box. And it's been flicked wide by Bentancur around for a goal kick. So it's all Tottenham so far. It's Fulham 0, Tottenham 0.
Cheers, Jake. Thank you very much. You know, one thing we've not spoken about. We've spoken about the forward line. We've discussed in midfield at length. Defenders have been brought up as well. Goalkeepers.
Yeah.
Nick Pope out of the England squad. And let's be honest, since he's come back, he's not maybe been the Nick Pope prior to the injury. Alisson, I think we can agree, best goalkeeper in the world.
Yes, agreed.
That could be key, couldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we had Nick Pope. We had Craig Hope on earlier, didn't we? And he said about Nick Pope, he said he's going to be the hero because if this could potentially go all the way, this could go extra time and penalties. And how good would it just to see those two battle of wits against the penalty takers? I really like Nick Pope. I think you're right. He's had that injury.
Unlucky not to be in the England squad. Aaron Ramsdale.
Well, I think so. Look, James Trafford is in it, isn't he?
Yeah.
So look, he's had the injuries. He's coming back. He's getting back to his best. I think he still needs to improve with his kicking, with his feet, and he knows that. But Alisson, as you said, best goalkeeper in the world, in my opinion. So they could be key. They could be pivotal in this, especially when you're talking Salah and Isak. The goalkeepers have got to be on form as well.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting game, and it's so many different parts and elements to it. All right, this is the warm-up on TalkSport with Travis Perkins. Join the club, get low trade prices. Find out more at travisperkins.co.uk or download the app. More build-up when we come back.
The warm-up on TalkSport with Travis Perkins. Find everything you need for your landscaping project in stock and available for delivery. Terms and conditions apply.
At BetMGM, we know how to put on a show. So we don't just do offers, we do golden offers like this.
MGM Millions, our supersized jackpot, where right now you could win over £26 million.
Get ready for the golden era in online casino. BetMGM, it's showtime.
Minimum 10p game stake. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
Charlie had just hired Joe. He was great. Seemed like he knew his stuff. So Charlie left him alone for 5 minutes. In those 5 minutes, Joe managed to burst the main pipe and flood the entire ground floor. Workmates, they're a bit like switching your bank account for your business. You don't want any surprises. That's why we guarantee there won't be any when you switch with the current account switch service. Maybe it's time to switch.
Welcome back to another spectacular match day, but what's this? Looks like the fans are playing Coral's free reward shaker. The half and half scarfers shaking decisively for once. They backed a super boost. Next to them, the prawn sandwich brigade. Oh, they've shaken up a free bet after that free lunch. Play Coral's free reward shaker to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers this season. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK max 1 reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Gambleaware.org.
You know that feeling when you've just saved big on your car insurance? Okay, alright. Well, when you add a choice of £20 rewards on top of that, it starts to feel a little bit more. From Just Eat, Sainsbury's and Halfords, plus a free Greg's coffee every month. Insurance is more rewarding when you just use Confused. Just use confused.com. T's and C's apply. See website for details.
CEF. Ever wondered who we are? Well, we have over 400 branches across the UK and Ireland. We're online, in-app, and our CEF catalogue is your go-to for everything electrical. We have over 3,500 experts to help with any electrical queries, and we stock over 44,000 electrical products, from power tools and cables to renewables. So, if you didn't know who we are, you do now. CEF. Your electrical experts.
At Betfred, we want to support all our customers in keeping their gambling fun.
I'll just have a bet usually every home game, really, because it's maybe only twice a month.
I'm like that with the boxing when there's like a big hype around it and I want to get involved, but like it's not that often.
To be fair, I often just put a time out on me, you know, if it starts getting a bit too much.
Taking a break is just one of the ways that you can gamble safely.
Do you have like a regular team that you bet on?
I won't bet on the team I support.
It'll just disappoint you twice.
How do you keep it fun? Gamble safely with Betfred.
Wednesday night. Live Women's Champions League football.
On TalkSport 2.
What a goal! Manchester City versus Chelsea.
What a strike!
Kick off at 8 p.m.
They've taken the lead against the run of play.
Feel the full force of football. Wednesday night.
On TalkSport 2.
Kick it.
All right, here we go. Back to Box Park, back to Adi Oladipo, Darren Ambrose, as we give you our final match predictions for the big one. Liverpool take on Newcastle. Liverpool, the reigning champions, the record holders of this trophy. And look, we've spoken at length at how many times Newcastle have had opportunities but haven't gotten over the line. Come on, Daz, let's break this one down. How does either team win? Let's start with Newcastle.
Everyone has to turn up for Newcastle, I think. Newcastle are a fantastic squad of players, a fantastic team, but they all need to turn up. Against the Liverpool side, look, okay, they went out to PSG, but full of confidence.
And by the way, that's PSG.
Exactly.
I mean, they didn't get knocked out by a small club.
Agreed. Yeah. Who arguably could go on to win the Champions League, PSG. So they're out of that. Sometimes that can work for you or against you. For Newcastle, you're thinking, let's try and capitalise on that. They went to extra time, penalties. Mentally, they lost the penalty shoot. Mentally, that defeat might have hurt them. But if you're Liverpool, you're trying to galvanise the squad and say, no, we ain't losing this one. We've lost that. We're out of that. We want the double. We want the League Cup and the league. The league's done and dusted for me, no matter what happens today.
Does that help? Does that help take the pressure off that the league is done and dusted?
For sure,
so you almost can just go for this fully.
Look, they have to win games in the Premier League, of course. If they lose every game from now to the end of the season, something magical might happen. Of course. So for us, the Premier League's done. So arguably, this is the most important game of the season now for them. This is the last game, really, that means something. The rest of them is just getting the job done, getting the job over the line in the Premier League. This one is the last one that means something. So they could use the heartache of the PSG game and take it into this and say, this isn't happening again. I guarantee you, in the changing room, that's what the senior players are going to be saying. We're not losing this. Remember that heartache that we felt on Tuesday? That's not happening today. But if you're Newcastle, you have to go out, you have to start early, take it to them, put it to all these players and see if they're still mentally and physically drained from that match on Tuesday.
Top managers are judged by the amount of trophies they win. It's that cut and dry, isn't it? Eddie Howe doesn't have that in his cabinet. Because of that, can he be called a top manager or does he need to get over the line and win something to kind of be in that bracket?
I think he needs to win something. I do, particularly at a club like Newcastle. If you can be the first manager in 70 years to win a trophy, a major English trophy at the football club, you will go down not only in legendary status at Newcastle in folklore, you'll become one of those managers that you're speaking about, because you've done it at a club, not so much a secondary club, but you know what I mean, the Manchester Cities, when Manchester United, they were flying high. This is a club on the up, on the rise.
You're right. There's a tier of clubs that will always win the trophy.
So
they're not in that tier.
They're in the second tier, and Eddie Howe wants to put them in that top tier. And it starts today. In his eyes, it starts today. Win that first trophy. Once the first one's over the line, you can then go again next year. 2 years ago, didn't quite work out. Last year was a little bit disappointing in terms of trophy, or in terms of cup runs and the league campaign. This is the one. Get this one over the line. You go into next season, Carabao Cup holders, looking to take that into the FA Cup, the league, and see where that takes you.
All right, before I give you my thoughts on Liverpool, let's just quickly, finally, for the final time, go to Alfie Reynolds watching Arsenal versus Chelsea. Alfie.
64 minutes played at the Emirates. It's still Arsenal 1, Chelsea 0. Could have been 2-0 to Arsenal, though, not long ago. Mikel Merino, who scored their opener, hitting a volley at the back post from Martinelli's cross from the right. It's a good stop from Sanchez to keep it out. He's been criticised, the Chelsea keeper, this season, but that was a solid save there. Arsenal 1, Chelsea 0.
And let's go to Jake Robson watching the game. Fulham taking on Spurs. Jake.
66 on the clock. It's still Fulham 0, Tottenham 0. Fulham now ringing the changes. Jimenez and Iwobi off, Muniz and Traore on. Udogie with a cross a couple of minutes ago again. He's done really well down this left-hand side. Since Son's basically come on, there's been a bit more space for him to run into. Tottenham have made all the running so far in this second half. A couple of minutes ago, there was a bit of a set too, actually, between Calvin Bassey and Christian Romero. Romero, the captain for the day, unhappy at a lunge that Bassey made on Tell, the Tottenham wide man needing some treatment, but he's up and about now. It's still Fulham 0, Tottenham 0.
You know, I think the narrative has changed so much with regards to Arne Slot.
Yeah.
And I think people need to remember what the narrative was at the start of the season when Jurgen Klopp left.
Yep.
It wasn't a case of this Liverpool team are going to go and compete. It was a case of could they stay within the top 4 contention. It wasn't a case of Jurgen Klopp's left this fantastic team behind. It's how do you fill the shoes of Jurgen Klopp? And Arne Slot's filled them so well.
Yeah, he has, and it is a surprise. But what he done, what surprised me actually in terms of what he done when he arrived at the club, I don't know what you felt, is straight away he said, I've inherited a fantastic
and he was
squad.
happy to say that, which I thought was fantastic.
I don't need to do anything to this. Jurgen Klopp's left me this football club, this squad of players. I don't need to add to it that much. But he has. He's added his own stamp to Bosley. He's made into a better player. Gravenberch he's made into a better player.
Key.
Exactly. Yeah. Cody Gakpo has got playing as well. He's got young players coming through as well. Yes, there's talks about players out of contract, but that every time he's asked, he backs that away.
So well.
Yeah,
when you think of the 3 players that are out of contract, I mean that would normally crush a manager.
Yeah.
He seems to just smile and say, "Okay, look, we'll deal with that when we need to deal with that."
Yep.
I've been shocked at how good he's been.
Have you been shocked at how good Mohamed Salah's been?
Yes.
In terms of his numbers and his all-round play.
It's almost a case of, let me just remind you guys, you don't want to offer me the money? Okay, let me show you what I can do to deserve that money.
Yep.
And I think Salah's been fantastic. If the season ends right now, he's player of the season. That's how good he's been.
I agree. I think he's arguably the best player in the world on current form, in my opinion. Is it solely about... I don't think it is solely about Isak or Mohamed Salah.
No.
This is 2 fantastic teams.
Yeah, there's far too many good players, match winners on both sides.
Yes.
And I think if you concentrate on just those 2, then there's a problem.
Yeah.
All right, go on. Let's do it. Score prediction.
I'm going to go with my heart, and I'm going to say Newcastle are going to end this 70-year wait. I think it's going to be 3-2.
Okay, what about going with your head?
Newcastle 3-2. Go on. What are you saying?
I think Liverpool win it 3-1.
Well, what a game we're
I think Liverpool
in store.
I think Liverpool win it 3-1. Look, I think it's going to be a fantastic game. I think, again, 2 fan bases that make more noise than most.
Yep.
And I think 2 fan bases that will light up Wembley, and 2 managers that like to play good football as well.
Cannot wait.
Should be a good one. Darren, thoroughly enjoyed it.
Loved
with you.
it.
We're going to hand over to the GOAT, Adrian Durham, as well, for all the build-up as we big up the big one. 4:30 kickoff. We are talking Newcastle versus Liverpool. Will it be Liverpool's 11th time winning it, or will Newcastle finally win a trophy after 70+ years? We'll find that in a few hours.
The unstoppable force of live football. The League Cup Final, live.
It's going to let fly. Oh, what a strike!
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave, on DAB, online, and on your smart speaker.
He's in and scored!
The League Cup Final, live. Liverpool versus Newcastle on TalkSport.
Welcome to Wembley for the Carabao Cup final. Liverpool love winning the League Cup. Newcastle would love to win the League Cup. This is going to be very special, live on TalkSport.
Right here, right now.
Will it be Liverpool retaining the competition, winning it for an 11th time?
Small Wembley heartbreak for Newcastle, who have now lost 9 games in a row at this stadium.
We cannot be satisfied at this club by reaching a final.
Players don't need reminding of how that feeling of losing, how painful that is, but after a game like that and how long that lives with you, and it's still with us to a degree.
Cross comes in from the left-hand side. The header from Van Dijk. This time it is in, and he is going to win the Carabao Cup final for Liverpool. Van Dijk with an angled header, and Liverpool are going to win the Carabao Cup.
This is going to be an extraordinary season for Liverpool anyway. They're going to win the title, and if they win against Newcastle, a double in his first season.
They're a huge threat when you've got players like Isak as well, who's having a phenomenal season.
Cuts onto his right foot, going to pull the trigger now, and finds the bottom corner. Alexander Isak.
We have to just be focused about the game and not let the fact that the club hasn't won anything in a long time get to us too much. It means a lot that we have the chance to change that.
Good afternoon, I'm Adrian Durham, live pitchside at Wembley Stadium. Unlike the Women's League Cup final yesterday, the turf here, the grass here looks absolutely magnificent. It's set fair for a perfect game of football. Liverpool against Newcastle, winner gets the first Wembley trophy of the season. The fans are filing in already. Liverpool fans were here last year, of course, but they're still loving every moment as Arne Slot makes his way out of the tunnel and greets fellow Dutchman Jaap Stam alongside us, working here for the media. Newcastle players have already been out. The loudest cheer was for England's Dan Burn. Well, he's already 10 feet tall, so he must feel 20 feet tall as the Liverpool players walk past. Darren Bent, a League Cup finalist in his time. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm all good. Delighted to be here. Wow, what an
exciting,
occasion.
isn't it?
Oh, incredible.
A showpiece occasion. We've also got a man who played in Newcastle's midfield for many years, Lee Clark, Newcastle fan as well. How you doing?
Great, Adrian. Like Darren, very excited for the game.
And you were here last year watching your lad play, weren't you? He played in the final last year.
Yeah, he's got the winner's medal, and he wasn't slow to show me it. He won a major trophy within 6 months of his career starting there. I've tried for over 20 years.
Right, okay, you're going to tell me you felt proud, but a little bit of you was annoyed, right?
Very envious and annoyed, of course. No, very, very proud. It was a great day. Hopefully the same again today.
And Liverpool, of course, winning it. Bobby Clark played as well. Cody Gakpo just walks past. He's got an incredible record in this year's Carabao Cup. Darren Bent, I mean, it's two sets of fans that are absolutely magnificent. The Newcastle, the club have left black and white scarves on all of the seats as you just bump fists with Harvey Elliott.
Yeah.
Only went and scored in Paris the other week. Just that Harvey Elliott. Dominic Szoboszlai walks past as well. Simicast too. All the Liverpool players walking right past us here, pitchside at Wembley. They didn't really need the black and white scarves on the seats, Darren, but they will make a big noise. It's going to be such a scene.
It's going to be incredible. I mean, the Newcastle fan we know are passionate already. I mean, you've only got to play up there as an away player at St James's Park, and they absolutely love these type of occasions. They always get behind their team, regardless how the team's doing as well. But I feel like Newcastle are in a really good place now. I mean, they got a taste of it a couple of years ago. Probably didn't do themselves justice against Manchester United. Maybe came a bit early in that development under Eddie Howe. But certainly now, I feel like they're ready. You look at the squad. I know they've got a couple of injuries, but you look at Isak, for instance, you've got Harvey Barnes, that midfield three, which I'm sure we're going to speak about, Joe Linton, Tonali, Gomes, that's as strong as there is in the Premier League. I genuinely believe that's where the game will be won and lost, within those three, and these Newcastle fans will get right behind that team.
And Lee, how do you see the game going? They were here 2 years ago, Newcastle. We were pitchside 2 years ago, weren't we?
Yeah, I think totally agree with what Darren said. He took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say game's going to be won and lost in the midfield area. You know, as you said, Tonali, Gomes, Joe Linton, Gravenberch, Szoboszlai, McAllister, if that's going to be the midfield group threes for each team. You know, I was, Adrian, early in the season, I was at St James's. I watched Bournemouth come up to Newcastle and absolutely destroy Newcastle with a brilliant display. Not just attacking wise though, what Bournemouth done unbelievably that day, they stopped the service in Alexander Isak. He hardly got a touch, and that's how they could then get on top of Newcastle and play their football. So I think that's the key. It's not trying to, I know people have talked about the Virgil van Dijk, Alexander Isak conundrum and the battle that's going to be. I think if Liverpool stop the initial balls going into Isak, that would be the problem for Newcastle.
Former Newcastle man Lee Clark is with us. Darren Bent, king of drive. is with us.
Love that.
As well. We've got a goal at Craven Cottage in the Premier League. Jay Robson.
78 played, it's Fulham 1, Tottenham 0, and it's Muniz, the second half sub, with a 9th goal of the season. A really nice finish, tucked it away into the far corner. Vicario saw it late, and the goalkeeper couldn't dive quickly enough down to get the ball. Audebert lost the ball for Tottenham out on the right hand side, another second half sub. He tried to beat 2 or 3 men in one go. Willian then picked it up, cross came in, and there was Muniz with a brilliant finish. Lift off at Craven Cottage. It's Fulham 1, Tottenham 0.
Right, we've got an array of superstars. We've tasked Alex Crook. He's already spoken to a lot of superstars already on the warm-up show from Box Park Wembley. We've tasked Alex Crook to get more superstars between now and kick-off. So if he fails, we're going to give him huge grief, all right? So let's see how he gets on with that. Talking to superstars, Sam Matterface is on commentary for us here at Wembley this afternoon. Liverpool against Newcastle. How do you see the game going, Sam?
Well, I'd echo exactly what Darren Benson, I think you said it previously, didn't you, on the warm-up show about that midfield. That midfield is so important to Newcastle United, and if you've watched them over the last couple of weeks against West Ham, we were there on Monday night, and the game against Brighton in the FA Cup, Joel Linton coming back from injury is a crucial part of the season. One of the issues obviously that they've got is that Anthony Gordon is not available, but I thought Harvey Barnes played really well in the game on Monday night, and his contribution needs to be as stellar as it was in that game. The end product for the Guimaraes goal, the decisive goal, was absolutely superb. A brilliant flighted ball into the penalty area. They'll need that quality. Isaac has caused problems for both Van Dijk and Konate already this season, and if he can get the service, I think he can make a huge difference. But right off Liverpool at your peril.
Absolutely. What do you make? What have you heard regarding team news? You heard any whispers? Because you know everybody.
I'd be very surprised if it wasn't Nick Pope in goal, a back four of Trippier, Cher, Byrne and Livramento, that midfield three of Tonali as the six with Guimaraes and Joel Linton, with Barnes on the left, Murphy on the right and Isaac through the centre. That's what I think the Newcastle 11 will be. I think that obviously Liverpool will make changes. Cleveland Kelleher maybe has played in the last 2 League Cup finals, so therefore would expect him to play again this afternoon. I think Quansah will play at right back. Konate should be fit. Van Dijk as the centre half, and Robertson, he played 120 minutes the other night, so just wonder whether or not he can go again. Gravenberch, obviously you've already mentioned, he's been running on empty a little bit, but he's absolutely vital to Liverpool. Salah will start. I think Jota will play through the middle, and I think Gakpo will end up coming off the bench today, and Diaz will start on the left-hand side. So, look, I think it's been 2 strong teams, 2 big teams. Liverpool went all the way to penalties on Tuesday night, but as Arne Slot said in his press conference, that shouldn't make too much of a difference because he changed 5 outfield players during the course of that. McAllister only played 90 minutes. He's going to be key as well. So I think it'll be a fiercely contested game, and they've taken the emotion out of it, apparently, Newcastle this time around. So maybe last time they could be accused of freezing when they got onto the big stage. I don't think they'll do that today.
Interesting. Sam, thanks very much. We'll be back with you for team news in around about 20 minutes. I'm Adrian Durham, pitch side with the former Newcastle man Lee Clark and with Darren Bent, who's played in a League Cup final before. I'll ask you about the shootout a little bit later on and where it all went wrong. How did Darren Bent not take a penalty? Incredible. We know that Fulham are leading Spurs by a goal to 0. How's the game at the Emirates going? Alfie Reynolds.
Into the final 10 minutes, it's Arsenal 1, Chelsea 0 still. Mikel Merino's first half goal, a header from a corner at the front post, still separates the sides, and Merino has had the best opportunity of a goal in the second half as well. A volley that Sanchez, to be fair to him, for all the criticism the Chelsea keeper's received this year, actually saved pretty well. Hasn't been a great game though. We've got just under 10 minutes remaining. It's Arsenal 1, Chelsea 0.
Live pitch side at Wembley on TalkSport. Liverpool have won this a record 10 times, twice in the last 3 seasons. Their 15th League Cup final, 5 more than anyone else. And Newcastle looking for a first major domestic trophy in 70 years. Whatever happens here today, we're bringing it to you live on TalkSport, and it will be a massive story.
At BetMGM, we know how to put on a show. So we don't just do offers, we do golden offers like this.
MGM Millions, our supersized jackpot, where right now you could win over £26 million.
Get ready for the golden era in online casino. BetMGM, it's showtime.
Minimum 10p game stake. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
Charlie had just hired Joe. He was great. Seemed like he knew his stuff. So Charlie left him alone for 5 minutes. In those 5 minutes, Joe managed to burst the main pipe and flood the entire ground floor. Workmates, they're a bit like switching your bank account for your business. You don't want any surprises. That's why we guarantee there won't be any when you switch with the current account switch service. Maybe it's time to switch.
People's Postcode Lottery's big spring win is back. In our April draws, you and your neighbours could win a share of £25.4 million. Own or rent, doesn't matter. If your door is in the draw, then you're in with a chance to win. You just need to sign up before midnight on the 31st of March. Who knows? You could win a share of £25.4 million. So get your door in the draw. People's Postcode Lottery manage lotteries on behalf of good causes. 18 plus conditions apply. Play responsibly. Not available in Northern Ireland.
I'm Jane Mulkerrins, Associate Editor of The Times Magazine. This weekend, you can read The Times and Sunday Times for free and discover the best of our journalism. We've got an interview with the iconic artist Grayson Perry, an exclusive extract about John and Paul's relationship before the Beatles. We reveal who made it onto our first ever Beauty Rich list. And don't miss our Formula One coverage, including Lewis Hamilton's debut race for Ferrari. Read The Times and Sunday Times for free this weekend at thetimes.com.
Contestant number 2, get your buzzer at the ready. Tell me, when does a Greg's lunch deal hit just right?
I often spice up my break with southern fried chicken goujons, and I love to add wedges as a pick-me-up.
Nailed it! Whatever you get up to, enjoy goujons, wedges and any drink from just £5. Greg's, back some joy! Prices may vary, see and shop for details, subject to availability.
You know all about Total Football. Now, LiveScore Bet brings you Total Betting. It's everything you love about LiveScore. Scores and stats play alongside great odds, offers, free-to-play games, and a slick bet builder. Everything in one place. And to top it off, new customers can enjoy £30 in free bets when they bet £10 on sports. LiveScore Bet. Total Betting.
1.5 minimum odds, settle in first 14 days, free bets valid 7 days, £10 for bet builder only. T's and C's and deposit exclusions apply. Bet responsibly, 18 plus gambleaware.org.
Get unbeatable coverage of all the biggest sports headlines with the back page review on TalkSport with Tesco Mobile for Business. Every weekday morning from 6, listen to the Superstar Breakfast for all the breaking news you need to know, the latest views you need to hear, and the big name interviews you can't afford to miss. The back page review on TalkSport with Tesco Mobile for Business. From side hustle to startup, get business phone bills for up to 40% less than the big mobile networks. For terms of verification, visit tescomobile.com/business. TalkSport. It's football to the max. The League Cup final live. Liverpool versus Newcastle on TalkSport.
Live pitch side at Wembley. Joel Quansah has just walked past back into the tunnel after inspecting the Wembley pitch. We are thinking he may well start for Liverpool this afternoon, given the injury problems they've got. It's a day for someone to be a hero and a day for legends of the past as well, and one of Newcastle's greatest ever homegrown talents, one of my favourite players ever, Chris Waddle, is here at Wembley, and he's with our chief football correspondent Alex Crook.
Thanks, Chris. First of all, thanks for joining us on TalkSport. A beautiful day here at Wembley. Is this going to be the day that Newcastle finally end that 7-decade wait for a trophy?
I hope so. Fans deserve it. They're stuck by the team over the years, home and away, amazing supporters. Yes, I know I think a lot of the country hope Newcastle do lift a trophy. I've got to say that, but you've got to go out there and perform. And Newcastle, we know when they're on the front foot, are as good as anybody in the Premier League at times, and Liverpool can play a variation of games. They can sit back and play counter-attack, or they can press as well. So Newcastle's got to get it spot on today, and if they don't, obviously, then unfortunately it'll be in another few years or whatever to wait. But I'm quite confident they'll win the day.
And what gives you that confidence? Is it the fact you have a genuine match winner in Alexander Isak? Is it that midfield trio that have performed so well this season? Is it Dan Burn, just called up by England?
Yeah, no, they've got a very. I think a lot of the players come into the game are a lot of confidence. You've got Murphy on one side. Harvey Barnes is a great opportunity for him today. He's playing against Quansah, who's let's be honest, a centre half.
If you can get the ball, we know how good Harvey Barnes is coming inside on that right foot and bending it in that top corner. He could have a good day today. Isaac is a player who is on form. He's always a threat. He's pace, he's got skills, he can make his own goals. He doesn't rely on service as much. He can score his own goals. So, and as you say, the midfield three, very experienced, played high level international footballers. So they'll have nothing to fear. That'll be a good battle in midfield. And then it's just about, I think, which back four can keep the front three of both sides quiet. And, I think we're in for a good game. If Newcastle play how they normally play, which is a high press, I think it's going to be a real good game.
And you're a proud Englishman as well. How important is this for English and for British coaches? Because I think I'm right in saying Harry Redknapp, 2008, with Portsmouth, last English manager to win a major final here at Wembley. Eddie Howe obviously has the chance to do that.
Well, it's great. I mean, that's what we want, isn't it? Let's be honest. It's a good competition to win, gets you into Europe, and, yes, and if Eddie Howe can do it. Somebody at Newcastle's got to win a trophy. Yes, they've had promotions and whatever, but somebody needs to win a cup. And, I'm not going to see a better chance because we really respect Liverpool. They're a really good side. But I think on the day today, there's no reason Newcastle United cannot go up them steps and lift that trophy.
Go on then, give us a prediction before we let you go.
I'm going to go 2-1-2 Newcastle.
Goal scorers?
Isaac and Harvey Barnes.
There you go. Chris Waddle, thanks for joining us live on TalkSport.
Okay, so a little known fact, I love Chris Waddle. Yes, I couldn't take my eyes off him there. I mean, one of the very... Until I saw Messi live, Chris Waddle was the best player I'd ever seen live.
Well, yeah, I was lucky enough to watch him in the early 80s here, and he was a magnificent footballer. Absolutely brilliant.
Stunning. We got another Premier League goal late on at Craven Cottage. Jake Robson.
With 2 to play, it's Fulham 2, Tottenham 0. Ryan Sessegnon with a brilliant curling right-footed finish. Ball hoofed down the field by Leno. Davies, the centre-back, let it bounce. He was then out-muscled by Sessegnon, and they've got the ball under control, and he finished beautifully past Vicario. He then ran over to the Fulham fans, looked up to the sky, and was given the ovation of all ovations. Of course, he spent 3 or 4 years, didn't he, at Tottenham, was injured, barely played, had a torrid time. When he came onto the field in the second half substitute, the crowd was singing "He's one of our own," and he's topped off what is going to be a brilliant victory here for Fulham here this afternoon. Ryan Sessegnon with the goal. Fulham 2, Tottenham 0.
And the 2 former Fulham players, Darren Bent and Lee Clark, happy with that second goal, are we, lads? Yeah.
No, listen, I've got no affiliation in the fight. I've got no dog in the fight, so it is what it is, isn't it?
This is true. Apparently you play for Spurs, yeah?
Occasionally, and Fulham, occasionally.
What we need to do is talk about the fact that you were around in the Spurs squad for 2 League Cup finals. Actually, and there's somebody just tapping you on the shoulder there. Only Thierry Henry saying hello to Darren Bent and Lee Clark. Terry, okay. Terry, who's going to win?
Arsenal is not here, so
Oh, that was like a Moose interview. That was. There's Thierry Henry saying Arsenal are going to win. You didn't get on the field for the first one, is that right?
Correct, yeah.
And then that was the one that Spurs won. And then there was a shootout against Man United. Yeah. And you were on the pitch but didn't take a penalty. Spurs lost the shootout. Why didn't you take a pen?
Well, no, I said to Harry at the start, I'll take number 1, because at the time I was the penalty taker. But he said, no, you take number 5 in case we get to 5 and we need to score a penalty to stay in it. But I was almost like, well, we might not get that far, and unfortunately David Bentley and Jamie O'Hara missed, but I was gutted, absolutely gutted.
Can you just say that? Who else missed? David Bentley and
Jamie O'Hara. Sports bar. Talk Sports bar.
Has anyone seen?
Honestly, but no, it was. What an occasion though to play in the cup final, but unfortunately it ended badly.
Yeah, what is that like to be here, to walk around on the pitch beforehand in the suits and see the fans fill the seats, and that, is there pressure on players? Because you started the game, didn't you? I mean, you must feel that pressure as well as the excitement, the enjoyment.
Do you know what? I probably felt more pressure the first one because we hadn't been there in so long, Tottenham, and to play against Chelsea, who were the better side at the time, you're thinking, all right, we've got to play really well to get something out of it. So when the second one came around against Manchester United, because we'd been there the year before, everyone was calm, the dressing room was a lot quieter. We almost knew what we had to do, and we played really well in both. We won the first one obviously against Chelsea, and we just couldn't get the ball over the line against Man United. Ben Foster that day was absolutely outstanding.
Unreal,
he saved everything.
He was amazing. I was here that day, and he was unbeatable. in goal. He had just had one of those daft days. As
it was one of them daft days. And you know what's funny? Whenever I do stuff with him for his podcast and stuff, he's always reminding me of that as well. I think it's behind him in the Foscast as well. That man of the match trophy that he got, he never lets me live it down.
We're slightly fortunate from Darren Bent's point of view that we're right by the Liverpool fans. We're just the right side, the Liverpool side of the halfway line, because we're in front of the Newcastle fans. You'd be getting grief because you once scored against Newcastle, didn't you?
Well, hey, why do you want to say that?
Because you did.
What was the score at the time when I scored?
It was 5-0 to Newcastle, but mate, you celebrated that goal. Come on.
No, do you know what I did? I scored 90 plus 3, and then when I got the ball out the net, like, what was going to happen? We were 5-0 down at the time, but just to show, obviously, a good sign that we're still a chance. Football's crazy. Could we get another 4 goals in the minute that remained in that game? Obviously not, but listen, still, to play a North East derby, wow, incredible.
They would be giving you grief, would they?
Well, they give me grief. I can't repeat the words they were calling me on the way in here, but I got a little bit.
And what did you get? You play for both. You just knew you're Newcastle, though, aren't you?
I'm black and white through and through. Yeah, I just went over to Sunderland for a couple of years and came back to the right side of the North.
Yeah, well, you wore a T-shirt at a cup final.
Well,
didn't you?
didn't. Yeah, we didn't. There's too many reminders.
I think it said the same thing that they were shouting at Darren Bent on the way here.
Yeah, exactly.
And that was the end of your Sunderland career. We'll move on. Just to prove you are a Newcastle man and a Newcastle fan. Let's get the closing stages at the Emirates. Arsenal lead Chelsea 1-0. Alfie Reynolds.
Yeah, we're into the final minute of 4 that were added on here at the Emirates. Arsenal 1, Chelsea 0, the scoreline. A match which in this second half, for the most part, has petered out really. Chelsea have just won a free kick deep in their own half, so they'll launch it forward to try and generate something. But as things stand at the moment, it's Mikel Merino's first half header which is going to give Arsenal all 3 points. They've had the vast majority of the chances and the ball. They've controlled proceedings for the most part, the Gunners, and if it does stay this way, they would be well worth the victory, as Saliba does really well calmly to head it back to Raya and most likely snuff out the final Chelsea attack. Merino, the goal scorer then for Arsenal, he also had a volley in this second half, the best chance of the second half that Sanchez in the Chelsea goal saved well. And Chelsea haven't been great as the full-time whistle goes. 1-0 to Arsenal, the final score. Chelsea not great in this game. Cucurella went closest for them. His volley in the first half squirmed through Raya's legs but went behind. It's a victory which gives Arsenal a 4-point cushion to Forest below them in third. Chelsea remain fourth, 1 point above Man City. Full time at the Emirates. Arsenal 1, Chelsea 0.
And let's go straight to Craven Cottage. I think it's full time there. Jake Robson.
Just finished. Fulham 2, Tottenham 0. Marco Silva's men back to winning ways after losing their last 2. It took long enough for the game to get into life. Just as Tottenham had gained the upper hand towards the end of the second half, Fulham pounced through their subs. First, with 12 to play, Rodrigo Muniz bagged his 9th Premier League goal of the season. Odegaard giving the ball away, trying to take on and beat 3 Fulham players. One of them was Willian, who picked it up. His cross to Pereira, and he played through the striker, who did the rest. Then, 2 to the end, another sub, Ryan Sessegnon, who came on to haunt his former side after, quite frankly, a torrid time that he had at Tottenham. Injury, and he didn't play many games. The ball was hoofed forward by goalkeeper Bernd Leno. He then out-muscled Davies, the Tottenham centre-back, and he curled it brilliantly with his right foot, his weaker foot no less, into the far corner. Goalkeeper no chance. Fulham go marching on. They're up into 8th. Tottenham stay 13th. They remain 5 points behind 12th place Crystal Palace. What does the rest of their season have in store? It's finished at Craven Cottage. Fulham 2, Tottenham 0.
Wow, Darren Bent first of all, with Arsenal winning 1-0 against Chelsea, or right out of sorts. Spurs losing again. Fulham up to 8th place. What do you make of those results?
Yeah, Arsenal 1-0 got the job done. Chelsea in no real consistent form already, but what a result for Fulham. I mean, we were speaking about, well, I was yesterday, Bournemouth, potentially they could be the ones pushing for Champions League. It looks like it could be Fulham. And Tottenham, again, inconsistency. I genuinely think they put all their chips in the Europa League basket. It can be, because the Premier League's done. 13th in the table is not good enough. I think it's all about the Europa League now.
Yeah, you're right. A quick one on your old club, Fulham, because they've gone all the way to a Europa League final before. To get back into Europe be something else, wouldn't it?
Outstanding, Adrian. Marco Silva has done a terrific job. 4 points from the top 4. I mean, an absolute brilliant job, and that's a brilliant result in the derby in London there today.
The Liverpool keepers coming out to, Newcastle keepers coming out to warm up. Quick reminder of the results: Arsenal 1, Chelsea 0, Fulham 2, Spurs 0, Leicester Man United at 7 o'clock tonight. Celtic 2, Rangers 3 in the Dundee derby. Dundee United are trailing Dundee 2-0 after 25 minutes. And live on TalkSport 2 earlier, the Sheffield derby, the Steel City derby finished Sheffield Wednesday 0, Sheffield United 1. Now then, Alex Crook is with another legend here at Wembley. Alex.
Thanks, Aid. I'm with Liverpool royalty in the form of Ian Rush. Are the nerves jangling ahead of kick-off?
Yeah, it's always nervous. You know, when you come to Wembley, it's such a magnificent stadium, and the nerves will be there, so I'll be glad when the game starts.
Are you confident that they can bounce back, your old club, from what happened against PSG in midweek?
Anything can happen in the final. Confident, but Newcastle are a good team. We went to extra time and penalties in the week, and so I think it's important that Liverpool have a good start. They had a good start against PSG. They had chances, but they didn't take them. I think if they'd taken that chances, Liverpool would have won the game. But I think it's important, the first 20 minutes, if they can get a goal, it's not too bad. If you go goal behind, you start thinking you're tired. If you go ahead, you never get tired.
And you mentioned penalties there. There is obviously the possibility we could be heading for a shootout again today. Darwin Núñez missed in the week, not the only one, but as a former striker, if it does come to spot kicks, would you expect him to step up, and what advice would you give him?
Well, I couldn't take a penalty myself, so from my point, I only took 7 penalties and I scored 4 goals. Now, I managed to score in the shootouts and all that, but at the end of the day, it's an art in itself, taking penalties. Now, people think it's just a penalty, but it's not. When I was at Liverpool, we had Jan Moby and Phil Neal. They never missed a penalty. Now, it's just pot luck then, so I think you just be confident in what you do, and if you want to pick your spot, they don't do that no more. They run up to the ball and stop, and then wait for the goalie to move, but at the end of the day, you've got to be confident in yourself, and I'm sure if Núñez did take a penalty, I'm sure he'll know what to do this time.
On the subject of great forward players, does Alexander Isak scare you today with the ability that he has?
Yes, he's a magnificent player. He's most probably the reason why Newcastle are here today. He's had a great season for Newcastle. It's not just the goals, but his all-round play. And he's a major threat today. And so hopefully Virgil van Dijk will be on the best.
Yeah. And then Mo Salah, a big game for him as well. Possibly the last time we see him in a Liverpool shirt at Wembley.
Yeah, possibly. No one knows at the moment, but Mo's another one. He's an incredible player. He's done fantastic for Liverpool. He's changed his game as well. He doesn't go past people no more. Maybe people say he doesn't do anything for 20 minutes, but then he'll do a quick 1-2 or a superb assist. And the penalty, again, I say penalty's an art himself. He has to be on that field for 90 minutes because he can change Liverpool at any time.
And just finally, everyone is talking about how important this is for Newcastle, not won a trophy for 7 decades. For Liverpool, obviously serial trophy winners, serial winners of this competition, it's just as big, isn't it? Because it will be the first trophy that Arne Slotter's got his hands on.
Yes, 100%. When you look at Jurgen Klopp as well, when he won his first trophy, so as a manager, you want to win a trophy, and it's a great chance for Liverpool there for the manager to lift the trophy. But I'm saying, look at Newcastle fans. They're just like Liverpool fans. They're local as. The difference is that Liverpool have won trophies. I think 2 years ago Newcastle lost in the final, so they're a bit more experienced. So it'll be interesting to see how the game goes. But I think both sets of supporters, it's going to be an incredible atmosphere.
It certainly will be. Ian, thanks for joining us and enjoy your day.
Thank you.
Ian Rush and Alex Crook described him as royalty there, spot on. Mo Salah, we're all wowing about Salah, 243 Liverpool goals. He's third on the all-time list. Roger Hunt, 285. Mo Salah's not catching Ian Rush. 346 goals over 2 spells for Liverpool. If you saw him play back then, you'll know just how brilliant Ian Rush was. A winner, a legend at Liverpool Football Club, and he's here to see this team of today, to see if they can pick up back-to-back Carabao Cups, or will Newcastle get their first trophy in decades. It's coming up live on TalkSport, and we'll get the team news next.
At BetMGM, we know how to put on a show. So we don't just do offers, we do golden offers like this.
MGM Millions, our supersized jackpot, where right now you could win over £26 million.
Get ready for the golden era in online casino. BetMGM, it's showtime.
Minimum 10p game stake. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
With a Travis Perkins trade account, you open the door to big trade deals every single month. This month, we've gone big on landscaping. Right through March, get a 20 kilogram bag of postcrete for as little as £5.35 each. Join the club and get this and other big landscaping trade deals this March with your trade account. Travis Perkins, doing what matters for the trade. All prices exclude VAT at 20%.
Want a day off deciding what to eat? Sit back, relax, and let us do the thinking for you. And the cooking, and the cleaning. From salmon fillet Mondays to fish and chips Fridays. IKEA family members can try a different £3 dish of the day every weekday in store. IKEA, the wonderful everyday. T's and C's and exclusions apply. Find out more at ikea.co.uk.
People's Postcode Lottery's Big Spring Win is back. In our April draws, you and your neighbours could win a share of £25.4 million. Own or rent, doesn't matter. If your door is in the draw, then you're in with a chance to win. You just need to sign up before midnight on the 31st of March. Who knows? You could win a share of £25.4 million. So get your door in the draw. People's Postcode Lottery manage lotteries on behalf of good causes. 18 plus conditions apply. Play responsibly. Not available in Northern Ireland.
My granny visits Specsavers. No chance.
No, my daughter doesn't go to Specsavers.
You're having a laugh. My sister goes to Specsavers.
Specsavers? For my mum, it's out of the question. Dad? Oh, he hasn't been to Specsavers in years.
If your loved ones can't make it into a Specsavers store, it's easy to arrange home visits. Our opticians are caring and highly trained. To find out if your loved ones are eligible, visit our website.
At Vodafone, get the amazing Google Pixel 9 Pro XL and save a huge £864. Plus, with Gemini, your AI assistant, you can go live, get hands-free help and talk things out. Go online or in-store today. Hurry, enter 18th of March. Vodafone.
Save £576 on 5GB airtime over 36 months and £288 on phone. Phone cost £806. Eligibility, credit checks and terms apply. Finance Vodafone.
At Betfred, we want to support all our customers in keeping their gambling fun.
I'll just have a bet usually every home game really because it's maybe only twice a month.
I'm like that with the boxing when there's like a big hype around it and I want to get involved, but like it's not that often.
To be fair, I often just put a time out on major if it starts getting a bit too much.
Taking a break is just one of the ways that you can gamble safely.
Do you have like a regular team that you bet on?
I won't bet on a team I support.
You'll just disappoint you twice.
How do you keep it fun? Gamble safely with Betfred.
TalkSport Drive. Tomorrow afternoon from 4 on TalkSport.
TalkSport Drive with me, Darren Bent.
And me, Andy Goldstein. Sports radio that's guaranteed to go the distance.
Move up through the gears with all the day's sports.
Daily football debates, plus a bootload of banter.
Watch the lights, release the clutch, drive!
TalkSport Drive with Andy Goldstein and Darren Bent. Tomorrow afternoon from 4 on TalkSport. The fastest football on the way home.
That's going to come back to haunt me, that one, isn't it?
TalkSport live at the Carabao Cup final at Wembley. Sun is shining overhead. Let's go through the lineups for Liverpool against Newcastle, all thanks to Betfair.
Well, the 65th League Cup final does not feature two of England's stars. Trent Alexander-Arnold is injured and Anthony Gordon is suspended. Liverpool bring in Caoimhin Kelleher and Jarell Quansah from Tuesday night's exit on penalties to PSG in the Champions League. In the absence of Trent, Joe Gomez and Bradley, newly called up Quansah, whose only start at right back this season was against Newcastle United in the 3-3 draw earlier in the season. It's realistically the fourth choice right back starting today. Mo Salah will look to improve on his modest cup final record of just 1 goal and 1 assist in 8 major cup finals for club and country. And if Cody Gakpo is going to add to that impressive League Cup record that you spoke of, a goal or an assist every 82 minutes in this competition, then he will have to do so from the bench. Kelleher is the goalkeeper, the right back Quansah, Konate, Van Dijk and Robertson, the back four for Liverpool. It's then Gravenberch with McAllister and Szoboszlai in the middle of the park, with Salah, Jota and Luis Diaz in attack. Alexander Isak makes his 100th Newcastle appearance, having scored more goals than Jackie Milburn, Len White and Alan Shearer did in their first 99 appearances for the club. He leads the line with Barnes and Murphy on the flanks in a side that is unchanged from Monday night's win at West Ham United. So Nick Pope, who missed the final in 2023 through suspension, starts in goal. He gets his moment in the sun. Kieran Trippier, who's lost 3 major cup finals in his career, starts a 4th at right back. Cher, Dan Burn, newly called up to the England squad, and Livramento make up the back four. It's that midfield trio of Joel Linton, Tonali and Guimaraes as we expected, with Murphy, Isaac and Barnes up top. And we are underway now in less than an hour.
Cheers, Sam. Forgot your name there. Those lineups brought to you by Betfair, the official betting partner of TalkSport's Premier League coverage. All thanks to Betfair 18+. BeGambleAware.org. So, Lee Clark, what do you make of the Newcastle lineup? It's as expected, really, isn't it?
Yeah, the only decision he had was the goalkeeping position, Nick Pope or Martin Dubravka, who, to be fair to Dubravka, he's come into the team and done really well, but Nick said he's go-to man. And then you've got Harvey Barnes. Can he continue where he left off on Monday? He was excellent against West Ham. Up against young Jarell Quansah at right back, who's a centre-half playing in the right back position. That could be an interesting one. So yeah, Newcastle's strongest team. They're going for it. And as we said earlier, the midfield 3, which has been superb for Newcastle, with Tonali in that number 6 role. That'll be where the game's won and lost for me today.
Quick one on Barnes. The narrative around Harvey Barnes is that he's great off the bench, not so great starting. Up to him to prove that wrong, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, and that's been of his own making, because he's came off the bench and he scored some crucial goals and exceptional goals and made assists. To be fair to him, though, he hasn't had a run in the team, and this opportunity with Gordon might give him that, and his performance on Monday gives him the confidence. Can he go and repeat that today?
And Darren Bent, Lee highlighting there Jarell Quansah at right back, how that could be a weakness for Liverpool. You see it that way as well?
Yeah, I do, yeah. I look at Harvey Barnes and the pace, the power that he's got, how direct he's running, and I said it earlier, Ray, he's a centre-half by trade, and yes, he's done a really good job when he's been asked to play out there, but it's not as good as a natural fullback, so I just think that's where potentially Newcastle could get some joy. But again, I mean, I'm just fascinated with the middle of the park. I really am. The 3 against the 3, Gravenberch, Szoboszlai, I think, has been outstanding. He looks back to his best. McAllister up against Joe Linton, Tonali and Guimaraes. I think whoever kind of prevails today, I think whoever wins that battle ultimately wins this game today.
Well, already on TalkSport, you, Darren Bent, and I have said that Newcastle's 3 in midfield is better. What do you think, Lee Clark? Liverpool's or Newcastle's?
Oh, wow, that's...
Are we underestimating Liverpool's 3?
I think it could be. I think the reason probably why, because Gravenberch has took everyone by surprise by how well he's done in the 6th role, and it's his first time doing it. But Newcastle's has just been, when Eddie done the masterstroke, dropping Tonali back to the 6, allowing Bruno and Joe Linton to join in with the 3 attacking players, and Tonali's fitness levels, how quickly he wins the ball back, gets box to box. It's going to be intriguing. There's 6 outstanding central midfield players on show today. 3 for Liverpool, 3 for Newcastle. But I'm with you. I think on the day, our 3 can nudge it in our favour, and that 70-year wait could be over.
When he says our 3, the Geordie voice gives it away. Lee Clark, a Newcastle man through and through. Right, let's look ahead to this afternoon's action with Sky Sports.
Stay ahead of the game on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream Sky Sports Big Weekend with the Premier League, the Carabao Cup Final and F1 available with no contract on now. Search Now Sports, 18+, stream via internet, terms apply.
Well, we told Crookie to get the stars. What about this? Let's cross back to TalkSport's chief football correspondent Alex Crook, who's got Liverpool's starting goalkeeper alongside him. Alex.
Thanks, Aid. I'm in the tunnel with Liverpool goalkeeper Quaveen Kelleher. Quaveen, huge game ahead. How important is it you bounce back from what happened against PSG in midweek and pick up that trophy this afternoon?
Yeah, of course. Obviously, it was a disappointment on Tuesday night, but look, we're over that now. We're looking to bounce back, and like you say, it's a big game today. It's a final, so we want to win.
All the talk of what this would mean for Newcastle, having not won a trophy for so long, but it's just as important for you guys, isn't it, with Arne Slot, the opportunity to get his hands on silverware for the first time?
Yeah, of course. Obviously, look, anytime you're in Wembley, it's going to be a massive occasion. It's massive for us as well, just as big for us. So we're well up for it, and we want to win another trophy.
And you, on a personal level, have happy memories of this final. How pumped are you for this afternoon?
Yeah, of course. Obviously, I've had good times here before, so hopefully more of the same.
Mo Salah, the man for the big occasion, could he be Liverpool's match winner?
Yeah, I think he's proven it a lot of times before. He's scored a lot of goals for us this season, but we've numerous other players as well who can score goals and win us the game, so hopefully one of them won't trumps today.
And obviously nobody really knew what to expect when Jurgen left the football club. Did you think when Arne Slot came in that we'd get to this stage, the first major final of the season. Liverpool are in it. You're well clear in the Premier League as well. Could you have expected it to go as well as it has?
Yeah, listen, I think everyone didn't know what to expect. I think obviously it's gone really well this season. The one thing I could say is that we've always had a great squad, so that helps, but definitely we didn't expect it to go this far.
And that squad will be tested this afternoon. Obviously no Trent Alexander-Arnold, no Conor Bradley either, but an opportunity for other players to step up to the plate.
Yeah, of course. I think we've seen it time and time again where you need to have a strength and depth in the squad because injuries are going to happen. So look, we're fully confident in everyone in the squad and hopefully they can do the work today.
Great. Quaveen, thanks for joining us. All the best.
There you go, less than an hour before kick-off. Queen Kelleher, the Liverpool starting keeper today. Darren, you reckon Alisson's the best keeper in the Premier League, don't you? And he's on the bench today.
Yeah.
Surprised?
I'm not surprised because I think Arne Slott's been incredibly loyal to Kelleher. I think he's been brilliant every single time he's had to step up and be their number one. Certainly while Alisson was out injured as well, he's never let himself down. I just wonder for himself personally, is it going to get to a point now? We know Mamadashvili's coming in the summer as well. Alisson, I think, will stay. I think he's too good of a goalkeeper to just sit there and get one-off games here and there.
Thanks very much. That was a look at this afternoon's Premier League action with Sky Sports. Don't forget you can stream the biggest Premier League games available with no contract on now, like Leicester Man United and the Carabao Cup final live today. Search Now Sports.
Stay ahead of the game on TalkSport with Sky Sports. Stream Sky Sports Big Weekend, including Leicester versus Manchester United live today. Available with no contract on now. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
And I love the timing of everything. Alex Crook does his interview with Quaveen Kelleher and then he's running right past us, going out there to warm up with Alisson and the goalkeeping staff as well. And I can see Alex has got another legend with him. Alex.
Hi Ed, I've got Les Ferdinand with me, Newcastle legend, one of the entertainers of course. Do you think this team can go one step further and deliver a trophy?
I'm certainly hoping so. They were here 2 years ago and I thought they got caught up in the emotion a little bit of being at Wembley. I listened to one of Eddie's interviews earlier on today, and the way he was very measured in talking about let's take the emotion out of it, let's see this as here today and we'll be here again next year or the year after, so this is going to be a regular occurrence, so let's not get caught up in the emotion, and I'm sincerely hoping they're able to do that.
And they've got match winners, haven't they? I mean, Alexander Isak has the type of ability to take a Wembley final by the scruff of the neck and bring it home.
Arguably the best striker in Europe at the moment, in the way that he's playing and the goals that he's scoring. Certainly hoping that he can perform to his best levels. You're obviously looking at the fact that Gordon's missing and Hall down this left side, which has been a strong part of Newcastle's game this season, which is a disappointment. But the boys that fill in, I think Harvey Barnes coming in, looks like he might play that side. He's got something to prove because he's been out for such a long time. So I watched him last week against West Ham and he looked good. So hopefully he can reproduce another performance today.
You know exactly what this football club means to the people of Newcastle. You know how long they've waited to see their team lift a trophy. If Eddie Howe is the manager who manages to end that drought, is he going to get a statue? Is he going to get them a Freedom of the City? Is he going to get the lot?
I think you get everything, as you said, and that's the emotion I'm talking about. It's been a long time, and every time they get here, it's got to be this time. It's got to be this time, and look, it's got to change at some stage. But as long as the players don't get caught up in that and feel that anxiety that the supporters are feeling and everybody else around it. But as you said, if Eddie is the man to do it, and I'd love him to do it, not only because it's Newcastle, but I just want to see a British manager win a trophy again, and so it'd be nice if he could do that today.
And could it be a good time to play this Liverpool team? Obviously well clear in the Premier League, but had a disappointment in midweek. Maybe will be mentally and physically tired after that extra time and penalties against PSG.
I mean, it's you'd look at it, and I think when I was sitting there watching the game, I was thinking, please go into extra time, please go to penalties, and I'm sure all the players were as well. But then, if there was a game to bounce back from, you're going into a cup final. If there was anything to take that fatigue and that disappointment away, is the fact that you come to Wembley to play in the cup final. So I don't think that will hinder Liverpool too much, but Newcastle just need to be on their A game.
Could it all be about the first goal today? Is that going to be absolutely crucial?
Yeah, I think so. I think if Newcastle can score early, then as a player you start thinking about the midweek game and the fatigue, and you start thinking, is this what's happening now? So I think it'll be extremely important for Newcastle to get that first goal.
Les, thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Pleasure.
There you go, Alex Crook with Sir Les Ferdinand. He was so good, Les Ferdinand. I know Shearer got all the plaudits and got loads of goals, get that, but Les in his own right. I mean, sensational to watch. He was barnstorming, unstoppable when in full flow, wasn't he, Lee?
it was easy to play behind him. He made the game easy for us midfield players. He could do the lot. His touch was brilliant. He was powerful. He could dribble. He was unbelievable in the air. And to top the lot, what a great bloke. Top fella. Not a negative in Les Ferdinand. I mean, if he was out there the day, I'd be definitely saying we're going to win it. But it's, brilliant footballer.
Since the semi-final, quick one on this, since the semi-final second leg, when they sealed the Wembley place against Arsenal, 1-3, lost 3, conceded 12 in that time. That's questionable form for Newcastle, isn't it? Does that make any difference today?
Hope not. I mean, obviously in those 12 goals was the 3 against Forest when they went 4 up. They absolutely bamboozled. 4-1. And then when you look at the game, I was there, Forest could end up winning it 6-4. So we looked really shaky at the back. But that was one of the few situations where we haven't looked great defensively. I think we have to keep a clean sheet. We have to keep it tight today. As Les mentioned in that interview there, whoever scores the first goal today is going to be crucial. I know we talk about that a lot in football, but today that could be massive. Liverpool get that, you've got to think, oh no, not again. But we've got to be solid at the back.
Indeed, fans are filling these red seats here at Wembley. 3 tiers of, it's such a bowl. When you're pitch side looking up, it is such a huge structure, Wembley Stadium. Absolutely magnificent venue, and this final promises to be a spectacle to live up to the venue as well. Liverpool against Newcastle, kick-off around 45 minutes away, live on TalkSport.
With Set for Life from the National Lottery, you could win on repeat. Imagine £10,000 every month for 30 years. You could shred the slopes in Val d'Isere, then chill on a Caribbean beach, then taste your way through Tokyo, then back home to bolt off to Set for Life. Play now on the National Lottery app. Terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
With a Travis Perkins trade account, you open the door to big trade deals every single month. This month, we've gone big on landscaping. Right through March, get a 6x5 foot super lap fence panel for just £28, or a 6x6 foot panel for only £30. Join the club and get this and other big landscaping trade deals this March with your trade account. Travis Perkins, doing what matters for the trade. All prices exclude VAT at 20%.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
There's a reason why the trade go to Selco Builders Warehouse. Right now, it's because we've got a real deal on 2.44 by 1.22 metre sheets of 18mm structural ply for only £20 ex VAT. Now that's a real deal. See online for more real deals or visit your local Selco today.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
VAT charged at 20%.
I literally would wake up one eye open and then need the cigarette. I was so addicted.
Sue was diagnosed with throat cancer, aged 48.
To tell your family you've got cancer through smoking was hard.
Up to 2 in 3 smokers die from smoking.
Smoking tried to take my life, but now I've got my life back. You've got to keep trying to quit. It's worth it.
For help to quit, download the free NHS Quit Smoking app today.
At Betfred, we want to support all our customers in keeping their gambling fun.
I'll just have a bet usually every home game really, because it's maybe only twice a month.
I'm like that with the boxing when there's like a big hype around it and I want to get involved, but like it's not that often.
To be fair, I often just put a time out on me if it starts getting a bit too much.
Taking a break is just one of the ways that you can gamble safely.
Do you have like a regular team that you bet on?
I won't bet on a team I support.
You'll just disappoint you twice.
How do you keep it fun? Gamble safely with Betfred.
Get unbeatable coverage of the business side of the beautiful game with Simon Jordan and Tesco Mobile for Business on TalkSport. From Southampton to the North Stand, West Ham to Easter Road. Join the most well-connected man in football for an exclusive look inside the boardroom.
This is a long way from a done deal.
Simon Jordan's business briefing on TalkSport with Tesco Mobile for Business. Small business or side hustle? Get business phone bills for up to 40% less than the big mobile networks. For terms and verification, visit tescomobile.com/business.
Hard-hitting football coverage from the terraces to the touchline.
He fires it a beauty.
The League Cup Final, live on TalkSport.
Still John Barnes, Collymore closing in.
Espionabi has fouled up. Would you believe it? It's 4-3 again.
Long from Enrique, taken by Suarez. Oh, what about that? What about that?
Carroll, who's had a go. Oh, it's a fantastic goal from Andy Carroll. This season he can do no wrong.
Henderson, Alexander-Arnold, Shaqiri!
It has been a feast for the senses. Liverpool 4, Newcastle 2.
Newcastle 3, Liverpool 3, and Kevin Keller has just made an absolute howler.
Fixture whose very mention conjures up some of the most iconic images in the history of the Premier League.
Well, stand by for a 0-0 then. Lee Clark, you played in those couple of those 4-3ers, didn't you?
Yeah, I was involved in both. Yeah, I mean, the first one under Kevin was one of the catalysts to us preventing us from winning the Premier League after having the 12-point gap. Just as the Newcastle lads come running out onto the pitch in front of their fans. But yeah, I mean, exciting games always provide lots of excitement, lots of goal scoring opportunities. Both teams this season have gone for the jugular in every match they've played. Don't expect anything different today.
And we were talking about Kevin Kelleher, did make that mistake for the 3-all at St James Park, goes for the ball, leaves it, and all of a sudden it's in the back of the net. He cannot be afforded to do anything like that, can he?
No, we can't. Not today, because, as I said, I think the game's going to be so tight, and it might take one little moment like that could decide this cup final. But I mean, two fantastic teams on display. But I think for Kelleher as well, I think because he's been there in big games as well, and he's jeopardised for Alisson before, I don't think he'll get wrapped up in the occasion. I think he's played too many games now to all of a sudden think, oh my goodness, I've been thrown in for a cup final now, I don't want to let the team down. I think he's been experienced, I think he's been an outstanding goalkeeper, and I think he'll handle this occasion well.
Lee saying the Newcastle players have just come out, the Liverpool players have just come out running past Darren Bent, and Darren was at full speed as well. Let's talk about Dan Burn. I mentioned before he's already 10 feet tall, so he's feeling 20 feet tall after this week. An incredible week for him. Nobody thought when you get to 30 plus you're not going to get your first call up for England. He's got it. What I was intrigued by was Thomas Tuchel saying in the press conference that he was surprised that Dan Burn hadn't been called up before, which, you know, you can read into that what you want, but it is a thinly veiled criticism, if you like. Probably not intended, but it is a criticism of Gareth Southgate. Should he have been in before?
Well, he's been outstanding since he came to Newcastle, and I'll always have a soft spot for Dan. I had him on loan at Birmingham City when I was a manager. I know him really well. I know how hard he's worked in his career to get to where he is. This is his dream move, playing for his hometown club. And I texted him the other day after the squad got announced to congratulate him and said, wow, what a week this could be. The trophy, bring it home, and then winning your first England cap at the age of 52. No, but on a serious level, he's been... Even when he started, when he was playing left back, everyone was like, wow, what's happening? 6'7" left back in the Premier League with the quality of wide players we possess in the Premier League. But he was still different class. He never let anyone down. He's moved into centre half, his normal position, superb. Eddie Howe knows he can call upon him. He's one of the leaders in the dressing room now. And I'm hoping this week can just go on another level for him.
Do you know, I spent a year with him at Fulham. Great guy, really, really nice guy. And he was one of those where if you looked at him, he's deceptively quick, because all the sprint tests, he was always up there. When people tried to run in, them long legs would come from nowhere. But as Lee was saying there, the biggest thing I can remember about him was how hard he worked. I mean, he wasn't getting much game time at Fulham. Felix Magath came in, didn't really fancy him, but whenever he was asked to play, he always did a good job, always worked hard, was always one of the supportive around the guys that weren't playing as well. So to see him doing what he's doing now, getting an England call-up, now about to play in the final, fantastic for him.
Yeah, and he's Eddie Howe called him a model pro. He's had to be a model pro. He was kind of calling him an inspirational figure very quickly on this league, saying that, yes, he's not the perfect footballer, as in technique-wise, but as a left-sided centre-half, he is excellent. But he was saying that he's had to be the model pro, is an inspiration to those around him as well. And actually Thomas Tuchel was indicating he will be in the leadership group with England.
Yeah, I think so. He's an unbelievable character, and those two managers, you know, speaking so highly of him, I can only say the same, knowing him both as a player and as a person. You know, he trains the way he plays. every single day is like them playing in a cup final. Dan will back that up, train alongside him. Every single session you put on, he's there trying to give it his best. And when lads like that get a success that Dan's getting now and the recognition, you don't begrudge them, you just want them to continue to be successful.
The Liverpool subs are warming up literally a couple of feet behind Darren Bent.
Are we safe here with Darwin Núñez? You know what I mean?
Brutal. Absolutely.
Do you not see the ball just whistle past us about 5 seconds ago?
He did, yeah. Not surprisingly, you didn't get a touch on it. Yeah. What I will say is Harvey Elliott's really good at football. That's an unbelievable touch he's got there. As a midfield man, he's impressive, Harvey Elliott, but not as impressive as the next special guest that our football correspondent has got. Alex Crook, who you got?
Delighted to say I'm joined by a two-time Wembley winner with Liverpool, 2 FA Cup wins, Jan Molby. Brilliant day for it. Are your old club going to get their hands on yet more silverware?
Well, there's every chance. I mean, obviously, to have a chance, you need to be here. Liverpool are here yet again. It's a competition that over the years Liverpool took very serious, been very successful. The team have had a great season so far, although there was some disappointment in the week with getting knocked out of the Champions League. But they just look like a very much in control team the way they've played this season, and I think it'll be more of the same here today.
You mentioned that game in Paris in the week. I guess that's the big question is, can they dust themselves down, respond to obviously a big disappointment and come back and win at Wembley?
Yeah, that's a big question, isn't it? If you look at Liverpool's performance over the last 3 games or so, twice against PSG, against a very good PSG, and then there was a bit of a lacklustre performance against Southampton. But this is a big game. But it's also the first time that Arne Slot has had to pick up the team. It's been a disappointing week, so he's had to prepare them in a different way than what he's been used to. And also you've got this thing about fatigue. You know, it's the time of the season where people start to feel their legs a little bit, and a tough game on Tuesday. So I don't quite know. Normally, got a pretty good feeling of what Liverpool are capable of doing and how they'll start the games. Today, I'm not sure.
One of the key battle areas is going to be in the middle of the park. Obviously, Liverpool's midfield has been tremendous. Gravenberch, Szoboszlai, McAllister, but the same can be said of Newcastle's trio of Tonali, Joe Linton and Guimaraes as well. Is that where you think the match could be won and lost?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, none of them might be match winners, but it's very important to get a foothold in there early on in the game. And as you rightly say, you know, we talk about Newcastle, we talk about Alexander Isak and whatever else, but the midfield three is so important. If they can get close to Liverpool, if they can become physical, they get energy into their play without the ball, they're going to be a handful. But as you correctly said as well, is that Liverpool's midfield, they've got a little bit of everything, haven't they? Playmakers, a lot of energy from Szoboszlai. So yeah, I mean, let's have a look and see who on the day turns up.
One of the big narratives of Liverpool's season, despite how well they've done in the Premier League, has been about the future of Virgil van Dijk, Trent Alexander-Arnold and Mo Salah. Is there any fear or concern in your mind that this could be the last time we see Salah and Van Dijk in a Liverpool shirt at Wembley?
Well, obviously the longer it goes, there has to be a risk that none of them might re-sign for Liverpool. There's no doubt that the club have made their offers. As of yet, the players haven't accepted them. So yeah, but it's kind of strange how calm everything is. The players, I'm not just talking about the 3 players, but I'm talking about the squad as a whole, they're pretty calm about it. And I think the club, in an ideal world, would have avoided this situation. But this is where we're at. So they kind of said, well, okay, this is not the time to panic. But yeah, every time you see them, I mean, we saw Trent limp off in the week, and some people thought it might be the last time to see him in a Liverpool shirt. I can imagine once this game's out the way and Liverpool get close, or maybe can get their hands on the Premier League trophy, then there's only one issue left, isn't it? And that will be the contract situation with the 3 players.
Jan, thanks for joining us on TalkSport. Enjoy the afternoon.
There you go, Alex Crook with a true Liverpool legend, midfield maestro, Jan Molby, who's here at Wembley to cheer on Liverpool. Could be about goals today. Mo Salah, 32, all competitions. Isak, 22, all competitions. Both of those players worth watching this afternoon. We're half an hour to kick off. It's live from Wembley on TalkSport.
Keep your finger on the pulse and stay connected with all the latest football news every Monday afternoon at Drive on TalkSport with 3. Group Chat Goals is your essential update of all the weekend's football action, drama and hot topic talking points blowing up your socials. From the fast-paced on-field action to the backroom bust-ups, TalkSport's got it covered. Don't miss Group Chat Goals at Drive on TalkSport with 3. Football needs a big network. Keep connected to the team you love on 3.
At Betfred, we want to support all our customers in keeping their gambling fun.
I'll just have a bet usually every home game really because it's maybe only twice a month.
I'm like that with the boxing when there's like a big hype around it and I want to get involved, but like it's not that often.
To be fair, I often just put a time out on major if it starts getting a bit too much.
Taking a break is just one of the ways that you can gamble safely.
Do you have like a regular team that you bet on?
I won't bet on the team I support.
It'll just disappoint you twice.
How do you keep it fun? Gamble safely with Betfred.
Sounds a little like someone hasn't had their free Greg's coffee. Ah, there it is. Get a free Greg's coffee every month when you buy insurance through Confused.com. Insurance is more rewarding when you've just used Confused. Just use Confused.com. T's and C's apply. See website for details.
Love horse racing? So do we! At Sporting Life, we give you access to premium sports betting insights, and it's all completely free. Whether it's behind the scenes at the stables or the thunder of hooves down the track, we're here because every moment matters. Join Sporting Life today to enhance your betting experience with in-depth analysis, exclusive content, and the latest form and stats. When it comes to horse racing, we're on your side. Search Sporting Life.
Okay, enough razzmatazz. But it's not every day a new scratch card drops. With the new Set for 5 Years scratch card from the National Lottery, you could win £5 a month, every month, for 5 years. Pick up yours in-store today and get scratching. Search Dream Big, Play Small. Rules, procedures and game-specific rules apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Want a day off deciding what to eat? Sit back, relax, and let us do the thinking for you. And the cooking, and the cleaning. From salmon fillet Mondays to fish and chips Fridays. IKEA family members can try a different £3 dish of the day every weekday in store. IKEA, the wonderful everyday. T's and C's and exclusions apply. Find out more at ikea.co.uk.
What makes a good bet? At Virgin Bet, we think it's a simple bet, a responsible bet, a last-minute winner when you're down to 10 men kind of bet, with generous offers. A bet that puts sport first. Sound like your kind of bet? Then you're ready to get started. Sign up and get £20 in free bets when you bet £10 on sports. Virgin Bet, a good bet. New members. Min bet settled in first 14 days. Min odds 1.5. Free bets valid 7 days on sports. T's and C's and deposit exclusions apply. Bet responsibly. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave. On DAB, online and on your smart speaker.
Feel the power and the glory.
And it's a header into the back of the net.
The League Cup final live on TalkSport.
Wembley filling up here, and it's Liverpool against Newcastle in the Carabao Cup final. Coming up live on TalkSport, some with Darren Bent and with Lee Clark ahead of this final. And let's get a team news recap with your commentator Sam Matterface.
Made two changes from the exit of the Champions League. Kelleher and Kwanzaa come into the team. In the back four, Kwanzaa is joined by Konate, Van Dijk and Robertson. He's playing at right back, Kwanzaa, because of the injured Trent Alexander-Arnold. Gravenberch and McAllister in the middle of the park with Salah, Szoboszlai, Diaz, and they're behind Diogo Jota in attack. Alisson is on the bench. Endo, Nunez, Chiesa, Jones, Gakpo, Elliott, Tsimikas and James McConnell also available as replacements. For Newcastle United, they're unchanged from the side that beat West Ham in a game in which Eddie Howe said it wasn't pretty, but it was effective. Nick Pope is their goalkeeper. The right back is Trippier. Cher, Byrne and Livramento the back four. Bruno Guimaraes, Tonali and Joe Linton in midfield with Murphy, Isaac and Barnes going forward. On the bench they can call on Dubravka, Wilson, Target, Kraft, Basula, Joe Willock, Sean Longstaff, Lewis Miley and young Sean Neve.
Thanks very much, Sam. I'll let Lee Clark and Darren Bent watch the warm-ups. Meantime, we'll get the latest odds with Betfair.
Odds update on TalkSport with Betfair. We're paying out winning bets at 90 minutes with 90-minute guarantee. Applies to match odds. 90 market sportsbook exclusive. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
Well, Sam Rosbottom from Betfair. We'll get to our charity bet in a minute, but what a final this promises to be. I mean, it's got goals written all over it, Liverpool-Newcastle.
Yeah, fingers crossed we're in for an entertaining
League Cup final. I mean, look, the odds very, very one-sided. There's no way to sugarcoat it. To lift the trophy, the current league leaders, Liverpool, are as short as 1-3. Newcastle, who are looking to do something that they haven't done in 70 years, and that's win a domestic trophy, currently 2-1 to get their hands on the League Cup this afternoon. Eddie Howe, though, does have a pretty decent record in this competition. He's won 12 of his last 16 League Cup matches, and he'll be hoping to make that 13 out of 17 today. Looking at the match odds 90 markets with Betfair, don't forget, if your selection is winning on 90 minutes, then we'll settle it regardless of what happens if it's a winner, all thanks to Betfair's 90-minute guarantee. Liverpool currently 4-6 on the match odds 90 markets. They did have that long... they were pushed all the way, weren't they, by PSG midweek, a long run out for them. Newcastle currently 16-5, the draw 21-10. Unsurprisingly, Adrian, Mo Salah, incredibly popular selection with punters. We have odds boosted him to score or assist today, and that's currently even money.
Okay, as you know, each week we place a bet on the Betfair Sportsbook, with all the winnings going to the Bobby Moore fundraising funds for life-saving bowel cancer research. My show, Game Day Live, is absolutely rinsing Sam's show, Game Day exclusive, on the charity bet this season. But we've given Sam a chance to redeem himself. So, Sam, you've made the charity bet. What are you going for?
I think Sunday session is absolutely rinsing both of those, isn't it?
I'm not sure it is. No.
It is.
You get a lot of help on that show.
Oh, do you? Yeah, well, from Perry Groves. Crikey, he hasn't picked a winner since 1984. Today, Isaac to score, and after much deliberation, Salah to score. I had Gakpo initially because of his record in this competition, but because he's not in the starting 11, we thought we'd better change it to Mo Salah. His record actually is not great in finals, but his record against Newcastle United particularly impressive. And McAllister to get booked. Couple that together, what have we got, Sam?
Yeah, liking the look at this bet bill. I've got to say, you know, I don't want to take sides with anybody, but I can just say you're both absolutely rinsing us for charity bet winners this year. So hopefully we can keep up the great work today. Over £2,000 in the pot already for the Bobby Moore Fund. But if Isaac gets on the score sheet, Salah does the same, and McAllister gets booked, then a big chunk of change will be going into that pot, because if we back that at just a bit bigger than 22-1 when all three selections are combined in a bet builder. So our £50 charity stake, that'll return £1,166. Fingers crossed that we can land that winner today.
It's all right, he only listens to himself on a Saturday afternoon. He doesn't listen to us.
It's a friendly rivalry.
That's a big price, that.
I do like that. That is a huge price. So fair play. Let's hope that comes in. Sam, thank you. And Sam, thank you very much. That's all thanks to Betfair. 18+, begambleaware.org.
Odds update on TalkSport with Betfair. We're paying out winning bets at 90 minutes with 90-minute guarantee. Applies to match odds. 90 market sportsbook exclusive. T's and C's apply. 18+, gambleaware.org.
Well, we just had the incredible sound of You'll Never Walk Alone from the Liverpool fans who were holding their red and white scarves above their heads. At the same time, the Newcastle end, which is clearly all black and white, they've all been given black and white Newcastle scarves on their seats at Wembley this afternoon. They were twirling those scarves above their heads. It was like a load of black and white bees buzzing around that whole end, that whole half of Wembley Stadium. Lee Clark, you're steeped in Newcastle United. You played under Kevin Keegan, played with some absolute legends at the football club at a time when they came very, very close to sealing glory, and they're coming close again under Eddie Howe. Now, Kevin Keegan, your old manager, said at one point in his career, managing Newcastle United is like riding a black and white tiger. Do you understand what he means by that?
Absolutely do. It's you don't know where it's going to go. It's just crazy. It's up and down. It's that. I remember his first words when he came back as the manager, and he said, "This is going to be one hell of a roller coaster, and if you want to stay on it, hang on tight." And he's right, and that's what Eddie's found. And you know what I like about Eddie now, and this is the second time in 3 years we've been to a final. He wants this to be the norm. He's trying to build a squad, build a team where this is like the feeling of Liverpool. The feeling of Manchester City now, where they're used to being in finals, they're used to playing in big games. This is the normality for these players. It's just getting on there, getting focused and doing the job. and that's what I think Eddie's trying to build with these Newcastle lads. And I think with the build up to the game, certainly from the players and management point of view, it's been a lot more settled. It hasn't been more like 2 years ago. It was like a day out.
Yeah.
Let's get some pictures, the fanfare, the big speeches from Dan Burn, etc. the day before the game when they came for a look around Wembley. There's been none of that. They've stayed out of the area in terms of they haven't been close to Wembley at all in the hotel, where there's fans there from 7 a.m. in the morning. So the focus has been on the game. Hopefully that can play out in the result.
Well, the Newcastle players have just been given an ovation in front of the Newcastle fans, and they've returned that ovation as well. Eddie Howe, he's brought a calmness, and I'm comparing him to Keegan here. Obviously they're trying to achieve the same thing, that greatness that Keegan got so close to, he could almost touch it, but it didn't happen. Eddie Howe trying to get there and get his hands on silverware, and he's very calm about it all and very pragmatic about it all. But there was a moment when he talked about ahead of the semi-final, the 2-0 win at Arsenal in the semi-final, when he said he spotted one of the War Flags banners in the Newcastle end saying, and it said "get into them," which is not necessarily a phrase you'd apply to Eddie Howe or connect with Eddie Howe so much, but it just shows that he's still got that passion, the right passion, but controlled passion to lead Newcastle United.
Absolutely, Ed. He's got unbelievable passion. He's bought into this football club. The fans adore him. Everyone around the city, they can't speak highly enough of him. What we've got, I was speaking to Sam earlier, what we've got between him and Jason Tindall, we've got good cop, bad cop. We've got, Jason, gets into the faces of the opposition, the other technical area. We'll see it today. He gets in the fourth officials here. Eddie's just there, calmness, in his mind, looking at all the aspects, concentrating on the game. But as you say, when there's fire in the belly and needs to be there, he's there pushing it. I remember watching the behind the scenes footage of one of the games, and it was talking about when they played Man United, and before the game Ten Hag had accused Newcastle of trying to slow the game down, and Eddie had come out with the words, if they want a quick game, let's give them one. And that's what we did that day. We blew them apart at St James's. And so he's got that passion. I think he's going to be the one who takes this team and this club one step further than Kevin and Sir Bobby in winning that elusive trophy.
There's been some great names leading the club and playing for the club in the past, but could this era be the one for Newcastle United? We are just under 20 minutes away from kick-off, live from Wembley on TalkSport. It's Liverpool against Newcastle in the Carabao Cup final.
Yo, football fans, listen up! BetMGM brings Vegas entertainment to the biggest games and the biggest names. Because when it comes to betting on football, we're in a league of our own, baby. Offers? Oh, we got offers. Like bet £10 and get £40 in free bets. BetMGM, it's showtime.
New customers only. Wagering requirements and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
At AJ Bell, we've made setting up your ISA easy. So easy, a baby could do it. Though babies can't invest. They certainly wouldn't have any use for our low-cost investment platform, or the coordination to use it. Even though it's really, really easy. They also don't listen to radio ads. Unlike you clever sausage. Now, set yourself up with an ISA as a reward. You can even set one up for your baby. Open one in under 15 minutes and start investing today. AJ Bell. Feel good investing. The value of your investments can go down as well as up.
Whether you're singing song stress as a traffic cone at the Ali Pali, roaring yourself hoarse on the first day of Cheltenham, or hugging a complete stranger after a 98th minute win. At Virgin Bet, we always want you to have a great time without ever losing track of your betting. So whilst there's no such thing as a dead cert, it's a good bet will help you keep it fun and safe. Visit our safer gambling hub for more info. Virgin Bet, a good bet. Bet responsibly. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
Tired of unreliable broadband? Switch to EE today and get our most reliable full fiber ever.
So I can work at home.
While the kids nail dance practice.
And I can help them revise online.
Yes, yes, and yes. We'll even handle the switch for you.
That's epic.
You betcha. All for only $26.99 a month.
$29.99 from 31st of March 2026. 24 months. New customers. 50% UK availability. Terms apply.
You know all about Total Football. Now, LiveScore Bet brings you Total Betting. It's everything you love about LiveScore. Scores and stats play alongside great odds, offers, free-to-play games, and a slick bet builder. Everything in one place. And to top it off, new customers can enjoy £30 in free bets when they bet £10 on sports. LiveScore Bet. Total Betting. 1.5 minimum odds. Settle in first 14 days. Free bets valid 7 days. £10 for bet builder only. T's and C's and deposit exclusions apply. Bet responsibly. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
Like to save on Aldi's Super 6 fresh fruit and veg this March? Then march on down to Aldi. From just 49p, carrots, mini apples and salad potatoes, all British, plus spring onions, kiwi and oranges, all with freshness guaranteed. In store now. Aldi, which cheapest supermarket 2024. Products and prices may vary, subject to availability.
Football is full of big moments.
Penalty!
The near misses.
Oh!
The last minute winners.
It's an absolute screamer!
Put yourself at the heart of the action with Betfred. Check out our huge range of football markets, daily offers and price boosts in shops and online. Love football? Betfred. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
Wednesday night. Live Women's Champions League football.
On TalkSport 2.
What a goal!
Manchester City versus Chelsea.
What a strike!
Kick-off at 8 p.m.
They've taken the lead against the run of play.
Feel the full force of football. Wednesday night.
On TalkSport 2.
Kick it.
There's a strip of sunlight splashing on the Wembley grass as we await the two teams coming out. There's 15 minutes to kick off here at Wembley, where it's Liverpool against Newcastle in the Carabao Cup final. Here's a reminder of the full times from the Premier League from earlier. Arsenal beat Chelsea 1-0. Fulham beat Spurs 2-0. Later, Leicester Man United at 7 o'clock this evening. In the Scottish Premiership, Celtic 2, Rangers 3, 89th minute winner for Barry Ferguson's side. The Dundee derby is ongoing. Dundee are leading 3-2 in the second half in that. Live on TalkSport 2 earlier in the Championship. It finished Sheffield Wednesday 0. Sheffield United won a former Liverpool man, Ryan Brewster, with the only goal of the game. In the WSL, Palace 3, Aston Villa 1 a full time, and a latest Spurs 0. Brighton 1, maybe a bad omen for Newcastle in the Women's Championship earlier. They led 1-0 but lost 3-1 at neighbours Durham. Former Newcastle midfielder Lee Clark is with us on TalkSport. So is Drive Time God, twice a League Cup finalist. He won it once as well. Darren Bentz is with us. I want a word about Liverpool, Darren, and potential tiredness after extra time and penalties, not just physically draining, emotionally draining for Liverpool against Paris Saint-Germain in the week. Will that affect them today, do you think?
I think it could affect them at the start, for sure. I mean, 120 minutes, as you said, they emotionally going all the way to penalties. As you can see, I mean, Szoboszlai and I think McAllister looked like they absolutely had nothing left against PSG the other night as well. So I think they might start a little bit slow until they kind of draw their way into the game, play their way into the game. But then when it gets to about 30-40 minutes, I think we'll start to see them really come out, start to play. And it's a cup final. They'll find something from somewhere. But if I'm Newcastle, I'm looking at that Liverpool side. It was a tough game against PSG. Really, really tough. If you start really fast to put Liverpool under pressure, you've got to fancy your chances. You have to. What you can't do is almost feel sorry for yourself and think, Liverpool haven't quite got it yet, but we'll allow them to have possession. Get right after them. Get in their faces. Press them high up the pitch. Make them kick it a little bit longer. Then you pick up the second balls. We've already spoke about the 3 in the middle of the park. But I still make Liverpool the favourites, but I think certainly at the start of the game I expect Newcastle to be on top at the start.
Arne Slot, you listen, you can't argue with what he's done. 1 defeat in the Premier League all season, Lee Clark. It's a phenomenal record in his first season as well. One thing that you look at is the players, they run flat out for him, that midfield especially. They're absolutely shattered after every game, and it's something he maybe needs to manage possibly a little bit better as the season comes to a close. They're already out of 2 of the quadruple competitions they were in. Eddie Howe had the same thing last season, I think they struggled to last beyond 60-70 minutes. He's managing that much better now, isn't he?
Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah. I mean, I think not just the physical output for Liverpool in midweek as well, it's the mental and the emotional side of it as well, you know. A terrific game against PSG, but going out on the penalty shootout, an awful way to lose a game. So, you know, how are they going to bounce back mentally, how they're going to bounce back emotionally. And as Darren says, this is where the key is for Newcastle. Can they start the game the way they like to usually start, on the front foot, pressing high, forcing errors? If they can do that, get the crowd behind them, you know, and force Liverpool into some uncharacteristic errors, because maybe that fatigue's kicked in with the extra time they've had to play midweek, and give them a chance. But as you say, Eddie's rotated a small squad, a talented squad, but a really small squad. What they've done as well, you know, he never makes excuses about injuries or suspensions. He just moves it on, and he puts it back in the power of the players and saying, come on, let's stick together, let's do it. And hopefully they can do that today with the couple of injuries that they've had.
and also the Anthony Gordon suspension.
Indeed. Darwin Nunez, elephant in the room. We haven't mentioned him yet, have we? Other than you saying he's got a bad touch out there in the warm-up.
Well, he nearly hit you with it.
Listen, if he's on the pitch and it goes to pens, does he take a pen?
Well, that's the big question, because I mean, I when he was walking up the other day and he put the ball down, I'm pretty sure most people in this room, if we're not in the stadium, we were watching that game, probably thought, I know this is going to end. And it's a shame for him as well, because I hate seeing players miss penalties. I just wonder, you're talking about, 4 days later, does Arne Slot almost save him from himself? He'll probably want to put his hand up again and rectify it, but I think sometimes you have to look at the bigger picture and go, do you know what? Not yet. Certainly not the 1 to 5. 6, 7, then that's a different story, because then people haven't put their hand up. You need someone to take a penalty. But if you're talking about, certainly not number 2 or 3, because they're so important. I think after the 5 maybe, but I wouldn't, certainly not in the first 5. I'm not sure.
What do you think, Lee?
I totally agree with Darren. I think it would be a big call, especially after missing, a few days ago. But does he do what our own Stuart Pearce done? And he got rid of those demons as soon as he had the opportunity to do it with England. Nunez has he got the same mentality? As Darren said, it'll be up to the Arne Slot. Does he decide and let him do it and get rid of that and score the penalty? It's a big call.
Do you know what? The only thing I'd say about that is because Pearce obviously being a fullback, he wasn't getting many opportunities, and when he took it, fantastic. I think the fact that Darwin Nunez is getting regular chances and he keeps missing, and not just missing, he's missing the target, he's using the wrong technique. That's where I go, like confidence, you can quite clearly see he's just not there. When he goes through on goal, it's more hope to score rather than believing he's going to score. And it doesn't get much easier when you're walking from that halfway line to take a penalty and everybody's watching it. That's where the butterflies come in, and the legs start to go, and that's where I would worry and go, do you know what, not in the 5, maybe after 6, 7, not a problem, because it's sudden death, but certainly not one of the really important ones.
Okay, so talk to me about that. As a goal scorer yourself, Darren, and you went through dry spells, you had misses as well during your career. I mean, what's in Nunez's head right now? He knows he's on the bench, but he also knows he might be needed to come on and try and score a goal to get them level in this cup final. So what's going through his head? Is he still thinking, no, I can still do it? Is he still feeling like he's invincible? Or is he thinking, geez, I hope they win it 3-0 and I don't have to come on?
Do you know what? It's a battle of the demons, Aid, sometimes, because I would always be like, give me that next chance. I want the opportunity to take that next chance, to be a hero, to show everyone that I can finish. But you can't help it. But just at the back of your mind, sometimes there is that little, well, what if I miss? And it's horrible. It's a horrible position to be in, especially when you're in a spell like he's in, where he's not scoring many goals, he's missing a lot of chances. You'd always believe that you're going to get goals. You always believe you get the chances. But just at the back of your mind, you're like, what if? What if I don't take it? What if I do come on and miss a chance and we don't win? All these storylines in your head start to get bigger and bigger, but he has got to forget about all that. He's playing for a fantastic football club. They're one of the best teams in the world right now. He has got to play his part, and if he gets an opportunity today, he's got to take it.
And Slot himself, Lee, I mean, he has had this incredible first season, but I wonder how he's feeling coming into this cup final. Sure, he wants to win it, but he now knows they're at the FA Cup, they're out of the Champions League, they've virtually sealed the Premier League. How is he feeling about this cup final?
I'd be feeling pressure, no doubt, Ed. I mean, you said it earlier in the show, it's gone from the quadruple, it could be a double, which could be a brilliant double, but every time you're managing or playing for Liverpool Football Club, you're expected to win. You're expected to be challenging for major honours. You're expected to be winners of major honours. So that comes with the territory, and he'll know that this is a great opportunity, but it's also a pressurised situation for him personally to get that first trophy on his first season in the job. So big pressure on him.
Indeed, there is huge tifo. War flags have done it again. The Newcastle fans are absolutely magnificent. A big book. Can Newcastle write a new chapter in their history here at Wembley this afternoon? The Liverpool players are out there. The Newcastle players are out there ready for the Carabao Cup final live on TalkSport. The fans are ready as well, and so are we live on TalkSport this afternoon at Wembley Stadium. All the dignitaries coming out to meet the players. Darren Bent, you've been in this situation before. Is this where it gets nervous, or coming out the dressing room and being on the green grass, does that calm you down?
Well, this is probably the most calming part. I think when you're in the dressing rooms having a few nerves about how the game's going to go, your first touch, your overall performance, it's once you walk out the tunnel and you hear your own fans and even the opposition fans making a lot of noise, screaming, that's when you really go, I can't wait for this, I can't wait for kick-off. You're standing there just wanting that first whistle to go, and these players will be ready for this. But the atmosphere, I always felt like that's what calmed me down, not being in the dressing room, but it's hearing your own fans.
Did anybody say anything to your dignitaries or anything? Captain say anything? Oh, here's Bentley. He's going to be a radio star one day.
Do you know what? I can't even remember who the two times that I was on the pitch. I can't even remember who met us and shook our hands. But again, it's all part and parcel of the journey. I remember being a kid and watching cup finals, FA Cup finals, League Cup finals, and just hoping one day that I could be one of those guys lining up. And for me, I was fortunate enough to be one. Just unfortunately, one of them was a defeat.
Yeah, one the other one. The Newcastle scarves above heads, black and white, as we bring you the national anthem.
Just King, long live our noble King. God save the King. Send him victorious, happy and glorious, long to reign over us. God save the King.
Well, let's get set. Newcastle fans are set already with those scarves left on seats, painting a black and white picture. One half of Wembley Stadium, it's red. The other half. Wembley about to deliver again, live on TalkSport. It's the Carabao Cup final. Liverpool looking for back-to-back League Cup wins. Newcastle need to end their trophy drought. Eddie and Arnie going head-to-head at the home of football. Newcastle take on Liverpool. Here's your commentary team on TalkSport. Former League Cup finalist Aaron Ben, former Newcastle midfielder Lee Clark, and your commentator Sam Matterpace.
So this is it. It is the holders against the hankerers, the deliverers against the desperate. For too long, the city that gave us Alan Shearer, Paul Gascoigne, Chris Waddle, Michael Carrick, Peter Beardsley, Jimmy Nail, Anton Deck and superstar singer-songwriter Sam Fender have been envious of the glimmer of hope so many others have had. Since Bob Moncur lifted the 1969 UEFA Fairs Cup, 31 different English clubs have won a total of 215 major trophies. Newcastle United have been people watching. Something heavy has been weighing on their shoulders since, and in order to change the course of history this afternoon, it's Liverpool and their fearsome attack that they have to keep at arm's length. Away to our right-hand side, the west end of Wembley is completely black and white. The scarves that have been left on the chairs of the Newcastle supporters are being twirled above their heads. Away to our left, a little bit more familiar with their surroundings, Liverpool and their supporters wait for yet another Carabao Cup final. Liverpool have to do it without Trent Alexander-Arnold. Ibrahim Konate plays despite having a problem late on against PSG. Queven Kelleher is the goalkeeper. He scored a penalty in a shootout in this final not so long ago. Jarell Quansah plays at right back. Ibu Konate, Virgil van Dijk and Andrew Robertson make up the back four. It's McAllister, Gravenberch and Szoboszlai in midfield with Salah, Jota and Diaz, the three-pronged attack. Well, Newcastle United are missing Anthony Gordon through suspension, Lewis Hall through injury, Sven Botman has been missing all season. They are unchanged from Monday night's scrappy win over West Ham United. Nick Pope, who missed the League Cup final in 2023, is their goalkeeper. The back four, Kieran Trippier, Fabian Schär, Dan Burn, just called up for England, and Tino Livramento. The midfield trio, Joel Linton, Sandro Tonali, Bruno Guimaraes, and then up top, Murphy on the right, Barnes on the left, and Alexander Isak right the way through the middle. Big honour today for John Brooks, the referee, a first major cup final of his career. He took charge of the playoff final here last season when Southampton beat Leeds. He's not sent anyone off since Amad Diallo was dismissed for a second yellow card for his, in his view anyway, excessively celebrating his 121st minute winner in the FA Cup quarter-final a year ago. I think whoever wins today, there might be some over-celebrating. VAR is Stuart Atwell, and after we finish, the former Newcastle manager Alan Pardew will take your calls alongside Majestic. keep you across the United-Leicester game, and reflect on Arsenal's win over Chelsea, Fulham's win over Tottenham, and Rangers' win at Celtic. But our focus is here. A first pot for Slot or time for a Toon trophy? No time to worry about contracts and futures. Today is all about the first trophy of a new era. Liverpool and Newcastle want to prove they are just getting started. Liverpool in their famous red, Newcastle United in their iconic black and white stripes. We're off and underway at Wembley under cloudy skies with the floodlights on, and both sets of supporters in fine voice. Twice League Cup finalists Darren Bent is here, Newcastle legend Lee Clark is here as well. Benty, how important are the first few minutes of the game?
Yeah, it's going to be really important. Obviously Liverpool in their 4-2-3-1 type system, and Newcastle in that familiar 4-3-3. I think the start of this game is going to be crucial. We saw Liverpool midweek against PSG. We went all the way 120 minutes. There are bound to be players out there that are sore, a little bit fatigued, and I think that could play into Newcastle's hands, but they've got to start the game fast. Really, I would start turning this Liverpool back line as well, using Isaac's pace, using Harvey Barnes' pace, but they've got to start fast, Newcastle. Really try and lay a marker down in his first 10-15 minutes.
Well, Newcastle United a much more effective team in the first half of matches. Liverpool probably the opposite, so the start really does matter. They have a free kick just short of the centre circle away to our right-hand side, and they're just delaying the early rhythm of the game by taking their time overtaking it. Nick Pope, who comes out, stands next to Kieran Trippier, and I think when he stands next to Kieran Trippier you get a sense of just how huge he is. Nick Pope. Trippier sends the ball long up through the centre circle and up towards the edge of the Liverpool penalty area. Tonali wrestles with Szoboszlai, who's wearing a headband, looks like something out of the 70s today, Dominic Szoboszlai. It's worked out wide to Murphy, who sends it on to Guimaraes, but Robertson is across there and he volleys the ball out from the left full-back position, wide of the area, and out for a throw into Newcastle United.
Really good start by Newcastle. They've tried to get the ball down and play really, really quickly. I'm fascinated in the battle between Livramento and Salah. I think both of them are extremely quick. Livramento, I think, he's better positions on that right-hand side, but he can obviously deputise at left. He's quick, and I think that will be a key battle, because we know what Salah's like, using that pace.
Here is Murphy getting the better of Robertson for pace and delivering the ball into the box. There were two over inside the penalty area, couldn't squeeze it through to Isaac or to Joel Linton. Now the counter-attack is on at the other end. Tonali having to marshal Szoboszlai. He does well to get back. Szoboszlai keeps hold of it well and brings it out towards this near side. I think, Darren, actually they're probably disappointed that Lewis Hall isn't available tonight, because even though they lost 2-0 the other week against Liverpool, he had a really good game against Salah. Here down the left is Diaz trying to burst into the box. Trippier robs him of the ball, then slips, and accused of a push was Diaz, and it's a free kick in the right full-back position.
Yeah, you're probably right. Lewis Hall done really well there, but just at the other end, I think there was an opportunity there. Murphy done really, really well getting down that right-hand side, but he opted to lift it. I think if he just tries to fire it across the 6-yard box, it keeps it low. I think Isaac comes in, he's in the middle of between the goal, he probably taps it in the empty net, but he opted to kind of lift it. Is that a few nerves maybe in this early part, which I can understand, a cup final. But their opportunity, he got the wrong side of Robertson, just leave it in there, that 6-yard box, keep it low. Isaac puts it in the empty net.
Well, Robertson is one of those who played 120 minutes on Tuesday night and might be feeling the effects of that, especially in the early exchanges. Here is Isaac bringing the ball down, nudging it to Tonali. Fast start by Newcastle United, who look energetic, but they always do. Here's Barnes stabbing at the cross, and he doesn't really get hold of it. And inside the area, he just sort of diverts it behind. But Lee Clark, your old team have made a really good start.
Yeah, great start, Sam. Yeah, and as Darren said, the difference there with Murphy, he's just whipped it into the area between the penalty spot and 6-yard box. Harvey's come in from the opposite wing and just puts the ball wide, but a great start.
Decent ball into the box, but he just couldn't get it under control there, Barnes.
Yeah, good run as well, but that's what I like to see. I like to see if the ball's on the opposite side, you want to see the winger on the other side get themselves into the box. Don't hang out this side of the box. Make sure you get right in there at that back post, as Harvey Barnes did there.
Just looking down at the two managers, Arne Slot just stalking the technical area down in front of us. We're on the halfway line, just left of centre, just directly behind the bald Dutchman, who has his hands in his pockets, looking rather smart in his slacks and his overcoat. Eddie Howe wearing more sort of training ground wear, really, and he was discussing that actually in the build-up to the game. So I don't think my attire is something I'll be thinking about too much. I definitely won't be wearing a suit. As Livramento goes skipping down the left-hand side, he's knocked to the floor by Alexis McAllister. It was a poor challenge by him, and it's going to be a free kick 10 yards outside the penalty area, wide on the left for Newcastle United, and an opportunity to craft something, Darren Bent.
Yeah, really good play there from Livramento. Obviously using his body, manipulating the ball, going past McAllister, and it's a lazy leg. I mean, it's a really lazy leg. Virgil van Dijk and Konate are moaning, but I mean, for me, it's definitely a foul, and I think he's lucky to avoid not getting a booking, because if Livramento gets the other side of McAllister, his next touch is probably a cross.
Well, I wanted it to be a booking for our charity bet, but it wasn't booked. Here is the free kick on the near side. Barnes leaves it for Trippier, whose set-piece delivery is pretty good, but he's gone short to Barnes instead. They've worked it to the edge of the area, and Barnes has gone down the left-hand side to the byline, a low cross into towards the near post, and it's flicked behind by Gravenberg. But Newcastle have started with their foot to the floor.
Really good play there between Harvey Barnes, and I think it was Joe Linton, the little 1-2, and again he gets to the byline, he gets his head up and he puts it into a right area, but defensively Liverpool getting the bodies back into the box, but really inventiveness, really sharp from Harvey Barnes there, and that's what he's going to have to do. That's why he's in the team.
Brilliant little run down that left-hand side, trying to steer it back into a crowded penalty area. Shepherded behind by Gravenberg. It's out for a corner. The first of the game for Newcastle United. Wide on the near side, the right, as Trippier floats it in underneath the goalkeeper, who didn't catch that well. Just sort of got enough on it to help it away, and then Diaz manages to volley it towards the halfway line. But now here's the spring from Liverpool, who looked to get over the halfway line, but Nick Pope, starting on the edge of his box, came out, cleared that very quickly ahead of Salah, and it's into the Liverpool half of the field again. Liverpool haven't really got out of their own half very often in the opening few minutes of this game. We played nearly 6.
Yeah, really good play there from Diaz, and Nick Pope had to sweep up really well, because a fantastic ball from Diaz, and if Nick Pope's on his line and Salah's in, he's got an opportunity on goal, but really good goalkeeping there from Nick Pope.
Well, it looks as if Newcastle have given away a free kick over on the far side. Trippier is not happy about the decision that's been given against him and Tonali. They seem to sandwich Robertson over on that far side. Trippier says he didn't really make any contact with Robertson, but he sort of got hold of the ball, and then Tonali crashed in behind him, and he was in the end caught between the two players, and the referee decided to give the free kick.
It looked like Robertson speared him. The way that he almost cut him in half. But really good play from Andy Robertson, who's by his own high standards this season probably hasn't been at his best. I mean, certainly defensively, playing a lot of minutes the other night as well. Big opportunity again from the today.
Yeah, it's usually an assist machine as well. Here's the ball into the box from the wide right-hand side from McAllister, left-hand side, sorry, from McAllister, but it was right-footed. It's then kicked out quickly by Nick Pope out towards this near touchline. Gravenberg comes across ahead of Livramento, and made the break from defence, and it's out of play and away for a throw-in on halfway to Newcastle United. Liverpool really didn't make the most of that set piece, and Robertson's an interesting case, isn't he, because he's hit double figures in terms of assists in 4 of the last 5 seasons. Going from 2017 to 2023, but only 2 last season and only 1 this. It's a huge drop-off from him in terms of output.
Yeah, it is as well, but you know what, it's not even so much offensively. I know you just read out those numbers there, and you're 100% spot on. It's defensively as well, running the other side. Like, it's almost like when someone goes past him, he can't get back there. There was a little opportunity where Murphy went past him there as well, and he couldn't quite sort his feet out.
Ball spread wide towards the right for Salah to chase. He's not going to reach that. It's going to float out of play rather harmlessly, and it goes out for a goal kick away to our right-hand side. So we played 7.5 minutes. You're listening to TalkSport. We're live here at Wembley Stadium in the Carabao Cup final, the 65th League Cup final. The last time that Newcastle won at Wembley, the League Cup hadn't even been invented. Let's go down to Alex Crook, who's behind the Liverpool bench. What have you noticed so far? Has Eddie Howe given away any sort of demeanour, because we hadn't seen him up until the kick-off?
No, we hadn't. It was noticeable that Arne Slot came out, did his pre-match interviews pitchside. Eddie Howe very much stayed in the sanctuary of the tunnel. I think he's absolutely delighted with the start his team have made. Lots of claps of appreciation from the Newcastle bench, and it's pretty clear they're targeting this Liverpool right-hand side with Quansah at right back and Salah maybe not the most willing of players in tracking back. Keep an eye on that, Sam.
And Quansah on the halfway line now on this near touch, and actually in the early part of the game, Murphy getting joy on the back of Robertson has also been a feature, and the fact that they've got 2 out-and-out proper wingers, I think, really holds them in good stead, Newcastle United, because those 2 wingers are jet-heeled, aren't they, full of speed. Ball out towards the right side, Salah on the attack for Liverpool, and there's been very few of those in the opening 9 minutes of the game. Big Dan Burn, England's Dan Burn, just holds him off, edges him out, and it's out towards this near side. Newcastle really at their best when they press high from the front,
defend stoutly without the ball and commit bodies behind it, and then use the pace of Barnes, Murphy and Isaac to break. Liverpool a little bit more patient under slot, but know that they can still hurt teams in transition, and they've got individual quality that will make anybody nervous. But Darren, they haven't been flowing as usual, have they? The two games against PSG were tough. Tuesday night was gruelling, but they did create chances in that game. Southampton was a real struggle for them in between those two legs of that Champions League last 16 game, but they've got to find their A game this afternoon.
Yeah, they do. As you said, the two games against PSG certainly weren't at their best at all by any stretch of the imagination. But they have to be. They're going to have to be, I think, to beat this Newcastle side, who are willing, full of energy as well. We've got some top players in their squad as well. Players that that can hurt you, the likes of Isaac and people like that. So I think for Liverpool, I thought the start was key, and they haven't really got going yet, but they've not really been in any danger yet. So as the longer the game goes on, I expect Liverpool to grow into the game and start to see Diaz and Salah and Jota certainly be more effective in this game.
Goal kick away to our left-hand side. Newcastle have lost 5 of the last 10, but before that, they had won 9 in a row. And the physicality of that Newcastle midfield is likely to give anyone problems, but they haven't struggled very often against teams, Liverpool, but they don't like it when they're bullied and pushed around in midfield, and Newcastle will push the limits of what is acceptable. Ball played out from the back line. Liverpool have the ball inside their own area. It's out towards the right side. Gravenberch away, up towards halfway. Cher comes across, meets Jota to it. Hasn't scored in 9 games, Jota. And the ball goes down the touchline, and eventually it's kicked out and away for a throw-in in the right full-back position for Liverpool. It remains 0-0.
Surprised me about Jota, as you said there, the goals, because I think he's a really good finisher. I think there's an argument, apart from Mo Salah, he's probably Liverpool's most dangerous attacker in terms of finishing. 9 times out of 10 you give him an opportunity, he'll take it. Both feet, incredibly good in the air as well. Surprised me he hasn't scored for such a long time.
Won 2 of the 3 major cup finals he's played for Liverpool, but this is the first time that he's started in a major cup final, Diogo Jota, who spearheads the attack today. Ball sent long, Pope deals with it, Cher plays it out to Trippier in the full-back position. He smacks it into the midriff of Luis Diaz over on the far side. The Colombian got that right in the belly, and it goes out for another throw-in about 10 yards short of the halfway line. Liverpool 0, Newcastle 0, live on TalkSport. It's Bruno Guimaraes over on the far side, just to turn it back towards the centre of the penalty area where Newcastle are defending. Burn to Cher. Cher, his defensive partner, kicks it long, headed away from Isaac by Van Dijk, and on halfway the Argentine McAllister picks it up, nudges it down into the path of Diaz, and Liverpool look to play with Konate and Gravenberch, and then out towards the left, and Andy Robertson up to McAllister again, but very quickly on the scene. Trippier motors up, puts pressure on him, stops it from being passed through, blocks that passing lane. It goes out for a throw-in on halfway.
Yeah, he's going to have to do that, Kieran Trippier, a lot, I think, this afternoon, because that's one thing about Liverpool that they do really well. Those little triangles, they try and draw the fullback out, and then the next pass is a little slide one in behind for Diaz, or on this right-hand side for Mohamed Salah. So Kieran Trippier there is going to have to be really intelligent, really bright, get back into shape really quickly.
Excellent from Bruno Guimaraes, who tried to split the defence with a brilliant ball through the centre. Couldn't feed it into Barnes because Van Dijk stepped across. Good defending by the Dutchman, and Liverpool capped it. Played out wide now to Murphy. Murphy travels infield, gives it to Tonali. Tonali trying to hold off Szoboszlai. Pokes it round the corner. Maybe wanted a foul there. Glanced in the direction of the referee, but the referee says nothing doing. It goes all the way back to Kelleher. Lee Clark, what have you made of the last 10 minutes?
A great start again, Sam. I mean, the pressing from Newcastle. There was an incident earlier here before, through into Liverpool, and Newcastle just went man for man. Quansah had nobody to throw the ball to. I think Eddie and his staff are getting them to press. Certainly, we've talked about this midfield 3-4-3, and they're getting right in the faces of that Liverpool 3, and they're not allowing them to get any momentum.
Another Liverpool attack breaks down, then it comes forward again after there was a hefty challenge in midfield on Bruno Guimaraes. The ball deflects back towards a Liverpool player, and an offside flag goes up away to our right hand side. Whatever happens here today, there'll be lots to talk about with Alan Pardew straight after this game, and also tomorrow morning on the breakfast show when Andy Townsend and Ali McCoyce host the programme from 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, and that's live on TalkSport Breakfast. 14 minutes played, Liverpool 0, Newcastle United 0. Sun just peeking out over the arch, and just a sliver of it just getting in the faces of some of those Liverpool fans away to our left-hand side. Free kick to Newcastle, smashed upfield by Cher, into the chest of the physically imposing Joel Linton, who has dyed his hair
blonde once again for the occasion. He nods the ball past Gravenberch, and Livramento comes forward, and then a rather hefty challenge from Quansah on what is going to be his Liverpool teammate very shortly, but the ball comes to Murphy, who tries to hit it from 25 yards and looking to catch out Kelleher, but he overhits the ball, misses the goal, and it goes behind into the Liverpool fans. Darren Bent.
Wrong option there. I mean, for Murphy, I think he does really well to get himself into that position on the right hand side, about 20 yards out. Kieran Trippier made a fantastic run on the outside. If he just leaves it in there, Trippier's next touches across into the box, and at that moment Isaac was in the box, Tonali got himself in the box, Harvey Barnes was in the box. So for Murphy there, just the wrong option, taking a shot from 25 yards rather than just rolling it to his right hand side and let Kieran Trippier come onto it.
Well, we're not medical scientists, we're certainly not part of the sports science team at Liverpool, but I did note today that Mo Salah and Ibrahim Konate, both practicing Muslims, because we're in the month of Ramadan, wouldn't be able to take on any food or water since 4:32 this morning, and that's a good 12 hours before kick-off, and they can't take any food or water on until sunset at 10 minutes past 6. And I know, Lee, you've had experience working in Muslim countries, and it is a difficult thing to negotiate during the month of Ramadan, isn't it?
Absolutely, Sam. I mean, that's astonishing when you think a huge game, no fluids allowed on board, no food for energy. And as you said, I had the experience while in Egypt. We, players during Ramadan, and we had to change our training programme. We trained at 1 a.m. I'm not sure Benty and the British lads would appreciate that, mate, but that was a new one for me as well.
There was only one club he was turning up to at 1 a.m.
I know, I'd have got training at 1 a.m. I'd have gone to the club straight after training.
Here is Salah on the near side, the right. It's up towards Gravenberch, and then back infield it goes to Konate. Konate to Van Dijk, and then through the centre circle it's out the other side, and now Salah does pick it up, looks to take on Livramento, but he goes infield to Gravenberch instead. He then in turn finds McAllister. We've played 16 minutes and Liverpool really haven't fostered anything that would be regarded as a semblance of a goal scoring opportunity.
They're certainly lacking a little bit of pop. Now, I don't know if it's because they played 120 minutes against PSG in the week, but they're just certainly in the final third, you'd have to say they're a little bit off it. The touch is a little bit off, the passes that they're trying to thread through as well, not quite on the same wavelength.
And they've picked the ball up on this in the middle of the park, and they look to try and spring a counter-attack here in Newcastle, and Jarell Quansah had gone careering into the attack and got sort of right side of the penalty area, and that meant when the ball was turned over there was loads of space for Barnes on this near side to just sort of speed into, but Newcastle couldn't squeeze the ball out to him before a foul was committed.
And that's the thing about Harvey Barnes, and he's been quite intelligent in this first part of the game, because what he's doing is hanging really, really wide on this left-hand side, and Quansah's looking at Konate thinking, would you need me to come across? Do you want me to stay with Harvey Barnes? And he's taking up such an intelligent position, because if he gets the other side of Quansah, there's no way Quansah's catching him. Harvey Barnes is too quick.
Joel Linton's got the better of Gravenberch here. He's got the wrong side of him. They allowed the ball to bounce, and it's come all the way through to the Newcastle attack from a long free kick. Tonali through the legs of Gravenberch. Here's Joel Linton with a cross. It takes a deflection, spoons up into the air. Keller has got it, but they weren't set again there, Liverpool. They didn't defend that particularly well, and Newcastle couldn't profit. That was a really good opportunity.
Yeah, it was, and Joe Linton did the right thing again. Isaac just pulled it off the front off Konate, and they just dropped the pass in behind him, and Joe Linton ran in there, and I think you're going to have to do that because we know how quick Isaac is, so he's going to have to kind of generate space for somebody else. He might have to keep dropping in short. I mean, if he does that, he needs runners. He needs Harvey Barnes to run in behind. He needs Tonali to run in behind, like Joe Linton did there as well.
I mentioned it to you earlier on, but Newcastle do start games fast. They've got to try and maintain this. Liverpool often ease themselves into matches. Here is Van Dijk out to the far side. Robertson now just a yard in from the touchline. High up in the air the ball goes, looking for the left-hand side where Diaz is running, but Kieran Trippier was underneath it. His experiences in major cup finals so far, losing the Champions League final with Tottenham, losing the European Championship final with England, and losing the League Cup final with Newcastle United here 2 years ago. Ball over the top by Fabian Schär, looking for the run of Isaac, watched by Van Dijk and cleared away eventually by McAllister.
That's not the right ball. I mean, Fabian Schär has got comfortable possession. There's no one on the planet you're going to get in behind Konate and Virgil with one straight long pass. It's not going to happen. You need to pull it up there to Isaac, someone set it, and then third man run. If you think one pass is going to get you from the edge of your own box in behind two centre-halves as good as those two, that won't happen.
Here is Gravenberch just in front of the centre circle, wide on the left for
Liverpool back to Konate, sweeps it wide to the right now, collected by Salah. Further on it goes, into the path now, it's the Bosley. A low ball into the near post, and across comes Fabian Schär, and manages to clip it out and away for a throw in level with the edge of the Newcastle penalty area. 20 minutes gone, goalless on TalkSport. We're live here at Wembley on this Sunday afternoon with Darren Bent, the League Cup finalist twice, and Lee Clark, the former Newcastle player, who an experience of a final with Newcastle, well, the Newcastle fans anyway, behind a goal, which became probably about the most famous thing that Newcastle did in that final. Was that right, Lee?
It's already been mentioned, Sam.
Here's Bruno Guimaraes trying to force the ball through to the edge of the penalty area.
30 years later, I'd still getting torn about.
Listen, it definitely endeared you to the Newcastle public. They won a corner over on the far side. That effort from Guimaraes to try and squeeze it through to the edge of the box has gone behind, and it's away for another corner to Newcastle. Has certainly started the better here at Wembley this afternoon, and so often Newcastle United have found the back of the net. In the 15 games since the start of December in the Premier League, they've scored 33 goals. Only Liverpool have scored more goals than them since December the 1st, so we really should be in for some entertainment here this afternoon. Here is the corner to be taken by Murphy over on the far side. The ball has been placed down, and then he's played it short into Isaac and then back out towards Murphy. I think there might have been an offside flag. Was that offside flag?
I think it was a foul. I think Isaac underhit the pass back to Murphy, and then as Jota had anticipated it to go and take it, he just gave him a little tug on his shirt, and I think the linesman was the one who saw it.
Yeah, over on that far side. It seemed a little bit of a mishap, and certainly a wasted opportunity, I think.
I never understand why. I mean, Isaac, centre forward, very, very good in the air. He scored goals ever since he got to Newcastle. Why would you run outside the box there? Stay in the middle of the box, let someone else do that role.
And certainly Ant and Dec are in the house. They've just been shown on the big screen. Alan Shearer up there as well with his son Will, high up in the main stand here, the record goal scorer for Newcastle United with 206 goals. All of those very much looking forward to what was a showpiece afternoon, hoping that Newcastle United could end that long period without a trophy. 1969, the last time they lifted any trophy, the forerunner to the UEFA Cup. The last time they lifted a domestic trophy was here in 1955. Here is Jota trying to fight with Dan Burn for the ball, and then Trippier comes across as the ball runs loose towards the right full-back position. He stoops low, heads it into the path of Nick Pope, and then he will clear it upfield for Newcastle United. Interesting, Nick Pope, he hasn't been at his best since coming back from injury, but it was pretty clear that Eddie Howe wanted to get him back in the team and up as much to speed as possible before the cup final here today.
Yeah, he's been fantastic ever since he got there. I know he's made one or two mistakes, and as you said there, Sam, not quite been at his best, but you know how much of a good goalkeeper he is. Maybe struggles a little bit with the ball at his feet. That's probably the one area you'd say in terms of a top-level goalkeeper he's lacking a little bit.
Quansah picks the ball up in the right full-back position, charges forward. It's won back by Newcastle, and then again, the idea, I think, for Newcastle has got to be, when Quansah does that, is to get the ball back out towards this near side, the left, as quick as possible. Here is Barnes, profiting from that, charging towards the edge of the box, now feeding Isaac, who's just down the left side of the area. He stops the ball on the byline and then pulls it back to the edge of the area. Tonali's got space on the edge of the box to get a shot away, and he sends the ball just wide of the left hand upright. And it just had Queven Kelleher a little bit more interested than he initially felt. He went scrambling across to his left, and it wasn't too far away from the left hand upright. Darren Bent.
Yeah, really good play there from Newcastle, initially with Harvey Barnes and Isaac linking up really, really well. I think the pass to Isaac was just a little bit overhit from Harvey Barnes, because that sent Isaac a little bit wider than it needed to be. But again, he held the ball up really well and just waited for support, and Tonali getting the shot off, which I think Kelleher was quite comfortable with.
Lee Clark, when you're in this sort of situation in a major cup final against Liverpool, you played a quarter of the game and you've been bossing it so far. You've got to take advantage, haven't you?
You do, Sam. You've got to take your chances when they come along. You've got to get your nose in front, like you said, when you're dominating the game and you're on the front foot like Newcastle are. This is when you've got to take your opportunities, because you're going to think that Liverpool sometime in the game are going to have a spell as well.
Ball over the top looking for Diaz, well defended by Schär, and then Trippier. Let's go down to Alex Crook, our chief football correspondent, who is behind the Liverpool dugout. Now, is Arne Slot looking a little bit tentative and nervous down there now?
I'd say a little bit agitated, Sam, for sure, as Newcastle come forward again.
Here's Murphy down the right-hand side, bursting into a wing position, looking for Isak, and Konate has to get in front of him and nudge the ball over the top, and it's out of play and away for a corner.
Do you know what? The delay from Jacob Murphy was what made the opportunity go. I mean, Isak busts a gut, he gets into the box, he makes a really intelligent run off the back of Konate, and I think he wants it first time from Jacob Murphy as he goes down that right-hand side, but he just hesitates a little bit, and that's what allows Konate to get back into position, because it's a really good run from Isak. He busts a gut, he's on the right side, you leave it in that area, and Isak's first touch is a shot on goal, but the fact he hesitated a little bit just took the opportunity away.
Here is the corner from the near side, which Trippier is going to take. Again, they're backloading the edge of the 6-yard box here, so a lot of people further away from the near post. Trippier's delivery is aimed towards that area. It's headed down by Bird, and it comes through to Guimaraes. Out comes the goalkeeper. Kelleher snuffs it out at his feet and just about lands on the ball in the nick of time. But it's another good Newcastle United opportunity.
Do you know what opportunity gone, Sam? Because Bruno Guimaraes does really well. He gets the ball under control, and as he gets his head up to square it, he takes another bad touch, and that's what allows Kelleher to come and get it.
And Liverpool looking to react now with Jota steaming forward on the left. He feeds it to Luis Diaz, who moves up towards the edge of the penalty area. Alexis McAllister with a cross away by Livramento, stationed on the edge of the 6-yard box. He heads it out wide towards the left, and it's out for a throw-in. And I imagine that they are a little bit nervy on that Liverpool bench.
Yeah, they certainly are, Sam. There's been a couple of occasions where Arne Slot, the Liverpool manager, has quite forcibly called his assistant into the technical area. They're having trouble as well with these Newcastle set pieces. They were just complaining to the fourth official after that last one that maybe Dan Burn was fouling Alexis McAllister as he headed the ball down, so one to keep an eye on.
Still 0-0. You're listening to TalkSport. We play 26 minutes live at the home of football, Wembley Stadium, here on this, well, I think it's a pretty nice Sunday afternoon, although it's very, very chilly for the middle of March. They actually moved this cup final back a couple of weeks in order to try and give it more prominence, but also, I think, just to make it look more like a cup final. And Isak now trying to steal the ball away from Kwanzaa. He did that but couldn't get away from Ibrahimo Konate. Excellent work by the Swede, and so far excellent work from Newcastle United, who are on top in the cup final.
Yeah, Kwanzaa giving the ball away there, lapsing concentration. I think he thought he had more time than initially anticipated, and Isak won it back really well, and then Konate doing what all good centre-halves should do. They come across, cover their full-back, and he manages to get the tackle in, but Arne Slot was not happy about that.
This is the example, guys, I'm showing you here. I mentioned earlier, look at this now, man-to-man marking all over, so they find it difficult from the throw-in.
Excellent work from tactician Eddie Howe and Jason Tyndall. Arne Slot is absolutely furious because whilst Lee was pointing that out, there was not only man-to-man marking going on, there was a little bit of man-to-man contact as well, which the Liverpool manager wasn't too happy about. He won't be happy about the statistics in the game so far. They've had 60% of the ball, but the goal attempts look like this: 0 Liverpool, 4 Newcastle United. Shots on goal, Liverpool 0, Newcastle 1. Shots off goal 0-3. Corner kicks 3-0. Shots inside the box 2-0 to Newcastle. I mean, literally, they've forced nothing so far as an attacking threat, Liverpool. It's been pretty much all Newcastle United as an attacking force.
But they look really, like I said it earlier, that there's no sharpness about their play, certainly in that final third. There's no little combinations, no little 1-2s. Salah's made a couple of half-hearted runs, but he hasn't really looked to really that dynamism to get really in behind the back line yet. No real combinations between Jota and Diaz on that left-hand side as well. So they've certainly started off a little bit, I'd say, more lethargic than Newcastle have.
Well, they have a free kick here, and it is halfway inside Newcastle territory. It's a couple of steps left of centre, and Robertson will drift it into the box. It's flicked away by Cher. Out towards the corner flag, where Salah is trying to let that go for the first corner of the game to Liverpool, away to our right, and he successfully does that. And there are still a lot of threats in this Liverpool team. Mo Salah, maybe not at his best recently, but he has produced career best numbers in the Premier League. He's equalled the Premier League record for goal involvements with 9 games to play over the course of one season. He needs 3 to beat the 42-game season record. And it's not just him. They have threats that others don't. Salah the standout, but Gakpo is off the bench and he'll be available to cause more problems in the League Cup. Diaz, Nunez, Jota, all capable at times. Here is Robertson with the corner, in towards the near post, flicked away by Joel Linton. Out to the near side and recovered by Robertson, who looks to take on Murphy, but Murphy holds strong and nudges it out for a throw-in down by
the corner flag away to our right. 29 minutes played, Liverpool 0, Newcastle 0, live on TalkSport at the home of England, Cup finals, playoff finals, and of course the Arch, Wembley Stadium, shining bright in the sunshine this afternoon. Here is Gravenberch on halfway, feeding it down the right. Another interception by Livramento, who started well in the left full-back position. Just marshalling Salah. The ball switched out to the right side. It's towards Murphy, but Van Dijk went across and headed it into the path of Robertson, who lifts it over the top now, and Diaz comes out, and so does Nick Pope with a really strong challenge on the edge of the box, and it was a forceful challenge by him, but the offside flag was up anyway.
Do you know, it's a really good run from Diaz, but he doesn't need to go so early. I mean, if he times it a fraction later, he's in on goal, and his next touch he probably goes past Nick Pope. But the fact is he went a little bit too early, because the ball was fantastic from Robertson. He goes in short, Diaz, and he just spins him behind, and they just drop it into an area, but he doesn't need to go so early. And if he holds it a little bit, he's in on goal. But that's better from Liverpool. A little bit of thoughtfulness, a little bit of purpose where you runs in behind.
Never scored in a cup final. Luis Diaz was once sent off in one in Portugal. He's having a better season than last, but in truth his 2025 has not started with a bang. He has not scored once. He scored just once, in 17 games in 2025. And when you add that to the figures of Jota, who hasn't scored in 9 games, there is a lot of reliance on Salah as Tonali goes down the left-hand side, trying to get into the wing position. He's bounced off the ball by Konate, but the ball is then put behind by Gravenberch. It's another Newcastle United corner, Darren Bent.
Well, that sums up Liverpool's start to this game. The first 31 minutes in sluggish. I mean, Konate should just deal with it, just clear it or pull it out for a throw-in. But he's got caught up in this nuance of centre-halves where it's unfashionable to just clear it. Tonali reads the situation, gets his body in, and wins inside a corner.
Here is the corner, to be taken by Kieran Trippier, who places it down inside the quadrant in front of the Liverpool fans away to our left. It's right-footed, it's tossed up to be attacked away by Van Dijk. Tonali brings it down, he'll send it back out to Trippier wide on the left-hand side. It's a deep cross, Kelleher comes, he doesn't really claim that. He collided with Dan Burn, the ball goes behind, and that's going to be a goal kick away to our left.
Do you know what, Sam? For everyone in this Liverpool side, and we talk about the attacking players who haven't started off that well, midfield really is getting bullied by Newcastle's. Virgil van Dijk's been fantastic, absolutely fantastic. He's read every single run that his ex made. Every time a cross comes in, he's got his body into the right position. He just nods it down to Gravenberch, who's the holding midfield player. He's certainly won, even though he played 120 minutes the other night. He doesn't look like he's not even so much nervous, like he's sluggish one bit.
A ball headed by Diaz. I think there might have been a free kick there. The referee eventually has a word with Trippier and says that there was contact with Diaz. That ball went up on the halfway line. He was going to play on, then decided not to. He's taking Trippier over to the far touchline. I don't know if he's going to produce a card here, John Brooks. I think he is. That's going to be the first yellow card that we've had in the game. There's a little bit of a discussion involving Bruno Guimaraes. He's also gone over there, the captain of Newcastle United. But I think that Trippier is going to be the recipient of at least a telling off, if not a yellow card. I haven't seen the yellow card come out yet, Darren.
No, I haven't seen it either, and it's a little bit naughty. It's one of those where you just kind of arch your body underneath the guy who's gone up for the header. In that instance, it was Luis Diaz, and it's almost like you know what's going to happen. The moment you do that, when he goes up in the air and you just lean into his body, he's going to come down. It's going to be an awkward fall. So he's done that a couple of times. I'm surprised he hasn't been booked yet.
I think that may be next one, and you'll be in the book, I think, from the referee there.
Play on at the moment. Elsewhere, there was a sending off in the game at Tamanise earlier on today. Dundee United had a player sent off in the first half. It's Dundee United 2, Dundee 4. That's the full-time score in the Dundee derby. In the Old Firm game earlier on, Rangers beat Celtic, a late winner for Igamane. And what a fantastic game it was for Fulham today. They beat Tottenham by 2 goals. You know what a great season they are having. Fulham Football Club, Darren and Lee's former team, up to 8th position and just 2 points off the top 6 now, thanks to yet another victory for Marco Silva's team. Chelsea beaten by Arsenal. Here is Barnes down the left-hand side, looking to get the better of Quansah. Does a brilliant delivery to the far post. Izaki's there with a header. Comes back to Trippier, slammed into the body of Robertson and deflects behind and goes out for a corner. Great move from Newcastle.
brilliant cross from Barnes. The header that came in from Isaac was blocked by Van Dijk, and then Trippier's effort cannoned off Robertson. It's out for a corner.
That's what we love from Harvey Barnes. He just stood up Jarrell Quansah and he had no answer from there. Too much pace, too sharp, and just stands a fantastic ball up. And to be fair, it's good defending without knowing it from Andy Robertson, because he blocks the first header from Isaac, and then Kieran Trippier on the rebound comes in and smashes a shot, and he blocks that as well. Really good defending from Robertson.
If they don't get in front before half-time, they'll be disappointed, Newcastle. Here's the corner, deep to the far post. Burn with a header towards goal. Flicked on by Guimaraes and into the arms of Caoimhin Kelleher. It wasn't the most fearsome header from Dan Burn, but it was a really good towering leap. And it's not the first time that they've tested Caoimhin Kelleher in the Liverpool backline. Lee Clark.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of time. If this continues, we've got to just get that one opportunity to get our noses in front and and then see what Liverpool have got, because at the moment we're the dominant team in all aspects of the game.
Well, Liverpool had 19 shots on PSG's goal on Tuesday. They only had 3 on target, but they haven't had anything of any note so far in the game here today, and it remains 0-0.
So intelligent from what Newcastle are doing, certainly in attacking areas, because Harvey Barnes is deliberately just almost hanging out here on the touchline, and Jarrell Quansah is looking across to Konate going, well, I want to go out there and engage with him, but I can't because he's so quick and so direct. It must be a nightmare to play against.
Livramento, I think, is doing also very well at left back as well this afternoon. A right-footed left back, that is for sure, and England have got a few problems in that area, but Livramento might well be the one that steps in there this time around. If Miles Lewis-Skelly, they think it's a little bit too early for him, although he's played particularly well in Champions League and in Premier League as well. And John Brooks has given a free kick on this near touchline to Newcastle United, and Trippier comes across again to take it. Barnes is in discussion with him. It's a good 16 yards outside the penalty area, away to our left-hand side, and they're attacking that goal once again and causing Liverpool all sorts of problems. Liverpool at the moment have held firm, but won't be able to keep them out forever if it continues like this. It's once again sent in by Trippier. Good header away by Van Dijk. He's holding them at bay so far. Back into Joel Linton, and then round the back towards Isaac, but it's just a little bit too far behind him and goes through and cleared away by McAllister. And then the counter-attack is on here, and out comes Pope to head the ball away from Diaz, who looked like he was running through, and Newcastle just about judge it right to bring it clear to the halfway line. Guimaraes sends it out wide towards the right. Van Dijk with a header clear, and it was a good header back into an open area where Robertson could step across into the left fullback zone and clear, but it's won back again by Murphy. Now Bruno Guimaraes once more sends the ball out wide towards the left. Quansah gets there first. Good header, exchanges passes with Salah, and now he bounds forward, Quansah, into the opponent's half of the field, but Joel Linton just timed his intervention so perfectly, waited. You could see him, it was almost like a hunter waiting to pick off the hunted. Just nabbed the ball at just the right time, and then Quansah trying to stop him to escape, pulled him back, and it's a free kick. There's a problem here for Bruno Guimaraes, who's just down on his haunches, but he's up and he's okay.
I mean, Joe Linton there, it was great play from Quansah initially. He read the pass, headed the ball down, then drove with it. But the moment you allow Joe Linton to get back and get any kind of arm on you, or any kind of physicality on you, you're not going to win that battle. I don't care who you are and how big you are. He's too powerful, too quick, and far too strong.
Has Kieran Trippier got a bit of a problem? Yeah, guys, he's been down there for 30 seconds to a minute. Ref's just having a chat. Eddie's been pointing over, saying to try and get a response from him.
Yeah, he's back up on his feet now and walking towards the halfway line, but he's just rubbing the back of his thigh. We'll go down to Alex Crook and see if he can investigate that in just a second. They are warming up. Matt Targett's just come out on the near side. Emil Kraft as well has just emerged from the bench just in case. Ball has been cleared upfield by Pope towards Joel Linton, who's ended up underneath.
There's bodies everywhere at the moment, isn't there?
There was a head collision between Szoboszlai and I think who's that down there? I think that's on that left-hand side. Is it Barnes who's gone down? No, it's not Barnes. It's Murphy, is it? No, I'm not entirely sure who's gone down. Tonali's gone down. Yeah, that's it. He's back on his haunches now. Let's go down to Alex Crook and find out what the response has been from Eddie Howe and Jason Tyndall, because they have sent a few to warm up away to our left.
Yeah, they have. Looks like Kieran Trippier is going to receive some treatment here. He's just called over one of the Newcastle medical staff. As you say, it's the back of that right leg. He was down in a sort of sprinting position as if he was about to be on the starting blocks that went 100 metres on the edge of the penalty area, so he's going to be treated. Guimaraes, I think, will be okay. They have got subs warming up. Arne Slot, by the way, very unhappy demonstratively with the fourth official about how physical this Newcastle side are being. He was gesticulating to Darren England with a push and then a kicking motion, so that goes really into what Lee Clark was saying about how much Newcastle have been in Liverpool's faces in this first half. Trippier has just put on some kind of cream on the back of that leg, and he's going to try and continue.
Interestingly, I mean, we mentioned it right at the top of the commentary that they will push the limits, Newcastle, without doubt, in order to try and get every possible advantage, and certainly they've done that so far. Trippier almost caught out there by Diaz, who's complaining that there was a handball, I think, but the referee has said play on. We do have VAR. Stuart Atwell keeping a view on things from on high. Is Isaac on the halfway line, trying to feed the ball forward. The one thing I will say, despite the fact they've had a lot of the ball and maybe even crafted a lot of chances, they haven't really been able to get Isaac in the game yet, Darren Bent.
No, he's been marshalled really well from Virgil van Dijk. And every time he makes a run in behind, Virgil tracks him or he gives himself a couple of yards by going a fraction earlier, so when the ball does come, he's already in position. And it's for Isaac and certainly some of his teammates to get him that opportunity. He's made intelligent runs.
Referee should have allowed that to go because Joel Linton held off the challenge from Gravenberch really well, fed the ball to Tonali, and then the referee pulled it back for a foul on Joel Linton, and the move was sort of rushed, I think, by Newcastle, and then they gave the ball away very cheaply, but the referee could have helped himself and Newcastle there by allowing play on, Lee Clark.
Yeah, without a doubt, I think it worked in Liverpool's favour, definitely. I'm not sure about Trippier, he's just trying to pass the ball inside there. He's stretching again as you look, but trying to pass the ball inside and didn't get there and was rubbing the back of his thigh again. I'm not sure if he's going to be alright.
Yeah, it's just snapped the hand of Fabian Schär and then gone back into his position. It's cleared by Pope from inside his own penalty area. Getting a little bit darker now in northwest London at Wembley Stadium. The ball is headed forward. The floodlights starting to become the most dominant light force inside this wonderful arena. The ball taken back by Barnes and sent to Byrne. Darren Bent.
Do you know what, Sam? If you're Liverpool now and you're looking at Kieran Trippier and you can quite clearly see that he's struggling, you start force feeding Luis Diaz. Just keep giving him the moment, the ball, every single opportunity.
It's Livramento though that's coming forward on the left-hand side for Newcastle United, taking on Quansah. He goes to go on the outside but wants to come infield before he delivers across deep to the far post. It's over the head of Isaac and just scoots behind and goes out for a goal kick away to our left-hand side, and it remains goalless on TalkSport. And Virgil van Dijk just having a word with a couple of his teammates. We're just about to get an indication very shortly, I suppose, from the fourth official exactly how many minutes are going to be added on. He's got a reserve official alongside him who is helping him out with the board today. We do extra things on Cup Final Day, don't we? There's an extra support official, a sort of fifth official in between the two benches that is helping out Darren England, and all the VAR mod cons. We've got Crookie helping us out as well, haven't we?
Whipping us.
Here's Livramento down the left-hand side on towards Barnes. Barnes with a low ball into the near post. It cannons off his shoes. I thought he did very well in the interviews earlier on.
Listen, Crookie knows I love him. Crookie knows he's one of my favourite people, but whenever he comes on, he always has to give me a little bit of stick, so I've got to give him a little bit back.
I think the first thing he said to you when you walked in the door was something about what was it? He said, you've come here to watch a cup final or something?
I think it was come here to watch a cup final again.
Yeah, he gave you a little bit of stick, didn't he? Here is, of course, because he's played in so many. The ball's been shuffled back to Nick Pope, who sends it long through the middle of the pitch. It's high, very high, and it's going to be eaten up easily by Van Dijk. And at one back by Sandro Tonali, then sent out wide by Bruno Guimaraes. Newcastle on the attack here with Murphy down the right side. He's gone to send the ball deep into the box. Barnes trying to keep it alive. He's not going to be able to do that. Right on the extremity of the Liverpool half, and it goes out of play and away for a goal kick away to our left-hand side. We played 43 minutes. How would you sum up the first half, Darren Bent?
I'd say Newcastle have been the better side. I don't think Liverpool have got going yet, but if you're Newcastle, certainly Eddie Howe, you'll be delighted with the start you've made, but you haven't tested Kelleher yet. I mean, you've had a couple of opportunities where you've got into some really good positions, but you just haven't been able to manufacture that chance where you can get an opportunity on goal.
That roar was for Steven Gerrard, and another one for Ian Rush, who is in the stand today. Kenny Dalglish here as well too. Both Dalglish and Rush have represented both these two clubs, haven't they? Newcastle have a free kick on halfway, and we've played 44 minutes in the cup final, and so far it's been one-way traffic as far as goal-scoring opportunities are concerned, but it's still goalless here at Wembley between Liverpool and Newcastle. Here is Trippier dripping the ball towards the edge of the penalty area, attacked by Cher, comes back down to Barnes, inside the box, unleashes one, catches it, but it takes a deflection off Konate, and it's out for another corner.
Really good play there from Harvey Barnes again, picking up the pieces and just trying to get a shot off, and it was good defending there from Konate. But just before that, the cross from I think it was Kieran Trippier, there's two players on Virgil van Dijk, and he's the one who manages to get himself up there and just direct it away from danger. But Harvey Barnes picking up the second ball and trying to get a shot off.
All the stats belong to Newcastle in this first 45 minutes, but nothing on the scoreboard yet. Here's Trippier with a chance to maybe change that now. Taking a corner from the near side, floating it to the back edge of the penalty area. Burn with a header, and he scored! It's Dan Burn who scores on the week in which he was called up for England. He thunders a header into the corner to put Newcastle United into the lead in the cup final, and there will not be a more popular goal scorer than the local boy who was rejected by Newcastle as a kid, forged his path back all the way through the leagues into the first team and into the England squad, and now on the score sheet at Wembley, Dan Burn puts them ahead in the Carabao Cup final, and it's Liverpool 0, Newcastle 1, and it's nothing more than they deserve.
That is some header, by the way, because there's not a lot of power on the cross from Kieran Trippier. He just leaves it in an area, and Dan Burn pulls off round the back, and he just comes flying forward. And I think the key to the finish is that he heads it down. I mean, he's getting marked really, really well. It's free. No one's marking him. It's McAllister that goes to challenge him, and he just comes onto it. He meets it on the just above the penalty spot, and he heads it down. And that's the key. If he doesn't head it down, he probably doesn't score. But he absolutely rockers it down past Kelleher to that right hand side into that bottom corner. There's nothing he can do about it. It is a fantastic header from Dan Burn.
Wow. And scoring in the final is so important to score first. The last 8 teams that have scored first have all gone on to win the trophy. Lee Clark.
Brilliant. What a story this could be. Oh, we spoke about him before the game, the type of guy he is, what he's been about, winning that first call up to the England squad on Thursday. Now this, what a goal. Darren's mentioned it. What a header. Absolutely superb. And it's what Newcastle deserve. This isn't not a fluke at the moment, this scoreline. Newcastle have been the dominant team, and it's just brilliant. This could be, they say fairy tales don't happen, this could be one of the very best.
Well, if fairy tales were going to be written, it would be written like this. Newcastle United leading the Carabao Cup final, and Dan Burn has scored the opening goal. We've got 2 minutes of added time at the end of the first half. Agam Dek can't believe it. They're crying in the stands. It's only halfway through the cup final. The ball is out over on the far side. Dan Burn was collecting trolleys in Asda after he was released by Newcastle. Well, certainly they'll be shopping for shirts with his name on by the time the cup final finishes if Newcastle are to lift the trophy. All those Newcastle fans, if they could have picked a goal scorer, it would have been him. 50-1 to score the first goal before the game with some bookmakers. It was even bigger at 66-1 on the exchanges with Betfair. Here on the near side, the ball has been picked up by Salah into the penalty area, in towards Diaz. Jota is there, he misses his chance from 6 yards outside the goal. He smashes it left-footed, and it's over the top of the crossbar and out for a goal kick away to our right-hand side. Dan Burn turns to the Newcastle fans, who are in fine voice, and as well they might be. They lead deservedly at the beginning of this final by 0-0. It's half-time after what has been a very one-sided first 45 minutes, but it's not the team that lead the Premier League by 12 points that are dominating. It is Newcastle United who lead the final. Liverpool's last 5 League Cup finals have gone to extra time. They would take that right now, Adrian Durham. Liverpool 0, Newcastle 1.
Dan Burn on fire. He blows kisses to the Newcastle fans. Absolutely incredible from him. He hasn't scored this season, hasn't scored for well over a year, and he chooses this moment to bury a header into the corner of Kelleher's net, and Newcastle lead 1-0. Lee Clark, you went crazy when that hit the net.
Brilliant. We spoke with Ian before the game, we talked about him. It was just a brilliant header. You know, he's come 12 yards out, straight in the corner. Kelleher couldn't do anything about it, and it's what Newcastle deserve. They deserve to be winning. They've dominated from start to finish. Liverpool have looked a team that have played a tough game in midweek with extra time, and the mental and emotional side of it, they look fatigued. Newcastle are in their faces every opportunity, and you can see from the technical area, Onslaught and his staff, they're moaning at the fourth official because Newcastle, they're not being over physical but just stopping Liverpool from playing. And at this moment in time, you know, everything's pointing in the right direction. The results going in the way of the team who's dominated the first half.
Well, Dan Burn, born in Blythe, made at Newcastle United, you could say. Eddie Howe saying before this final, Lee, nobody more deserving of an England call-up. One of the great football stories. He had to do it the hard way. Inspiring guy, talented player, a leader. He called him a real man, and you can imagine in the dressing room, we said, didn't we, he's feeling 20 feet tall now, having been called up by England. He's 30 feet tall now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
He's head in the arch.
Honestly, it is. It's the story. Sam mentioned it in commentary. The one player Newcastle fans would have wanted to score the goal to put them in the lead would have been Dan Burn. He epitomises what they're about, what the supporters are about, what they expect of a Newcastle United player, giving absolutely everything. And he's got quality as well, the boy. Don't just think, oh, he's there, he's a Geordie, he's a local lad, he's got the heart, he's got the passion. He can play, and he's been terrific since he's came through the door, and that'll be a magical moment. I just hope that we can go and get the result. As I said, spoke to him earlier in the week when he got the call up and said this could be a phenomenal week in his life.
Yeah, absolutely incredible, Dan Burn. But tell me, Darren Bent, he's giant, Dan Burn. Why is Alexis McAllister, who's about 5'2", marking him, but not marking him very well?
Yeah, it made no sense. It almost looked like at the very last minute, Alexis McAllister thought, I'll go and pick him up, and it was a half-hearted effort, to be fair, to try and get your body in and stop him. But I mean, it's a great ball from Kieran Trippier, but the key is there's not really a lot of pace on there, but Dan Burn comes onto it and he absolutely rockets it into the turf, and it obviously comes off the grass and goes into the corner. But you're right, from a set play standpoint, you're looking at it and thinking, well, surely get one of your better headers on him, Virgil van Dijk or Konate. The fact that Alexis McAllister was tasked with that at the very end to mark him, I mean, you get what you deserve, and when you're sloppy on set plays and you don't do your job, these things happen, and Dan Burn, it's a superb header.
It smacks of a lack of preparation, dare I say it, from Liverpool. We'll see how they cope in the second half, because they now know about the threat. But you said it, Darren Bent, in the middle of that first half, before Newcastle had even scored, Liverpool was struggling to deal with Newcastle set pieces.
Yeah, they were. I mean, every single time that the cross came in, it was Guimaraes had a good chance. His touch gets away from him and he doesn't get an opportunity on goal. We saw again Guimaraes where he doesn't get the first contact, but then he tries to kind of generate the power, and it's a good save from Kelleher. But other than that, I mean, Newcastle that first half I thought would have been outstanding. Bar Virgil van Dijk for Liverpool, who I thought was magnificent, as he always is. He's probably the only one who can go into that change room now and Arnie starts looking about and going, other than him, any one of you lot can come off. I think Kwanzaa struggled to deal with Barnes. Kanate's not come over across and helped Kwanzaa too much. Salah's been non-existent, but you're not going to take Salah off. Jota hasn't held the ball up. If you're Cody Gakpo, surely he's either coming on now or you give it 5 minutes and he's got to come on, because they've just lacked real cutting edge, certainly in that final third, Liverpool.
I've got to say, I mean, I'm not a big believer. I bow to the superior knowledge of you strikers. You and Dean Ashton have both told me Jota's a brilliant finisher. Well, he's screwed a shot well wide of goal. I mean, it was Liverpool have done nothing in this first half. The stats are all Newcastle's, as Sam was saying in commentary, and yet they could be level, probably should be level, because he's right in front of goal. And it's closer to the corner flag. What's Jota doing?
The only thing is, I think his touch is a little bit awkward, because then the spin off the ball is going back, so he leans back a little bit, but as you said, he just doesn't get contact on it. He almost snatches at it, and when you snatch at it and you're off balance, it's incredibly difficult to hit the target. And as you said there, it goes really, really wide, but he just hasn't really got himself into the game. As you can see, the ball's going up to him, he's giving it away. Liverpool fans just below us are getting really frustrated with him because he's not helping the team build up from the back. And that's where I think if you're Gakpo and you're Arne Slot, you're thinking, how long do I give him? Do I take him off now? Do I take Diaz off now? I think Gakpo has to come on. He's been brilliant in this tournament all season. I think he's the most dangerous attacker they've got, bar Salah. The fact that he started on the bench, I wonder if Arne Slot's thinking, I might have made a mistake here.
Yeah, he may well be thinking that. We'll let Lee Clark enjoy his excitement at half-time for the moment. There's a second half to come, unfortunately, Lee. They need to keep clean sheet, and then they will win that trophy. 70 years ago, when photographs were in black and white, TV was in black and white, that's when Newcastle last won a domestic trophy. Well, London in Wembley is going to be black and white if Newcastle can hold on to this. Dan Burn with the most popular goal probably Wembley's ever seen, and Newcastle lead Liverpool live on TalkSport in the Carabao Cup final by a goal to nil.
TalkSport Bet. If you want to flutter, punters know it's the only place to go. Football, GGs, cricket, golf and Grand Prix are live online casino. Just tap to find it on the app. TalkSport Bet, the broadcast bonus bookie, keeping you on track with all the sporting stats. Steeple chases, even title races, looking after sports fans. You know, cause TalkSport Bet is the app that does all that. It's the only place to go.
18 plus begambleaware.org. I'm Jane Mulkerrins, Associate Editor of The Times magazine. This weekend, you can read The Times and Sunday Times for free and discover the best of our journalism. We've got an interview with the iconic artist Grayson Perry, an exclusive extract about John and Paul's relationship before the Beatles. We reveal who made it onto our first ever Beauty Rich list. And don't miss our Formula One coverage, including Lewis Hamilton's debut race for Ferrari. Read The Times and Sunday Times for free this weekend at thetimes.com.
With a Travis Perkins trade account, you open the door to big trade deals every single month. This month, we've gone big on landscaping. Right through March, get 18mm Indian sandstone paving from as little as £19 per square metre, with various pack sizes and colours available. Join the club and get this and other big landscaping trade deals this March with your trade account. Travis Perkins, doing what matters for the trade. All prices exclude VAT at 20%.
When it comes to sports betting, it's important to cool off and play safe. Set deposit limits to control your spending. Set timeouts when you need a break. And set reality checks to know how long you've been playing. Showtime ain't always go time. Stay safe, players, at BetMGM.
18 plus, please gamble responsibly.
Get ready for the most anticipated F1 season in years. And see every race live.
It's lights out and away we go.
See if Lewis will be reborn in red. Can Lando land the big one? Or will Max make it 5 out of 5?
Champion of the world.
The new season starts 16th of March. See every race live for just £15 extra a month. Only on Sky Sports F1. Offer ends 26th of March. Sky TV required. See sky.com for details. Further terms apply.
At Morrison's, more card prices save you money on your shop. With Surf Powder 80 washes, regular price £10.
More card price.
£7. That's less than 9p per wash. And 1.25 litres of Diet Coke and Coke Zero, regular price £2.
More card price.
90p. That's better than half price. Pay less with More Card.
Morrison's to shop at Morrison's.
Majority of supermarkets online varies. Selected Morrison's daily stores. More Card app required. 16 plus. Serve 4 kilos.
Football is full of big moments.
Penalty!
The near misses.
Oh!
The last minute winners.
It's an absolute screamer!
Put yourself at the heart of the action with Betfred. Check out our huge range of football markets, daily offers and price boosts in shops and online. Love football? Betfred. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
Live at Wembley, this is TalkSport. Newcastle lead Liverpool by a goal to nil. We're in the slightly to the Liverpool half of the stadium, and I think they're pretty shell-shocked. I think they can't believe what is going on. Newcastle 1 up. Let's get the latest from Betfair.
Odds update on TalkSport with Betfair. We're paying out winning bets at 90 minutes with 90-minute guarantee. Applies to match odds. 90 market sportsbook exclusive. T's and C's apply. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
So Dan Burn with the goal. Newcastle 1 up. Sam Rosbottom, how are the half-time odds looking?
Well, I can tell you that Dan Burn to score first
it was backed as big as 85-1 on the Betfair exchange. He looked a massive threat though, didn't he, from corners? Literally a massive threat, Adrian. But look, Newcastle in the driving seat, now into 2-5 to lift the trophy. Liverpool out to 15-8. How will the next 45 minutes pan out? Liverpool to turn it around in the second half. They're currently 9-2 in the match odds market. Newcastle to hold on in 90 minutes, 8-11. The match to end a draw, 9-4. If Liverpool are to turn this around, then they're going to need their key players to step up, aren't they? Because they haven't done so in that first half. Mo Salah has scored or assisted in his last 8 Premier League matches. Where's that Mo in the first half? We have odds boosted him to 7-4 to score or assist in the second half of this match. No cards yet either in the game, but plenty of fouls. Trippier and McAllister have both committed 2 each, and we've odds boosted them both to be shown a card. Trippier now 2-1 to be shown a card. McAllister now 11-4 to be shown a card, which is exactly what we want for our charity bet builder. We're raising money for the Bobby Moore Fund, aren't we? Sam Matterface has gone for Isak to score, Salah to score, and McAllister to be booked. We back that at just a little bit bigger than 22-1, so our £50 charity stake will return over £1,000 if all 3 of those lands in the second half. So fingers crossed for an entertaining second half and a bet builder winner.
Sam, great stuff. Dan Burn as long as 85-1 on the exchange is extraordinary. That odds update is all thanks to Betfair. Returns accurate as of 10 minutes ago for verification. See betfair.com. Over 18s only. Conditions apply. Go to begambleaware.org.
Odds update on TalkSport with Betfair. We're paying out winning bets at 90 minutes with 90-minute guarantee. Applies to match odds. 90 market sportsbook exclusive. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
Now, earlier today in the Premier League, Arsenal cut Liverpool's gap at the top to 12 points after Mikel Merino's first half header gave them a 1-0 win over Chelsea at the Emirates. Let's hear from the Gunners' boss, Mikel Arteta, who was glad that his side could return to winning ways in the league.
Very good. It's always a big match against a really good opposition. I really enjoyed analysing them and what Enzo is doing. And we won it. I think we deserve to win it as well because we didn't really concede nothing apart from that strange save from David. We scored the goal and we should have scored many more because we had so many situations that they didn't even finish on a shot today. But the attitude of the team, I loved it.
Chelsea stay 4th after the defeat. They're only a point behind Man City and point ahead of Man City and 2 behind Newcastle, who now have a game in hand. Despite their defeat in North London, Chelsea head coach Enzo Maresca was pleased with his side's display.
I think we compete until the end, unless the first 20 minutes where we struggle a little bit. Then we finish first half, control the game, create chances. Second half the game was there 50-50, but for me the big difference between us and them today has been in set pieces strategy. We struggle a little bit the first 20 minutes, but then we create some chances at the end of first half. We control the game. Second half the game was there, and I think the between the first game and today game, I didn't see difference between us and them. And this is something that we need to think and try to finish in the right way the last 9 games.
Just to be clear, Chelsea 4th, a point ahead of City, 2 ahead of Newcastle, 5 behind Nottingham Forest. In the other game, Spurs lost their 15th league game of the season. They've lost more than half their Premier League games so far this season. They were beaten 2-0 at Fulham. Late goals from Rodrigo Muniz and Ryan Sessegnon, their former player. After the match, TalkSport's Jake Robson spoke to Tottenham manager Ange Postecoglou.
I mean, I don't think they really created much. I don't think Vic had a save to make, and we had a couple of big chances to go 1-0 up. But we've done that a fair bit this year, of conceding a soft goal, and when you do that, especially away from home, then just gives the opposition a chance to grow into the game.
And then obviously the second goal is probably one Ben Davies won't want to see again.
Yeah, but it's not about Ben. It's just like I said, as a team, we've had it too many times this year where we've just given oppositions a leg up. Where if we had hung in there, we could have got something out of the game.
Just lastly, between now and the end of the season, obviously all hands on deck for the Europa League.
Yeah, but we've still got to push on in the league, and we're still going to have the Thursday, Sunday sort of turnarounds for the next period. So we need to make sure that we're ready for that.
Spurs 13th in the table, 5 points behind Crystal Palace and only ahead of Everton on goal difference. Back here at Wembley, Newcastle are on the brink. Keep a clean sheet and they win their first domestic trophy for 70 years, and Dan Burn will be the hero. Newcastle 1, Liverpool 0, live on TalkSport in the Carabao Cup final. Let's get the second half with Lee Clark, Darren Bent, and your commentator on TalkSport, Sam Matchface.
Well, the only Newcastle players to score at Wembley before Dan Burn did towards the end of that first half, since the team that beat Manchester City in 1955 were Alan Gowling in 1976 and Rob Lee in 2000, who before the game said that he would actually like that record to come to an end. He would like to stop being a quiz question, really, being the last Newcastle player to have scored at Wembley. Well, he isn't anymore. That honour now belongs to Dan Burn. He's put Newcastle in charge in the final of the Carabao Cup, and it's a good job too, because they are definitely a first half team, Newcastle United. 11 of their 31 goals since Christmas have come in the second half, which means almost 2/3 of them have come in the first 45 minutes. Liverpool definitely a second half team. They have such a good record as well against Newcastle United, and they will get a chance at some point, Darren Bent.
You'd expect them so, yeah, because they can't play as badly as they did in that first half. I mean, both teams unchanged. Liverpool in that 4-2-3-1 and Newcastle in the 4-3-3. I am surprised that Arne Slot hasn't opted to go to his bench already and look at someone like Cody Gakpo, because that first half they were really sloppy. No one was really running with any real intent. They didn't create anything. And one thing about Cody Gakpo, he was brilliant. I thought he's had a brilliant season so far, certainly in this competition as well. That's a bit of a surprise, but I think Arne Slot will probably give it 5-10 minutes, assess the situation, and if he needs him, he's going to have to bring him on.
Such a fascinating first 45 minutes. Liverpool thought they could have had a penalty where the ball flicked up and hit Kieran Trippier on the arm. Dan Burn had got first contact in 3 of the 5 corners that had gone into the box before Newcastle scored from one. So it's not as if Liverpool hadn't had a warning from set pieces that Dan Burn was going to be a huge threat. He hasn't scored a goal for a very long time, Dan Burn. He last goal for Newcastle came in the 4th round of the FA Cup last season against Fulham, but he has scored the goal that has put them on top here. No changes, as we said, at half-time. Newcastle now shooting towards their supporters away to our right in those black and white striped jerseys, black shorts and black socks. It's red shirts, red shorts and socks for Liverpool, who stride forward now with Van Dijk over the halfway line. I'll give you the 11s in just a second. Jota has got in between the 2 defenders and set it back towards Diaz, but Joe Linton, watching it all the way, gets back, nabs it away from the Colombian and puts it out for a throw-in on the near side. We get Lee Clark's view on that in just a second, because the ball is back in play very quickly, and McAllister has it now, shooting towards the Liverpool fans away to our left-hand side, and they're in possession inside Newcastle territory. They go backwards rather than forwards though, and Lee Clark, that was a really important touch there from Joel Linton.
Superb work off the ball. Darren mentioned it first half down here, when he tracked back 30 yards to stop Quansah getting in and getting across in, and he's done it again there. Brilliant work off the ball from Joel Linton.
Ball spread by Liverpool out to the far right-hand side. Salah approaching the penalty area, just shuffles it back into McAllister. Now it's on to Gravenberch. Gravenberch trying to, well, it looked as if he was going to force the ball into the box and then decided better of it. Turned it back to Konate, who chips it over the top. That's going nowhere. He's going to float behind and away for a goal kick away to our left-hand side. So Liverpool with Kelleher in goal. Quansah, Konate, Van Dijk and Robertson the back 4. Gravenberch, McAllister and Szoboszlai in midfield. Salah, Jota and Diaz going forward. They haven't had a shot on target in the game yet, Liverpool. Newcastle certainly have. They lead by a goal to nil. Nick Pope is the goalkeeper. Trippier, Cher, Burn and Livramento the back 4. Guimaraes, Tonali and Joe Linton the midfield trio, with Murphy, Isaac and Barnes. So far it's boys' own stuff, with Newcastle supporter Dan Burn scoring the only goal of the game. Here is Trippier, who we thought might have to come up with an injury. Sends the ball forward out towards the right-hand side. Murphy's long ball cut out before it can reach Isaac. He's got it back again, though. Couldn't squeeze it back to Harvey Barnes. Liverpool get it away from inside their own half and shuffle it to the right, where Quansah comes forward and plays it into Szoboszlai. Szoboszlai to McAllister.
They certainly look a lot sharper, Liverpool, in this second half. The way it started, there's more people running in behind, running with real purpose, and even that chance there, to be fair to Luis Diaz, where Joe Linton gets back. Luis Diaz takes too long. There's no real energy to get there. I'm sure if he goes and meets the ball, then he gets an attempt on goal. But the fact he kind of held back and waited for the ball to come to him, that's what allowed Joe Linton to come back and get the ball.
Interestingly, though, Darren, with the bodies that they then throw forward, that leaves gaps for Newcastle to run into, and they really like those gaps. And Barnes is trying to expose one now down the left-hand side, trying to get a cross in after dragging him up the pitch. He plays it off Quansah, who's out for another corner.
Yeah, really good play there from Harvey Barnes, carrying the ball at real purpose, with real energy. But Liverpool are going to have to do that. Yeah, as you said there, they are going to leave gaps. You are going to leave maybe Virgil with 1v1 with Isaac, or Barnes 1v1 with Quansah, but they're 1-0 down. It's not 0-0 where you can build yourself into it. At some point you're going to have to throw everything at it and try and get men forward and really try and cause Newcastle a problem, which is something they didn't do in that first half.
Is Alexis McAllister still going to be detailed to mark Dan Burn? The answer, yes. Corner, far side, to be swung in by Trippier. And Burn lurking at the far post, once again looking to try and get on the end of this delivery. It's being blocked by McAllister. It's aimed deeper this time to Joel Linton, who sends it back into the penalty area. It's steered towards goal. It comes up the goalkeeper and tucked in by Isaac. The offside flag is up on the near side, and Newcastle are denied a second goal. There will be a check from the VAR. It was Dan Burn again who prodded it goalwards after the initial ball was sent out wide, and Joel Linton recycled it. It went back into the middle. His shot was saved by Kelleher. Came back out to Isaac, who put it in. Was it offside? That's the big question.
Do you know what? It's really, really sloppy again from Liverpool's perspective.
Oh, this is tight. This is really tight.
Joe Linton is at the back post on his own, and no one picks him up.
Oh, that was tight.
Stuart Atwell's made the decision. It was very, very quick, the decision. I tell you what, I'm having a look at it now, and the reason it's been given is not because of Isaac being offside. I think it's been given because Bruno Guimaraes was standing in front of the goalkeeper.
I agree, Sam. Yeah. Do you know what you mentioned about McAllister picking Dan Burn up? Why that's happening is there's half zonal mark in Liverpool, and then the players that are left over from the zones are having to designate a player who's coming into the box, and that's why McAllister's ending up with Dan Burn, which is just a no contest. I think they need to change it, Liverpool, because if this keeps happening, Newcastle could get another goal from a set play without a shadow of a doubt.
They need to change it ASAP, because even that one there, Dan Burn was marked by McAllister, but Joe Linton was on his own at the back post, and he was the one who put the ball back across the box. And as Lee was saying there, they're going to have to change that. They cannot keep doing that, because eventually, with the size of Newcastle, they'll keep getting the first contact and they'll get that second goal.
Here is Livramento over on the far side, trying to exchange passes with Barnes. Gets to the byline, produces a cross deep towards the far post. Murphy with a header down to Isaac. Boom! It's a second goal. It's another goal for Newcastle United. It's converted from 10 yards out by Alexander Isak, and on a wave of emotion, song and hope, Newcastle, who came here with hope that they had the weapons to end a 56-year trophy drought, have just unleashed a hypersonic missile from the boot of Alexander Isak, which has given them a 2-goal lead in the Carabao Cup final.
It's a fantastic finish from Alexander Isak, but they work it really, really well. And I think it's Jacob Murphy who gets up at the back post and heads it back across. But I think the key to this is that Isak's on his toes. He's not standing still, and he just creates half a yard. But when it comes to him, he's got to keep it down, and he manages to do that. It's really, really unselfish finish, but good play again, because Livramento was the one who puts the cross in. Jacob Murphy just heads it back into an area, but Isak's alive. He's anticipating that the ball might drop, and when it drops to him, it's a really, really nice finish. You're 6 yards out, you don't have to smash it, he just guides it past Kelleher. Really, really nice finish.
Well, they can't believe it, the Newcastle fans. Some of them are in stunned silence. There's a gentleman not too far away from us who can't lift his scarf above his head to twirl it. Instead, he's wrapped it across his mouth, almost gaping, can't quite believe what he's witnessing here. The scoreboard reads, in the Carabao Cup final, Liverpool 0, Newcastle United 2. Lee Clark.
Amazing, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. You know, in that combination, Jacob Murphy, Alexander Isak, this season the assists that Jacob's done for Alexander, but and vice versa, they've combined again. Absolutely brilliant. As we said, another cross causing Liverpool problems.
Well, 2 goals, one either side of half-time for Newcastle United, and all of a sudden Liverpool have got to come from 2 goals behind in the Carabao Cup final to end a remarkable feat here. Ball into the box from the left by Andy Robertson on this near side. It's too heavy, and it goes out over on the far side. Well, look, up in the executive boxes, the emotion is almost uncontainable
Ant and Dec jumping all over each other. Alan Shearer has been engulfed by family members. What's happening on the benches? Alex Crook.
Well, Liverpool are going to make a double change in response to that second goal. Curtis Jones and Darwin Núñez being readied, and there was a lovely embrace between Eddie Howe and his assistant Jason Tindall as that Isak shot hit the back of the net. What a journey it's been for those two, from the bottom of League Two to on the cusp of victory in a Wembley final. This is dream stuff.
Well, there's a long way to go yet, and we've only played 9 minutes of the second half, but Newcastle do have a 2-goal lead in the cup final. And I'll go back to Wembley Cup finals past. I have seen teams come from 2 goals down before. I think Manchester United came back against Crystal Palace and won the cup final from behind. Hull City were 2-0 up here in a cup final against Arsenal, which Darren Bent is quite keen to remind me about. And there will be a warning for Eddie Howe and for Jason Tindall not to rest on their laurels, but if anybody can keep teams out from here, it will be Newcastle, who will run the clock down, I'm sure, and manage it particularly well. They beat Arsenal in 2 legs of a semi-final, 2-0 on both occasions, and now they're 2-0 up against Liverpool, and there's activity on the bench because Darwin Núñez and Jones are about to come on, Darren Bent.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised it's no Cody Gakpo, but Curtis Jones to try and get a foothold in the middle of the park. And I think for Darwin Núñez, just to cause a little bit of chaos. You know what he's like, he'll run really hard, he'll use his body, his physicality, do you know what I mean? He'll get in the opportunities, it's whether he can take one of those opportunities. But I mean, going back to that Isak goal, I mean, it's such intelligence from himself, because the cross goes over his head, Jacob Murphy does really, really well to head it, and he just pulls off Virgil van Dijk. And that's probably the only half a yard that Virgil van Dijk's given in this whole game, but he pulls off onto the penalty spot. And I didn't give the finish the justice, because he just sweeps it, like almost sweeps it back across his body into that far corner past Kelleher. It's such an intelligent and such a cool finish that they deserve it. And he's been really quiet, Alexander Isak, but just burst into life in that moment.
If you're going to burst into life, burst into it at that moment. Alex Crook has got details of the changes. Silence is golden. He clearly hasn't got details of the 2 changes. Darwin Núñez is on for Diogo Jota, and the other change, I think, was that Konate came off for Curtis Jones, and Gravenberch has gone into the back line, Darren Bent, which is a slight surprise.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to get more attackers onto the pitch, which I think is what he's going to have to do, because at the minute it's been too safe from Liverpool. Luis Diaz has done okay, Mo Salah's not really been in the game, Jota was offering nothing. You need someone who's going to mix it up a little bit, and someone like Darwin Núñez, yes, you don't know what you're going to get, but one thing you know you're going to get is energy and endeavour, and someone who's going to work hard, run in behind and cause a lot of problems.
Good job your mate Crookie was concentrating then, wasn't he? Here is Newcastle regressing down the left-hand side, trying to get into an advanced position. There's a foul there on Harvey Barnes, and there's going to be a free kick about a yard in from the touchline. Alexander Isak with the second goal, his 22nd goal in 26 appearances, and another set piece about to be unleashed into the box here. Liverpool 0, Newcastle United 2. Dan Burn coming up from the back. It's been a fascinating game so far, and you can only applaud the way that Newcastle have approached this. Liverpool have been very off colour so far in the game, but we haven't reached the hour mark yet. There's still a lot of time for them to claw their way back in it. Here is the free kick from Trippier, deep to the far post, headed away by Van Dijk. Doesn't reach a black and white jersey, but Murphy gets there first, and then into Guimarães by Fabian Schär, but he was in an offside position there, the Brazilian, and that ball's going to be returned to Liverpool, and they'll have a free kick on the edge of their own penalty area.
That was better from Virgil van Dijk. It's almost like he said, you know what, I'm not going to stay in that centre area of the zone, I'm going to go to the back post and deal with it. And he was the one who got up, got his head to it and got it away. And again, it's an uphill battle for Liverpool now, because they have to start committing men forward. They're going to have to play with a little bit more energy.
Well, they are unbeaten in 17 meetings between the two since a defeat in December 2015. And here is Luis Diaz out wide on the left, feeding the ball in towards Szoboszlai, back into the centre. Curtis Jones is there. Nick Pope pushes the ball over the top of the crossbar. It's a brilliant save. There's a collision between Tonali and Guimarães inside the penalty area, which has done some damage to the Italian, but the save from Pope was essential, and he did so strong-handedly, pushing the ball up into the sky over the top of the crossbar.
Yes, a fantastic save from Nick Pope, but if he keeps it down, Curtis Jones scores. They work it really, really well between him and Szoboszlai, and the problem is from Curtis Jones is he just smashes it straight and high, and it's a comfortable save for Nick Pope in the end. I mean, it looked better on the cameras than it probably actually was, but I think if he keeps it down, he probably scores.
Well, it's a good chance for Liverpool, and still a big problem here for Tonali, who's rolling around, writhing around in pain, away to our left-hand side. And Liverpool, knowing that that's the sort of chance they're going to have to convert if they're going to turn this cup final on its head. And I just wonder exactly where Tonali got that ball. I'm just having a look here, or where he got collided with. I think actually what happened there is that Bruno Guimaraes, as he slid to try and block that, almost sort of squeezed his leg between Tonali's.
Saw one that.
Yeah, not very comfortable that, I wouldn't have thought. Just to touch on what Darren was saying about the lack of energy in Liverpool, they showed a bit in that move there, and he's mentioned about Gakpo as well. I would even consider Gakpo and Harvey Elliott as well to give them some energy, because they've just lacked that in abundance today. They've had none of it whatsoever with the two subs that have been made. Because Harvey Elliott, scoring that goal in Paris to win them the first leg, and as we said, Gakpo, the goals he scored in the competition already this season, they need some impetus, Liverpool. If not, this game's going to go by.
I think the Liverpool supporters are annoyed that Tonali has not had to go off the pitch here. Here is the corner to be taken over on the far side. Tonali has been allowed to mark Salah at the far post. The ball is drifted into the penalty area, headed away by Byrne. Good strong header away by Byrne. Picked up by Szoboszlai a little bit deeper now by the halfway line, and then gives it to Jones and then gets it back again, the Hungarian, who just stumbles slightly and just invited a bit of pressure from Barnes, but managed to hold off the attentions of the former Leicester man and feed it into the path of Jones. Jones back out wide to the left, collected now by Diaz. Diaz back into the centre, and then it's sent towards the edge of the area and picked up by Jones again, wide on the left. It's been converted by Luis Diaz into an inside channel ball. He tries to push it into the path of Jones, and then he himself finds Robertson. Across comes Joe Linton again with a terrific challenge to block the attempt by the Scotsman and divert it behind and away for a corner. Darren Bent.
Curtis Jones has definitely made an impact in this game so far. He's had the opportunity there, which is a great save from Nick Pope, but even now he's getting on the ball, little runs in behind from Andy Robertson. He's feeding the little passes into that byline as well. He's been the one who's gone on almost like with a point to prove, to say, right, I'm going to try and get us back into this game, and he certainly added that little bit of quality and energy to Liverpool.
Here is the corner to be taken by McAllister. It's deep towards the far post. Pope comes and punches really well. He pushes it well outside the penalty area. It's shuffled backwards towards the halfway line, and now Gravenberch has got it inside the centre circle. He evades the pressure from Alexander Isak, who runs and causes him a bit of grief. It goes wide to the left, and now Szoboszlai, who travels forward, faces up Bruno Guimaraes. Infield it goes, collected by McAllister, out wide towards the left, and Szoboszlai with a diagonal ball into the box, headed down, comes to Nunez, and he just can't get it under control. He needed to instinctively finish that, Darren Bent, but he tried to take a touch when there wasn't the possibility of doing so, and it bounced off his shin.
Just hit it. I don't understand why he's trying to be so precise with it. I mean, there to get a touch and get a shot off in that crowded penalty area was always going to be difficult. But as it drops, you just hit it. Instinct will just hit it. And again, Sam, that tells me someone lacking in confidence, because he's trying to be too precise with it. He's trying to get it under control, take his time and finish it. No, you're 7 yards out. Just swing your foot at it. You should hit the target from there. We don't know what could have happened, but you can't take a touch in that area.
What a chance for Darwin Nunez to get Liverpool on the score sheet. Jones has had a good opportunity, saved by by Nick Pope as well. But it's Newcastle on the attack. They lead by 2-0 in the cup final. A backheel by Bruno Guimaraes doesn't come off. It's half cleared by it's come back towards Tonali from Isak, and then tries to play it out wide towards the left. That was really dangerous from Liverpool, who made a mess of clearing it. And again, Newcastle have won it back, edge of the area. It's Guimaraes to Barnes to Isak. It's saved by Kelleher, and that might just have kept Liverpool in the cup final. They've given the ball away on the edge of the penalty area, and they've done it again. Cher now picking it up, moving towards the edge of the box, right-footed shot wide of the goal, and Liverpool are on the back foot again, and they don't look comfortable, and Newcastle are making sure they are uncomfortable.
That's an incredible save from Kelleher, but the ball from Grameras to Harvey Barnes, and Harvey Barnes does everything right. He just leaves it in an area. The only thing you'd say is probably it's a little bit behind Isaac, because I think if it's in front of him, he scores at 3-0 game over. It's a great run. He just tries to leave it in an area, and it's slightly behind him, Isaac, which is why he has to, in the middle of the 6-yard box, like swivel on it and try and get something on it. If it's in front of him, he puts it in the empty net.
There is a Premier League match which is happening tonight. Kicks off 7 o'clock. We'll keep you updated with Alan Pardew and Majestic on the phone in after we finish here. And Ian Stringer's got the team news.
Yes, Onana starts this evening. Sam, talk of illness, he starts in goal for Manchester United, as does Højlund for the Red Devils. The Foxes unchanged from the side that lost at Chelsea. Hermansen in goal with Thomas, Cody and Fassa back 3. Christensen and Justin the wing back. Samari and Ndidi in the middle. El Kanous, Daka and Vardy. As for Manchester United, 3 changes to the side that beat Sociedad. Onana does start in goal. Mazraoui, De Ligt and Heaven, with Lindelof coming in. Dalot as well. Eriksen's one of the 3 changes. Fernandes, Ugarte, Garnacho and Højlund. Leicester City against Manchester United.
Let's go down to the touchline. Alex Crook is watching on as Joe Linton says he needs some treatment.
Yeah, not just him, Sam, because Alexander Isak is down on his haunches inside the Liverpool half of the field as well. Obviously, Isak had been carrying a knock in the last few weeks. Both players are going to receive some treatment. Eddie Howe, meanwhile, is deep in conversation with Bruno Guimaraes just in front of me. And Tonali is also being patched up by the Newcastle doctor after that earlier collision with his own teammates. So at the moment, the pitch out there is resembling a scene from Casualty as far as Newcastle are concerned.
Yeah, and I'm not sure they mind too much about delaying the restart, Darren Bent.
Yeah, the dark arts have started already. What 65 minutes in, it started to go down already. But I mean, Joe Linton, I mean, no one can point that finger at him, because he's been outstanding defensively and offensively, getting up the pitch, carrying the ball, but then getting himself back into positions to get blocks in, getting his arm across people, stopping them from running. He's been fantastic, I think, today.
Newcastle United lead by 2-0 in the cup final. 1969, the last time they won a trophy. Man had just walked on the moon, so Matt Busby had just retired as Manchester United manager. The Rally Chopper bike was launched. You had one of those, Lee, did you?
I did, actually, Sam, yeah.
You might, yeah. I had one too. Leeds had just won the league, and colour television was launched on a regular basis. How Newcastle would love it today if everything went back to black and white. There's going to be a change here. Gakpo coming on, and who's come off? It's McAllister who's come off, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, McAllister's come off here. I mean, Gakpo.
It's another change in the way that they're going to approach it, doesn't it, Darren?
Well, they're throwing more men forward. It looks like to me. Curtis Jones is going to have to just sit. Gakpo from the left, and it's almost like going to be a 2, isn't it? It's going to be Gakpo from the left, and then Luis Diaz and Darwin Núñez like through the middle.
Interesting to see how that shapes up. Jones will have to be a lot deeper than Szoboszlai, I think. Be interesting. I'm still a little bit sort of head scratched about the fact that they've got Gravenberch at centre half, having played much further forward. Yeah, they don't really have anybody else really. I mean, Endo has played there for Liverpool. Cody Gakpo has got 9 League Cup goals. Can he get one today? Ball in towards the edge of the penalty. Oh, it's cut out brilliantly. And now a chance to break for Newcastle. And Tonali is leading the charge. Isak is back on the pitch. He wants to play it towards this right-hand side. Isak has got it, edge of the penalty area. Now Joe Linton. It's a little bit too much for him. Too heavy. The touch by Isak. And it goes behind and into the side netting because he just couldn't drag it back. What a chance.
Yeah, bad ball from Tonali. I think because he didn't get enough pace on it as well, Isak almost had to wait for it, and then he tried to roll Joe Linton in, but that's where Liverpool are going to be susceptible to that break, because they're going to have to throw more men forward. It looks like they've got a front 4 now that's playing up there, and if you're Newcastle, you've just got to be patient.
When they were on the counter-attack there, should John Brooks have called on Alexander Isak to join the attack?
I didn't think so. I mean, they had 2. They had Joe Linton come from this side and Alexander Isak coming in from this side, so I'm surprised Liverpool didn't say something about that. Arnie stopped screaming at him, because...
Let's find out if he did say something about it, Alex Crook.
He was absolutely furious, Sam, and I've got to say, I understand why. I'm only a few yards away from where Isak almost snuck on. Newcastle was short-handed. Liverpool was short-handed as a result of him being off the pitch. If they'd have scored there, I think Arne Slot might have self-combusted.
By the way, do you know what a rally chopper is, Darren Bent?
Does it look like a BMX?
I knew you wouldn't know. Here is Trippier. You're just too young, aren't you? That's the problem.
You wouldn't be trying double whoopsies on a chopper, that's for sure.
Here is Barnes. The ball's gone the wrong side. He sets it back up for all Isak, but he doesn't quite get it right, and Cher was arriving too. but again another opportunity goes a-begging, but they won it back high up with Murphy. Murphy edge of the area, left-footed, just wide of the right hand upright. But Liverpool keep giving the ball away, Darren Bent, on the edge of their penalty area, and Newcastle are failing to profit from it.
The problem is Liverpool are leaving 5 up. At any given moment, they're leaving 5 players up, and that's just leaving space for Newcastle. Every single time they win the ball, it's one pass, and they're in at Liverpool's back line.
Ball out over on the right-hand side, collected by Diaz. It's going to be, well, they're going to have to go for it now. They've got 20 minutes. They've got to throw caution to the wind here, Liverpool. They really have struggled to get into this game. They've had one shot on target in the entire match. They trailed by 2-0. They just haven't looked themselves. Here is Gakpo, wide on the left, moving towards the edge of the box. A right-footed ball straight into the arms of Nick Pope, and he will deal with that sufficiently. Well, nobody has won the League Cup more than Liverpool. They know how to do it better than anybody else, but so far today they have looked a little bit like rabbits in headlights. Newcastle came out all guns blazing, really took the game to Liverpool right from the very beginning, and since the moment we kicked off here, there's really only been one force for attack in the game, and it hasn't been Liverpool, which is, I suppose, a bit of a surprise. It can be such a great platform for greater things, the League Cup. Chelsea under Mourinho used it that way. Klopp and Pep used it that way too. It can also give you a rare shot at glory, which is the story of Birmingham City, of Middlesbrough and Swansea City, and maybe, just maybe, Newcastle United in 20 minutes' time, if they can hold on to this advantage. Ball is away to our right. Maybe it's a platform for them to go on to greater things as well.
Potentially, Trent, as you said there, the last few times they've got to Wembley, I mean, you go back to 2 years ago when they lost to United, and even earlier up, 96, I think it was 98, losing to Arsenal, and then Manchester United.
99,
yeah, losing to those two. Didn't score a goal in either of those last 3 finals we just spoke about. The fact they're 2 up now, I mean, they've got a great platform to work from. And there's Joe Linton again, working hard, winning the ball off Curtis Jones. He's been outstanding. He's been Newcastle's best player for me.
It's been absolutely terrific. And when he managed to get fit enough to play in that game against Brighton, I thought, if he's available for the final of the Carabao Cup, then there's every chance they've got an opportunity to try and win it, because his physicality, his energy has been so integral to Newcastle, and that blend in midfield that they've got of Tonali, Joel Linton and Bruno Guimaraes, absolutely vital this season. Again, they're winning every ball in midfield at the moment. Guimaraes just got away from Gakpo and then fouled by Szoboszlai. Going to be a free kick 18 yards back from the edge of the penalty area on this right hand side, and Liverpool getting frustrated, getting animated, getting upset with the decisions that have gone against them, and they're going to have to make another couple of changes here, and they're going to bring on 2 new players to enter the fray. One of those, Harvey Elliott, which Lee Clark has been saying he thinks they need here, and the other change is going to be Federico Chiesa, who hasn't really offered much this season. Lee Clark.
Yeah, Chiesa hasn't played a lot. Harvey, I mean, he's got to be one of the most frustrated players this season. He's a super talent. He hasn't had a lot of game time this year at any level in terms of Premier League or Carabao or Champions League. So yeah, he'll want to get on, give them a bit of energy, as Darren said, give them a bit of impetus and thrust up the top end of the pitch. But you know, Newcastle are creating more the better opportunities because they're hitting them on the break with these when Liverpool are opening up at the back by sending players forward.
They certainly are, and they've just actually made a bit of an error here in that they tried to rush the set piece and thread it down the right hand side for Isak. It didn't quite come off for them and it was cleared away, but again they're quick to the second ball, and as a result of that they have won it back. But now they've given it to Darwin Nunez, the forward who's coming up on the right hand side, gives it to Kwanzaa plays it out towards the left and looking for Gakpo. He's overhit it, and that's kind of been the story of the day, I'm afraid, Darren Bent, for Liverpool, who haven't looked their usual selves, their usual vibrant self. We've hardly seen Mo Salah in the game at all.
Well, I don't think I've seen a quiet period for Mo Salah. I know he got the 2 goals against Southampton, but the 2 legs against PSG didn't look like himself. He's not looked like himself today. Hasn't really got himself into the game. I know with Mo Salah it's always about moments. I mean, he might not do anything now for 72 minutes, 73 minutes, but you give him 2 opportunities, he walks away with 2 goals. But even Liverpool's in attack, since Curtis Jones come on, yeah, they've looked a little bit better, but I think Luis Diaz has been quite poor today, really quiet. Darwin Nunez has come on, hasn't really done much. Cody Gakpo's trying to get on the ball, but the ball's been overhit to him. He's not really had an opportunity to drive with it either. So it's been a really poor performance from Liverpool.
Yeah, they put the wrong number up for Harvey Elliott, but he is on the pitch, Alex Crook.
He is indeed. Harvey Elliott is on. Federico Chiesa as well. Ryan Gravenberch is one of the players who's made way for Liverpool. Luis Diaz the other. And here's a stat for you, Sam. I know you love a stat as far as Newcastle are concerned. The last 5 trophies they've won in their history don't even exist anymore.
Oh dear. Ball kick clear over the halfway line. And it's collected now by Bruno Guimaraes on halfway. The free kick is given against him after he collides with Gakpo. I'm just trying to work out really how Liverpool are going to play now, because they've only got Jarell Quansah, Van Dijk and Robertson as out-and-out defenders. Are they going to go to a back 3 with those 3, or is Curtis Jones really going to play centre-half alongside Van Dijk?
I think they'll just go 3 at the back. I mean, Virgil will fancy himself against Alexander Isak 1v1, and that's what we're going to have to do now. I mean, you're talking about just over 15 minutes left. You're going to have to go man for man. There's no point having a back 4 and having 2 spare and no one getting up the pitch. They need goals. So the only way you can do that is by committing more men forward and trying to get more men into the box.
15 minutes to go. Here's Szoboszlai, edge of the penalty area. 2-0 down to Newcastle. Here's Quansah playing it far side to the right. Now it's with Salah jinking his way down the touchline, trying to get the cross in. It comes off the defender and goes behind and away for a corner kick to Liverpool. There haven't been too many of them to shout about either. It's their 4th of the game.
No, it hasn't. Mo Salah's not really been able to get involved in the game. Not had no shots on target, no shots on goal. It's been kind of been on the edge of the game as well. They've tried to get him the ball in those areas. He hasn't seen too much of it.
Corner far side, Elliott's going to take it. The replacement in this second half places the ball down, looks to send it in left-footed. It's an arcing delivery. Pope's going to come, gets enough on it just to steer it away from any on-comer, and the ball goes out on the near side and away for a Liverpool throw. They want to get things moving so quickly and urgently. Szoboszlai throws it into Robertson. 2-0 to Newcastle United. Isak and Byrne with the goals. Into the box it goes, headed away first by Cher, who sort of helped it on, and then Livramento got it further clear outside the box. Chiesa teeing the ball up in towards the near post, headed away by Cher, picked up by Guimaraes, and now they are allowed to escape despite the suggestions of handball. It's sent into the other side of the pitch, into the Liverpool half, and Robertson timed his run brilliantly to get there ahead of Isak, who thought for a moment he was going to outpace the Scotsman, but that was excellent from Andy Robertson.
That's what I thought as well. I thought Isak had way too much pace for him, but Andy Robertson put the burners on there and managed to get himself into a position and get his arm across against Alexander Isak. But I just wonder if Callum Wilson now, maybe he's going to get an opportunity, because Isak's run himself into the ground. He's got his goal. I think he led the line really, really well. Hasn't really got much change out of Virgil van Dijk, but doesn't matter because he's on the score sheet. What if it's now Callum Wilson's turn?
There's only 14 minutes to go. Do you really want to take him off with 14 minutes to go on what could be the greatest day in living memory for Newcastle United? Well, we'll see what happens over the course of that 14 minutes. There'll be agonising minutes for those Newcastle fans who have waited so long to win a trophy. They can wait 14 minutes more, surely. They're on the verge of history that many thought might never come, but Eddie Howe has certainly put them in a terrific position to achieve something almost unimaginable just 3 or 4 years ago when they were fighting to stay in the Premier League. Picked up by Szoboszlai for Liverpool. Have got to try and claw a 2-goal deficit to stay in the cup final. Flicked on by Chiesa at the near post, away by Livramento, and then from the edge of the penalty area, stretching to head it clear, the Newcastle defender Kieran Trippier, who has managed to get through more minutes than we maybe anticipated when he pulled up in the first half. A switch of play from right to left, taken down by Liverpool's Gakpo into Chiesa, who thinks he was fouled by Bruno Guimaraes, goes down, wants a free kick, he's going to get one right on the corner of the penalty area.
I think he's lucky there because it was a bad touch from him in the first place, couldn't quite get it under control, and Bruno Guimaraes goes to ground, and I'm not quite sure it's a foul, and even Bruno Guimaraes is saying to the referee, come on, that's not a foul. I think he won the ball quite clearly there. Maybe not, but looking at that replay, so yeah, referee.
Good job you're not a ref, is it?
Spot on, ref.
It's a free kick to Liverpool, and rightly so, 4 yards outside the penalty area. Wide on the left, Gakpo and Szoboszlai standing over it. 2-0 to Newcastle United. We've got just 12 minutes to go. Good delivery in by Szoboszlai. Powerful, towering header by the muscular and tall Dan Byrne. Heads it away to safety. Now back towards the halfway line. Robertson sends it forward again. Lands inside the box for Chiesa to try and turn on the ball. He's on the left side of the area. Back wide to Gakpo now. Gakpo trying to turn it infield. Collected by Elliott. Now it's with Szoboszlai, who's robbed of possession too easily. Then he wings it back again off Isak before Newcastle can escape. All the play now happening away to our left, and the area in which
Liverpool are attacking, slid in towards Chiesa by Elliott. A low ball which he takes into his body, but Livramento and Cher come across and deal with it and get it away.
It's a fantastic ball into his feet from Harvey Elliott there. He just spots a little angle, then Chiesa pulls off into a really nice area just on the penalty spot. But his first touch is good, but then as you said there, Fabian Schär gets himself back in and makes the block, and it goes up for a throw on.
Cher brilliant. And the way he anticipated that and nabbed it and cleared it away. 33 years of age now, such an experienced defender. Fabian Schär scored the dramatic equaliser in the 3-3 in December between these two. Virgil van Dijk looking frustrated. Liverpool frustrated by a very well drilled and organised Newcastle United team who lead by 2-0, and we're approaching the final 10 minutes of the game. Into the box, the ball goes from the right hand side from Liverpool, headed away by Byrne, collected by Salah over on the far side, trying to get into the box now. It's back towards the right edge of the area, and Jones shuffles it backwards into the path of Robertson, the Scotsman, feeds the ball to the Italian with long sleeves on. Chiesa sort of went to engage with Bruno Guimaraes, got a bit of contact from the Brazilian, and then gave the ball back to the right side. Jones has got it inside the area. He's ballooned that over the top of the box after Elliott had played him in, down the right hand side, and it goes over the top of the crossbar. Isak has gone down, and maybe Callum Wilson's time is now. Alex Crook.
It certainly is, Sam. Callum Wilson about to come on for Isak, and just to give you an idea of how loud it is down at pitchside, I'm right next to the Newcastle fans to the right. Graham Jones, one of the backroom staff, had to pretty much run to where the subs are warming up away to the left to call Callum Wilson back, because Callum Wilson couldn't hear him amongst the Newcastle faithful. They're going to make 2 changes. Joe Willock coming on as well. Harvey Barnes, who I think's had an excellent game, obviously in for the suspended Anthony Gordon. I understand he's going to be the player making way.
Yep. Off comes Alexander Isak to acclaim, having scored a goal in a cup final. Goal, would you believe it, so far this season, number 23 for Alexander Isak. Callum Wilson comes on looking for his 50th Newcastle goal. Imagine if he got that here at Wembley today. 10 minutes to go. Isak coming off, and Joe Willock coming on, and he's going to replace, and we get confirmation of it. We think Harvey Barnes, who's now travelling towards this near side, and that is indeed who it's going to be. And Joe Willock, who lost the Europa League final with Arsenal and the 2023 League Cup final with Newcastle United, does have a winner's medal of sorts. He was part of the Arsenal squad. He was on the bench, an unused substitute in the FA Cup final of 2020, and he certainly has been a big part of the Newcastle journey over the last few years. Certainly limited to more auxiliary roles recently, but when he first arrived, he turned up and basically saved them from relegation.
Yeah, scored all those goals towards the end of the season, didn't he? He was fantastic, and I mean, what an opportunity for himself now to be involved in this cup final now. At the minute, looks like they're going to be winning this game as well. But even for Callum Wilson, because I remember when Isak first turned up as well, it was almost like Eddie Howe didn't know how to use the two of them.
Isak has gone down the tunnel. Ball played out to Willock down the left-hand side. He's got Wilson waiting in the centre. Newcastle not deciding to commit too many bodies forward here as they come forward in the attack. Joel Linton gets to the edge of the area. A right-footed shot in towards the near corner, and it almost caught out Kelleher, who went down to his right, went wide of his goal, and out for a goal kick away to our right. Still 2-0 to Newcastle.
Yeah, great play there from Joe Linton again, using his physicality, getting into an area. A lovely little 1-2 there, and I mean, at the end there, just can't hit the target. And it's a lovely little touch from Bruno Guimaraes as well. But as he gets to just the edge of the box on that left-hand side, just can't quite hit the target.
Here is Tonali bringing the ball down 5 yards outside the box. A right-footed shot fumbled by Kelleher. No one there to follow up. I just wondered if that was the right choice from Tonali, because he got himself into a good position, almost fortunately, and then he didn't really make the most of it. There was opportunities to play, and now they do play, with Livramento down the left, getting towards the edge of the penalty area. His right-footed shot hit an arm, did it? Well, it comes off a defender and goes behind and out for a corner kick, but it looked for all the world as if Jarell Quansah stuck his arm out and maybe hit the top of the shoulder of Jones, and then it goes out for a corner kick, and Jones rather sheepishly walks back to his own goal. But certainly initially I think it was because the arm went out at the same time as it hit the side of Jones's shoulder. It looks as if it might have caught the fingers of Quansah. But here is the corner to be taken over on the far side. Another Newcastle United corner. They lead by 2-0. Dan Burn has already scored from one this afternoon. Here is the delivery. It's deep towards the far post. It's being watched by Quansah now, which is probably a little bit too little too late. The ball's been headed on towards Wilson inside the area, turning and volleying. But after the ball came down from Willock, who recycled it, he shot it over the top of the crossbar and quite some distance over the top too.
Yeah, like you can understand what he's trying to do, just swiveling it and trying and hit the target. But I mean, again, Liverpool from set plays, leaving someone at the back post completely free. If they get that delivery right again, it's another attempt on goal. Liverpool just haven't dealt well at all with Newcastle set plays today.
Well, Newcastle United gunning for a European Champions League place and gunning for their first trophy in 56 years, their first domestic trophy in 70 years. They are 7 and a bit minutes away, in fact 6 and a bit minutes away now. Liverpool 12 points clear at the top of the Premier League, but they don't look as if they're going to win this competition. Cleared away by Bruno Guimaraes, who celebrates as if that is a tackle that might win a cup final. He clears it up over the halfway line. Jones sends it back wide towards the left. So much anguish and anticipation in the run-up to this final for Newcastle United. Newcastle United, a city that has been starved of success, a club that's been starved of success, are on the verge of something absolutely almost unbelievable, really, because when you think that when Eddie Howe walked in the door, he was just about taking over a team that were heading for relegation, and they fought to stay in the Premier League. The next season he led them to the Champions League. He took them to the 2023 League Cup final. Yes, they didn't manage Europe last season, but only because Manchester United won the FA Cup. They still finished inside the top 7, and now, with the idea still possible that they can get into the Champions League, they might be about to end their long trophy drought. Ball headed away by Gakpo from the goal kick from Nick Pope. It comes back to halfway. Cher will wait and just allow the ball to go back. There was a push there in the back, so a free kick is going to be given for Liverpool on halfway, and we'll reset with now 5 minutes to go.
I mean, I thought Liverpool would commit more men forward. As you can see, there's 4 basically in the line, and their midfield has become non-existent. They're more now number 10s and attackers, and Virgil van Dijk still back there trying to hold the fort together. But I mean, Liverpool going forward just haven't offered anything. Curtis Jones has come and done really, really well, but other than him, it's been next to nothing.
Eddie Howe about to achieve something no English manager has achieved since Harry Redknapp, his former boss in 2008, in charge of Portsmouth, winning a major trophy as an English manager in charge of a Premier League club. Newcastle's tactical approach has been brilliant. The great Chris Waddle was on our programme earlier on today, and he said he wanted them to go on the front foot from the very beginning. That was the way to do it, and they did exactly that, and they are on the verge of victory and history here at Wembley. Ball kicked clear by Tonali, won by Jones. Jones for Liverpool moves the ball down the right. Desperation about Liverpool, but they haven't tested Pope enough in the game. Back to Elliott, then on to Jones again, and then infield to Elliott. Elliott back towards Quansah. Liverpool being kept at arm's length by Newcastle United. Van Dijk steams forward, wide to the left, it's on to Gakpo. Gakpo to the edge of the penalty area now. He's been harassed by Tonali and pushed further back by Tonali. There's stunned Liverpool supporters away to our left. They can't quite believe what they're seeing here from their team. There's a couple of them throwing scarves in the air, throwing their hands in the air. They can't believe that Newcastle really haven't been, I mean, they've defended stoutly, but they haven't been tested enough. One shot on target by the Champions-elect League club.
Yeah, superb performance from Newcastle, Sam. I've been a bit quiet for the last 5 minutes because just in awe, just so proud of these lads. And you mentioned about Eddie. He came into the club and down the bottom of the Premier League table. He came into a football club that was broken. He came into a club that was a mess. The new ownership group that just came in and took over. They made the best appointment they've made, the best signing they've made since they came in, appointing him as the manager, and he's just took this club on to unbelievable things in his time here. And hopefully in the next few minutes he's going to be rewarded with, you know, that trophy, and it'll be the old famous words, where do you want your statue, Eddie Howe?
Here is Murphy down the right hand side as Liverpool press forward, but he clears. He's got cramp now and he needs some help. Chiesa's coming the other way for Liverpool on the attack in the final few minutes. We've got 2 and a bit minutes still to play. Live on TalkSport, it's Liverpool 0, Newcastle United 2. Liverpool about to lose in the final of the Carabao Cup. The ball into the box, it goes wide of the 6-yard box, and then I think maybe it went behind and out for a goal kick. There could have even been an offside there. It's given in Newcastle's favour, and Murphy drops to the floor having given everything, and Sean Longstaff is about to come on to replace someone. Burns gone down, stretching out. Livramento's hobbling over on the far side, which is bad news for England. Trippier somehow has managed
remarkable powers of recovery to get back up and move throughout the course of this game. He's done brilliantly to stick in with it. Longstaff coming on now for Murphy as one of the changes, and there's a bit of movement in the tunnel as well, because I think I saw Anthony Gordon, Alex Crook.
You did indeed, Sam. Well spotted. So did the Newcastle fans. They were singing his name. Mixed emotions, I would imagine, of course, suspended for this cup final. But he's like a coiled spring. It's a hive of activity just to my right at the mouth of the tunnel. Anthony Gordon very much is going to be part of the celebrations. I feel like we're going to have one big Geordie party in a few minutes' time.
Absolutely. Newcastle have lost to Liverpool in a cup final before. 1974. They've also lost cup finals to City, United, Arsenal, Chelsea, Spurs. They've lost games here at Wembley. 9 visits to Wembley since they last won here in 1955. But tonight, under the Wembley arch, Newcastle are going to crush that Wembley curse. They're into the final minute here on TalkSport. Emil Kraft is coming on to replace Murphy. He's going to be the one that comes on here. And although the Liverpool supporters are singing "You'll Never Walk Alone," it's certainly going to be a black and white day here at Wembley tonight, because there's no coming back surely now, with 30 seconds of normal time to go and only injury time to play. It's so unlike Liverpool. Back-to-back defeats for the first time in a year. They need that international break, you think, just to get themselves going again. I'm sure Newcastle United, well, they're going to need the international break to get over a hangover, which is going to last for a very long time. Certainly there'll be 1 or 2 in this commentary box that might end up feeling that way. Mentioning no names, Lee Clark. Throwing over on the far side. The minutes and seconds tick away. Newcastle minutes away from becoming the 24th team to win the League Cup. Alex Crook, did I see that right? How many minutes are added on?
You saw it right. Jason Tyndall saw it right, because the Newcastle assistant manager is right in the ear of the fourth official, asking how. 8 added minutes. They've waited 7 decades for a domestic title. What difference is 8 minutes going to make?
Well, it might make a lot if Liverpool scored twice in that 8 minutes. I mean, that's a hell of a lot for not very much that has gone on during the course of the 90. Here's Kraft, though, trying to steer the ball into Wilson. Wilson inside the penalty area, and Quansah just gets in front of him and guides it back to Kelleher. And that was a great chance for Wilson. I think Darren Bent, as a striker, on any other day when you're a little bit less ring rusty, that might have been a golden chance for Wilson.
Certainly for someone of his quality, because we've seen him throughout the year score goals, and I think the ball comes to him, and his first touch just got away from him a little bit, and then he would have liked to have got the shot off, but didn't manage to do it. But it was a great play from Kraft on this right hand side.
Well, we've got 8 added minutes. We played just 1 of them. Quansah coming forward. The Newcastle fans start twirling those scarves, those black and white scarves. There's a red flare that's been let off away to our left, but Newcastle have the ball. They've picked it up off Gakpo. There's a push by Gakpo. Going to ground is Bruno Guimaraes, and it's going to be a free kick on halfway. And if this doesn't take 2.5 minutes to take, well, I'll be incredibly surprised.
By the way, the energy levels of the midfield three has been phenomenal for Newcastle. Bruno there winning the free kick, but winning the ball back. Him, Joe Linton and Tonali, we mentioned it at the start, being absolutely outstanding.
They've run all over Liverpool's midfield three. Regardless of Gravenberch, Szoboszlai, McAllister, whoever they've had in there at that time, Curtis Jones has come on. Those three have ran. They've used their physicality. They've drawn fouls. They've been a bit naughty when they're supposed to. It's been outstanding from Newcastle.
Willock bursting down the left, sending a ball into the centre of the penalty area, but he didn't catch it right, and it went behind and away and out for a goal kick away to our right hand side. Eddie Howe comes out and tries to gesticulate to get his team back into position. Jason Tyndall there as well. Graham Jones, Stephen Purchase, all part of a very long journey for Newcastle United. So many connections between those on the coaching staff that have gone back decades, years, and of course big connections between some of these Newcastle players and this football club. Longstaff a boyhood fan, Byrne a boyhood fan. And they've got to defend and see out the next 6.5 or 5.5 minutes of added time. Ball into the box towards Van Dijk, onto Gakpo, who turns, shoots. Now it's with Nunez, brings the ball down, shoots. It's blocked by Cher. In front of the defender is Bruno Guimaraes, who gets it away, and somehow it's scrambled clear. And Joel Linton, using his physicality to hold off Szoboszlai, leads the charge towards the other end. Elliott beats Bruno Guimaraes to the ball. Now Chiesa has been played in behind. He slipped it under the goalkeeper. The offside flag is up to deny Liverpool what could be a consolation goal and maybe a way back in. John Brooks is consulting with his VAR. Chiesa is celebrating. Federico Chiesa, who's only played 373 minutes, thought he'd scored a goal to get them back into the cup final, but the referee and the linesman have conspired to say it was offside.
Oh, he's not. He's onside. He's onside.
He's on.
I think he's onside.
He is on. You're right, Darren. He's onside.
It's a fantastic finish. Great ball from Harvey.
He's
again,
onside.
Threading it and then using his right foot just inside the area and then using his left to just guide it under the goalkeeper. Really good finish.
Well,
he's onside.
Federico Chiesa has scored
That's
one
coming
goal
from the black
for
and white.
Liverpool. He is about to score another one, and it's going to set up the most nervous 4 minutes that Newcastle United supporters have ever faced. Liverpool about to hear that they have scored in the cup final. Chiesa looks over towards the near side. John Brooks is waiting. Joel Linton is appealing, suggesting that he wants to get the decision confirmed, but I don't think it's going to be, because Stuart Atwell, I think, is going to inform him that that is onside and the goal is going to be given, and John Brooks is about to tell everybody inside this stadium that that is the case. Let's listen in and see what he's going to have to say here, because he can give announcements in the Carabao Cup. Is he going to address us on the PA? It should be given here, unless there is another infringement in the build-up to the goal. Was there a foul in the build-up? That's what they're looking at now. Elliott on Bruno Guimaraes. I don't think there was. We're still having a significant delay here. And John Brooks is just waiting. He's now going to blow his whistle. He's overturned it.
After review, the Liverpool number 14 is onside, and the final decision is a goal.
It's confirmation from the referee that the goal has been given. It's 2-1 to Newcastle. There's 3 minutes plus whatever else is going to be added on as well for Liverpool to get an equaliser. Darren Bent, great drama at the end.
It is drama. It's a great finish from Chiesa. Composure. He's been the only one who's come on and shown that composure when he's got in the box, and it was a great ball from Harvey Elliott. And Ivan Needle, he just threads it through. He takes one touch into the box, and as Nick Pope comes out, he just uses his left foot and guides it to the keeper's left-hand side across goalkeeper. It's a fantastic finish by Chiesa, and he's come on and he's shown real energy, real impetus to run in behind, and now it's game on.
Eddie Howe can't believe it. He shakes his head. He waits. Well, it wouldn't be Newcastle if there wasn't late drama, if there wasn't nervousness, if there wasn't tension. Van Dijk's gone up front. Chiesa is up there too. I'm not entirely sure who's playing in the back line, but I don't think Liverpool really care. They want to somehow try desperately to get back into this cup final. And Liverpool have a habit of causing grief late on. They score so many goals in the second half of games, and they've scored one here. Wilson trying to urge his team over the line, getting the support from the Newcastle crowd. The last time they won a cup final was against Hungary's Ujpesti Dusra. Can they beat Liverpool? Can they hold on for the final few seconds? There's only 90 seconds left of the allotted added time, but there will be at least another 2 minutes on top of that because of the VAR delay for Chiesa's goal. Chiesa scoring in stoppage time has really set the cat amongst the pigeons at Wembley. In the final exchanges here live on TalkSport, it's Newcastle United who lead by 2 goals to 1. Wilson throws the ball away down by the corner flag to delay the restart once again. It's a throw-in on the near touchline. It's a yellow card for Wilson as a result of those efforts. It's going to be actually a throw into Newcastle United, which Kraft is going to take his time over. It's right down inside the Liverpool half. Look at those Newcastle fans, so tense, so concerned, fingernails bitten to the quick, nerves jangling all over the place. They can't quite believe they're in this situation, having bossed this encounter for so long. Bruno Guimaraes kicks the ball away. They restart down inside the Liverpool half. Liverpool fans want it sent forward, and sent forward very quickly. The ball is hoisted up towards Van Dijk, headed away by Cher. He drops for Bruno Guimaraes. Now Tonali. He's got Willock to his left-hand side. He's trying to poke it out in that direction. Willock takes over. He tries to get down the left and take it away from Quansah. They're by the corner flag, Newcastle, holding on to possession, running down the clock, kicking the ball against the Liverpool defender and winning a corner over on the far side.
Well played, Joe Willock there, because he's gone down there. They're trying not to foul him, and he manages to keep his balance, just swivel on it, and try and get the ball in the box, and it comes off Jarrell Kwanzaa. It's really good play, first of all from Tonali, breaking up play and driving with it again, 40-50 yards, as we spoke about all afternoon. Tonali, Ramirez, Joe Linton, and those three in the middle of the park have been absolutely outstanding.
Alexander Isak is out watching from the sidelines. He can't wait. He can't believe what he's watching. The Newcastle bench are all standing up, arms around each other's shoulders. They want the whistle to go, but the whistle isn't going to go just yet. We played 98 minutes and 37 seconds. This is TalkSport. It's 2-1 to Newcastle United in the Carabao Cup final. And what a cup final it has been. Here is Willock on the far side, playing against Kwanzaa. Another throw-in down by the corner flag over on the far side. Newcastle on the verge of victory. Newcastle on the verge of their first trophy since 1959 and the 1969 and the European Fairs Cup, their first domestic trophy since 55 in the offing. Can they do it? Can they hold on? It's up to Wilson from the throw-in, holding it in the corner once again, keeping it as far away from the goal away to our left as possible, keeping Liverpool at arm's length. Eventually it emerges from the scrum over on the far side. It's poked back into the penalty area, and now Liverpool have got it, and they quickly look to attack. They attack through Szoboszlai. Is there a late goal from the champions-elect here? Salah, who's done not very much, takes it out of the sky, then sweeps the ball forward to Van Dijk. Away to Cher. It's picked up and sent forward towards Wilson, who's running into green grass inside the Liverpool half. He's got three alongside him. He can finish it, but he's not going to. He's going to run the clock down and take the ball away into the corner. And I don't know, Darren Bent, if that was the right call on that occasion.
Go for goal. It's 3v1. I would have gone for goal there. If you go 3v1, go for goal, kill the game off, 3-1, game over. The fact that he opted to go for the corner and then gave the ball away, that's now put Newcastle under some massive pressure.
100 minutes have been played. It's a throw-in over on the far side. John Brooks is signalling that the ball's got to go for a throw-in over on the far side. There's a problem for a Liverpool defender who is down and clutching their face over on the far side. And it's a real problem actually for someone who doesn't look particularly comfortable. And from this distance I can't actually see who that is. I think it's Harvey Elliott over on the far side. It is indeed Harvey Elliott, who's gone down right over in the far corner in front of the Newcastle fans. He's not happy at all. Joel Linton's just sort of smashed into his body, and no one wants to feel the force of the big Brazilian. But they've stolen a few yards here, Liverpool, by getting up the pitch. And actually, as Chiesa throws the ball in from the right side, he's telling Harvey Elliott, get up, we've got a cup final to try and rescue here. Van Dijk heads the ball on. We played 101 minutes. It's with
there
Wilson though, who sends it away. And Newcastle United have won the Carabao Cup. It's been a long time coming, but this is immortal. Eddie Howe and his Newcastle United players spill onto the pitch, having won the Carabao Cup and stepped into the pantheon of Geordie legends. No more people watching for Newcastle United. They've just scored a major trophy for the first time in 56 years. They've just become winners, and Eddie Howe has entered a category that is oh so rare. It's an English manager that has guided a Premier League team to silverware. The headlines belong to Isak and Big Dan Burn, and rightly so. The game that needs match winners, and they are certainly that. It's a collective effort, a group effort, a whole club effort. They'll beat detractors, but not for the team. Eddie Howe has not achieved this solely with the injection of cash. Eddie Howe, Jason Tindall, Graham Jones, they have coached their way to this brilliant victory over Liverpool. One of the great teams of the Premier League era, who are about to go and win the Premier League by some distance. But somehow Newcastle have come here with a plan, executed that plan. They've won the Carabao Cup, they've landed a significant prize, and they've landed a return to Europe. Congratulations, Newcastle. The wait is over. Liverpool 1, Newcastle 2.
Well, these Newcastle fans, they are going to be celebrating. They've had a rough, tough journey there to put up with an owner who didn't care, who didn't respect them, didn't realise what he owned. A football club with a huge fan base, a brilliant city centre stadium, rich history, and a desperate desire to be competitive, to be successful, to win trophies. Those fans couldn't even love their club the way they wanted to. And now, look at them. The club was taken over. They brought in Eddie Howe 4 years later, less than 4 years later. Here we are at Wembley with the Newcastle captain about to lift a trophy. And I've never seen him so happy. Eddie Howe, take a bow. They've got the Angel of the North. Well, Eddie Howe is now the darling of the North East. Well, the black and white corner anyway. And what about the goal scorers? Talk about local hero, Dan Burn. Alexander Isak, the goal machine right now. They've had so many of them down the years, haven't they? Shearer, Ferdinand, Mickey Quinn, Warjacki. Alexander Isak with a brilliant finish for the second goal, and they needed that second goal as well. And I'm just wondering about Dan Burn, actually. They've got statues at St James Park for Jackie Milburn, Alan Shearer and Sir Bobby Robson. Is there enough marble in the world to build a life-size statue of Dan Burn, I wonder? Wow, what an afternoon this has been for every Newcastle United fan. I'm glad Sam mentioned the coaching staff there, because Jason Tindall in particular, he's often seen as a figure of fun, but him and Stephen Purchase, I believe, are responsible for the set pieces, and set pieces did for Liverpool in this game. The midfield trio overrunning Liverpool in this game. This is where this was all won. Set pieces in midfield. They finished their chances as well. And Lee Clark, a Geordie boy, a Newcastle fan, a former Newcastle player. How are you feeling?
Immense, unbelievable day, Ed, unbelievable day. These guys, you just mentioned them, the manager, his staff, the players, they've given us fans a day we'll never forget, the day we've been waiting for many, many years. They're heroes, they're legends of this club now. There's been, I'm in that bracket, players mentioned about being legends and we haven't achieved anything. These boys have done it, and it won't have sunk in yet. Yeah, they're celebrating, but what they've done now for this football club after so long. You mentioned, about statues. Honestly, the manager, he's got to go up there. He's got to do it. He's got to be remembered at the football club, and the group of players will be as well. 70 years domestically. 50. It's just
69.
Yeah, yep. Unbelievable. 69 since any kind of trophy, and just thoroughly deserved as well. Yeah, Liverpool came in the last 15 minutes, but before that, honestly, I think London is going to be full of black and white all week. The fans who couldn't get down and couldn't get tickets, they'll be coming from the northeast to get down here to celebrate, waiting for the team to come back for that open top bus journey. But knowing Eddie the way he is, he'll be getting them refocused after the international break. But Eddie Howe, Jason Tindall, your staff, your players, you've made every one of us Newcastle United fans and us Geordies unbelievably proud today, pal.
And Darren Bent, Eddie Howe, as Sam was saying, the first English manager since Harry Redknapp in 2008 with the FA Cup for Portsmouth, the first English manager to win a trophy. He's methodical, he has plans, he has systems in place, he's so calm, he seems like he doesn't get caught up in the emotion, and it's almost like he's perfect for Newcastle that way.
100%. Even when the final whistle went and everyone went steamrolling onto the pitch, all the coaching staff, he was the one who kind of calmed himself down, went straight over to Arne Slot, shook his hand, shook the coaching staff, and then enjoyed the moment. I mean, he has been, not only has he handled himself with class, but he's built a Newcastle side now that probably should have won something before now. I mean, you look at what he's assembled. I mean, one of the big decisions I remember him making was putting Joe Linton back into midfield. When everyone had tried him at centre forward and he was getting ridiculed because of his numbers, people said he's not a centre forward, look, he doesn't score that many goals. He put him back into that middle of the park, and ever since then he has been absolutely outstanding for Newcastle, and he deserves a lot of credit for that. But Eddie Howe, I mean, he's incredibly proud. I'm sure it's probably not sunk in for him yet about what he's just achieved for Newcastle Football Club, because we all know Newcastle are a huge football club that have probably not delivered the trophies that they should have done, but with the investment it was about what was the next step. They got into the Champions League, it was like, can they deliver a trophy? He's done that. He's been absolutely outstanding. Him, Jason Tindall, everyone associated to Newcastle Football Club, they deserve this moment. Even going into this game, knowing that Liverpool had played 120 minutes, a lot of people were saying, myself included, I still fancy Liverpool. They didn't give them a sniff. They did not give them a sniff.
Well, they've had some great moments under Eddie Howe. I was there for the 4-1 against PSG. I was there for the semi-finals against Southampton and Arsenal. Big nights for Newcastle United Football Club. This is bigger than anything a lot of these Newcastle fans have ever had in their lifetime. Let's get down there to the celebrations. Alex Crook, what's going on down there?
I'll tell you what, Adrian, talk about contrast down here. To my left, Virgil van Dijk, ashen face, stood against the advertising hoardings. Liverpool players
just staring at the Newcastle end, which is a sea of black and white celebrations. There are grown men behind me in tears, in true Newcastle style. Many of them have got their tops off, and the Newcastle players and the coaching staff are all gathered over in the far corner, just soaking it all up. Joe Linton went behind the goal and really got the party started. Jason Tindall, unsurprisingly, right at the forefront of it as well. But Darren Bent is dead right. Eddie Howe, before he would even let himself to celebrate this historic victory for Newcastle, went straight to Arne's slot to give his commiserations. And I'll just share you a very small story about Eddie Howe. I interviewed him a few years ago now, and we were talking about his greatest moment as a player, and he picked out a winning penalty that he scored for Bournemouth in the League Cup at Blackburn. Blackburn were then a Premier League side, Bournemouth an EFL team, and he said, crikey, if that's all I've got to look back on, I wasn't much of a player. I tell you what, Eddie Howe, you may not have been in your own self-deprecating style much of a player. You are a hell of a manager. That's some story. He's got a little bit more to look back on now. Sam Matface, I know you've worked with Eddie Howe and a lot of the coaching staff in the past, and he deserves this moment of glory, doesn't he?
Do you know what? There's so many fascinating subplots, and one that might not get too much attention is the closeness of Eddie Howe and the Liverpool hierarchy, Richard Hughes and Michael Edwards. Many moons ago, Richard and Eddie transferred across from Bournemouth to Portsmouth, where they were playing. Spent many years there. Richard played more than Eddie because Eddie was injured, but both really with different levels of success. They were best friends. They would hang out together. They met a SWATty analyst who used Prozone when it was only just coming out, who was on secondment from university. His nickname was Prozone Eddie. That was Michael Edwards. They all had to field questions from an annoying local reporter who was a similar age, and they all went from Pompey on to different things. Edwards, the overlord at Liverpool, Richard Hughes, the technical director at Liverpool, and Eddie at Newcastle. All great successes. Today they meet in the League Cup final, and today Eddie Howe does something that no manager has done since a former Portsmouth manager that signed them all, Harry Redknapp, lifted the FA Cup in 2008, an Englishman winning a domestic trophy.
Football, a very, very small world. Liverpool players are making their way up the steps for their losers' medals. The one thing that's surprising me here in the TalkSport commentary position is that Lee Clark, Tapsaf, you've still got your top on, man. What's going on?
Yeah. Carrying a bit too much timber to take my top off here, to be fair.
Newcastle fans don't mind about that.
Yeah, I think that'll be better. I don't think he's all clear this area if I do that here.
But listen, they've got every right to strip to the waist right now and throughout the course of the evening. It's what they do when things are going well, and I don't think many of them will have experienced anything quite like the glory, the joy of this. And in many ways, I think this is a result, Lee Clark, that a lot of the nation wanted. Yeah, it's not an anti-Liverpool thing by any stretch of the imagination, but they're going to win the title. They won the League Cup last year. They've perpetually won cups over the years, even though they've not been as glorious as they were in the 80s and the 70s. Liverpool, they have won cups. Newcastle have been desperate just to win something, and finally it's happened. And I think there'll be a lot of neutral support for Newcastle as well.
Absolutely. I think with the exception of Liverpool fans, I think in the rest of the country probably wanted Newcastle to do it, and it'll be that reason. Liverpool have won a hell of a lot over the years, as we've talked about on numerous occasions here today. 70 years domestically for this fantastic club. I'm going to be biased, it's my club, grown up watching it since I was 8, but you know what, it is a magnificent club, and it's a magnificent club because of the numbers that come out. Look at the fans here, every single one of them staying because they want this. I've heard so many older people, men and women, they want to see Newcastle pick up a trophy before their time's up, and thankfully that's happening to so many people, youngsters, old ones in there today. It's so special. I don't know what it is. I had some kind of feeling that we could do it. I don't know why, because obviously we're coming up against a great Liverpool team who are doing terrifically well in the Premier League, but I just felt that the vibes I was getting coming from the club, how the players were focused, how they'd gone about their job was just phenomenal, and they were ready to do it. And as we said, from start to finish, the first whistle, they were brilliant in that performance, and they just kind of put into words what they've done for the club, what they've done for the city, what they've done for the area. You know, they're going to be special people who've been involved in Newcastle United.
There's no one hero, they're all heroes.
Absolutely.
They will all be remembered, no doubt about it. And actually what I love about it is somebody like Dan Burn, who's come to the north, back to the northeast, and is going to be remembered now, legendary hero, for taking part in this, scoring in this. Somebody like Murphy, for example, you know, he's had an unheralded career to a certain extent. He's a Premier League player, I mean, you've got to be in admiration of that. But wow, somebody like Trippier, who's lost all those finals and now finally wins one and deserves it as well.
There's great stories from all of them, mate. I mean, you talk about Murphy. I had him on loan, at Blackpool, and a great kid, talented kid, and he's come here, and his background is his family are Newcastle United fans. Him and his brother, pictures of his twin brother there donned in Newcastle kit when they were babies. This is a dream for him as well. It's just, there's so many stories for each player. Darren touched on the Joe Linton one, come in, record signing, given the number 9 shirt, pushed up as a striker, could see that wasn't his natural position. Eddie seen something, pushes him in midfield. He's gone from being ridiculed as one of the club's worst ever signings to going to be now being known as one of the club's best ever signings. Absolutely phenomenal, and there's great stories about all the individuals like that. Indeed.
Nick Pope got himself stupidly suspended a couple of years ago. Doesn't get himself suspended this time around, and he is going to pick up a winner's medal. By the way, I did mention, just as the Newcastle players make their way past the TalkSport commentary position to go and collect their medals, all of them heading up the steps towards that place where they will pick up the trophy, where they will celebrate. Big Dan Burn is banging on the window. You might just have heard it, banging on the window, saying hello to Lee Clark. Fantastic. Pope just behind him as well. The legend that is Chris Waddle was on TalkSport earlier with Alex Crook. I think he predicted a 2-1 Newcastle win. He got it absolutely bang on.
Well, Waddle always had the magic, didn't he? So he's even got the magic to get the right results.
Absolutely. Listen, we're getting ready. Eddie Howe makes his way up the steps as well. How proud must he be feeling right now? Dan Burn is there. Loads of players. Callum Wilson just making his way up the steps. The staff are heading up the steps as well. They're just holding back until they're told to make their way up onto that balcony where they will show off silverware to the Newcastle fans. They can't contain themselves, these Newcastle players, bouncing up and down with pure joy. Absolutely loving it. Let's hear them lift the trophy live on TalkSport with Sam Matterface.
Well, it's amazing to think what impact it will have on the club, what impact it will have on the city. Dan Burn collects the Alan Hardaker Trophy as the man of the match today. What impact it will have on him, the fans, the players and the staff, of course, as they walk up the 108 steps to the Royal Box to collect their medals that they have been waiting for years. Kieran Trippier and Bruno Guimaraes lead them up the stairs. Nick Pope, who made a really important save from Curtis Jones, is there as well. Bruno Guimaraes now, who's going to be discussed in the same breath as Bob Moncur. Isaac in the same category as Shearer, Milburn and Malcolm McDonald. It's the kind of evening in which every Toon fan will grab themselves a Newcastle brown owl and celebrate an historic success. They've waited for so long, and over 17 years so many English managers have tried and failed to win a domestic trophy, but the time is Howe's. Eddie Howe walks up the steps to join his troops. The cup goes into the arms. Eddie Howe is the angel of the north. Dan Burn, the local hero. The superstar Swedish striker is Alexander the Great. And Bruno Guimaraes and Kieran Trippier lift the Carabao Cup into the sky. Newcastle United are Wembley winners. The joint captains Guimaraes and Trippier throw it into the air, shove the gleaming silver trophy into the air, and all the colour is drained out of Wembley, because right now the whole place is black and white. The 70-year wait for a domestic trophy is over. 56 years of pain and longing are over. Newcastle's astonishing losing streak at the home of football is over. They are Wembley winners. Yes, finally, Newcastle United are trophy winners.
And congratulations to them as well. Graham Jones, the coach, giving Eddie Howe a little kiss up on the balcony as well. And why not, as Joe Linton lifts the trophy into the sky to show the Newcastle fans, and they respond accordingly. They are going to treasure these moments. This is what football can give you. Yes, kids, yes, you get married, yes, all of that stuff. But this is a moment that will be remembered by every single Newcastle fan for the rest of their lives. This moment right now, watching all these players lift that piece of silverware. By the way, you can have your say. 03717 223344. The lines are open for a former Newcastle manager who won Premier League Manager of the Year when he was in charge of Newcastle, Alan Pardew, alongside Majestic, about to take your calls on TalkSport. 03717 223344. Brilliant achievement from Alan Pardew. I think even he would admit Eddie Howe has just topped it here. Let's talk about the goals as the celebrations continue. I mean, Newcastle had 5 corners in the first half. Dan Burn, first contact on 3 of them, and at the end of the half, buried the header, 1-0. That's the story of the first half. That's the story of diligent analysis and preparation and getting all of that right, and Liverpool getting it all wrongly.
Yeah, there was 2 things with the set players. There was Jason Tindall and Stephen Purchase, like you rightly said, brilliant with the set players. Since Eddie's come in with his staff, the inventiveness of our set players have been superb for. And there was the neglect of Liverpool. They went with a half zonal, half marking, but the players who were left to mark weren't the right players, like McAllister marking Dan Burn, for example. Absolute crazy. What they should have done, they should have, even if at half time, changed it, because Newcastle were causing so many problems. They didn't, and it continued. Could have even had another goal from a set play. So all credit to Jason and the staff for the diligent work they do on the set players.
And Darren Ben, that second goal, I absolutely love it. Murphy's header back across to Isaac, square header. Greedy, he could have probably gone for goal. He's thought, no, he's bullied Robertson to the ball, and he's then directed it perfectly to Isaac. It's not exactly an easy ball for him to get right. He could balloon it over the bar, it could go off target. He's got it absolutely sweet, spot on. I think the setup of it from Murphy, the finish from Isaac, that's a great goal.
It is a great goal, and that's just the quality of Alexander Isak. I mean, and that's what you talk about centre forwards. That's why they cost so much, because it's not even so much a chance. He anticipates where the ball's going to land. And Virgil van Dijk, who we know, marked him really well. I thought today. I thought Virgil van Dijk was brilliant. But in that one moment where the ball goes over to the back post and Murphy gets the head onto it, it's Isak that pulls into a spot and think, do you know what? The ball might land here on a penalty spot. And as you just said there, Aid, it's not an easy finish, because it's coming to him quite quickly. He's got to keep it down as well. He's on the penalty spot and he just guides it. Doesn't try and take the lever off the ball. He just almost places it, guides it on the volley into that far corner past Kelleher. And it was a really good goal. But as I said, from the movement from Isak, he's probably thinking, and that's what makes him so good. When you're playing against centre halves that have got your number and everything you do, they're just one step ahead of you. You're thinking, is that opportunity ever going to come? And when it did, as I said, a little bit of intelligence, a little bit of movement, and when he got the opportunity, he weren't going to waste it, and it was a lovely finish.
And Alexander Isak Lee did the old Angel of the North celebration, stood on the hoardings in front of the Newcastle fans. They love him, don't they?
He's as famous as the Angel of the North, that's for sure. We love a striker at Newcastle. We love a one who scores regular, and we've got a very, very special one at this moment in time here. Another reason why this result is so important and can help us in our league programme is to keep the likes of Alexander Isak, because he's one of the very, very best. And if we're not competing at the highest level of the game in club competitions, i.e. Champions League, and competing for the biggest trophies domestically, those type of players will look elsewhere. Now he knows he can stay at our football club and help us be a wonderful era.
Darren Ben, you mentioned Virgil van Dijk having a good game, and he was just, I just couldn't mention it, he was just standing up, sort of leaning against the advertising hoardings, waiting to go up and collect a loser's medal he didn't really want. And I wonder what was going through his head, because he did play well, but he must have been looking at some of his teammates thinking, well, why didn't you turn up? Mo Salah literally didn't turn up to the game. I can't remember anything positive that Mo Salah did. And people have been talking about Ballon d'Or and best in the world and all that. Where was he today?
Well, that's the thing, and you're right, Ada. I wondered that with Virgil, because everything he was asked to do, other than that one moment where he allowed Isak to kind of slip away from him, and he didn't allow it. It was just good play. Sometimes you hold your hands up and say, he's just too good there. I do wonder, he's sitting there looking around, looking at some of his teammates, the performance they put in. Mo Salah looked like he's run out of gas. I mean, he's been outstanding. You look at his numbers this season, I think he's been absolutely outstanding. But the 2 games against PSG, non-existent. The game against Southampton, I know he scores a couple of penalties, but his overall play wasn't great. I mean, obviously the biggest occasion of all, the cup final when your team really needs you, can you go again? He's nowhere to be seen. If you're Virgil, you're frustrated because you're thinking a season that started off with so much promise with Arne Slot, and yes, they're going to win the league. That's still, for me, the biggest one to win, and that's what they're going to do. The way you've gone out against PSG, when no one really gave PSG a chance, the way you've gone out in that leg, everyone thought the second leg being at Anfield, it's a foregone conclusion. Liverpool never lose at Anfield. They get beat on penalties there. Coming here against a Newcastle side that haven't won a trophy in 60 years, it's another foregone conclusion. All of a sudden now the trophies have dwindled away and you've ended up with the Premier League, and yes, it's still a fantastic season, but you do start scratching your head thinking, what could have been?
Are they going to win the Premier League? Could it be a massive drop-off from Liverpool? None of us are expecting it, but against PSG they played so badly, Darren, and here today again took a couple of subs just to liven them up, but it wasn't enough. I mean, surely the Premier League's in the bag, isn't it? Will Arsenal be getting excited?
No, I still think the gap's too big, but as you said, against PSG, certainly in that first leg, they were just outplayed. They didn't lay a glove on them, couldn't do anything against them. Today they just had no energy. I mean, the only energy that came on was when Curtis Jones come on, Chiesa scores a really good goal, but for 60-70 minutes, it was so comfortable for Newcastle. They ran all over them, they got in their faces, they were a little bit more physical, and it looked like Liverpool ran out of ideas, not only energy, but there's no pattern to play. There was no getting the ball out to the wide players and seeing if they can make things happen. There's a lot of these diagonal balls that were just going out of play as well. It's probably the poorest, it's arguably one of their biggest games, if not the biggest games of the season, and they're putting their most poor performance.
Shocker from Liverpool. I've just realised and worked out why Lee Clark hasn't taken his top off. Is because he's got a Sunderland-based T-shirt on.
I saw it. Hey, I saw it.
Don't mention that here.
That's right. He doesn't want to get thrown out of Wembley for the bad language on his T-shirt.
Yeah, another one again. Well, hey, on a serious note, you mentioned about Liverpool. Can they lose the league? I'm evidence that you can. Remember, 95-96, 12 points clear in February. Man United beat us to the title. So this is football. As you said, 2 disappointing evenings for Liverpool. They need to bounce back now. Got the international break. Is it a good time for them to have that? The players go off and play for their countries, come back and get refreshed, ready to win that one. Because, hey, as I say, I'm witness to something like that. The worry I've got for the Newcastle lads, so I meant to go on international duty, they might make it.
I bet you Dan Burn does.
Dan Burn's on his way now. He's halfway to St George's Park. Yeah. By the way, Newcastle didn't win that title because I think they dropped you on the running, didn't they?
So, yeah.
That was the reason. We all know that was the reason. But Newcastle have regrouped on the pitch. They've had their photographs taken with the trophy. The streamers have been flying. Listen, there's not an empty seat to the right of us where all the black and white Newcastle fans are, and away to our left it is virtually empty. The Liverpool fans have left Wembley empty-handed. Wow, what a day for Newcastle United Football Club. Darren Bent, are you on drive tomorrow, my friends?
I am indeed.
I look forward to that. 4 till 7 with Andy Goldstein. Brilliant stuff today from you and Lee Clark. You joining the party?
I'd like to think so, yeah.
Try stopping you. Listen, stand by for former Newcastle manager Alan Pardew alongside Majestic, taking your calls on the final word on TalkSport. 03717 223344. Let me give you some names: Paul Gascoigne, Peter Beardsley, Chris Waddle, Kevin Keegan, Alan Shearer, Ferdinand Asprilla, Philippe Albert. You entertained, you gave it a go in black and white stripes. Sir Bobby is going to be looking down with Geordie pride. Tonight belongs to the Toon Army. The streets of Jesmond, Byker, Heaton and Gosforth will be jumping tonight. All the lads and lasses, all the smiling faces going along the Scotswood Road. Here's something nobody has ever said on TalkSport. Newcastle United have won a trophy. They've won the League Cup. They've lifted the Carabao Cup. Stand by for a big market, big party.
First pot for Slot, or time for a Toon trophy? Bird with a header, and he scored! It's Dan Bird who scores on the week in which he was called up for England. He thunders a header into the corner to put Newcastle United into the lead in the cup final.
That is some header, by the way.
What a story this could be.
Murphy with a header down to Isaac. Oh, it's a second goal. It's another goal for Newcastle United. Now Chiesa has been played in behind. He slipped it under the goalkeeper. The offside flag is up.
The Liverpool number 14 is onside.
Well, it wouldn't be Newcastle if there wasn't late drama. Newcastle United have won the Carabao Cup. It's been a long time coming, but this is immortal. And Bruno Guimaraes and Kieran Trippier lift the Carabao Cup into the sky. Newcastle United are Wembley winners.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave, online, on your mobile and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
TalkSport Sports Update with Trusted Trader. Find top-notch tradespeople in your area, all who pass the Trusted Trader 15-point assessment.
TalkSport.
Good evening with your sports headlines. I'm Will Hobbs, and it's happened. A first trophy in 56 years, a first domestic one in over 69, a first English manager to lift one since 2008, and it all started with the man who was released by Newcastle when he was 11 years old.
Burn with a header, and he scored! It's Dan Burn who scores on the week in which he was called up for England. He thunders a header into the corner to put Newcastle United into the lead.
That was just before half-time, then 7 minutes later, out came the Sam Fender reference.
The hypersonic missile from the boot of Alexander Isak, which has given them a 2-goal lead in the Carabao Cup final.
Chiesa's consolation in added time wasn't enough. Where on earth were Liverpool? They had just 2 shots on target and were bullied by Joelinton, Tonali and Guimaraes to cap off a bruising week. Elsewhere, Cole Palmer will miss the England games with injury. But what about Bukayo Saka? Will he be fit after the international break? Here's Mikel Arteta.
Hopefully, if everything goes well in the next week or so, he will be very close. Now he needs people around, more uncertain training sessions, and raise the level of competition and fitness. But hopefully, he's going to be very close.
It was 1-0 to Arsenal at the Emirates thanks to makeshift Marino's 5th goal of the season. Ange Postecoglou singled out Yves Bissouma for letting the game drift by him after they were dominated by Fulham in their 2-0 defeat. Bissouma was hooked at half-time. What a week for Rangers. Last 8 of Europe, and today a thrilling 3-2 win over Celtic thanks to Egerman's 88th minute winner. And in the Sheffield derby, Ryan Brewster's winner for the Blades secured a first league double over Wednesday since 2006. It puts United level on points with Leeds at the top of the Championship.
TalkSport News.
Officials in Macedonia are hunting for 4 people after a fire broke out in a nightclub. The death toll has risen to 59, with more than 150 injured. It's reported the government may pull back on a plan to freeze disability payments following criticism from its own Labour MPs. And parts of the UK are going to be hotter than Ibiza and Corfu in the next few days. Forecasters predict temperatures could reach 19 degrees Celsius in the south of England on Thursday.
TalkSport weather with QuickFit. At QuickFit, we're all about keeping you safe on the road. With our comprehensive motor insurance, we're here for every journey. Search QuickFit Motor Insurance to find out more.
Another chilly and cloudy but largely dry evening across the UK with frost forming overnight.
On the TalkSport app, on your smart speaker, on your mobile and on your smart TV. TalkSport.
The nation's essential destination for big game comment and criticism. High priority post-match fan reaction. The indispensable final word phone-in on TalkSport.
Why and welcome to the final word phone-in. Away the lads. Away the lads. With me, Majestic, alongside the former Newcastle United manager, Alan Pardew. So the 56-year trophy drought's finally over for Newcastle United. Goals from Dan Burn and Alexander Isak, sealing legendary status forever. Geordies, wherever you are, take a moment to be a part of history.
Most of them are in London. I've seen most of them today.
Be a part of history. Today's a historic moment to call TalkSport. We want to soak up all of your joy with a former Newcastle manager here. 03717 223344. Liverpool fans, what on earth happened? Just not on the races. You can book your calls in for later as well in the Premier League, Championship and the Scottish Premiership, with wins for Arsenal against Chelsea, Fulham against Tottenham, while Rangers won at Celtic Park in the Old Firm derby. Great week Rangers have had. And Sheffield United claimed a crucial Steel City derby victory against Wednesday That number 03 717 22 3344. There's also a Premier League game that's just kicked off. It's Leicester taking on Manchester United, and watching for TalkSport is Ian Stringer.
We're into the 6th minute. It remains Leicester City 0, Manchester United 0, but Onana's just had to pull off a good save for Manchester United against Vardy. All the talk of stadium and staffing silent for tonight. It's back to the pitch for Manchester United. Højlund with a header, it just drifts wide. Offside flag goes up. A decent first 5 minutes. Leicester with the best chance. Vardy saved by Onana. We've had 6 minutes. Leicester 0, Man United 0.
And remember, we're going to have updates throughout the show from Ian as Leicester take on Manchester United. Remember, we are now live on YouTube and also on your smart TV. We've launched on LG devices, Fire TV, Apple TV and Google TV, so you can watch us in glorious HD. But now it's all about you and your opinions, so give us a call, 03 717 22 3344 to air your views to the nation on the final word phone-in on TalkSport on the day that Newcastle become the Carabao Cup winners 2025.
Oh, me lads, you should have seen us scanning, passing the folks along the road just as they were standing. All the lads and lasses there, all the smiling faces, down on the land has got to road.
They'll be crazy around Wembley. They do well to get them out of the stadium.
Oh, first and foremost, round of applause for Newcastle United. You know what?
It's not often you get to a final and deserve and play well and win.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're in it, it's tight, but they thoroughly deserved. Great tactics from the boy, and he's now immortal, Mr. Eddie Howe.
And you know what, right?
I call him a boy, but he's not.
As football fans, I'm emotional watching that, because you understand what it means to them. As football fans, there will be, listening right now, Newcastle fans from all generations together sharing in that moment that they might have missed with their father or their mother, wishing they could have seen.
Well, it goes back generations.
It does,
never
doesn't it?
shared that. To share that with your family, and for everybody and obviously in my time at Newcastle, the passion and the love for the football club comes through in almost everybody you meet.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you. People talk about it's a special club. We're hearing the ex-pros on the TV. Les Ferdinand was talking about it. Shay Given. There's a deep connection. And I hear when the Toon Army call in and Pards, and they've still got connection with you. What's it like to be the manager of Newcastle United?
Well, the responsibility is enormous because the pressure that you're under, and obviously the trophy thing. I remember when we got to the quarterfinals of the Europa League, and the pressure that was on us to try and break that hoodoo, and a bit like what Eddie had to wear 2 years ago. But today they dealt with it so much better. That experience obviously helped them, and the tactics today was spot on. They didn't try and be clever, didn't try to play through Liverpool. They went direct. Won the second ball. The tenacity of the team and the aggression was just too much.
Joe Linton was phenomenal.
There was loads of great performances today, and I think Dan Burn took the trophy, but as you say, Joe Linton, he was celebrating tackles like they won the trophy, and that's the emotion that they're carrying, and I speak not just as myself, I'm sure Graham Souness, Sam Allardyce, Chrissy Houghton, John Carver, Steve McLaren, Rafael Benitez, Steve Bruce and myself, we all send our congratulations to Eddie Howe. He's done something that none of us could do, and I know you could argue that the finances and everything else, but you still got to secure it. Come through difficult spells. He's had a great spell and he's had a difficult spell, and he's come back and won the trophy, and I'm absolutely delighted for him, delighted for his staff, and delighted for the fan base. They must be I can't imagine what they're like.
Well, we want to know what they're like, because we want to hear from them on the show tonight. 03717.
And if you had a few beers, we'd still like to hear from you.
2 3 4. This will be the moment that you're going to record, you're going to keep forever, and be like, I was on TalkSport the night that we won it. You'll be telling your kids in 20 years time. So 03717 22 3 4. And just to add to the fairy tale, the young lad who was released by Newcastle at 11.
It's a great story, isn't it, Dan Burn? What a week this is.
Ended up at Darlington.
Yeah.
And went through it, like you said.
Blythe Spartans. You got released to Blythe Spartans. So, the local non-league team in Newcastle. And to come through, and I mean, the header was magnificent. We'll come on to the tactics, by the way, why you got that free header later. But what a goal. And the week getting chosen for England, he's 33 years old, I think.
32, yeah.
He's 32, is he? And there he is with that, I can see him now on the highlights with a golden shirt on, winners 2025, the EFL Cup.
You know what? I'm sat here almost jealous, but I can't be jealous because there's something so likeable about the Toonami and Newcastle.
Yeah.
And you know what? It's lovely to see them win just for the fan base. I've been up to St James's Park. I know what they're like, and they love it.
Well, on the professional level, an English manager winning the trophy, that's something, right, which we really need to focus on, because that has been a long, long time. I think Harry Redknapp, I can't remember, was the last
2008. 2008, Pompey.
Yeah, so, you know, it's been such a long wait, and Eddie, it couldn't happen to a nicer fella. I know Eddie well. I've managed against him. I wouldn't class him as a very close friend of mine, but I class him as a friend. And what a job he's done there, and I'll take my hat off to him. I want to mention a few staff and people at Newcastle, by the way,
Please do.
from my time.
So give us some names.
Well, a legend from the football club, an ex-player, Bob Moncur, who's still in and around the team. He was massive for me there, and I lent on him for the history of the club. And he was also always kind in terms of giving me exactly what the feeling was. So to Bob, fantastic. To Ray Thompson, the kit man. Paul Catterson, who's still the doctor there. Tony Toward. Sue Banks, my PA, who is now Eddie's, and she loves Eddie. Congratulations to you and all your family and everybody in Newcastle. Congratulations.
Well, it will be a Newcastle loving tonight, and so we do apologise to the Mackhams out there.
Absolutely.
To the Sunderland fans. I think they're probably the only ones and the Liverpool fans.
We got well beat yesterday by another Frank Lampard win.
Yeah, so I tell you what, most people will be delighted for Newcastle. And not just that, as you just said, right, on this station, on TalkSport, an English manager winning a trophy. This is so, especially as we're going to see Thomas Tuchel's reign as England manager start this weekend.
Yeah.
A little controversial for some people. An English manager winning something with a massive club like Newcastle. Let's go straight to the phone lines. 03717 22 we got a Newcastle fan. Ed joins us.
Evening. What a great result. It's incredible.
Ed, tell me how you're feeling. How many years you supported Newcastle, Ed?
All my life. My granddad is a Geordie. My dad supports Newcastle. I support Newcastle. It is a family affair.
And that's it. You know, you've been waiting for this moment for so long. Where did you watch the game? Who are you with, Ed?
I was in a pub with a load of mates, and it was absolutely banging. It was so good. What a result. Dan Burn, take his hat off. He is a fantastic player. Duly deserves his call up to the England squad. What a player. What a result.
I mean, I thought the pictures coming through, you know, that gesture that the club did, that everybody got a scarf on their seat, it was a masterpiece, because the stadium was just magnificent, wasn't it? The atmosphere, you could sense it coming through the screen, the passion and everything. Brilliant.
It was incredible to watch on screen as well, and to see all the Geordies celebrating together. It was fantastic.
Ed, are you celebrating anywhere tonight?
Tonight, just with some friends. We're going to enjoy London, enjoy the town. It's going to be buzzing.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Ed. Ed there, see? Football, it goes through generations, as he said. His granddad's a Geordie, come down to him. You can tell him, obviously, he's not got the Geordie accent.
I mean, if you live in Newcastle, you support Newcastle, there's nothing else. You know, that's it. So, you know, the generational thing is there, because the whole family have always lived through everything, and a lot of disappointment, by the way. So, you know, this is a rare moment for them, and I can't imagine, like Covent Garden. Have you seen the pictures from Covent Garden from yesterday?
I know.
Can you imagine?
I might just go up there for the laugh.
Yeah.
Let's go over to Adam, who's a Newcastle fan. He joins us. How are we, Adam?
Hello, lad. Yeah, great. Thank you very much. How are you all doing?
Geordie accent. Here we go.
I want to say I'm going to come back to you in a moment, because Alex Crook is with On Slot right now at Wembley. Let's go to Crookie.
I am indeed, Arna. Thanks for joining us live on TalkSport. Obviously a disappointing result for your team. What did you make of their performance?
Disappointing as well. So the opposite from Tuesday. Tuesday was a disappointing result, but in my opinion a great performance. But you cannot compare these two games with each other. You cannot compare Paris Saint-Germain with Newcastle.
but their game plan worked really well. So a lot of long and second balls, and through the air they are a stronger team than us, and both of their goals came from balls through the air. So credit to them, credit to their game plan, and a deserved winner with Newcastle.
Newcastle were very physical right from the start. Was it difficult for your players, your team, to match that physicality and intensity on the back of obviously going the distance against PSG in midweek?
No, because it wasn't an intense game at all. It were intense duels, but the rhythm of the game was very slow, because every time there was a free kick, and there were quite a lot of free kicks for them. In the first half, they took their time, brought all their defenders forward, so the game wasn't intense in terms of running. The game was intense in terms of duels. And again, credits to them. They have players that are very, very, very strong in their duels. We have also players that are strong in the duels, but we also have players that like to play more over the ground. But the game was not ours. The game was more theirs. So we had to play their style, and they are better in that style than we were.
And just finally, obviously a tough week out of the Champions League in midweek. Now losing a cup final at Wembley, still in a very good position in terms of the Premier League. Are you confident that your team can still get over the line in the title race? There'll be no hangover from this week?
The end of the week was definitely not the way we wanted it to be with Paris Saint-Germain and the loss of this final, but we started the week really well, because we extended our lead from 10 points in the start of the week to 12 points. So that is still positive, but we also know that there are 9 games to go, and the end of the Premier League or finals like this, or the end of the Champions League, it's always more difficult to win a game of football, because everybody is fighting for something, and this is where we have to be aware of. So we have to go one step up to achieve what we're wanting to, but we are maximally aware of the fact that it's going to be 9 tough games, but with a good starting position.
Arne, thanks for joining us, really appreciate it. Thank you.
TalkSport's chief football correspondent Alex Crook there with Liverpool managers on slot. He's happy he's going to win the Premier League, isn't it? It's like win-win for everyone today.
No, hold on a minute. No, he's massively disappointed.
I know
their
he is,
performance was rubbish
it
today.
was terrible.
But also, what he's trying to say there is that Newcastle had a game plan that they're better at than Liverpool, and part of a tactical game between two football managers is your influence of your tactical plan playing out. And he couldn't get it going. They couldn't get their game plan going.
We will talk in depth about that later on, because you've got some notes on that. I interrupted him. Let's go back to Adam, the Newcastle fan. I want to celebrate Ad. Sorry, Ad. The Liverpool manager's interrupting our celebrations.
Terrible. You shouldn't be interrupting us like that.
And listen, tell me how you're feeling.
Oh, absolutely overjoyed. I was sitting in a pub with my son watching the game in Richmond, and I had tears at the end of the game. It means so much to, I think, every Geordie out there.
How long have you been supporting Newcastle for?
All my life, 43 years of it.
So you had the moments with Kevin Keegan where you came close. You had quarterfinals in Europe with Alan Pardew to get there now, finally. And to celebrate with your son. What's your son's name?
That's Reed.
And how did he express his joy?
Oh, he was screaming at the end of the game. He was so chuffed. It really was.
And these games, right, these finals, I mean, obviously, particularly if you win, even getting to the final, you gain fan base. People, grab onto the football club. Young people they will remember this forever. So it's so important for the young fan base to see their team win. I'm so delighted.
It is. I mean, it brings new heroes as well. You look at somebody like Dan Burn, who 2 years ago was unknown to Geordies, and now he's man of the match. He scored the goal. He's in England call-up.
Yeah, what a week, eh?
Brilliant. Adam, what are you going to do now to celebrate?
Drive back to Wales and get my boy ready for school tomorrow.
A normal life.
Super dad, Adam. Listen, I hope you and Reed are listening to the whole show and enjoy it and soak up the Geordie joy today.
We will do. Thank you very much, guys. Really appreciate it.
Take care. Good luck.
Safe journey to Adam and his son Reed there. Look, that's his father, son. I know my boy Leo. I'll talk about him a lot on this show. 8 years of age. I want that moment for me and him to enjoy a win.
Well, by the looks of it today, you got a long wait.
We'll put your calls in later for Tottenham, but right now we're celebrating. We're celebrating with Newcastle fans. It's your night. Call us like Adam did and his son Reed. I want to hear tonight on the show. I want generations. I want the granddad who's with their son and their daughters. I want, we want the families on together, the people that have supported Newcastle their whole life.
You see like Alan Shearer and Ant and Dec and, the celebrities that are around Newcastle, and it's brilliant for them because they've suffered throughout their professional careers. But it's the real fans we want to hear from, the fans that go every week, pay the money and are there and, through thick and thin.
Yeah, absolutely. Whether you're on Wembley Way, up the North East, or in Richmond, supporting the Black and White Army anywhere in the world, 03717 22 3344. Call us right now. Be part of history. It's a historic night here on TalkSport as Newcastle become the Carabao Cup winners of 2025 with former Newcastle manager Alan Pardew and myself, Majestic. This is the Final Word Friday on TalkSport.
Whether you're singing songs dressed as a traffic cone at the Ali Pali, roaring yourself hoarse on the first day of Cheltenham, or hugging a complete stranger after a 98th minute win. At Virgin Bet, we always want you to have a great time without ever losing track of your betting. So whilst there's no such thing as a dead cert, it's a good bet will help you keep it fun and safe. Visit our Safer Gambling Hub for more info. Virgin Bet, a good bet. Bet responsibly. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
With a Travis Perkins trade account, you open the door to big trade deals every single month. This month, we've gone big on landscaping. Right through March, get pressure-treated timber decking from as little as £2.63 per metre, with various sizes available. Join the club and get this and other big landscaping trade deals this March with your trade account. Travis Perkins, doing what matters for the trade. All prices exclude VAT at 20%.
Welcome back to another massive game on TNT Sports. Here's Ali with the teams.
OK, thanks, Fletch. We've got Carlos Alcaraz. In front of him, Coco Gauff and Man Mountain, Nick Kyrgios. Naomi Osaka owns Jabeur, Novak Djokovic and Arina Sabalenka in a diamond. And the big lad, Jannik Sinner, up top. What a lineup.
TNT Sports just got bigger. With tennis, cycling, snooker, motorsport and more, new obsessions await.
Meet Sage Copilot, your new AI productivity assistant that understands natural language so you can get straight to what you need.
Copilot, draft emails to chase unpaid invoices.
So, if you're a baker, like Diana, it could mean spending more time on what really matters. That's more carrot cake she can bake. Small businesses could save 4 days a month on financial admin. Search Sage Copilot to get early access today. Sage, helping business flow.
I'm Jane Mulkerrins, Associate Editor of The Times Magazine. This weekend, you can read The Times and Sunday Times for free and discover the best of our journalism. We've got an interview with the iconic artist Grayson Perry, an exclusive extract about John and Paul's relationship before the Beatles. We reveal who made it onto our first ever Beauty Rich list. And don't miss our Formula One coverage, including Lewis Hamilton's debut race for Ferrari. Read The Times and Sunday Times for free this weekend at thetimes.com.
Yo, football fans, listen up! BetMGM brings Vegas entertainment to the biggest games and the biggest names. Because when it comes to betting on football, we're in a league of our own, baby. Offers? Oh, you know we got offers. Like bet £10 and get £40 in free bets. BetMGM, it's showtime.
New customers only. Wagering requirements and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
Andy Goldstein and Darren Bent on TalkSport Drive with Motorpoint. Destination sports conversation fueled by unfiltered opinion with quality guests as standard and a couple of motor mouths. Something's not right, is it?
That's rubbish.
It's the daily radio road trip that takes you to the farthest corners of the nation's football fanscape.
I'm just in my flat chilling out.
Yeah, I think you might be my favourite so far, Martin. Have a wonderful afternoon.
TalkSport Drive, Monday afternoon from 4 on TalkSport with Motorpoint. There's no car like a Motorpoint car.
Get set for a full-on Friday night of intense international action as the 2026 World Cup qualifiers kick off. England are in action against Albania at Wembley Stadium. Hear all the big match build-up from 7, followed by full uninterrupted commentary from 7:45 on TalkSport.
Well, yeah, man. You're listening to final word phone here on TalkSport with me, majestic and former Magpies black and white boss, Alan Pard. You Pards?
Aye, good.
We are all just relishing in Newcastle's success, because if you've just joined us and you didn't know, Newcastle beat Liverpool in the Carabao Cup final at Wembley.
Romped home.
2-1. Got a message here. Hey, Alan the Madge. I'm a Spurs fan, and I'm over the moon that Newcastle won the League Cup. The Geordies are a great fan base who've deserved to win silverware before now. I must also say to Liverpool fans that, you know, it's you got the league, you're all right. Share some around. Bit to Nick in Norfolk. Thank you very much, Nick. Apparently, all the Geordies are in Covent Garden again.
Yeah, they'll be, of course. They won't be going home. They'll do well to get any work done in Newcastle until about Wednesday or Thursday, I think.
It might be a national holiday for a week.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, let's head straight to the phone lines at 03717223344. Jill is a Newcastle fan and joins us on the final word. How are we, Jill?
Hello.
Hey. Come on, the lads and lasses.
You know what? I just can't believe it. We're Granny and Grandpa, and we gave our tickets to my son and my grandson. And no, I'm going to break down. It was the proudest moment of my life watching my boys going into Wembley. We did it, lads.
Jill, listen, Jill.
I've been down 2 days, and I promise you, everybody, whatever culture they are, have said to us, hope you do it, hope you win, hope you win. Phenomenal, absolutely, great. I can't believe it.
Well, listen,
I can't believe it.
Where are you, Jill? Where are you?
We're just heading out, trying to get out of Wembley now. We're driving home tonight, so work will probably see us Wednesday. you know what? I just can't believe it.
Jill, you mentioned, the generations that are watching today, from your son to your grandson. What does it mean to you? I can hear your excitement, but just sort of try and tell me in words what it means to you and what that football club means to you.
The football club, it's just, they go on about the self-man and everything.
Jill, I've got to stop you there. I want you to tell me exactly that in a moment's time, but there's been a goal at the King Power Stadium.
Hoyland has broken his duck. Leicester City 0, Manchester United were on the win. The 28th minute, he'd gone 13 without a goal in the Premier League, 21 in all competition, but he buries this right-footed into the bottom corner, showing a clean pair of heels to the defence. Low on confidence? What low confidence? Honestly, he's hit this like an arrow. Hermansen didn't have a chance. United 5 minutes ago had hit the post through Eriksson. They lead, and in my view, they lead deservedly. We're in the 29th minute. Leicester City 0. Manchester United 1. It's Hoyland.
Thank you very much, Ian. Let's go back to Jill, because Jill, you was about to tell me what this club means to you. Please, go on.
Well, Alan Pardew hit the nail on the head. The club is just, it's passion, it's everything. We're the 12th man, you know what I mean? I've gone through it all. Newcastle, we're winning, we're losing, we're being relegated, and in the relegation zone, and it's just, we needed this. And I think when Dan Burn, I said to my husband, when Dan Burn got the call up for England, I knew today he was buzzing, that lad.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm so emotional. I'm so sorry.
No, don't be sorry, Jill. Share it with us. This is a place to share it, Jill. This is historic. I want you to clip this up and show the great grandchildren this clip that when Newcastle won, you was on the radio. Exactly.
Yeah. I've got some wonderful pictures of the two boys going into Wembley, and you know what? We went to a pub to watch it. We went in to watch a game of football, and we left with loads of friends. It was absolutely unbelievable. You know what? Everybody loves the Geordies, the two lads.
Yeah, well, it's because it's the.
If you're there, Alan, thank you as well. You did tremendous for us. Thank you so much.
You're most welcome. But I said earlier, for all the managers and everybody who's been through Newcastle, once you're involved at that football club, you know how much it means to the fans.
Oh,
you can't get away from it. So I'm absolutely overjoyed for you and your family. Superb.
Oh, Thank you, Alan.
Jill,
That's lovely.
Jill, what's your son and your grandson's names?
James and Frank.
Okay, well, do you want to give them a big hello on the radio?
All right, thank you, lads.
Oh, I love it. Jill, have a wonderful evening.
That's brilliant, isn't it? James and Frank. I wonder how old they were. Did we ask? We didn't get that, did we? They're probably young boys.
Matt the Gooner's got involved. Congratulations, Newcastle. Most of the country's secret love. I will say, as an Arsenal fan, we should be nervous how they can push on from this.
It's that statement he's made is not untrue, because all my friends, they're obviously been Chelsea or Fulham fans or whatever, Crystal Palace fans mainly. They all love Newcastle. And it wasn't because I was was manager there. They always loved them. They're always like that second team for a lot of football fans, and I think that goodwill spreads across the football community tonight.
Absolutely, and that's the thing, Of late, we mentioned, I see Cundy and O'Hara says called the Premier League lately because it's been so meh. Which made me laugh. But, I found myself falling out of love a little bit with the game of late, because it's become quite predictable and quite boring, actually, in times.
Well, we've had a good week this week, though. I know where you was going with that, and I know you was kind of bringing it around to like Newcastle winning this trophy, but what about Aston Villa this week?
This is
fantastic week we've had, and Arsenal getting through as well. So I think the Champions League looks really like, now for me, that looks a tremendous competition between now and the end of the season. Bayern Munich still in it, Barcelona still in it, Real Madrid are still in it, PSG. So that looks fantastic. And today was the icing on the cake really, that Newcastle not only won. I think it was important that their performance level was high, because I wouldn't have wanted Newcastle to win that game in a different manner. I was glad they bossed it and bullied Liverpool with the credentials and the tactical acumen that they had.
We just had a message here on the WhatsApp saying, is this the correct place to message TalkSport? From Chris. It is, sir. 03717 223344. You can message us on WhatsApp as well. Let's get another Newcastle fan on, shall we? Let's go to Ryan. He joins us on the final word. How are we, Ryan?
Well, I'm not bad.
Yeah. Why are you, Ryan? Come on, man.
I tell you what it is, man. That was beautiful, that. What a day, what a weekend.
Do you know what? I am loving just basking in your joy tonight, and I, we just spoke to Jill and the generations of her family who are enjoying that. Who did you watch the game with today, Ryan?
I watched it with a Chelsea fan. I couldn't get a ticket. I've lived in Weybridge for about 8 years.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, I went out. I took 3 days annual leave for this, and I think I'm going to need another 3 days annual leave.
6 days leave.
Where does the party start, Ryan? Where are we going tonight?
Well, that's a good idea. Where are you inviting us to?
Well, I'm here in Covent Garden's the place to be for the Geordies tonight.
Covent Garden. And it don't matter how cold it gets. Trust me, the shirts will be off.
I'll see you there.
Yeah.
Listen, Ryan, let's talk about Dan Burn quickly. He's the guy that got you off the mark. Released from Newcastle, 11 years of age. He's ended back at the club. And, he's going to go down in folklore, isn't he?
I'll tell you what it is. What a week he's had as well, by the way. And hopefully, obviously, starts on the weekend for England, but I called it the corner just on half time. I said it'd be great if we get a goal in now. And he rose like a salmon in the back of the net. Thank you very much. Keep the change.
It was definitely a salmon-like rise.
Well, it was a magnificent header. Technique-wise, it was like perfect. He's met it, but he's also got a lot of power. It wasn't all on the ball. He got a lot of power from his own neck muscles. It was a fantastic goal.
Absolutely.
How Liverpool gifted him that run-in, though, was deplorable, really, from a professional point of view.
I think someone needs to put out a missing persons report from Mohamed Salah, because he hasn't been seen since about 4:30 this afternoon.
Well, that was a key battle, wasn't it? And he didn't get any joy, did he, today? I think he touched the ball about 3 times in the first half. It was an unbelievable job.
Livramenta's done very well. I think he's going to be one for the future for sure.
I've always liked him. Good player.
Very good.
Yeah.
Class.
Good.
Listen, Ryan, congratulations. Thank you for calling us on 03717 223344. Let's go over to Steve, another Newcastle fan. How are we, Steve?
Hello, lads. Nice to speak to you.
Oh, where are you, Steve?
Castle. I live in Manchester, so I'm off and then driving back to Manchester.
Oh, nice. Listen, how are you feeling after that win?
It's been a special day. My dad passed away in January.
Sorry to hear that, Steve.
Today was his birthday, So all the families met up
Wow.
in Newcastle.
Steve, I'm going to come back to you because Alex Crook is currently with the Newcastle manager, Eddie Howe. Let's go to Crookie.
I am indeed. He's got his League Cup final winners medal wrapped around his neck. How proud are you, Eddie, of your players, your team, and yourself?
I'm proud of everybody. I think that was a brilliant performance from us. Under pressure, big moment. We knew the microscope was on us today. I thought the players really delivered. I'm so pleased with everybody. We've got a great group of players, but they've really delivered today, so well done to them.
And obviously there were so many standout performances. Dan Burn has been named man of the match. What a week he's had. What a story. Called up by England, local boy, scores one of the winning goals in the cup final. It's fairy tale stuff.
It is, but I think it just goes to show what you can achieve with a great attitude. Dan's never had it easy. He's always had to prove people wrong. But again, on the biggest stage, under pressure, he's delivered a colossal performance today. He won every header. He was really good on the ball, on the floor. And what a goal. I mean, the distance he scored that header from was something I'm sure he'll watch over and over again in his life. But no one deserves it more than him. I can say that having watched him every day for the length of time that we've worked together. He is the ultimate professional.
I said at the end there, when I was reporting pitch side, Newcastle fans have waited 7 decades for a domestic trophy. 8 added minutes won't make much difference. Must have felt like a lifetime to you.
It made a difference to me, let me tell you. I mean, the goal they scored, I thought was a handball, and then, of course, offside, hopefully. It wasn't, and it was, how are we going to handle that last part of the game? Because that was a big test. But again, the players responded. We managed that last period really, really well. And just to get over the line was so important for the football club, so important for the supporters, and now we can hopefully look to a bright future.
Absolutely, and I know you're not one to make yourself the story or revel in the spotlight, but when you look at where your coaching career started all those years ago, the pressure of trying to keep Bournemouth not just in the Football League but in business, here you are, the first English manager to win a trophy at Wembley since Harry Redknapp in 2008. Will you allow yourself to pat yourself on the back tonight?
Yeah, it's so funny. Your career is crazy. I mean, as you say, 1 minute I'm taking a game against Darlington to try and stay in the Football League, and now here I am. It's gone by in a blur. But all I can say about it is very similar to Dan's story. I've just worked extremely hard. Really proud of my coaching team who've been by my side near enough the whole journey with me. The likes of Jason, of course, has been with me every step of the way, but Simon Weatherstone, Stephen Purchase, Graham Jones, latterly, they're all so important, and we share all the ups and the downs, and I think that's the thing that people don't see. The downs are really low, like losing here 2 years ago. So when you do get a high like you have today, you've got to try and enjoy it, and I'm very thankful to everyone that's helped me on my journey.
Eddie, enjoy every moment. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
That was Alex Crook there with the winning manager, Newcastle manager, Eddie Howe. 03717 223344 is the number to call. We'll speak to Steve after the break as well. And Geordie fans, keep calling. Liverpool fans as well, we'll hear from you. Where was your team today? The team that are going to walk the league. Where were they? Where's Mo Salah? 03717 223344. It's the final word. Phone in here on TalkSport.
And there it is, that's as good as it gets on this stage. Nissan Townstar EV strikes again. It's an unstoppable van, unstoppable.
Just fantastic. You can actually see the Pro Pilot technology in action. Effortless parallel parking.
It moves with all the confidence that comes with a 5-year warranty.
And with a bench full of all-star van experts, there's real strength in depth here.
That's all-star quality.
Search Nissan Townstar EV and visit your local all-star van centre to see for yourself.
Terms and conditions apply. 5 years or 100,000 miles, whichever comes first.
Pro Pilot is an advanced driver assist technology. Driver's responsibility to stay alert, drive safely, and control vehicle at all times.
MGM, we know how to put on a show. So we don't just do offers, we do golden offers like this.
MGM Millions, our supersized jackpot, where right now you could win over £26 million.
Get ready for the golden era in online casino. BetMGM, it's showtime.
Minimum 10p game stake. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
With a Travis Perkins trade account, you open the door to big trade deals every single month. This month, we've gone big on landscaping. Right through March, get a 20 kilogram bag of postcrete for as little as £5.35 each. Join the club and get this and other big landscaping trade deals this March with your trade account. Travis Perkins, doing what matters for the trade. All prices exclude VAT at 20%.
At Morrison's, more card prices save you money on your shop. With Surf Powder 80 washes, regular price £10. More card price £7. That's less than 9p per wash. And 1.25 litres of Diet Coke and Coke Zero, regular price £2. More card price 90p. That's better than half price. Pay less with More Card.
Morrison's to shop at Morrison's.
Majority of supermarkets online varies. Selected Morrison's daily stores. More Card app required. 16 plus. Serve 4 kilos.
At AJ Bell, we've made setting up your ISA easy. So easy, a baby could do it. Though babies can't invest. They certainly wouldn't have any use for our low-cost investment platform, or the coordination to use it. Even though it's really, really easy. They also don't listen to radio ads. Unlike you clever sausage. Now, set yourself up with an ISA as a reward. You can even set one up for your baby. Open one in under 15 minutes and start investing today. AJ Bell. Feel good investing. The value of your investments can go down as well as up.
Want a day off deciding what to eat? Sit back, relax, and let us do the thinking for you. And the cooking, and the cleaning. From salmon fillet Mondays to fish and chips Fridays. IKEA family members can try a different £3 dish of the day every weekday in store. IKEA, the wonderful everyday. T's and C's and exclusions apply. Find out more at ikea.co.uk.
Whether you're singing songs dressed as a traffic cone at the Alley Pally, roaring yourself hoarse on the first day of Cheltenham, or hugging a complete stranger after a 98th minute win. At Virgin Bet, we always want you to have a great time without ever losing track of your betting. So whilst there's no such thing as a dead cert, it's a good bet will help you keep it fun and safe. Visit our Safer Gambling Hub for more info. Virgin Bet, a good bet. Bet responsibly. 18 plus. Gambleaware.org.
TalkSport Drive. Tomorrow afternoon from 4 on TalkSport.
TalkSport Drive with me, Darren Bent.
And me, Andy Goldstein.
All-terrain sports radio for a power-hungry nation.
The national radio show with a bootload of sport.
Unrivaled, opinionated comment from the biggest names in sport and Andy Goldstein.
Mirror, signal, move over for TalkSport Drive.
With Andy Goldstein and Darren Bent. Tomorrow afternoon from 4 on TalkSport. The fastest football on the way home. First and fast for football. The final word phone in.
Good evening, it is the final word phone in here on TalkSport with me, Majestic, and former Newcastle United manager. Took him to the quarterfinals of the Europa League. 5th place finish in the Premier League as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Very well done, good. And tonight, he'll be celebrating with the Tsunami because they beat Liverpool 2-1. Newcastle finally lifts silverware thanks to this goal.
Murphy with a header down to Isaac. Boom! It's a second goal. It's another goal for Newcastle United. It's converted from 10 yards out by Alexander Isak, and on a wave of emotion, song and hope, Newcastle, who came here with hope that they had the weapons to end a 56-year trophy drought, have just unleashed a hypersonic missile from the boot of Alexander Isak.
Now, big players turn up in big games, and Isak did today. That's probably put another 50 million on him.
Well, do you know what? When that cross comes in, it's going to get headed back, and he pulls off of the two centre-backs who don't react. So it's clever movement for him, and the finish is just as good. He almost gets a second goal later on in the game. I mean, he was a threat. He looked like he was absolutely finished at the end because he put so much work in. But, you know, you couldn't fault any Newcastle player today. They were all brilliant. Absolutely, every one of them.
Let's go back over to Steve because, sorry, Steve, your winning manager interrupted us.
Sir Eddie Howe, how very dare you?
Listen, Steve, before we pause, we was talking quickly about you lost your father in January, right?
Yeah, my dad passed away in January after a long illness, and today was his birthday. So all the families got together to watch it together, and what a fantastic present it's been.
I'll tell you what, his energy definitely played a part in that today then on his birthday. What a birthday present.
Yeah, absolutely, it's been fantastic. The monkey's off, we're back, we've done it.
Yeah, and now you can push on for the Champions League. I mean, the Champions League has opened up for you as well, hasn't it? With Chelsea getting beat.
Yeah, what weekend has been with the other results going your way, Steve, with Man City drawing and Chelsea losing?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's just push on and have a great end of the season. I know sometimes when a club wins a cup, their form tends to dip near the end of the season. I hope that doesn't happen to us. Let's hope Eddie keeps them focused.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I don't think Newcastle will dip from this. I think they will go on and...
Yeah, we've got a few Brazilians in the team. They might be partying for a couple of weeks. You've got to be careful.
This is true. Steve, have you taken annual leave for 3 days like our previous Newcastle caller?
Unfortunately not. I'm parked up in Morpeth at the moment, going to drop my son off, and then I've got to drive to Manchester, and then I'm at work at 6 a.m, so no rest for the wicked.
Is your son a Geordie fan as well?
He is. He's sat next to us. Say hello, Ben. Hi.
Hi, Ben.
I love that. See, it's a family affair. Listen, Steve, enjoy it, and especially on the birthday, the heavenly birthday of your father. Yeah. What a fantastic present, Steve.
Cheers, lads. Greatly appreciated. All the best.
Have a great one. Steve and Ben there, Newcastle fans. See, that's what it means. It's more than football at times, I think when people think sometimes we get over emotional about football and stuff like that, today he'll be sitting there thinking about his old man.
Yeah, and it brings families together. You watch TV, you're all around, and you work your conversation around a game of football sometimes. It's the only time you get to come together.
Absolutely.
And that's why it's such a bond.
And you'll have memories forever from these things.
Absolutely.
I'll never forget the World Cup '94 when Ireland beat Italy, 0-0. Ray Houghton,
my old mate, Razor. Great
what
goal.
A goal that was.
It was a great goal.
And my granddad,
and a great guy, by the way. If you're listening, Ray, top man.
My granddad, who I didn't see.
He'd be disappointed today, though. Liverpool player, obviously big Liverpool fan.
But I always think of my granddad when I think of that game, and I didn't see him that often because he lived in Ireland. So like I said, football brings us together in those moments. It's half time at the King Power Stadium. Let's go over to Ian Stringer's watching Leicester against Manchester United.
Half-time here at the King Power Stadium. There are boos from the home fans, but that isn't too surprising because Leicester City haven't scored, but they've not scored for 6 home games before today. Leicester 0, Manchester United 1 at half-time. Højlund with the goal in the 28th minute. Fernandes with a good ball. He's still got work to do inside right channel. He showed a clean pair of heels to Fast, buried it into the bottom corner. He'd gone 21 in all competition without a goal, but the Dane breaking the deadlock here. Leicester, in terms of their scraps, Vardy with a good shot, saved by Onana, but they haven't scored. Before tonight, you'll enjoy this, lads. 540 minutes, rewriters 9 hours. You can watch Top Gun 3 times and have chance for a half-an-hour walk since Leicester last scored a league goal at home. Slim pickings. They don't look like they're going to score tonight either, I'm afraid. United cruising, half-time, Leicester 0, Man United 1.
Fantastic. Top Gun 3 hours and a walk.
I couldn't watch it once, to be fair. Top Gun 2, was it? That was awful. Top Gun was alright.
Right, so keep calling us 0371 722 Newcastle fans, tell us how you're celebrating that first trophy in 56 years. And we'll also speak to Liverpool fans. Why didn't your side turn up? Was it just simply tired or something else? This is the final word here on TalkSport.
During the pandemic, a lot of people did a lot of smoking. Quite a few who'd quit before took it up again because, they were bored. I was one of them, and before I knew it, I was hooked again.
This is Tim. He's trying to quit smoking and succeeding.
But one morning I woke up coughing and thought, this has got to stop. So I downloaded the free NHS Quit Smoking app, full of good advice to stop you slipping back into bad habits, and because it charts your progress, really keeps you on track. My friends and family have been so supportive. They don't want to see me smoking again. I mean, I definitely don't want to smoke again.
For help to quit, download the free NHS Quit Smoking app today.
Calling all dunkers. What's a brew without a biscuit, eh? But this is no dunk to be left to chance. Dip your bicky and count. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. Whichever online casino you play with, set your deposit limit so you don't overdunk. Take time to think. Sky Vegas. Play. It's why we're here. 18+ begambleaware.org.
With a Travis Perkins trade account, you open the door to big trade deals every single month. This month, we've gone big on landscaping. Right through March, get a 6x5 foot super lap fence panel for just £28, or a 6x6 foot panel for only £30. Join the club and get this and other big landscaping trade deals this March with your trade account. Travis Perkins, doing what matters for the trade. All prices exclude VAT at 20%.
You know all about Total Football. Now, LiveScore Bet brings you Total Betting. It's everything you love about LiveScore. Scores and stats play alongside great odds, offers, free-to-play games, and a slick bet builder. Everything in one place. And to top it off, new customers can enjoy £30 in free bets when they bet £10 on sports. LiveScore Bet. Total Betting.
1.5 minimum odds, settle in first 14 days, free bets valid 7 days, £10 for bet builder only. T's and C's and deposit exclusions apply. Bet responsibly, 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Right, brace yourself. Co-op members get 2 pizzas and a tub of Ben & Jerry's and a chance to win Co-op Live tickets for a £5. Yep, a £5. It's kind of a big deal, eh?
You're unbelievable.
Co-op, owned by you, right by you.
Ends 25th of March, subject to availability. 100 pairs of tickets to be won. Co-op group members only. See co-op.co.uk/win tickets.
Whatever kind of football fan you are, TalkSport and the Coral Daily Download are here for it to celebrate the fans every day. Whether you're a front row seater or a prawn sandwich eater, a half and half scarf wearer or a lifelong faithful torch bearer, a retro shirt for every game or bare-chested, even in the rain. For all the latest news, reaction and odds this season, don't miss the Coral Daily Download. Every morning from 6 on TalkSport with Coral. We're here for the fans. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Hey mate, come over here. Come over here. You're looking for a bit of sport on the side, yeah? Try TalkSport too. They got loads of live football, cricket, rugby, boxing and all the best TalkSport documentaries. Hit TalkSport 2 on DAB, on the app and on your smart speaker. It's your other national sports radio station. What are you waiting for?
Out of order. I know what football fans sing to this. It's out of order. It is the final word phone in here on TalkSport with me, Majestic, and former Newcastle manager Alan Pardew, where Liverpool did not win the Carabao Cup today, but last night in Liverpool, Nick Ball did win his fights against TJ Donaghy.
Didn't see the boxing. Any good?
Oh yeah, Nick Ball, listen, that's not one person you'd want in chasing you down in a ring.
Oh.
He is relentless.
What, is he always on the front foot, coming forward,
Mate,
coming
he's
forward?
He's never off
forward.
the front foot. You have to hold him. Even the refs pushed him back a couple of times. Get over there.
I was always amazed, right? You know, when I go back to my era of Joe Frazier and heavyweight, and he just kept coming forward all the time, even when he was getting bashed up like George Foreman. He was still walking forward.
Yeah,
into
Nick Ball does not mind someone trying to punch him in the face. He will come and punch you in the face hard.
Brave.
Fantastic fighter. And I'll tell you what, if you're into your boxing, make sure you watch it back.
But who's the world champion at his level?
Oh, at the moment, come back to me on that.
Okay,
I will. But it's all set up for him to go far. He's doing very, very well. Let's go to Daniel, who was at Wembley today. As a Liverpool fan, he joins us on the show. Evening, Daniel.
Hi, yeah, you all right?
Yeah, not so bad. You on the way back from Wembley?
Yeah, just on the way home now.
What did you make of the performance?
Well, the performance from the players, obviously, we're in a bad run of form, aren't we? Like, even against PSG. Both games, to be honest, we're in a bad run of form. We're just not at our best. But I'm glad it's come now at this point of the season instead of
Well, you know, you're getting to the business part of the season. You need to come into a bit of form. I mean, you know, it kind of links in a little bit with Salah, doesn't it? I mean, his form in the last sort of period has been, well, let's say way below his levels, and Liverpool have kind of dropped with him. That's how it sort of, I sense it. I mean, he just looked off it today.
Yeah.
Oh, I think not a great line there from Callum. Thank you very much, Callum. 03717223344. So many Liverpool fans are calling in to discuss the performance. Let's go to Craig, who was also at Wembley. How are we, Craig?
How are you guys? Evening.
What did you make of that performance overall then?
It probably goes a bit back to PSG, just looked very laboured throughout until we started to went 3-0 down. We didn't really start doing anything, and then it was much the same. I called actually Tuesday night about after the PSG game, and I want to throw this out to you guys as well. Liverpool have also been brilliant this season. I'm not going to straight slack because it's done an unbelievable job so far taking over from Klopp. But you look at the squad, and I said on Tuesday to Conte and O'Hara, I feel that squad is going to have to be ripped apart before Van Dijk, Salah, Trent, whatever's going to happen then. You know, Slot's used very much around the same 16, 17 players quite a lot, and I think a lot of players have been probably overplayed, and I think that came back to bite us today. I think the international break came at a great time, and I hope in the nicest way possible a lot of them pull out and get 2 weeks rest and help us out a bit, because I think the league is still, it looks done, but they don't have to come back. And I think someone said Arsenal play 3 times before us over the next 3 games. I know it's a long way off, but then again, even watching those guys today, they don't score more than 1 goal in a game. But I think one of you mentioned there about Salah, I feel a bit sorry for Salah. Salah's been poor the last couple of weeks, and I think we all know he's been outstanding this season, but none of the other forwards have stepped up for him. You know, even as a team, you look at Diaz, you look at Gakpo. Gakpo looks like he's on one leg at the minute. He was clearly not fit to come on and shoot, and I don't think he was much better today. That's not his fault. That's just he's come back from injury. You know, it's bad when you sort of think Chiesa is your best player in the game, and he played 15-20 minutes and was the only one that looked like doing anything until he scored. So I was pleased for him to score because he's had a rough time at Liverpool. But I think over the summer there's going to be more transition at Liverpool than people think, and I wouldn't be surprised to see 2 to the 3 sort of go at around a contract, and you know, maybe even 5 or 6 others maybe have to be changed in some way. I think actually there could be a big transition, so which actually makes the league quite more open next year, which will be interesting in itself. But unfortunately I'm driving back from Wembley and I've got a boat to catch at 6 in the morning, so it was a long day trip that's turned into a bit of a sore one, unfortunately.
but hopefully, Craig, you'll be lifting up the Premier League trophy in a couple of months, and you know.
But I think it's got a point. I think that Liverpool side, it looks like they're going to win the title, but obviously they've still got work to do. But yeah, I think there's going to be some big changes there, you know, and I think he's spot on. And hopefully they get it over the line, and then look to do rebuild in the summer. Yeah,
absolutely. And I think, you know, you look at the players that they could possibly lose in Van Dijk, Salah, and Trent.
There's just a massive part of that team.
Irreplaceable?
Well, I would say Van Dijk in particular would be very difficult to replace.
And Salah?
Yeah, well, Salah's different, I think, because I think he's going to go personally, and I think they'll have to go and get a very, you know, obviously a top player to replace him, and the numbers would probably not match up. But you know, Van Dijk is more than a great player. I think his personality, his leadership, the way he is, and it sets the tone for the team. And today, actually, I didn't think he was brilliant today. I didn't think he was brilliant against PSG either. He was at fault for the first goal for sure, which got picked up on TV. So, you know, the players that are out of contract are beginning to lose a little bit of form, which is a little bit worrying. Maybe they're not quite right in their minds.
Absolutely. We'll keep coming to those calls. Newcastle and Liverpool fans will continue to take those calls next. Historic day at Wembley as Newcastle finally lift silverware. But first, let's go back to Wembley because Alex Crook is with Bruno Guimaraes.
I am indeed. He's got his Newcastle bucket hat on. He's got his winner's medal around his neck as well. I mean, what a day for you and for the football club.
What a moment. Be honest, I don't have any words. We're just feeling the same than the fans. 70 is a lot. It's a lot. They deserve it. We play for them. In the change room, I said to the boys today, we go to the pitch as a player and we live there as a legend. And this happened, you know. I'm very happy we put our name in the club history. Just celebrate, but be honest, I'm just getting started. I want more, you know. I'm ambitious. Since when I signed for the club, we were fight for relegation, and I said, I want a Champions League, I want to win something for the club and put my name in the club history. And yeah, first step done.
And you all look so fired up from the start, but you in particular, and Joe Linton, you were whipping the crowd up, you were flying into tackles. Was part of that because you had the heartache of 2 years ago and you were determined not to experience that emotion again?
Yes, can be. I think for me and for Joe, we always try to give everything we had for the club, for the fans. Sometimes we are not 100% physical, but we are always there giving our best, no matter the situation. I think it's one of the reasons they love us, and we love them as well. So what a moment to be Newcastle United.
And in terms of the first goal scorer, could it happen to a nicer guy than Dan Burn to score that goal in a cup final for his hometown team?
I told him, well, what a week you had. I think it's his best week ever. I am very, very proud for him. He worked hard every day. You know, he's the guy of Newcastle. I'm very happy for him. He deserves it. I hope this is just the beginning for him, because he really deserves it.
And you've said already you're ambitious, you want to win more trophies with this football team. That'll be music to the fans' ears, because there's always stories about players being linked away, but you're here and you want to win bigger prizes.
I just want more, it's tough to moment to say about anything, because we just want to celebrate. 70 years a lot. We just wanted to live today. Tomorrow we live there, but of course we want more.
And just finally, how are you going to celebrate? Is there a big party planned tonight?
Big party planning, but I have to fly 6 a.m. to Brazil, so not too much for me, because I have some games with Brazil after 8.
Excellent. Get a nice early night. Thanks for joining us. There you go. That's Bruno Guimaraes live on TalkSport.
Brilliant stuff there from Alex Crook.
There's no Brazilian I know that has an early night. Let me tell you that now.
Well, then
he won't be having it. He'll just go straight through
to the airport
and sleep on the plane.
Love that,
and he deserves it.
Great work from Crookie. Thanks, Crookie. Listen, Newcastle and Liverpool fans will continue to take those calls next. Historic day at Wembley as Newcastle finally lifts silverware. Geordie's your former boss, Alan Pardew, is alongside me tonight, and he's buzzing to speak to you guys, as am I. Keep your calls coming in to us, 037 1722 344. We'll hear from you next on the Final Word phone in here on TalkSport.
Get involved with TalkSport's full-on fan forum and hear insight and analysis from a top team of pumped-up pundits every weeknight from 7 on Kickoff on TalkSport. Plus, get the lowdown on all the latest odds, direct from Ladbrokes.
Dynamic and dazzling.
And hear live commentaries of selected matches throughout the season.
Brilliant football.
Kickoff, weeknights from 7 on TalkSport with Ladbrokes. Supercharge your odds with our Odds Boost button. Selected markets applies to first £50 of stake. Terms apply. 18+. Gambleaware.org.
Discover the world of TrustFord, the largest Ford dedicated dealer group. Explore our extensive range of hybrid and electric models. And don't miss out. Order a Ford Ranger double cab before the 6th of April to lock in lower van taxable benefit rates. Plus, with over 15,000 5-star reviews on Trustpilot, you'll see why we call ourselves TrustFord.
Visit TrustFord now.
Terms and conditions apply. Visit trustford.co.uk for more information.
With a Travis Perkins trade account, you open the door to big trade deals every single month. This month, we've gone big on landscaping. Right through March, get 18mm Indian sandstone paving from as little as £19 per square metre, with various pack sizes and colours available. Join the club and get this and other big landscaping trade deals this March with your trade account. Travis Perkins, doing what matters for the trade. All prices exclude VAT at 20%.
Welcome back to another massive game on TNT Sports. Here's Ali with the teams.
OK, thanks, Fletch. We've got Carlos Alcaraz. In front of him, Coco Gauff and Man Mountain, Nick Kyrgios. Naomi Osaka owns Jabeur, Novak Djokovic and Arina Sabalenka in a diamond. And the big lad, Jannik Sinner, up top. What a lineup.
TNT Sports just got bigger. With tennis, cycling, snooker, motorsport and more, new obsessions await.
Gather round, Moonpigs, and let's get ready for Mother's Day. So show off her favourite photos, your handwritten messages, and those beautiful designs just for Mum. Huh? Yes, and the fun stickers too. Oh, tulips. Janet's going to love those. Bless you. For the UK's most personalised Mother's Day card, nothing beats a Moonpig.com. Use code MUM20 to get 20% off cards. To verify, see www.moonpig.com/personalised.
Perfect timing. Flawless execution. 2.5 turns. Darren Jones, you're a pro with that spanner.
Thank you, Tom Daly. Your boiler's all fixed now, mate.
Oh, you legend. You save bath time.
No problem.
No heating or hot water? Contact British Gas before 11 a.m. and we're committed to being there same day, whether you're a customer or not. T's and C's apply. Based on 2024 data, 80% of customers receive this service.
Whether you're singing songs dressed as a traffic cone at the Alley Pally, roaring yourself hoarse on the first day of Cheltenham, or hugging a complete stranger after a 98th minute win. At Virgin Bet, we always want you to have a great time without ever losing track of your betting. So whilst there's no such thing as a dead cert, it's a good bet will help you keep it fun and safe. Visit our Safer Gambling Hub for more info. Virgin Bet, a good bet. Bet responsibly. 18 plus. GambleAware.org.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave.
Online,
On your mobile.
on the app,
And on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
TalkSport Sports Update with Trust a Trader. When it matters, get the job done marvellously well by a verified Trust a Trader professional.
TalkSport. Good evening, 4 minutes past 8. Here are your sports headlines. One place to start, and it's Wembley on a historic night of Geordie glory.
The joint captains Guimaraes and Trippier throw it into the air, shove the gleaming silver trophy into the air, and all the colour is drained out of Wembley because right now the whole place is black and white.
Dan Burn, the giant in so many ways. His manager Eddie Howe, who like Burn had to fight his way through the leagues, says no one deserved it more.
Dan's never had it easy. He's always had to prove people wrong. But again, on the biggest stage, under pressure, he's delivered a colossal performance today. He won every header. He was really good on the ball, on the floor. And what a goal. I mean, the distance he scored that header from was something I'm sure he'll watch over and over again in his life.
Alexander Isak also scored. Shock, whilst Arne Slot admitted his team were out-muscled.
The game wasn't intense in terms of running. The game was intense in terms of duels. And again, credits to them. They have players that are very, very, very strong in their duels. The game was more theirs. So we had to play their style, and they are better in that style than ours.
In the Premier League, 1-0 Man United lead at the King Power and a first goal in 21 games for Rasmus Højlund, who hit it like a tracer bullet. Morgan Gibbs-White has been added to the England squad for the qualifiers against Latvia and Albania. Cole Palmer is set to withdraw with a muscle injury, having missed today's 1-0 defeat at the Emirates. And Postecoglou singled out Yves Bissouma for letting the game drift by him as Fulham helped themselves to a 2-1 win. It's all about Europe, of course, for Spurs. Rangers won an Old Firm season double for the first time in 4 years with a 3-2 thriller at Celtic Park, and Rhian Brewster's goal helped Sheffield United to a first derby double over Wednesday since 2006. Plenty more on TalkSport.com. TalkSport News. Officials in Macedonia are hunting 4 people after a fire broke out in a nightclub. The death toll has risen to 59. It's reported the government may pull back on a plan to freeze disability payments following criticism from its own Labour MPs. And a Peruvian fisherman who survived 95 days lost at sea in the Pacific Ocean by eating turtles, birds and cockroaches has been rescued and reunited with his family. 61-year-old Maximo Napa Castro set off what should have been a 2-week fishing trip back in December.
TalkSport weather with QuickFit. At QuickFit, we're all about keeping you safe on the road. With our comprehensive motor insurance, we're here for every journey. Search QuickFit Motor Insurance to find out more.
Could reach 19 Celsius in parts of the UK on Thursday. Tonight, a cloudy and chilly evening across the UK with frost forming overnight.
On the TalkSport app, on your smart speaker, on your mobile, and on your smart TV. TalkSport.
The nation's essential destination for big game comment and criticism. High priority post-match fan reaction. The indispensable final word phone in on TalkSport.
Good evening and welcome to the final word phone in here on TalkSport with me, Majestic, alongside the experienced Premier League and former Newcastle United manager Alan Pardew. Tonight belongs to Newcastle United first major trophy in 56 years after beating Premier League champions-elect Liverpool 2-1 at Wembley. Tsunami, the floor is yours. 03717 223344. It's the day generation upon generation the Geordies have been waiting for, like we heard from Jill earlier. You can also ring in to discuss any of today's Premier League, EFL and Scottish Premiership action. Spurs beaten for a 15th time in the league this season.
But at least we got something else to talk about. I mean, because obviously Spurs usually play on a Sunday, and we're constantly reflecting on their efforts. Let's put it that way.
Great win for your team, Fulham, tonight.
Fulham, another great win.
Who remain right in the mix for European football. Meanwhile, Arsenal won a 0-0 against a lacklustre Chelsea side. Blues fans, after so much money spent, should the Gunners really be 9 points better than you at this stage of the season? Plus, Derby Day delight for Rangers and for Sheffield United. Ring me and gloat this Sunday evening. Plus, There's a game going on right now in the Premier League. What's been happening between Leicester and Manchester United? Ian Stringer.
We're in the 53rd minute. It remains Leicester City 0, Manchester United 1. The goal from Højlund just before the half hour separates the sides. But bad news for United fans and Aidan Heaven, the young 18-year-old man, just had to go off on a stretcher. His left leg in a bright fluorescent orange brace. One of those where he's traversing across the ground. He puts his left leg down and jolts something. I don't know, ankle, leg, knee. He's only 18. He's burst onto the scene and had a great last 3 games. A rapturous round of applause. We hope he's well and wish him well. But in the 54th minute, Leicester City 0, Manchester United 1.
Thank you, Ian. Yeah, terrible news that about Heaven, but we'll Ian give us more throughout the game. Listen, it's all about you and your opinions, so give us a call on 03717223344 to air your views to the nation. And the final word phoning here on TalkSport. Don't forget to finish Arsenal 1, Chelsea 0 at Craven Cottage, Fulham 2, Tottenham 0.
I've got a snigger.
With Ryan Sessegnon scoring as well.
Yeah.
Even funnier. Leicester 0 and Manchester United is the latest score from the King Power. In the Championship, we finished Sheffield Wednesday 0. Big result for Sheffield United by winning a goal.
Yeah, it's hard to win that Steel derby up there, and he's doing a great job. And they look like they're going to get across the line against Sheffield United. Chris Wilder.
And in the Scottish Premiership, Celtic 2, Rangers 3. And in the WSL, Crystal Palace lost a goal to 0 at home, and Tottenham beat Brighton 3-1. Let's go over to the phone lines. I'm going to go. Listen, I'll ask Pards. Do you want a Newcastle or Liverpool fan?
Newcastle.
Let's go to Andy, the Newcastle fan. It's not Andy Carroll, is it?
No, it's not Andy Carroll, mate. It's Andy the long-suffering Geordie.
Long-suffering until tonight, Andy.
Not anymore.
Yeah, do me a favour first, fellas. Tell me I'm not dreaming. Tell me don't wake up.
Andy, today at Wembley Stadium, the young lad who Newcastle let go at 11 years of age, Dan Burns, who was called up to England today, scored the opener against Liverpool with a firing header.
And you know what's funny about that? I think when the ball hit his head, he was in Sunderland.
Listen, Andy, how long have you supported Newcastle for, my friend?
1986, mate, 1986. Loved it at depth. I've just got to say as well, heard you scored, hello, heard you scored. That'll be one of them. And I think Joe Linton today was exceptional.
Every ball, every tackle.
Dan Burn. You talk about Dan Burn, yeah, fantastic. Got the goal. First ever goal for Newcastle United at Wembley for 25 years, right? And, but Joe Linton, I think he made a tackle at some point. I can't remember who he tackled it on, but somebody was breaking through.
Yeah, he done 3 of them, actually.
Nailed onto an equaliser.
Yeah.
Fantastic tackle. And by the way, I've got to say something as well to that posh guy, Piers Morgan. He says he's going to drive all the way, pay all the money in the world to get these back to Arsenal. I'll tell you something, Mr. Morgan. Why in God's name would Alexander Isak swap the Ark Royal for the Titanic?
Well, there you go.
Couple of that, Morgan. Away, man.
Away, man.
Away, man.
It was a great finish, by the way. Great movement.
Like Gil said half an hour ago, thanks for everything, Mr. Pardew.
You're most welcome.
At Newcastle. You had a lot more restraints financially.
certainly had a bit of that.
Nearly as far.
But what
took was nearly as far as what this guy's done. So it's just been an outrageous day. And I'll say one final thing as well before you let me go. 5 minutes before the game kicked off, I says to myself, should I pull out 2 bottles of Newby Brown today? Because that might make me win. And guess what? I pulled them out and we did it. And thanks to all the Liverpool fans, by the way, for all the decent comments I got, because I was in a house full of Liverpool fans today, and they just said, we've won a load of trophies in the last few years.
Andy,
and I thank them so much.
Thanks for the call, Andy, but I'm going to have to cut you short because there's been a goal at the King Power Stadium. Ian.
There has, but it looks like it's been disallowed for offside. 57 minutes gone, Leicester City 0, Manchester United 1. However, it looked like Garnacho had made it 2-0. Højlund, having scored in the first half, turning assist, played it outside of his inside right channel to Garnacho. Garnacho, is he offside? Is he onside? We're going to spend about 25 minutes having a look via VAR. Regardless, Garnacho takes it back inside, left-footed into the bottom corner, and Man United thought they were 2-0 up, but VAR is intervening. The first glance suggests
he is probably just about offside. Leicester 0, Manchester United 1. In fact, it is indeed offside. The score remains 1-0.
Thank you very much, Ian. Let's go back to Andy. Sorry, Andy, there's another game going on, Manchester United and Leicester, but right now, you don't care about that. You care about the fact that you won some silverware.
Yeah, but I'm quite happy if Man United fall on that word I can't say again. But that would be nice if Man United lost again, but I don't think they will today because Leicester are dire, and we've got to beat them to try and progress to the Champions League now.
I was going to say that, Andy. What a season it could be if you win the Carabao Cup and get Champions League football.
It'd be amazing because I think, like you said to another caller about 5 minutes ago, have you seen the results this weekend? Who's not won? Brighton's not won. Although I think they're fantastic, and I thank them as well because a lot of their supporters, speaking to friends of mine who are Spoon fans as well, who said, we've not yet the cup, but please God, go and win this League Cup. But yeah, Brighton's not won, Man City's not won, Chelsea's not won, Bournemouth's not won, and mind you, they're the best team I think that's played at Newcastle United this season. Bournemouth, they were outstanding. Yeah. But as I say, I didn't think I'd ever see this day, but I'll tell you something now. I won't see the next 3 days. the Brunel's going down. It's like going to a party and you're the ugliest bloke in the world. And after about half an hour, a nice girl comes up to you and says, "Do you know you've got something?"
I love that.
That sounds like a night out in Newcastle. That does. That sounds like
Andy, fantastic. You're not dreaming. Andy. Soak it all in. 03717 223344. Let's go over to Carl, as a Liverpool fan. Evening, Carl.
Hello, mate. You alright?
Yeah, not too bad. How are you feeling after that? Because at the end of the day, most Liverpool fans know you're going to win the league. So you've got the Premier League in Slot's first season. Would it be nice to win that, though?
Yeah, listen, I just want to say it's great being in the great company of the legend Pards and also Madge, right? But listen, sorry Pards, but Madge, what a tune that you done for Sunday Brunch. Every single Sunday, mate. I love listening to that tune. It's my Sunday, literally calling. But anyway, listen, I just want to say a massive congratulations to Newcastle, right?
Brilliant.
Literally, we were in it. And I think if we were to twin our own fans with someone else's fans, it's definitely Newcastle with Liverpool fans. They are absolutely fantastic. They literally, outsung our fans today, and they put on an amazing performance. If they were to do that every week in, week out, they'd win the league, right? They would, right? But listen, unfortunately, they don't, right? But listen, I'll tell you this now. What really does me head in is the biggest question I need to ask, Slot, is, come on, change the game. I don't understand it, mate. I really don't. But listen, we're 15 points clear. I sat in my chair today. I didn't know that. I watched it, and it was quite a relaxed watch, actually, to be honest. I knew Newcastle were going to do us, you know what I mean, and they did. But why hasn't he played Chiesa more? Come on, change the game, really, I thought.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Listen, well, he's a class act, there's no doubt about that.
At the end of the day, congratulations to Newcastle. They deserved that today. It was a great performance. We were lacklustre. We weren't in it. But I'll tell you this, Pod. Van Dijk will stay. Salah will stay. And Trent is going to go. I do believe that. Yeah. I do. And it's a big one for you. Sorry, Newcastle fans, I love you to death. We do love you, right? But Isak's coming to Liverpool next season.
That's a big statement there from Carl. Thank you very much, Carl. Listen, 03717 223344. We're going to keep those calls coming in. Newcastle fans, Liverpool fans, and anyone that wants to react to the weekend's football. And of course, there is currently a game going on at the King Power Stadium, where it currently sits Leicester 0, Manchester United 1. Man United going close there. Keep those calls coming in. It's the Final Word phone in here on TalkSport.
Okay, enough razzmatazz. But it's not every day a new scratch card drops. With the new Set for 5 Years scratch card from the National Lottery, you could win £5 a month, every month, for 5 years. Pick up yours in-store today and get scratching. Search Dream Big, Play Small. Rules, procedures and game-specific rules apply. Players must be 18 or over.
It's past 7 p.m. and your money's winding down. Why not keep it working while you rest? Download the XTB app and let your money work for you. Buy stocks and ETFs commission-free. Invest passively with investment plans. Open an ISA account. Earn up to 4.5% interest on uninvested funds and more. XTB, where your money works.
Your capital is at risk. XTB Limited is a global fintech, not a bank. Deposits should be made for investment purposes only. T's and C's apply.
With a Travis Perkins trade account, you open the door to big trade deals every single month. This month, we've gone big on landscaping. Right through March, get pressure-treated timber decking from as little as £2.63 per metre, with various sizes available. Join the club and get this and other big landscaping trade deals this March with your trade account. Travis Perkins, doing what matters for the trade. All prices exclude VAT at 20%.
Choice on point. Quality on point. Price on Motor Point. Over 1,000 new cars every week. Fiat 500s, Qashqais, Ford Pumas, BMW 1 Series and more. Fully inspected cars with warranty. Find thousands of cars at motorpoints.co.uk. There's no car like a Motorpoint car. Test drive one at Motorpoint stores nationwide.
At Vodafone, get the amazing Google Pixel 9 Pro XL and save a huge £864. Plus, with Gemini, your AI assistant, you can go live, get hands-free help and talk things out. Go online or in-store today. Hurry, enter 18th of March. Vodafone.
Save £576 on 5GB airtime over 36 months and £288 on phone. Phone cost £806. Eligibility, credit checks and terms apply. Finance Vodafone.
Jill Scott here with the winning pass from Cadbury. You could be in with a chance to win the ultimate match day experience. A choice of Arsenal, Chelsea FC, Leeds United, Manchester United or Tottenham Hotspur match tickets. Plus a luxury hotel stay and a chance to meet a legend. The full works. Best of all, you get to share it with 3 of your mates. Who will you share it with? Buy a pack to enter. UK only 18 plus. Visit thewinningpass.cadbury.co.uk to enter and for full T's and C's and price details.
Yo UK, listen up! At BetMGM we give our players sports betting entertainment like nobody's business. Football, horse racing, darts, boxing, tennis, golf, NFL, NBA, offers. Oh, you know we got offers, like bet £10 and get £40 in free bets. BetMGM, it's showtime.
New customers only. Wagering requirements and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
Wednesday night
Live Women's Champions League football.
on TalkSport 2.
What a goal! Manchester City versus Chelsea.
What a strike!
Kick off at 8 p.m.
They've taken the lead against the run of play.
Feel the full force of football. Wednesday night.
On TalkSport 2.
Kick it.
The mic. Psych.
Straight up proving, we can get you grooving. This track's booming, it ain't no hype. Watch us wreck the mic, watch us wreck the mic.
Right now you're listening to the Ant and Deck of TalkSport. Imagine Parks. Should we get a single?
Yeah, of course, yeah. But I like Ant and Deck. I met them a few times and I was up there in Geordie World.
Oh, yeah? Good
boys.
guys?
Good lads. I'm so pleased for them. They'll be chuffed. They wear it like every Newcastle fan, you know, win or lose.
Yeah.
They've been good for the club.
Madge and Pards, the new Ant and Deck. That's what I'm dubbing us on TalkSport.
Well, we're bigger than Ant and Deck, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Record
Big old
break,
lumps.
Record breaking show as well.
Yeah. Well, that's good.
03717
223344. It is the Fun Word Phone in here on TalkSport as we reflect on Newcastle United beating Liverpool at Wembley to become Carabao Cup winners 2025, winning major honours for the first time in over 56 years. And we are reflecting with the Toon Army. So let's go straight over to the phone line. Craig's a Newcastle fan. He joins us. Way to Craig.
Hello, boys.
Yeah, not bad, mate. How are you feeling?
Oh, buzzing.
Oh, I've got to stop you because there's been a goal at the King Power Stadium. Ian Stringer.
Garnacho had one ruled out 5 minutes ago, but this one will count. Leicester 0, Manchester United 2. Garnacho finishes it hard and low. His last Premier League goal was a 3-0 game in November against Leicester City, he loves scoring against the Foxes, Garnacho. It's a good finish. United deserve it. It breaks and he buries it hard and low. Not too dissimilar to the one that was disallowed. Leicester are finished. Not only today, consign them to the Championship. They're finished. Leicester 0, Man United 2.
He's relegated them.
He's relegated them. Let's go back to Craig. Sorry, Craig. There's another football game going on. Can you believe it? But we're talking about Newcastle. How are you feeling?
Like I said, I'm absolutely buzzing. I thought we deserved to win over the 90 minutes. Looked at the starting lineup and see that Kwanzaa right back and Kelleher in goal, and you think, well, we've got a little bit of a chance here. You've got go for it, and absolutely buzzing. The boys played outstanding. So happy for Eddie Howe as well.
Paul, sorry, Craig, tell me about your love of Newcastle. I don't detect a Geordie accent. How did you come to support Newcastle United?
Well, long story really. I suppose I started supporting Newcastle when I was 13 years old. I think we were second bottom of the second division, and Keegan had just taken over from our dealers, Keegan, for me, when I was growing up, my older brother was a Liverpool fan, and it's just I just love Keegan and love the affiliation of the club, and
one of my ex-player mates played in that team. Peter Garland, do you remember that name?
Peter Garland?
Yeah.
No, he's probably a little bit before my time.
Yeah.
Growing up, I brought like the black and white magazine and looked up on my history of the club, and remember your team as well. Of course, into Europe, Alan, and I watched a very, very interesting YouTube video today of some young Chinese guy that
I've seen that clip.
He followed Newcastle after your misdemeanour in the whole game.
Yes, that's right. Yes, the most slight misdemeanour that you were talking about. Yes, it's interesting today. Talking about Kevin Keegan. He was not in sight today, was he? He wasn't at the game. No, it's a shame.
It is a little bit of a shame. Because
big shout out to him, by the way, because he is Newcastle through and and such great things for the football club.
Are you celebrating tonight, Craig?
Well, I was out with my boy, watching the game. I've had a few whiskeys, and I'm home with the wife now, and he's gone on to celebrate with his mates. But just absolutely buzzing though.
Lovely.
It's like not going to sing today, I suppose, for a few weeks, and
go to the freezer, get a couple of ice cubes, and get another scotch down you. Lovely, enjoy.
Absolutely, yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. That's Craig, a Newcastle fan. So many buzzing Newcastle fans, and we love to hear from it. I've got an interesting caller. Paul's a Liverpool fan. Evening, Paul.
Good evening, gentlemen.
How you doing after today's display?
Yeah, firstly, congratulations to Newcastle. Well deserved.
Absolutely.
I just want to speak about Mo Salah, because he's been getting a lot of stick the last few weeks, and in my opinion...
It falls in a certain period of time, doesn't it?
Yeah, Ramadan.
Yep.
And I think that's affecting his energy level.
Paul, we actually discussed this. I'm not sure if you listened a couple of weeks ago. Pards brought this up last weekend, actually. Yeah, and you're right,
that's
Paul.
Why I was phoning up tonight to see what Alan Pardew's opinion on this is. Like, should he be managed a slightly bit better? I know it's probably on Mo as well to say, but should he be managed better with his minutes? Because for me, and it's only my opinion, and I've got friends who are fast, there's definitely a drop off with his energy levels, and I definitely think, it's in that season. It's not a coincidence, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, I will round that off by saying, the Islamic faith and everything, in terms of the way it affects different people, and obviously the genetic makeup of footballers is different from every player. So everybody's got certain rhythms in their body that can get affected more so. And and I think you're quite right in saying that it's affecting him definitely more so than maybe other players, and unfortunately, as good as your sports science team can be in trying to manage it, obviously if they're not taking any kind of energy during the day, then it's very, very difficult. If their genetic makeup makes it, they're suffering. And he does look to me I was watching him closely, actually, off the ball today, as much as I could, because it was the TV screens. And he looked like he was working hard enough, but the dynamism, the dynamic movements that he has, it seems to have deserted him, doesn't it, in this period? And I think you're right to highlight it, and people must understand that this is a very difficult period for players who are going through this process.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's just my opinion, but he's coming in for a lot of flack. And he's been great for us. And yes, he's dipped, but I just look at it and kind of go, what's the common denominator here? And for me, it's like that. And the same thing happened last season. If you kind of remember, the same kind of things were happening. And I just think that's possibly what it is. But, congratulations to Newcastle again.
Yeah, of course, and you're quite right. It might have been that the manager might need to look at that. I mean, we've still got 2 weeks left of Ramadan.
It doesn't matter how fit you are. I mean, he's one of the fittest. You know that when he takes the shirt off, he's an absolute, an absolutely beast.
Ripped to pieces, isn't he?
It's a human body. It's a human body.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brilliant, cool. Thank you very much. Great little discussion about the dip in form at Mo Salah does happen.
Yeah, but we're talking about Kaiser, maybe playing a bit more, maybe take him out of the team, and that's why I say managers have to manage players. If they're suffering in Ramadan, then perhaps rest them a game or two. Obviously, it's a final today.
It's hard to rest Salah in your final, isn't it?
Exactly, and obviously PSG. So maybe the next game, maybe we might see him on the bench.
It's a Sunday night. And we're on to the later time of 10 p.m. tonight, which is the extended version.
Another hour of us. I mean, I don't know how much.
Well, Newcastle winning the cup. Another hour of us. What a Sunday!
We need to get some beers in, don't we?
Well, I'm allergic, so
I'll go red. We've got to be professional. Okay.
It's Sunday. Not only does it mean that you get another hour of us, but it means this as well.
On your WhatsApp is a very special place you can
speak to Max and Ponju.
WhatsApp, baby.
Away the lads.
WhatsApp, baby.
Johnny's.
WhatsApp, baby. WhatsApp.
Fires the time.
WhatsApp, baby. WhatsApp.
Right and groove.
WhatsApp
number is 037123344. We're the lads, and you know who we want to spit in the night, Pods?
Yeah. Well, I want to hear from people in Newcastle tonight.
Newcastle?
Yeah, even if you're out, go outside the bar and do a little voice note to
What's
us.
the hot spots in Newcastle?
Oh, there's a few. I mean, obviously, I don't know them. I never went any of them.
Listen,
apart from one or two.
I want to know from jubilated Newcastle United fans tonight, all the generations, what it means to you. I want you to give us a WhatsApp voice note on 03717 223344. And I'll tell you what I've been impressed with.
There's actually, this is a personal one. The tea lady at Newcastle, who was the love of my life up there, Kathy, she passed away a few years ago. But if any of her family are calling in, Geordie Mad, obviously, she was the tea lady of Bobby Robson, Kevin Keegan, everybody. She's a legend up there. If any of her family, send us a little voice note.
So Kathy,
how you're getting on.
Kathy, the late great tea lady from Newcastle United, if any of her family or close friends are listening, we'd like a WhatsApp voice note from them. And as well, can we get on of Ant and Deck? Can us as a collective, as the nation, who's got a link to Ant and Deck? I want to hear from Ant and Deck on this show tonight. 03717 223344. It's the final word.
Football, it has its ups and downs. There's the players who kiss the badge and kiss the club goodbye, right after you've splashed out £100 to get their name on your kit. And the A-list striker who always sticks it in row Z. The good news is the Ladbrokes ACCA gives you auto insurance, free bets back and big odds boosts. So whatever else lets you down, it won't be your ACCA. It's a gaffer of an ACCA from Ladbrokes.
18 plus, online and mobile. Minimum odds apply. Maximum 1 to 3 £10 free bets per customer per day. Up to £50 at boosted odds. Restrictions and T&Cs apply. BeGambleAware.org. Take time to think.
With a Travis Perkins trade account, you open the door to big trade deals every single month. This month, we've gone big on landscaping. Right through March, get a 20-kilogram bag of postcrete for as little as £5.35 each. Join the club and get this and other big landscaping trade deals this March with your trade account. Travis Perkins, doing what matters for the trade. All prices exclude VAT at 20%.
From speeding through the Smiler's 14-loop roller coaster to taking on the twists and turns of the runaway mine train. Alton Towers Resort. There's no feeling like it. Book a day or a stay today. Height restrictions apply.
It's past 7 p.m. and your money's winding down. Why not keep it working while you rest? Download the XTB app and let your money work for you. Buy stocks and ETFs commission-free. Invest passively with investment plans. Open an ISA account. Earn up to 4.5% interest on uninvested funds and more. XTB, where your money works.
Your capital is at risk. XTB Limited is a global fintech, not a bank. Deposits should be made for investment purposes only. T's and C's apply.
Choice on point. Quality on point. Price on Motorpoint. Over 1,000 new cars every week. Fiat 500s, Qashqais, Ford Pumas, BMW 1 Series and more. Fully inspected cars with warranty. Find thousands of cars at motorpoints.co.uk. There's no car like a Motorpoint car. Test drive one at Motorpoint stores nationwide.
I'm Jane Mulkerrins, Associate Editor of The Times Magazine. This weekend, you can read The Times and Sunday Times for free and discover the best of our journalism. We've got an interview with the iconic artist Grayson Perry, an exclusive extract about John and Paul's relationship before the Beatles. We reveal who made it onto our first ever Beauty Rich list. And don't miss our Formula One coverage, including Lewis Hamilton's debut race for Ferrari. Read The Times and Sunday Times for free this weekend at thetimes.com.
When it comes to sports betting, it's important to cool off and play safe. Set deposit limits to control your spending. Set timeouts when you need a break. And set reality checks to know how long you've been playing. Showtime ain't always go time. Stay safe, players, at BetMGM.
18 plus, please gamble responsibly.
Great Scott! It's 2025 and you're still tuning in on your radio. Don't you know a vastly superior transmission device has been invented? If you're going to listen to TalkSport, why not do it with some style by stepping into the future and downloading the TalkSport app with fully modernized sound quality and access to a digital library of so-called podcasts. It'll blow your mind. So come on, future boy, witness the progress of mankind. Where we're going, we don't need aerials. Download the app today and listen online.
After match analysis, final match anatomy, the final word phone in.
It's the final word phone in here on TalkSport with me, Majestic, and Alan Pardew, the former Newcastle United manager. Managed for 185 games. The Troon Army.
Yes. And, every game was massively important.
Best memory?
The best memory, well, definitely the season that obviously we finished fifth. There was lots of highlights in that season. But my first game, ironically, which is connected to today's game, was Liverpool.
Really?
And it was so important for me because everybody loved Chris Houghton, the ex-manager. In regards to Chris, he's a top fella. But the ownership wanted to change to me, and I was under a real pressure to get a result. And Kenny Dalglish was the manager of Liverpool at the time. We beat them 3-1. Andy Carroll got 2. And it was a great day. And Mike Ashley, the chairman, who obviously was not particularly loved up there, was chuffed. I was the happiest I see him.
Best player that you managed at Newcastle?
Best player, that's a difficult one because I had some fantastic players there. But I think Johan Kabay, Colaccini, blah blah blah. But I think Demba Ba was probably a very, very important player for the team, not just because of his playing ability. Obviously, we see that at Chelsea, but his leadership and the way he carried himself. I was a big fan of Demba Ba.
Just looking through the managers that Newcastle have had over the last 30 years almost. And apart from Ruud Gullit and Rafa Benitez, pretty much been all British since like Ardines in '91. So it's always very British. A lot of English managers, like English, Irish, Scottish managers there.
Yeah, and it was, and I take my hat off to the current ownership, because it was a brave call, to stick with Eddie and to go with Eddie. And now they've got rewarded. And make no mistake, that game today was heavily influenced by the manager. Tactically, his tactics were spot on. He played in a quite direct, aggressive game. His set plays were on the money. He found some weaknesses in the Liverpool setup.
Well, let's go deeper to that in a moment's time. Let's first go to Ian Stringer, who is at the King Power Stadium. Leicester taking on Manchester United.
We're into the 83rd minute. Leicester City 0, Manchester United 2. The first half goal from Højlund and the second half strike from Garnacho separate these two sides, and frankly Manchester United are in cruise control. The Foxes have now gone over 10 hours in the league without a home goal, and they just don't look like scoring one, lads. I've got to say, when I was a kid and things got tough, my old dear God rest her soul, you get tin tomatoes on toast on a Sunday night. It exists, but nothing exciting. Leicester City are tin tomatoes on toast. They exist in the Premier League, but there is zero to get excited about, and it doesn't look like it's going to magically change into a delicious meal. They are poor. 7 to go, Leicester 0, Man United 2.
Tin tomatoes on toast.
I mean, that's
bad, isn't it?
That's bad. I mean, my mum wouldn't dream of serving me that. Should do baked beans on toast.
That's
because that works,
that's
isn't it?
high class.
Yeah, I mean,
tin tomatoes.
And that
general.
was a major like dish as a pro footballer. Your pre-match was beans on toast back in the day. Not anymore, by the way. Too much sugar.
No, but they've reduced the sugar and the beans are no good.
But even
the beans are terrible now, so it's not the same.
Not quite the same.
Throw a bit of sugar in.
Tomatoes on toast. Wow.
No good. Why did Newcastle beat Liverpool today? What did you see, Pards? From we're in Coach's Corner.
Okay.
Welcome to Coach's Corner with Alan Pardew.
Well, what he did today was decided, and Newcastle can play out. They have the technical ability to play out. Was to not play out at all, to hit everything long, to squeeze the pitch, make it a dynamic game, i.e. second balls, which they were physically stronger than Liverpool. They fabricated the game so they wouldn't let Liverpool get in a rhythm.
Nope.
They kept breaking it up, whether that was a tackle or an interception or a foul. Took their time on set plays. He had spotted some weaknesses in that they do a zonal mark in Liverpool, and having Dan Burn wander around at the far post, McAllister, that was a mismatch trying to stop his run. He never had any power to stop him, so that worked well for him. And I think the general kind of attitude of the team and the energy that he got in that dressing room into the team was the difference between the two teams.
Energy.
Liverpool couldn't match their dynamic energy and tenacity that they showed under those tactics. So the game hardly got stretched. You remember in the first half, it got stretched a little bit.
Yeah.
And it went a little bit to and fro. If I was Eddie on the sideline, that would have been warning signs for me. He probably the only period in the game that he was concerned, because the rest of it was stop-start, exactly how he wanted it.
Absolutely. And the almost the desire to win today, I felt, was more in Newcastle's court. You could see it every throw-in that they won.
And never underestimate a defeat in a cup final. That 2 years ago was definitely fire in the belly for today, and particularly the two Brazilians who were outstanding today.
Well, you mentioned the Brazilians. Let's hear from an ambitious Bruno Guimaraes.
What a link!
I just want more, it's tough to moment to say about anything, because we just want to celebrate 70 years a lot. We just wanted to live today. Tomorrow we live there, but of course we want more.
Bruno's ambitious. He wants to win the Champions League with Newcastle. Can they do it?
Well, they've definitely got the funds in terms of in the background to do it, because we know who owns them, right?
Yeah.
It's the state fund of Saudi Arabia. Whether financial fair play and the regulations will, and they got the room to do that is debatable, really. And this is a bit of a problem for me. When you look at the Champions League now, and we got Villa in there, which is brilliant, but the rest of them of those clubs are all heavily backed, heavily financed, and they're only going to go away. This World Club Championship, they're going to get another 100 million. Man City and Chelsea, it's going to be very, very difficult to bridge that gap.
Absolutely. 03717 223344 is the number to call us. It's currently Leicester 0, Manchester United 2. What did you make of Sir Jim Radcliffe's comments in the week, Pards? He said some stuff, didn't he?
Yeah, but he's followed that up today because he had an interview in the Times with Martin Samuel, who's probably the top sports correspondent in the country, and he said some strange things today. I mean, he's very critical of Manchester United. He said these quotes. I've got a few here. I mean, I wouldn't have tolerated Ed Woodward or Richard Arnold. One was a rugby man and the other was a merchant banker and an accountant. Very poor decisions over 12 years. Stupid things. They made a complete cock-up. It's shocking, really. I mean, that's some statement. You know, forget about what he said about the players, and obviously Fernandes reacted to that, saying we were hurt by those comments about players on too much money and stuff like that. And then he followed it up with another quote today, which I thought was strange, because when I went to Manchester United and visited Alex Ferguson,
Manchester United,
I don't know when that would have been, 20 years ago, maybe longer. He said this quote today: United missed the data revolution. We don't have data analysts at United. All we got is Jason Wilcox's eyes. That's the quote he's used today, right? And then he goes on to say Jason Wilcox is brilliant, blah, 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 blah. But when I went there, their analytics team under Alex Ferguson was pretty good. So I find that strange, if I'm honest. And, you know, OK, so Brighton and Brentford have a betting industry. They have 200 analysts, 300 analysts in the background doing all these rhythms by, you know, getting everything kind of centred to find these young players who have got massive talent and buying them. So yeah, there are clubs who've got better systems, but I don't think they're data illiterate at all. Manchester United, I think that's unfair on the staff that are currently there.
Well, Manchester United currently beating Leicester by 2-0 at the King Power Stadium, which means that they will leapfrog Tottenham Hotspur, who lost 2-0 today at Craven Cottage. Their former player Ryan Sessegnon coming on and scoring pretty much with his first touch. We're going to be talking about that. An update on the golf. Play was suspended in the Players' Championship with Rory McIlroy ahead on 12 under par.
Come on, Rory.
Weather caused the stoppage, but it does get back underway on TalkSport 2 from 9 a.m. tomorrow, 9:15 a.m. tomorrow. Keep your calls coming into us, 03 717 22 344. It's the final word phone in. We're going to be talking about Spurs on TalkSport.
Welcome back to another spectacular match day, but what's this? Looks like the fans are playing Coral's free reward shaker. The half and half scarfers shaking decisively for once. They bagged a super boost. Next to them, the Prawn Sandwich Brigade. Oh, they've shaken up a free bet after that free lunch. Play Coral's free reward shaker to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers this season. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK max 1 reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Gambleaware.org.
It's even bigger than that full house decorating job you've got on. Oh, that 30-foot high ceiling you've got to paint.
It's the Johnston's Decorating Centre Big Sale event with huge savings and multi-buy deals like Cover Plus Vinyl Matte, 10-litre Brilliant White and 5-litre colours, any two for £55, and 10-litre John Matte Premium Contract Matte, two for £40. So get to your local Johnston's Decorating Centre now or visit johnstonsdc.com. T's and C's apply. Prices exclude VAT at 20%.
Football is full of big moments.
Penalty!
The near misses.
Oh!
The last-minute winners.
It's an absolute screamer!
Put yourself at the heart of the action with Betfred. Check out our huge range of football markets, daily offers and price boosts in shops and online. Love football? Betfred. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
With a Travis Perkins trade account, you open the door to big trade deals every single month. This month, we've gone big on landscaping. Right through March, get a 6x5 foot super lap fence panel for just £28, or a 6x6 foot panel for only £30. Join the club and get this and other big landscaping trade deals this March with your trade account. Travis Perkins, doing what matters for the trade. All prices exclude VAT at 20%.
At AJ Bell, we've made setting up your ISA easy. So easy, a baby could do it. Though babies can't invest. They certainly wouldn't have any use for our low-cost investment platform, or the coordination to use it, even though it's really, really easy. They also don't listen to radio ads. Unlike you clever sausage. Now, set yourself up with an ISA as a reward. You can even set one up for your baby. Open one in under 15 minutes and start investing today. AJ Bell. Feel good investing. the value of your investments can go down as well as up.
Whatever kind of football fan you are, TalkSport and the Coral Daily Download are here for it to celebrate the fans every day. Whether you're a front row seater or a prawn sandwich eater, a half and half scarf wearer or a lifelong faithful torchbearer, a retro shirt for every game or bare-chested, even in the rain. For all the latest news, reaction and odds this season, don't miss the Coral Daily Download every morning from 6 on TalkSport. With Coral, we're here for the fans. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Tomorrow afternoon from 1 with Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport.
An interestingly assembled packed lunch of
cheese and pickle, hammer and sickle.
Still crispy.
After 25 years.
A whole grain recipe for lunchtime laughs and legends.
It's Hawksby and Jacobs. Tomorrow afternoon from 1 on TalkSport.
Good evening. Final word phoning here on TalkSport. Imagine Pards. I'm having my Sunday dinner.
What are you having a little scoff?
A little bit of pork that you brought me.
Yeah.
Where did that come from?
Oh, well, that come from a nice place today.
Yeah.
Nice restaurant, yeah.
Very nice. Indeed, me and Pards enjoying our Sunday snack here on the Final Word. It is 03717 22344. I just text former Spurs midfielder Sandro, the Brazilian.
Oh, yeah.
Talking about Bruno. I said, Bruno reminds me of you, the way he loves Newcastle. You Brazilians are so passionate. Exactly, bro. We play for the love.
Well, you know, you have to say that the Brazilian footballer does travel well.
They do indeed.
They go Italy, they do well. They go Russia, they do well. They do well everywhere. Brilliant.
Let's go to the King Power Stadium. There's been another goal. Let's go to Ian Stringer.
We've had 94 minutes of the 98 we're going to have, and Bruno Fernandes has rounded off a wonderful week. He scored 3 against Real Sociedad for Manchester United in the Europa League earlier on this week, and he's scored a last-minute goal here to make it 3 for Manchester United. Raking ball by substitute Casemiro, a yard or two in his own half, finds Dalot wide right. He's got all the grass of Leicester to run in, exposes that space, sets it back outside the 18-yard box, and Fernandes doesn't need a touch. He just hammers it into the bottom corner and makes it 3 goals, 3 points, and game over for Leicester City. We've got about 3.5 minutes of added time to go. It's Leicester City 0, Manchester United 3.
Thank you very much, Ian.
So tomatoes on toast for all Leicester players later on.
Indeed. A nice sort of segue. As I mentioned, Sandro, he was actually at the Spurs Stadium on Thursday as a half-time guest when Spurs beat AZ Alkmaar.
Yes. Squeezed through. Yeah.
But we did get through in the end into the quarterfinal of Europa League. Back to losing ways at Craven Cottage on Sunday. Another loss before an international break. 2-0.
Yeah. Thursday to Sunday, defend any manager is tough. It's a tough turnaround. Again, you know, aside, when I looked at the clips, a bit like Liverpool today, a bit lacklustre, and that European football definitely takes it out of a team. I mean, the problem that he has is the amount of defeats that he has to his name.
Well, let's hear what he said to TalkSport's Jake Robson.
Tight game. It was always going to be a tight game. There wasn't really much in it. I thought, especially in the second half, I thought we were growing into the game. I thought we had the better chances at 0-0 to get ahead, and then we give them a really soft goal, and then the game just got away from us. So it's another day where disappointing to lose.
Because it looked like before you conceded the first, it looked like you certainly gained the upper hand in that second half.
Yeah, I thought we were. I mean, I don't think they really created much. I don't think Vic had a save to make, and we had a couple of big chances to go 1-0 up. But we've done that a fair bit this year, of conceding a soft goal, and when you do that, especially away from home, then just gives the opposition a chance to grow into the game.
Was that the plan, sort of to try and hang in there until you could bring on the likes of Sonny, Maddison?
No, it wasn't the plan, but you kind of know playing here that it's never going to be an open game. It's a tight ground. It's a windy day and the way they play, so I just felt if we can keep it nice and solid for as long as possible, that we would get opportunities, which we did. But again, unfortunately we conceded something we shouldn't have.
And then obviously the second goal is probably one Ben Davies won't want to see again.
Yeah, but it's not about Ben. It's just like I said, as a team, we're kind of. We've had it too many times this year where we've just given oppositions a leg up, where if we had hung in there, we could have got something out of the game.
Do you think Lucas Bergwell could have had a penalty down there in the second half?
I'll leave that to the officiating, but I really feel that the fact that we don't carry on like others hurts us as a team.
Just lastly, between now and the end of the season, obviously all hands on deck for the Europa League.
Yeah, but we've still got to push on in the league, and we're still going to have the Thursday, Sunday sort of turnarounds for the next period. So we need to make sure that we're ready for that.
Spurs manager Ange Postecoglou there, speaking to TalkSport's Jake Robson. What did you make of his comments there? Windy day at Craven Cottage, difficult day.
Yeah, I mean, the faults of, being in the game tight, we didn't take our chances, it all starts sounding a bit repetitive after a little period. A bit. And, he's already thrown in a little warning at the end there. We've still got Thursday to Sunday to go in the next 2 games.
Finding excuses nice and early.
As I said to you, I've managed that at Newcastle. It's very difficult with a small squad, and he's had injuries, so I do sympathise a little bit with that argument. But, 15 defeats now in 29 games for a team of that quality doesn't reflect well.
Absolutely. I'm just looking at the last 10 games for when people got sacked at Spurs. Conte's last 10 games before he got sacked, he was in 4th place when they sacked Conte, and his last game he drew 3-3 with Southampton away. We gave that away with 3-1 up. We beat Forest 3-1 at home. We went out the Champions League to AC Milan. We'd beaten Chelsea 2-0, beaten West Ham 2-0 in that run-up. Why is it that Pochettino, who got Spurs to the Champions League final, was at 14th place when we did lose 7-2 to Bayern Munich. That was a bad one. We went out of the 3rd round of the Carabao Cup to Colchester. It wasn't great. But how come the manager is getting so much leeway, it feels?
Well, I'm not so sure he's getting leeway. I mean, let's be honest.
He's still got a job.
Yeah.
He still has a job.
Let's be honest, he's still in the Europa League. And when you look at the teams in that, you'd still say that Tottenham are in that top 3 of winning it.
Yeah, but can we trust him to take us till there? I think
the ownership are. I genuinely do. I think if he wasn't in it, if he got knocked out maybe this round and he lost today, he would have been in trouble.
You manage in the Eredivisie, yeah? AZ Alkmaar. A team like Spurs have to beat them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a given, right?
Well, it's not a given. Nothing's a given. And there are some top teams in Dutch football, and AZ are one of those teams. But I still expect Tottenham to...
You expect Tottenham to win, right?
To comfortably get through that.
So I'm looking...
The next game is a bit more difficult.
I'm looking at the Carabao Cup second leg semi-final. We're going to that 1-0. We go to Anfield, all right? Who Newcastle today beat at Wembley. We went there, pathetic, gutless, 4-0 loss. Ange ball, nowhere to be seen. Played with a double low block.
Yeah, double low block, yeah.
So...
At least he changed that.
But that's what I'm saying. At the moment, I don't see... I saw Ange ball for a moment on Thursday evening when we scored that. I might be the 2nd or 3rd goal. It came from the back. And again, the Maverick man, I talk about James Maddison. A lot of people talk about he doesn't turn up, etc. For me, it's the little moments of game. Me and you went to Spurs against Palace last season. Both of us said the only person pulling strings was James Maddison. In the week, he drops his shoulder, and that little space that he developed there, we went on and scored a goal. Today he comes on and instantly impacts the game. Solanke was unlucky, he should have scored from the pass to James Maddison. Why does Ange Postecoglou not trust in someone like James Maddison?
Well, obviously, that's a question more so for him than me. But if I was to try and break that down, I would say that the Maverick way that the Maddison plays, because if you're a Maverick player, you're going to take chances and you're going to gamble. Some of those gambles don't come off.
No.
Like you're trying to thread it through when maybe you could play a safe pass. And maybe Ange's type of football is he prefers that safer pass than risking putting the ball putting it at risk all the time.
Yeah.
And Maddison is like that. He is like going for a special pass. Like he's always got that kind of feel about him.
Outside of the boot,
or whatever. But I personally, I'm a big fan of his. So it's a different kind of feel for me. If he was in my team, I would make sure there was enough strength and power around him to supplement it a little bit.
Absolutely. Listen, we said it on this show last weekend. I mentioned Harry Redknapp. And you laughed and you said it's Cheltenham week. There's no way you get Harry away from Cheltenham.
And
Alan Brazil actually played the clip of us talking about it to Harry himself.
And what was Harry's reaction?
He agreed with you with the Cheltenham.
Of course.
I told Daniel I'll start next week. I can't do Cheltenham.
Yeah, I'll be ready next week.
I can't do Cheltenham. Be ready next week.
Speak to me, agent.
But I'm looking at that Tottenham side, and I look at the Newcastle side today. I was jealous. So jealous. The passion, the manager on the sideline, and for me, the manager wasn't seen before the start of the game. He wasn't seen. He was in there. He was focused. He's in his dressing room with the boys, talking to him, etc. Now, I don't see that on the sideline with Ange Postecoglou, and that's a problem for me because this team looks like it needs energising. I love Sonny, as I mentioned before. I don't think he's a captain. He's an ambassador.
Yeah, look, I understand this, and this is always a problem when you're losing when a manager is not an animated line. But look at Ancelotti, right? Come on, the godfather of football management. He never gets animated about anything. Even the penalty shootout, never know I was watching him. He's just, it's just another day at the office. So some managers don't express that kind of passion. Doesn't mean they're not great managers. The one question mark that Ange is struggling to answer at the moment is 15 defeats, 43 goals conceded, and let's be honest, Man United have won tonight, so he's moved down another position. You're 14th tonight.
It's embarrassing, Paz. It's terrible, especially with where Spurs want to be. But good news, your Beyonce tickets are secure. And you'll be seeing Beyonce at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium this summer. Make sure you say Tottenham Hotspur Stadium.
There's no need to go down that. Come on.
Listen,
let's keep it all above board.
Let's go over to the 13th
above the racetrack.
The 13th placed Premier League team. Go over to Ian Stringer, who's at the King Power Stadium.
Tomatoes on toast.
They have had an easy night tonight, the Manchester United players. You can hear their fans singing away, and they've had a good week. They've beaten Leicester 3-0 here. They beat Real Sociedad, of course, in the Europa League earlier on, and 7 goals in not too many days. Rasmus Højlund breaking that duck. It's been a good night for Manchester United. Ruben Amorim will be delighted. Højlund in the 28th minute scored the opener. Fernandes played a lovely ball in a clean pair of heels to Woutfas into the bottom corner it went, and Manchester United then frankly put it in cruise control. They scored a second through Garnacho in the 67th. Again, he'd had a bit of a goal drought, hadn't he? He looked good tonight. And Fernandes in the 90th rasped one with his right boot into the bottom corner, and United cruise. Leicester City have gone 10.5 hours without scoring a home league goal, and you could have kept them here for another 10.5 hours and they still wouldn't have scored. They look toothless, they look doomed, and this place tells a very, very sorry story. The Leicester City chairman looking on whimsically at full time. They need more than a miracle to have any chance of staying at full time. Leicester City 0, Manchester United 3.
Thank you very much, Ian Stringer. Great job. Who's been in the King Power Stadium this evening for Leicester? It's Manchester United. As you heard, they finished there. Leicester 0, Manchester United 3. Lots of Premier League football still to get into after a busy weekend. 03717 223344 for your say on how your team got on. Plus, we're still talking Newcastle. Call us on 03717 223344. And a reminder that the golf continues on TalkSport 2 at 9:15 p.m. tonight.
Come on, Rory.
Rory McIlroy ahead on 12 under par in the Players' Championship. You're listening to TalkSport.
Hey, Harry.
Hello, mate.
Any tips for the racing?
Yeah, your best bet is to head to BetVictor for their new customer welcome offer. If you bet a minimum of £10, they give you £20 in free bets on the horse racing. But here's another tip. If you're at the races, head to the paddock. You get lots of info they don't put in the race cards.
Like what?
Like the fact I'm seeing one of them drop a lot of weight right now.
Oh. Listen to Harry and make your best bet on the racing at BetVictor. 18 plus, opt in, bet on horse racing at odds of evens or greater, no cash out, 7-day expiry, terms and conditions apply, gambleaware.org.
CEF. Ever wondered who we are? Well, we have over 400 branches across the UK and Ireland. We're online, in-app, and our CEF catalogue is your go-to for everything electrical. We have over 3,500 experts to help with any electrical queries, and we stock over 44,000 electrical products, from power tools and cables to renewables. So, if you didn't know who we are, you do now. CEF. Your electrical experts.
Power up your business with Peugeot's new LCV range at our professional days. Our new all-electric vans offer plenty of range to get you from A to B, up to 20 driver assistance systems and complete connectivity. Buy a new Peugeot van between the 17th February and 17th March and you'll get a £750 saving plus a free home charger with standard installation for all-electric vans. Peugeot. business powered. Valid from 17th Feb to 17th March 25. Saving on OTR price. Business users only. Selected stock. Participating retailers. Full T's and C's apply. Visit Peugeot.co.uk.
Football. It has its ups and downs. There's the players who kiss the badge and kiss the club goodbye. Right after you've splashed out £100 to get their name on your kit. And the A-list striker who always sticks it in row Z. The good news is the Ladbrokes ACCA gives you auto insurance, free bets back and big odds boosts. So whatever else lets you down, it won't be your ACCA. It's a gaffer of an ACCA. From Ladbrokes. 18 plus, online and mobile. Minimum odds apply. Maximum 1 to 3 £10 free bets per customer per day. Up to £50 of boosted odds. Restrictions and T&Cs apply. BeGambleAware.org. Take time to think.
At AJ Bell, we've made setting up your ISA easy. So easy, a baby could do it. Though babies can't invest. They certainly wouldn't have any use for our low-cost investment platform. Or the coordination to use it. Even though it's really, really easy. They also don't listen to radio ads. Unlike you clever sausage. Now, set yourself up with an ISA as a reward. You can even set one up for your baby. Open one in under 15 minutes and start investing today. AJ Bell. Feel good investing. The value of your investments can go down as well as up.
When it's time to dive headlong into the housework, try the Dyson V15S Detect Submarine Cordless Vacuum Cleaner from Currys. With 2 cleaner heads for both wet and dry cleaning. And if you trade in your old vacuum, you can save 10%. In-store and online at Currys. Trading qualifying products on 12th of the 2nd 25 to 25th of the 3rd 25. T's and C's apply.
Football is full of big moments.
Penalty!
The near misses.
Oh!
The last-minute winners.
It's an absolute screamer!
Put yourself at the heart of the action with Betfred. Check out our huge range of football markets, daily offers and price boosts in shops and online. Love football? Betfred. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave. On your mobile and on your smart speaker. TalkSport. Talk Sport.
5 minutes past 9, here are your sports headlines. What a night of Geordie joy and history at Wembley. A first domestic trophy in 7 decades, kick-started by the man who was released by the club when he was 11 years old.
Burn with a header, and he scores! It's Dan Burn who scores on the week in which he was called up for England. He thunders a header into the corner to put Newcastle United into the lead.
Well, that was just before half-time, then soon after came this.
The hypersonic missile from the boot of Alexander Isak, which has given them a 2-goal lead in the Carabao Cup final.
So Eddie Howe, the first English manager to lift a domestic trophy since 2008.
1 minute taking a game against Darlington to try and stay in the Football League, and now here I am. It's gone by in a blur. But all I can say about it is very similar to Dan's story. I've just worked extremely hard.
Arne Slot admitted Liverpool were physically overpowered and says today was an important lesson.
The end of the Premier League or finals like this or the end of the Champions League, it's always more difficult to win a game of football because everybody is fighting for something. It's going to be 9 tough games, but with a good starting position.
Meanwhile, 5 goals in 8 days for Bruno Fernandes. He scored after assisting Højlund and Garnacho goals to see United leapfrog Spurs with a 3-0 win at Leicester. Morgan Gibbs-White has been added to the England squad for the qualifiers against Latvia and Albania. Cole Palmer is set to withdraw with a muscle injury. And in today's big derbies, Rangers secured an Old Firm season double for the first time in 4 years with a 3-2 thriller at Celtic Park. And Ryan Brewster's goal gave Sheffield United a first derby double over Wednesday since 2006. They're now level on points with Leeds at the top of the Championship.
Talk Sport News.
Officials in Macedonia are hunting 4 people after a fire broke out in a nightclub. The death toll's risen to 59. It's reported the government may pull back on a plan to freeze disability payments following criticism from its own MPs. And a Peruvian fisherman who survived 95 days lost at sea in the Pacific Ocean by eating turtles has now been rescued. 61-year-old Maximo Napa Castro set off on the 7th of December for what should have been a 2-week-long trip.
TalkSport weather with QuickFit. At QuickFit, we're all about keeping you safe on the road. With our comprehensive motor insurance, we're here for every journey. Search QuickFit Motor Insurance to find out more.
It's cloudy and it's chilly across the UK this evening with frost forming overnight.
On the TalkSport app, on your smart speaker, on your mobile and on your smart TV. TalkSport. The nation's essential destination for big game comment and criticism. High priority post-match fan reaction. The indispensable final word phone-in on TalkSport.
Good evening, you are listening to the Final Word phone-in here on TalkSport with me, Majestic, alongside the former West Ham Crystal Palace and, of course, Newcastle boss Alan Pardew. Normally at this time, it would be Danny Kelly and the incredible Trans-Europe Express.
Talking about the European scene.
Yeah, that's coming on after us, right, at 10 p.m?
Yeah,
so,
I believe it is.
So, yeah, we're an hour later tonight. After the Cup final.
That's good.
Extended. Thanks for all your calls in the Carabao Cup final, which finished Newcastle 2, Liverpool 1. We'll continue here to hear from you delighted Geordies. First silverware in 56 years. I've seen pictures coming through on our WhatsApp tonight, which is nice.
Ah,
you know, people have been sending us WhatsApp voice notes. They've seen pictures and stuff. It'll be good. Elsewhere today, wins for Arsenal against Chelsea and Fulham against Tottenham.
We haven't really talked about Arsenal, have we?
Not yet.
A good result that is, you know, because obviously Chelsea, you know, trying to fight for the Champions League. I didn't see the game, so I don't know how well they. It'd be nice to.
Chelsea were rubbish.
Well, it'd be nice to, you know, Chelsea fan come on. Where did it go, Jose? What was going on there?
Rangers won at Celtic Park in the Old Firm derby, and Sheffield United claimed a crucial Still City derby victory against Wednesday. 03717223344 for Glasgow or Sheffield gloating. But before we do that, it's time for the hottest quiz on radio, the Mystery Footballer Quiz. It's very simple to follow, with 3 songs leading you to who our mystery player is. The song could relate to their name, the squad number, team, or even a physical feature.
And listen for clues, obviously, from us.
Yeah.
Chitting and chatting.
So let's get to our first tune of the week. Sticking with the Geordie theme. Alan Pardew, what is this song?
I don't know. What's it called? People something.
It's your quiz. You chose this, no?
Yeah, I have.
Sam Fender, People Watching.
Why was his name on the shirt? Did he pay for that?
I think he must have sponsored it. Or the club are backing him.
I reckon that's what happened. I can't imagine that his music company would invest that much money.
He'd probably be playing their little celebration party for free or something, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
a little trade.
Yeah, nice.
So
good lad,
Sam Fender, People Watching.
And how good is he, you know, in your world? Is he like top?
Oh yeah, he's a modern day cult hero,
Does he play instruments or is he just the singer?
No, he's an instrumentalist. He
does the whole 10 yards.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Sam Fender, People Watching. If somehow you think you already know, text us at 81089. What's the clue there, Pards?
Well, I'm not going to tell you. Well, it's just a quiz.
Yeah, but the clue there is it People Watching? Is it Sam Fender?
Well,
or is it the fact of the Geordie?
It might be something to do with the area that he was.
Okay, there we go.
There you go.
Right,
you squeezed it out of me.
Alex Crook caught up with his good mate Eddie Howe after Newcastle's Carabao Cup final victory.
Who's mate? Would you say good mate?
Crookie.
How do you know he's a good mate?
Oh, actually, I'm going to save that first because I've got a fellow Spurs fan ready for us.
Oh.
And just quickly before we go to our Spurs fan, got a message here said Madge goes from his passion for Spurs to Beyonce tickets. The fans of 2025 are so easily distracted. How much do you really want at Spurs? Mate, we're taking the mickey. We're taking the fact that at our stadium you've got the F1 experience, you've got Beyonce, you've got Kendrick Lamar, you've got everything. You've got the boxing. I'm DJing in the boxing. NFL, you've got everything other than winning on the pitch.
There's only one thing at Newcastle: football. And they just won a cup.
Exactly. Let's go over to Chris, a Spurs fan. How are we, Chris?
Hello, Madge. Hello, Alan Pardew.
Hello, Chris.
How are you feeling after today's result, mate?
That's typical Spurs, really, isn't it? Really, I didn't really expect us to beat Fulham. I thought we'd get a draw. A draw would have been better, but we lost. Now, what the hell? We lost. No, I did really like to talk about Thomas Tuchel as well.
Okay.
I mean, the thing is, people, you know, on previous shows, be able to go at him saying, "Oh, why has he picked John Henderson? Why has he not gone with Gibbs White?" I think Gibbs White has now been recently recalled.
He has, yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. But the thing is that I want to say, right, look, I wasn't in favour of Thomas Tuchel, right? Obviously, him being a German, managing England team, right? My granddad would be turning his grave, obviously, if he thought this, right? But the thing is, I don't care if he's German or not, right? I want an England manager to be his or her, because we could have a female manager one day in the distant future, right? I want him to be his or her own man, right? I don't want a committee to pick the team. I don't want the FA to pick it. I don't want the pundits to pick it. I don't want him to listen to the fans, the media, all those know-it-all pundits. He's got to be his or her own man, right? He's got to live and die by his decision, and that's what I want in an England manager. You know, go for it. I mean, he's saying, right, that, he wants to play like a Premier League team. Well, why didn't we do that 20 years ago, right? Why is it that, this annoys me, right? Why is it that we get these England managers that wants to play a different style of football? I'm sick of it. I'm sick and tired of it. We play Premier League football. We do it Harry Redknapp, who, by the way, Harry Redknapp, he should have got the England job rather than Roy Hodgson, but that's another story, right? We've got to be true to our hearts and play Premier League football, right? And if he lives or dies by his decisions, let him do it to us too. German or not, let him do it.
What do you think Premier League football is then? What's that?
Well, Premier League football is fast-paced. I mean, the thing is, traditional Premier League football, certainly before Pep came along and brought along his Catalan style of football, right? Premier League football was a bit like what Newcastle do. You know, Alan Shearer, Teddy Sheringham, centre forward in the middle, Andy Cole, Ruben Nistelrooy, whatever it is. You know, that's what it was. It's just 4-4-2, fast-paced, traditional centre forward football, fast-paced. You know,
but no one plays 4-4-2 now.
Well, yeah, but it's been a shame, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm saying, Chris, I'm with you, right?
I'm not trying to be clever around it.
No.
I'm just trying to say I understand what he's saying. The tempo and the kind of tenacity that are around Premier League games.
Do you know,
but they're all different.
If I was a manager now, do you know a manager could revolutionise football? Someone that comes back in and reinstates 4-4-2.
Well, there are certain rhythms in football that do change like that. But let me just say an argument to international football, which was handed to Liverpool in Paris about 3 weeks ago. Right. You could try and do a Premier League game style, but if the team are technically so good that they just keep playing around you and you can't, no matter how you pressure them, they get out of like situations that are just ridiculous, then the pace of the game slows down and then you become vulnerable. And we have had, I keep hearing about England teams, golden generation. We've got a golden generation again. We had a golden generation with Frank Lampard, Steven Gerrard and all that.
Yeah, we did, yeah.
Yeah, but Brazil had a golden generation every year. And France have had golden generations, like years after years after years. So, you know, so it's not like we're destined and this manager's definitely going to take us to the borrowed land. But it's not. It's just not. Don't think it's going to happen. It isn't. I don't think that the England team is good enough to win the World Cup.
Big call there from Pars. Thank you very much, Pars. Thank you very much, Chris, as well. I had a message here from. Who's that? From Gary. Says, Chris, the Tottenham fan, sounds like Michael Caine.
Oh, well, that's nothing wrong with that.
I told you. He's putting out, you're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off, he's written down here. Yeah. Right, keep your WhatsApp voice note messages coming in, please. Newcastle fans, if you haven't heard the reaction of your manager, Eddie Howe, stay tuned because it will make you emotional. It's the final word phone in here on TalkSport.
Welcome back to another spectacular match day, but what's this? Looks like the fans are playing Coral's free reward shaker. The half and half scarfers shaking decisively for once. They backed a super boost. Next to them, the prawn sandwich brigade. Oh, they've shaken up a free bet after that free lunch. Play Coral's free reward shaker to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers this season. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK max one reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Gambleaware.org.
Rewards Week is now on at Arnold Clark. From BMW to MG, Seat to Citroën, and Vauxhall to Volvo, we've discounted more than 30 deals by up to £1,000. Plus, buy a car from the 10th to the 17th of March and get a reward. Choose from a night away for two, a Road Angel dashcam, or a £50 Love to Shop e-gift card. See arnoldclark.com.
Right now, exclusively at Morrison's, you can turn your big shop into a range of free Pyrex containers with new MoreCard stamps. And for every £10 you spend, you get a stamp. The more stamps you earn, the more Pyrex you can get. Turn your big shop into free Pyrex at Morrison's.
More reasons to shop at Morrison's.
More card or app required. 16 plus. Excludes online and Morrison's daily. T's and C's apply. See online for details.
Football is full of big moments.
Penalty!
The near misses.
Oh!
The last minute winners.
It's an absolute screamer!
Put yourself at the heart of the action with Betfred. Check out our huge range of football markets, daily offers and price boosts in shops and online. Love football? Betfred. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
Get ready for the most anticipated F1 season in years. And see every race live.
It's lights out and away we go!
See if Lewis will be reborn in red. Can Lando land the big one? Or will Max make it 5 out of 5?
Champion of the world!
The new season starts 16th of March. See every race live for just £15 extra a month. Only on Sky Sports F1. Offer ends 26th of March. Sky TV required. See sky.com for details. Further terms apply.
Magnum Classic Radio Spot, take one. Matt, bite the Magnum Classic at my signal. Remember to emphasise the perfect cracking chocolate. And wait for my signal.
Sorry, couldn't resist. Nothing cracks like Magnum. Magnum, true to pleasure.
There's not many things as epic as jumping over a volcano in a monster truck, or even swinging over a crocodile-infested river. But $2.99 for a classic burger and medium fries at Mackey's comes pretty close. Deal drop. Redeem all week, only in the app. 18 plus. One-time use per week until the 23rd of March. Offer includes selected classic burgers. Participating restaurants only. T's and C's apply.
Oh, football. You gotta love it. The roar of the crowd. The heart in your mouth moments. The last-minute winners. But in all the excitement, make sure you keep your feet on the ground with all the latest football news every weekday afternoon from 4 with Andy Goldstein and Darren Bent. This is TalkSport. And not forgetting all the latest form and odds with Paddy Power. Drive on TalkSport with Paddy Power. With Paddy's Super Sub, your bet now rolls over to the new player coming on. T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Get set for a full-on Friday night of intense international action as the 2026 World Cup qualifiers kick off. England are in action against Albania at Wembley Stadium. Hear all the big match build-up from 7, followed by full uninterrupted commentary from 7:45 on TalkSport.
You know you're gonna have to face it, you're addicted to love. Might as well face it, you're addicted to love.
You're listening to Virgin Radio here. No, it's TalkSport. If you want to listen to Virgin Radio, you can do by going to the TalkSport app and simply sliding across, and you can listen to a great show in the morning. As Chris Evans will be doing breakfast tomorrow, as he does on a Monday morning.
Followed by Ryan Tapley,
which is
one of my favourite.
One of your favourites, absolutely. This is Robert Palmer, Addicted to Love. Robert Palmer, Addicted to Love. That's our second Mystery Players song. Remember the video to this?
I think everybody remembers the video. Which of course, the lipstick and the
which of course was then taken off by Shania Twain, and she flipped it
with the boys.
Yeah.
Which was, and I'm a big fan of Shania Twain.
Robert Palmer, what a great artist he was.
Yes, underrated, I think.
Yeah, I remember his album. My mum and dad had it, and I remember as a kid listening to a lot of it. It was very good.
Yeah.
Great voice. Takes your answer to 81089. The first song was Sam Fender, People Watching, and the second is Robert Palmer, Addicted to Love. Our very own Man United fan, Jill.
She ain't got it.
Tonight. No, but she's listening. She's trying to get in contact with us, but we've been busy.
Well, come on, it's the night of the tune tonight. It's
But if we can get Jill on, we'll get Jill on.
Of course, we can always squeeze.
So if we can squeeze Jill in, producers, let's get Jill on, especially as Man United won. We don't often speak to Jill after a Man United victory, do we?
I just want to go back to the singer. Who was the singer's name in this song again?
Robert Palmer.
Robert Palmer. Just to give you a little bit of a clue there.
A little bit of a clue there. Text your answer to 81089. Right. Alex Crook caught up with his good mate Eddie Howe after Newcastle's Carabao Cup final victory today. Let's hear from Howe now discussing his journey as a manager.
It's so funny, your career is crazy. I mean, as you say, 1 minute I'm taking a game against Darlington to try and stay in the Football League, and now here I am. It's gone by in a blur. But all I can say about it is very similar to Dan's story. I've just worked extremely hard. Really proud of my coaching team who've been by my side near enough the whole journey with me. The likes of Jason, of course, has been with me every step of the way, but Simon Weatherstone, Stephen Purchase, Graham Jones, latterly. they're all so important, and we share all the ups and the downs, and I think that's the thing that people don't see. The downs are really low, like losing here 2 years ago. So when you do get a high like you have today, you've got to try and enjoy it, and I'm very thankful to everyone that's helped me on my journey.
How can you not like that, man? That is the Newcastle manager, Eddie Howe, talking to Alex Crook about his journey in management. Now, you call him like the kid because obviously you're a bit older than Eddie, and you've seen him grow over the years. As someone who really...
I tried to sign him as a player, actually.
Did you?
Yeah. I always liked him as a player. He got a terrible injury.
Yeah.
But he was always very kind of efficient as a footballer.
Yeah, is that what you liked about him, his efficiency?
Yeah, and his temperament and his personality, of course.
Yeah.
But he was an outstanding footballer as well. But it's interesting to see what he said about his journey, that he puts hard work at the top of his category. Let me tell you, all the managers in the Football League, every manager I've ever seen, work really hard. They do. But you got to have the talent to go with it. You got to have the intelligence. You got to have the personality to bond the changing room. And Eddie has that in spades. He ain't going to talk about that, of course, but he has, and he's grown as he's grown through the divisions, and that's why he's quite rightly, in my view, one thing they'll never be able to throw against him now is that when he comes up for England manager again, that he hasn't won anything, because now he has. So I think he will very much be in the frame after us, Thomas, as he's go.
Well, that's
from Germany.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go over to a Newcastle fan. Andy joins us. Evening, Andy.
How are you, boys?
Yeah, not bad. It's been a couple of hours now. How you feeling? Is it settled in?
I'm still in a state of shock. I'm absolutely still in a state of shock.
Well, I'm going to give you this message from Chris. Right, Chris said, "Good evening, Madge and Pards. Great show as always. I'm a gooner, and I'm over the moon for Newcastle today. I watched the game and I felt goosebumps for them. I had tears in my eyes long before the final whistle because I knew it was their day. Congratulations to all the Newcastle fans." That's from Chris in Old Windsor, who's an Arsenal fan. And you know what?
Very honourable.
No, I echo those statements there, Andy. It felt like unless you was a Liverpool fan or a Sunderland fan, I think the rest of the country.
I had a text from my mate who's also doing it both, who said the same thing. He was just so pleased. Where's
he gone?
You there, Andy?
Yeah, I am.
You're still with us, and did you get emotional there?
Yeah, I did. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I got emotional. I heard the guy earlier on.
Mm-hmm. Andy, it's fine. Take your time. We're here for you, mate. Andy's obviously going to be telling us something quite...
No, I'm still here.
You still... Yeah. We got you, Andy, mate. Take your time. We're here.
Oh, right. Okay. Thank you, bud. What you were just saying is...
do you know what? We'll give Andy a moment. Give Andy a moment to compose himself. I want to hear Andy's story, though, please. So we'll get Andy back on in a moment's time. As we mentioned before, and we've talked about this on this show on numerous occasions, about how football is more than just a sport for a lot of us. It's relationships, it's friendships, it's mums and dads and brothers and sisters, and bringing the family together. You mentioned already, Pards.
Yeah, but you have these situations, particularly at football clubs, where someone's life is so based around a football club that when they pass away, of course, the family want to link it to the club.
Yeah.
So I can remember at West Ham, numerous times we'd have families coming with the ashes of their father or the grandfather or the nan or someone to lay them at the ground, or to have some sort of moment there. And that's why people get so attached to football clubs. It's like life. It is part of life. It becomes the centre of it. And for Geordies up and down the country and across the world, by the way, when I was a Newcastle manager, you get messages from everywhere: New York, Toronto, wherever, Africa. Fans they spread out everywhere, and they'll all be absolutely buzzing tonight. I'm absolutely delighted for them, and some, maybe like Andy, get very, very emotional.
quite understandably.
Absolutely, and as well, anyone that wants to call up and they do feel they might get emotional, etc., talking their story, don't worry, don't be embarrassed or anything like that. You imagine parts. Sunday night, it is. Yeah, it's Sunday night. We sit here, we enjoy your company, and I think sometimes you hear the comments, what was someone getting upset about football for? Grow up. Like, it's like, no, we're fine. We're very able to handle all emotions on this show, aren't we, Pards?
Oh, yeah, all genders are welcome.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody is welcome.
Everybody is welcome.
On the final word phone in here on TalkSport with Madge and Pards. 03717 22 3344. Keep your WhatsApp voice notes messages coming into us on 03717 22 3344. Looking to hear from fans from up and down the leagues after another huge weekend of football. Rugby, of course, we didn't mention the rugby yet.
England. They were destroyed, the Welsh.
I know. And the other one that you
Can we have any Welsh calls? No, we can't. That's a bit cool, isn't it?
You're doing Cundy of rugby there. And Formula One fans, keep calling us. 03717
Lando Norris
3344. It's the final word phone in here on TalkSport.
Yo, football fans, listen up. BetMGM brings Vegas entertainment to the biggest games and the biggest names. Because when it comes to betting on football, we're in a league of our own, baby. Offers? Oh, you know we got offers. Like bet £10 and get £40 in free bets. BetMGM, it's showtime.
New customers only. Wagering requirements and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
It's even bigger than that full house decorating job you've got on. Oh, that 30-foot high ceiling you've got to paint. It's the Johnston's Decorating Centre Big Sale event with huge savings and multi-buy deals like Cover Plus Vinyl Matte, 10-litre Brilliant White and 5-litre colours, any two for £55, and 10-litre John Matte Premium Contract Matte, two for £40. So get to your local Johnston's Decorating Centre now or visit johnstonsdc.com. T's and C's apply. Prices exclude VAT at 20%.
Right now, exclusively at Morrison's, you can turn your big shop into a range of free Pyrex containers with new More Card stamps. And for every £10 you spend, you get a stamp. The more stamps you earn, the more Pyrex you can get. Turn your big shop into free Pyrex at Morrison's.
Morrison's to shop at Morrison's.
More Card or app required. 16 plus. Excludes online and Morrison's daily. T's and C's apply. See online for details.
Choice on point. Quality on point. Price on Motorpoint. Over 1,000 new cars every week. Fiat 500s, Qashqais, Ford Pumas, BMW 1 Series and more. Fully inspected cars with warranty. Find thousands of cars at motorpoints.co.uk. There's no car like a Motorpoint car. Test drive one at Motorpoint stores nationwide.
Jill Scott here with the winning pass from Cadbury. You could be in with a chance to win the ultimate match day experience. A choice of Arsenal, Chelsea FC, Leeds United, Manchester United or Tottenham Hotspur match tickets. Plus a luxury hotel stay and a chance to meet a legend. The full works. Best of all, you get to share it with 3 of your mates. Who will you share it with? Buy a pack to enter. UK only 18 plus. Visit thewinningpass.cadbury.co.uk to enter and for full T's and C's and price details.
At Vodafone, get the amazing Google Pixel 9 Pro XL and save a huge £864. Plus, with Gemini, your AI assistant, you can go live, get hands-free help and talk things out. Go online or in-store today. Hurry, enter 18th of March. Vodafone.
Save £576 on 5GB airtime over 36 months and £288 on phone. Phone cost £806. Eligibility, credit checks and terms apply. Finance Vodafone.
Welcome back to another spectacular match day, but what's this? Looks like the fans are playing Coral's free reward shaker. The half and half scarfers shaking decisively for once. They bagged a super boost. Next to them, the prawn sandwich brigade. Oh, they've shaken up a free bet after that free lunch. Play Coral's free reward shaker to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers this season. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK max 1 reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Gambleaware.org.
It's another massive day of football action here on TalkSport. So let's take a quick look at today's pedigree lineup. Making up the midfield now are Bruno Fernandes, Jack Grealish and St. Bernardo Silva.
Best in show football coverage coverage on the radio station that's the absolute dogs.
Oh, superb tackle.
Let's have a look who's up front. Colin Watkins and the legendary Rabies Parlour.
Scratch and Sniff Radio.
And he blows his whistle.
Talk Sport.
And finally, their gaffer, Pep Guardiola.
First and fast for football. The final word phone in.
Watch them shuffling along. See them shuffling along. Go take your best gal, your real pal. Go down to the levee.
Down to the levee.
Join that shuffling throng. Yeah, that music and song. It's simply great, mate. Waiting on the levee. Waiting for the Robert E. Lee.
Waiting for the
Watch them
Robert E.
shuffling
Lee.
along. Each group.
Pards, what is this song?
Sal Jolson. First, this was the biggest star ever. He was bigger than Elvis, Al Jolson.
Really?
Yeah, back in his day. Obviously, I wasn't alive at the time.
Yeah.
But, and the first talkie movie was Al Jolson.
Really?
Yeah, changed the movie world when there's that movie come out. And here he is singing the Robert E. Lee.
So that is our third and final clue in the mystery
It's
formula.
a little bit of a giveaway.
It is a little bit of a tap in that one. Song 1 was Sam Fender and People Watching. Song 2, Robert Palmer, Addicted to Love. And Song 3, Al Jolson with Waiting for Robert E. Lee.
I only chose it because I like the song.
Yeah.
It's a great song, isn't it?
Yeah, and so text your answer to 81089. Lots of football's gone on over the weekend, and we've got to reflect on that now. Starting with Saturday's results. I know Eddie Howe's an English manager, but just talking about British managers, it was battle of the British managers. Everton taking on West Ham. David Moyes, since he's gone back to Everton. A lot of people might have wrote him off after the West Ham job, getting a bit older now. Going back to Everton, doing the job. I know they didn't win.
Flying the flag for us, for my generation of managers. We're still out there, we can still do a job.
Do you know what? Can I ask you this? Yeah, because when I was at my son's friend's birthday party earlier on, and obviously coming up here later on, everyone's what's on the show later? You on with Pards? Someone said to me, would Pards take another job, like a management job? Is it a thing of, when are you retired from management, or are you just...
No, I'm not retired.
Well, this is the thing. This is what people would want to know.
Yeah, because I think the most important thing about football management is what comes along. And actually, when you are kind of out of favour for whatever reason, it's very difficult to get back in. And there's a lot of managers and players and young players who are trying to be coaches and managers. It's very not, the actual opportunity isn't there. It's a little bit different for me because, I've had a great career as a football manager. And so the project now is very much important to me. I'm not going to take something that, maybe a younger coach should take. But I still think my experience, and I'll talk for Sam and a few others in the same line, where our experience could be utilised a little bit better than it is.
Yeah,
but it's nice to see Dale were doing well when they scored in the last minute, was it, or last couple of minutes or whatever. West Ham needed that result really, so it was a bit of a blow for them.
Absolutely, but it was interesting what you're saying there about management, because some people just presume, Pards is done with management now. But I think it's interesting to hear that, and I think you're talking about what's in favour and stuff. I think the whole Pep Guardiola and philosophy and like a foreign manager being the appeal, because that's been the winning formula of recent times, seems to have been a route that everyone's gone down, and it's not necessarily worked that great in other places. And now
and even if the philosophy isn't the same as Pep's, it's the philosophy based kind of recruitment,
whereas the philosophy could be, I'll take it game by game and see who my opponent is,
and maybe try and win as many games as I can, rather than sticking to my philosophy and going down. Manchester City blew an opportunity to go into the top 4, drawing 2. I don't know, I think that's a good result for them. So I think Brighton should have beat them.
Yeah, but it's Manchester City at the Etihad, Manchester City at
I don't care.
I know. I mean, Brighton have been amazing.
I said, I think it was only last week that I expect Manchester City to be in the Champions League position. But watching them again against in that game against Brighton, wow, I'm thinking maybe they're not going to make it.
No.
Maybe it's just that year where it just not worked.
That'd be disastrous for Manchester City. They can't not be in the Champions League.
The problem they got is the midfield still lacks a little bit of legs, but the back four is nowhere near as secure as it has been for the last, 6-7 years.
Yeah.
The back four looks like, wow, you can get it.
Yeah.
If I was a manager, I'd be targeting that back four.
Absolutely. Southampton, Wolves are all but safe now, but Southampton, if Leicester are getting tomatoes on toast for tea tonight, what can Southampton have yesterday? They don't even get a toast. Just get tin tomatoes thrown at them.
And as the next manager of Southampton, I'm just absolutely shocked by their performance this year in the Premier League, and I'm sure their fans are as well. 2 wins. 9 points. I mean, obviously they're gone. Leicester 17 points. It was like the Ipswich game. It was the one to win, wasn't it? It was and I expected Ipswich at home. I expected them to win that, and unfortunately they didn't. And now that looks done to me. And the form, Ipswich is drew, lost. Leicester is lost, and then another 5 losses, by the way. And Southampton is lost.
Yeah, it doesn't look good. I tell you what, if it wasn't for, how bad Southampton, Leicester and Ipswich have been, people like Spurs could really be in trouble, genuinely, because
West Ham.
Yeah, it's just
Man United even, I think there was a point where Man United really were in trouble. Amorim's his second or third game, and they'd lost, and it looked a little bit closer. It's only they just pulled away with these results just recently. But, as you say, the bottom 3 teams, unfortunately, have not been able to deliver the performance levels that you would expect from a team promoted in the Championship for whatever reason. Forget about what they brought in the summer. That group of players couldn't jump the barrier, and the barrier is getting bigger. When I last come up from the Championship with West Ham, we managed to have a group of players that we didn't buy in the summer, but actually that was the core of the team that kept us quite comfortably in the division. But Ipswich, Leicester and Southampton, their Championship team, the core of it hasn't been good enough.
No, absolutely. I've been backing them for a top 4 finish. You weren't so sure. And if you don't say their full name correctly, we get pelters on the phone lines. Nottingham Forest. They are, even though on my running order it says that they lost 4-2 to Ipswich. Nottingham Forest, 3rd place Forest now, skips 6 points clear of Manchester City in 5th. Imagine saying that at the start of the season.
Yeah, amazing,
unbelievable.
And I didn't, I honestly thought Ipswich, that was the game to win for them. But they went there and done the job, and done a great job. And now 54 points from 29 games. They're running against mostly teams in the bottom 10. That not necessarily works out as being easier, but you'd have to say that even I'm now going, Nottingham Forest, fantastic chance, and it will be a hell of achievement. It really will.
And they are in the FA Cup quarter-finals.
Yes.
Away to Brighton, which would be a difficult fixture, but one that they could very much win.
Yes, of course.
And then all of a sudden, FA Cup semi-final, possible Champions League finish. What a season they had.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's incredible.
And as much as Newcastle are pinching themselves about winning that trophy, I'm sure Nottingham Forest fans are doing exactly the same.
Looking at that and thinking, hang about.
Yeah.
It's been a while since we won a trophy, but we won a lot of trophies in our time. They sure know how to win as a club.
Absolutely.
Bournemouth 1, Brentford 2, hammer blow to Bournemouth's European hopes. But, once again, it's just showing Brentford, Thomas Frank, top manager.
Yeah, Thomas Frank is one of my favourites. I like the way he handles the press. I like everything about him, and outstanding job again. But they're only sitting just above Palace, and Palace are pushing as well for a top 10 finish. Palace never finished higher than 10th, by the way. I think I was manager, they finished 10th. I think I'm not sure if Tony Pulis finished 10th once as well. It might have been Roy Hodgson, I think. So they got a great chance of jumping 2 or 3, and Fulham with that victory today, have put themselves in with a shout of Europe as well. And with the way it's looking, like if Spurs and Man United win, like Newcastle won the EFL Cup today, right? So that puts them into Europa League, but they could get Champions League position. That gives another position down into the Europa League. So there's a lot to play for in that middle section of the Premier League.
Absolutely. It's going to be an interesting end to the season. Then, of course, today, we've already mentioned Fulham Spurs. I don't want to talk about that anymore. But Arsenal 1, Chelsea 0. Chelsea's top 4 hopes there.
And back to a set play goal, by the way, Arsenal. They're getting criticised. Suddenly they can't score from set plays. Well, they did today, because it's not easy to score from set plays, and you get a run of them sometimes. But it was a good finish, good corner, good routine. And Chelsea, funny season they're having.
See,
I really think they're going to, I really do think they're going to miss out on that top 4.
I think so.
Yeah.
Arsenal in the quarterfinals against Real Madrid in the Champions League. Should Arsenal's...
They need Saka back.
Yeah.
I don't think they've got a chance unless Saka comes back.
Should they put all of their eggs in the Champions League basket now?
No, I don't think so.
You think the league's not over?
Well, of course, in terms of the points total and everything else, you would assume it's over. But a couple of draws, and the way Liverpool are playing, you wouldn't put it past them that...
12 points clear? 9 games?
I still think, obviously, that Liverpool are going to win. Don't get me wrong. But if I was the Arsenal manager, I wouldn't be giving up the ghost on it. I'll be hoping that, somewhere along the line I put some pressure on them, and they start feeling it.
In 29 games, Liverpool have lost 1.
I know, it's amazing.
So in 9 games they need to lose,
but they've lost 2 this week.
It's very true. It's very true.
And they haven't played well in the last 4. And you ask any Liverpool fan, they are slightly concerned. Not so much with anything else, just the form of the team at the moment.
Well, the international break probably comes at a good time for Liverpool, because we talked about Ramadan earlier on.
Yeah,
that finishes.
That finishes. But you have got to worry about that. You're going to get all your boys back fit. Because obviously, when you're Liverpool or Arsenal, most of your team are not going to squads to be squad numbers.
No, they're going to be.
They're going to play. So it's a bit more pressure on their boys to come back raring to go.
Absolutely, and it just finished. Leicester, who are getting the older tin tomatoes on toast, as Ian said earlier.
Yeah,
they lost by 3-0 at home. They might as well.
I mean, Van Nistelrooy is a difficult run there, isn't he?
He's not done a good job, has he?
Well, I don't know if you call it a good job.
I liked him a lot at Man United.
Yeah, but it just goes to show you how difficult it is. And when I was manager at West Brom, and you've got a squad that's dysfunctional, and there's a lot of problems in the squad, a lot of senior players' problems, very, very, very difficult to eke out a result. And he is finding that out. He's a young coach, of course, and he's finding that out. It's a very, very, very tough game in the Premier League.
Just got a message here from John in Driftfield, I think it's the place. Says, love the show. Hi, thank you so much for playing Al Jolson. That was such a wonderful surprise. My uncle, who passed away in 2023, got me interested now when I was a kid, and he's one of my favourite singers still. You ain't heard nothing yet.
There you go.
Fantastic. Well,
bit of Al Jolson.
The quiz is still on the way.
Of class and culture on a Sunday evening with the Pards and the match.
That's right. 03712223344. Your voice notes are still to come, and we will reveal the answer of the mystery player quiz.
I mean, if you haven't got it, then seriously, you need to look at yourself.
Of the lads, we the lads.
We the lads. If you've had 10 beers, you ain't going to get it.
At BetMGM, we know how to put on a show. So we don't just do offers, we do golden offers like this.
MGM Millions, our supersized jackpot, where right now you could win over £26 million.
Get ready for the golden era in online casino. BetMGM, it's showtime.
Minimum 10p game stake. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
Right now, exclusively at Morrison's, you can turn your big shop into a range of free Pyrex containers with new More Card stamps. And for every £10 you spend, you get a stamp. The more stamps you earn, the more Pyrex you can get. Turn your big shop into free Pyrex at Morrison's.
More reasons to shop at Morrison's.
More card or app required. 16 plus. Excludes online and Morrison's daily. T's and C's apply. See online for details.
Choice on point. Quality on point. Price on Motor Point. Over 1,000 new cars every week. Fiat 500s, Qashqais, Ford Pumas, BMW 1 Series and more. Fully inspected cars with warranty. Find thousands of cars at motorpoints.co.uk. There's no car like a Motorpoint car. Test drive one at Motorpoint stores nationwide.
CEF. Ever wondered who we are? Well, we have over 400 branches across the UK and Ireland. We're online, in-app, and our CEF catalogue is your go-to for everything electrical. We have over 3,500 experts to help with any electrical queries, and we stock over 44,000 electrical products, from power tools and cables to renewables. So, if you didn't know who we are, you do now. CEF. Your electrical experts.
I literally would wake up one eye open and then need the cigarette. I was so addicted.
Sue was diagnosed with throat cancer, aged 48.
To tell your family you've got cancer through smoking was hard.
Up to 2 in 3 smokers die from smoking.
Smoking tried to take my life, but now I've got my life back. You've got to keep trying to quit. It's worth it.
For help to quit, download the free NHS Quit Smoking app today.
Oh, football, you've got to love it. The thrills, the spills, the absolute limbs. But in all the excitement, make sure you keep your feet on the ground with all the latest sporting news every weekday afternoon from 1 with Hawksby and Jacobs.
This is Paul Hawksby and Andy Jacobs.
And not forgetting all the latest form and odds with Paddy Power. Hawksby and Jacobs on TalkSport with Paddy Power. With Paddy's Super Sub, your bet now rolls over to the new player coming on.
T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Wednesday night.
Live Women's Champions League football.
On TalkSport 2.
What a goal! Manchester City versus Chelsea.
What a strike!
Kick off at 8 p.m.
They've taken the lead against the run of play.
Feel the full force of football. Wednesday night.
On TalkSport 2.
Kick it.
People watch on the way back home. Everybody on the treadmill running. Under the billboards, out of the heat. Somebody's parents on the street tonight. You're gonna have to face it.
Before that was Sam Fender. People watching into this. Robert Palmer, Addicted to Love. And then our song 3 was
Watch them shuffling along.
Shuffling along.
See them shuffling along.
Go on, Pons, give us
Go
a
take your
jazz hands. Al Jolson.
Go down to the levee.
Al Jolson waiting for Robert E. Lee.
Yeah, that music and song.
Brilliant.
It's simply great, mate. Waiting on the levee. Waiting for the Robert E. Lee.
So, the answer. Pons, what was the answer to the quiz?
Yeah, all you got to do is just get rid of that E. And it's Robert Lee.
Rob Lee.
Rob Lee. He's a Robert. He's a Robert, by the way.
You're
who I played with at Charlton. Outstanding footballer, by the way. And then I managed at West Ham at the end of his career.
Nice. Full circle moments.
A full circle moment. Yeah, we were a bit awkward when I got to West Ham because he was coming to the end and wasn't playing him every week.
It's got to be hard.
You know, and it's your mate as well. It was tough. Yeah, tough one.
Did he ever pull you when it go?
It was a little bit like, you know, looking at me through the side of his eye a little bit. He's not like that, Rob, to be honest. He's a really lovely person.
I'd be like that. I'd be like, Pards,
yeah, what's going on, mate? Yeah. What are you playing him for?
Or the other one you can do is you go, I'm coming on at half time. Tell him. Did it the other week. I said I'm coming at half time.
Oh, did you? You just told him, manager.
I'm coming at half time.
Yeah.
I'm playing. I've not travelled all the way to wherever it was, Bushy, not to play 45. I'm playing 45. So yeah, of course, the answer was Robert Lee. Who got it right? One person.
Really?
George in Chester.
Well done, George in Chester.
Ashton Newcastle fan thought it was Sir Bobby Robson.
Yeah, well, that's understandable.
But yeah, well done, George in Chester, a Newcastle-themed player there. Right, now every week we ask you for the WhatsApp voice notes, and this week we got some. That was nice. And our first voice note comes from a fan of the show over in Spain.
Oh.
Jonathan, the Newcastle fan. Hola.
Hola.
Hi, I'm a Newcastle fan from born in Jesmond,
but I live in Spain. I've lived in Spain for 29 years now, and I watched the game on a kind of, I have to be honest, a kind of a fairly dodgy stream because we can't get the Carabao Cup in Spain, which is a bit of a scandal if you ask me. But I watched it with my youngest son, and my eldest son was watching it through FaceTime. So we were all just going absolutely crazy in the car because I'm 56 years old. They've never won anything in my entire life, and I thought they never were going to win anything in my entire life. And so we are going to celebrate tonight.
That is a wonderful voice note, and and
nice area, Jesmond, by the way, where he was born.
I'm sure he was getting his updates on TalkSport rather than.
Yeah, come on, man. Supported.
But that's brilliant, though. Watching it with his sons, and someone was on FaceTime, and that's what we're talking about. However, they watched that game today,
and that's the modern world, isn't it? Now, you know, when my two girls are constantly on their iPad phone. You know, and it's FaceTime, Instagram, this, that, the other.
Well, I actually watched a bit of my son's game on FaceTime yesterday because I was in Liverpool. Yeah, so it's good, isn't it? Yeah. Right, our second voice note comes from Ben, the Liverpool fan, who has shifted his focus away from the game already.
Oh. Hey, I'm a Liverpool fan. My name is Ben. I just want to say congratulations to Newcastle. They played great throughout the whole match. I just wanted to say we've got a bigger fish to fry. The league. And well done to Arsenal for winning their game today, 1-0 against Chelsea. They're only 12 points behind now. So we need to focus now.
Bigger fish to fry.
Was that slightly sarcastic?
It was a little bit.
Yeah.
And the bigger fish to fry.
Yeah. He's getting it in there.
I like it indeed. Right, Thomas Tuchel's first England squad was announced on Friday. We're on next weekend. It's an international break, so we'll be reflecting, of course, on his first game, which is Friday, I believe. What did you make of the squad announcement? In actual fact, so everyone around me couldn't believe it, and I read what you said in our group out to everyone about the fact that that's someone that's trying to win the World Cup.
Well, he has a contract that ends at the World Cup, and I think most of the written press and people who spoke about it reflect the views that I have. That is okay. Well, if you're going to appoint someone for an instant response, i.e., win the cup, then you're going to look very short term, and that squad is based around a short term view. Whether Henderson has been put in the squad because of what he contributes to the squad and isn't going to play, that's the role I would expect him to play, and be kind of a leader in the background. Or if he's put him in to play him, I will be very, very surprised, if I'm honest.
Yeah,
he hasn't played he ain't playing for Ajax.
Did he not?
No, he's played one game in the last 7. So the
character's there. The
character, of course, we know is there, and as I say, when you pick a squad, that certain. I think one of the England managers, I can't remember who it was. I think it might have been Roy Hodgson or somebody said that you definitely pick 2 or 3 that you think will be good for the group. Not necessarily, they're obviously good enough players to play if they're needed, but your starting 11, roughly your substitutes, and you manage the squad so to speak. And I think, with no disrespect to Henderson, but I think he's been picked more so for his leadership skills than his playing skills.
Well, you look at when Tuchel was at Chelsea, Thiago Silva, in sort of the later part of his career, a massive part of that Chelsea team that won the Champions League. Leader. Big leader. What Chelsea lack at the moment, you know what I mean? So,
legend. And
I said that to people because we often moan there's no leaders, so you can't be annoyed when someone brings a leader.
By the way, if you look at Dan Burns' background, look at Thiago Silva's background, by the way.
Yeah.
If you want a little interesting story about football, wow, what a story he had.
Absolutely. And don't forget, England take on Albania Friday the 21st of March.
Big games he's got, hasn't he?
Presented by Adrian
Albania.
You'll like this though. Commentary from Jim Proudfoot and former England internationals Darren Bent, but most importantly, Stuart Pearce.
He's back, Stuart.
Yeah, it's good to have Pearcey back, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then on Monday 24th of March, another World Cup qualifier, England take on Latvia. Again, presented by Adrian Darren, commentary from Jim Proudfoot and former England captain Stuart Pearce. Good to see Pearcey back.
Psycho.
Yeah, psycho indeed. That's all from us on this historic Sunday. Thank you all very much for your calls.
Historical time for us as well, 10 o'clock.
I know. Way past our bedtime. Text over the last half.
By the way, a couple of little tiny things.
Go on.
Draper's winning the Indian Wells at the moment.
He is.
Which is brilliant for British sport. And McIlroy's leading the Players.
And the F1?
And Lando won again today. So for
And the
all
rugby.
round, and England won. But just British sport, brilliant weekend.
Absolutely, indeed. Don't forget that Ali McCoy and Andy Townsend are here with the TalkSport breakfast tomorrow morning from 6 a.m. And if you need some music in the morning, go to the TalkSport app.
Ali would be happy, wouldn't he? Rangers today.
And swipe across to find friend of the show, the brilliant Chris Evans on Virgin Radio. Up next here on TalkSport is the Transfer Express with Danny Kelly, European Football Encyclopedia, Andy Basso. And just for tonight, the phone line number is 03717 double tune. 4.
Oh, you did that.
From Match and Parts.
Up the tune.